Chapter 211 set off a doomsday-level fireworks display. The speed of the Lord of the Calamity is getting faster and faster. The Z-3 space battleship closest to it has been attacked by it. Shield strength is 30%. In just a few minutes, the shield strength of the battleship has been weakened by 70%. At this speed, the Lord of the Calamity will only need 5 minutes to catch up with us and destroy us, said the Deputy Captain Gui Yuan on the battleship. First, a round of nuclear electromagnetic pulse. Captain Meng Hai ordered. First, disrupt its electromagnetic field. On the battleship, develop and launch nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs, using electromagnetic pulses to disrupt the Lord of the Calamity's control over the surrounding electromagnetic field. Is this all you have? The Lord of the Calamity was very disdainful of the humans' feelings, and it became more and more unscrupulous. Many human weapons could not even hit its body. As for the resonance torpedoes that could hurt it, it had been keeping an eye on them, making it impossible for the resonance torpedoes to get close to its body. The Lord of the Calamity chased the Z-3 space battleship and attacked it, and its heat energy rays continued to consume the shield strength of the battleship. Shield strength 3%. The shield strength quickly dropped to the danger line, and at this time, the shield energy was not enough to defend the entire battleship. The heat energy rays could already attack the battleship armor. Come and taste my missile rain. The Lord of the Calamity opened his mouth and spit out metal balls with a mass of hundreds of tons. These metal balls are accelerated by the magnetic field in its body and have huge kinetic energy. Intercept with all your strength. Meng Hai's brain connected to the control system, and the defense weapons were fully open to intercept these metal bullets. But the energy of their warships was consumed too much by the Lord of Natural Disaster, giving the defense system less function. Conventional weapons, such as space hydrogen bombs and electromagnetic guns, can hardly intercept these weapons. They can only be evaporated with purgatory rays and plasma cannons. Help the brother warships intercept. The captains around noticed that Z-3 was already in danger, and they mobilized firepower to intercept the Lord of Natural Disaster's attack. One metal bullet was melted in half by the electromagnetic gun, and the other half still hit the warship. The armor shattered, and the entire battleship shook violently. The hull armor was damaged. 236 compartments were completely damaged, and emergency treatment is being carried out. The power system was damaged, and the speed continued to decrease. Meng Hai saw that the part that was hit on the three-dimensional map of the hull had completely turned into a damaged red warning. Command: our ship has been seriously damaged. Continue to attack or evacuate. Request instructions. Meng Hai urgently sent a message to the command. Evacuate personnel. The battleship is fully overloaded to escape. Do not attack, and pull the Lord of Natural Disaster as far away as possible. He Xingzhou ordered. Yes, Meng Hai shouted. Everyone, evacuate the battleship. Turn on the automatic control mode and continue to involve the Lord of the Scourge. In the warship channel, human-shaped shells were fired one after another, and those were crew members wearing armor. This improved escape method. In the previous war, even if the warship was abandoned, it was difficult for the crew to escape from the warship explosion or the pursuit of the Zerg because they were still in the space battlefield. It was also troublesome to search and rescue them. So the warship designer improved the escape system, in addition to the previous escape spacecraft, etc. Under special circumstances, the crew can be fired as a space electromagnetic cannon. Now, they are fired out, and their destination is Blue Star. Their speed will reach about 10% of the speed of light, which is the maximum speed at which the built-in force balance system of the armor can protect the human body. At this speed, the energy of the armor itself is not enough to slow it down, and it can only adjust the direction. So they will be launched to Blue Star, and rotate around Blue Star like a satellite to slow down, or they will be slowed down by the rescue team of Blue Star using magnetic field. In short, escaping in this way will greatly increase their survival rate. The Lord of the Calamity continued to pursue, and it had caught up with the Z-3 space battleship. This L-7 class battleship suffered a devastating blow on its first expedition. The claws of the Lord of the Calamity directly tore its hull. It swallowed the metal hull of the battleship like biting a piece of tofu, and converted it into its own mass and energy. It's really delicious. The Lord of the Scourge sighed. It's much more delicious than the big iron ball in the core of Venus. It's all space metals smelted by humans, which saves me the smelting process. Z-3 is offline. The hearts of other captains sank. The L-7 class battleship was so fragile in front of the Lord of the Scourge. The power of this pseudo-planet devourer once again refreshed the upper limit of humans facing the enemy. If it is a real planet devourer, how powerful would it be? The Lord of the Scourge is very fast. It devoured a huge battleship. The mass and energy lost by firing metal bullets and heat rays were replenished. And it was even stronger. The Lord of the Scourge locked the next target, the Z2 space battleship, and accelerated towards it. Our ship has been locked by the Lord of Disaster. Z2's Captain Zhuang Han shouted in the communication channel. The shield strength is continuously weakening. Hold on. He Xingzhou shouted. He was still waiting. At this time on Venus, the underground exploration robot was drilling rapidly underground and collecting data on shock waves. The super explosions launched on the surface of Venus will produce strong shock waves. This wave will be transmitted along the rock layer to the core. And the waves reflected from the core will also be transmitted. As long as the transmission speed of the wave is detected, the composition of the core of Venus and its resonant frequency can be analyzed. The radius of Venus is 6,000 kilometers. And the probe must be deep enough to enter under the crust and wait for the transmission of shock waves. Command: we have obtained the data of Venus's core. The person in charge of this task sent the information. It's timely. He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the detection work had started since the first explosion on the surface of Venus. Otherwise, if it was delayed for a while, the Lord of the Calamity would have wiped out their fleet. He Xingzhou immediately ordered all L7 class warships listen to the order. First, use nuclear electromagnetic pulses and proton beam super-electric fields to disrupt the electromagnetic field defense around the Lord of the Calamity. And then adjust the electromagnetic resonance wave attack according to the data received. The captains of each ship began to act according to the plan. On the warships, nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs and proton beam weapons were launched. And nuclear electromagnetic pulses and super-electric fields were spread around the Lord of the Calamity. It was as if it was surrounded by a chaotic super thunderstorm. The Lord of the Calamity was not afraid at all. And it was still attacked by these weapons on its body surface. Although its body surface was sometimes penetrated, it could quickly repair it and absorb the energy in it. Little human, you have no idea of the Zerg's ability. The Lord of the Calamity was full of energy. And it felt that its whole body was full of energy. And began to increase the output of the ray. Shield strength 10%. The shield strength of the Z2 space battleship was also almost exhausted. Zhuang Han gritted his teeth and said, "Start the electromagnetic resonance wave." Inside the battleship, an electromagnetic wave transmitter began to emit electromagnetic waves. Its frequency is adjusted to a fixed value. When it passes through the designated target, it will cause the target to resonate. Its attack speed is the speed of light, which is more efficient than the space resonance torpedo, with a wider attack surface and more difficult for the enemy to defend. When the ground-time electromagnetic resonance wave attacked, the Lord of the Calamity did not feel anything unusual. At this time, the nuclear electromagnetic pulses were all around it, so it could not accurately judge that the electromagnetic waves were affecting its body. The shield is completely destroyed. Z2 could no longer withstand the attack of the Lord of the Calamity. The opponent's attack directly hit the armor, and the armor began to wear out. Several warships were outputting electromagnetic resonance waves at full power, and its coverage range had completely covered the Lord of the Calamity. Not ready yet? Zhuang Han looked at the control diagram. The red part of the hull had reached 20%. Fortunately, the power cabin and the weapon cabin were not damaged. But if this continues, in another 5 minutes, they were either destroyed by the weapons of the Lord of the Calamity or torn alive by it. The electromagnetic resonance wave transmits energy to the body of the Lord of the Calamity, and the energy guides its body matter to begin to resonate slightly. With the continuous output of energy, the frequency of this resonance is increasing. My body has produced abnormal movement. The Lord of the Calamity realized that something was wrong. Its huge metal body actually began to vibrate slightly. This vibration is not the shaking of the body, but every molecule and every atom that makes up its body is vibrating. From the inside out, from the microscopic to the macroscopic. It tried hard to control its body, but with the output of energy, the resonance not only did not slow down, but began to intensify. No, humans already have long-range resonance weapons. The Lord of the Scourge realized the danger. The Z2 space battleship was right in front of it. As long as it made up its mind, it would inevitably destroy it. But at this time, the Lord of the Scourge was unwilling to take risks. Give me another 10 years. No. Just 5 years. I can evolve into a planet devourer. There is no need to fight them to the death. The Lord of the Scourge chose to escape. It needed to control its body stability. It can still withstand the current resonance amplitude. Once it exceeds its tolerance limit, when the body's structure begins to collapse, even if it is a planet devourer, it will be powerless. The Lord of the Scourge turned around and flew to Venus. As long as he returned to Venus, hid under the crust, or even dug into the core, 5,000 kilometers underground, human weapons would have no way to deal with it. Unless they could break Venus apart, the Lord of the Scourge is going to escape. The captains noticed this phenomenon at the first time. Don't let it run away. All members of the fleet intercept. And electromagnetic resonance waves continue to be emitted. He Xingzhou commanded the warship to turn around and pursue the attack. At the same time, in the outer space of Venus, an L5 level main fleet organized to launch a long-range attack on the Lord of Natural Disasters to prevent it from returning to Venus. Electromagnetic resonance array ready. Luan had set up an ambush in the atmosphere of Venus. In addition to the warships that can emit electromagnetic resonance waves, they also have additional electromagnetic resonance arrays to form meteorological weapons, which not only use electromagnetic waves, but also use atmospheric resonance to conduct resonance. Don't think about stopping me. The speed of the Lord of Natural Disasters reached the fastest, 90% of the speed of light, so that the L7 level warships could not catch up with it. Fortunately, the electromagnetic resonance is a light speed attack, which can still continue to affect it. The impact is getting bigger and bigger. The Lord of the Calamity can already feel his whole body vibrating, and even feels a tearing sensation. It's almost at the limit. The Lord of the Calamity has seen Venus, and it has begun to slow down. At its current speed, rushing into the atmosphere is comparable to an asteroid hitting Venus. The heat energy generated by the friction with the atmosphere alone can wear away half of its body. If it hits the surface of Venus again, the power will be much greater than the asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs. If it doesn't slow down, its own body will explode. And slowing down means that it will stay in the atmosphere for a longer time. When the Lord of the Calamity entered the atmosphere of Venus, a stronger and more familiar resonance frequency came, and the Lord of the Calamity realized that he had entered an ambush. There are also resonance weapons in the atmosphere. The Lord of the Calamity was horrified. The resonance could no longer be controlled and exceeded the limit that his body could bear. Look! The meteor is disintegrating. He Xingzhou pointed in the direction of Venus and said. At this moment, the commanders, captains, and crew members all looked towards Venus or the display screen, as well as billions of people from the Blue Star civilization, as well as by Ningxiang and others. A bright meteor flashed above Venus, and the body of the Lord of Disasters rubbed against the atmosphere and turned into a huge fireball. This fireball illuminated the entire planet. Even on the Blue Star, you could see a star shining brightly in the sky. This huge fireball did not hit Venus directly, but disintegrated into countless pieces in the atmosphere. It broke from a fireball into a sea of fire. From the perspective of the surface of Venus, you can see that the entire sky is burning with flames. The temperature rises sharply, and countless metal fragments hit the surface of Venus heavily. Even metal fragments with a diameter of only 1 meter can cause the same power as a hydrogen bomb explosion because the kinetic energy they carry is strong enough. Over Venus, a rain of metal shells that is more terrifying than a meteorite rain fell. The people they produce can melt the surface of the Earth, and the basalt is melted into magma again, flowing on the surface. At this time, whether it is the sky burning into a sea of fire or the ground forming a magma ocean, the real natural disaster, the end of the world, is nothing more than this. The Lord of Natural Disasters. It is indeed the Lord of Natural Disasters. Su Zhilan sighed. If this happened on Blue Star, the ecosystem of Blue Star would be completely destroyed. The Lord of Natural Disasters was disintegrated and exploded into countless pieces on Venus. It created the meteorite rain on Venus. The people of the Blue Star Alliance looked at this world wonder in horror. Even those who came from the era of disasters have never seen such a scene. The entire planetary atmosphere and surface are destroyed. The temperature of Venus rises again. The temperature of the surface of Venus is already over 400 degrees Celsius. Now Venus has completely become a high-temperature planet. I actually saw the legendary scene of world destruction with my own eyes. Even such a terrifying Lord of Calamity was killed by us. We defeated the Lord of Calamity and the Zerg of Venus. From now on, There will be one more planet in the territory of Blue Star Civilization. Huh? The Lord of Calamity has also collapsed. Bai Ningxiang exhaled deeply. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to imagine that a civilization that didn't even have a first-level star destroyer could collapse a Zerg that was about to evolve into a planet devourer into countless pieces, creating an extremely spectacular planetary spectacle. He Xingzhou and the Blue Star Civilization are always creating miracles. Bai Shirzao was filled with emotion when he saw this scene. Their rise is unstoppable. Once the Lord of the Calamity dies, the Venus Zerg will no longer have the power to resist. The Mercury Zerg can only wait for death, unless the Devourer of Planets appears on Jupiter or other planets. The Blue Star Civilization will rise completely. Chapter 212. The Superstar Ring is completed. Outside the orbit of Mars, the Furnace Worm King led the Mercury Zerg army and finally broke through the blockade and killed here. The Furnace Worm King also quickly learned about the movement on Venus. The Lord of the Calamity has fallen? The Furnace Worm King was horrified. The Lord of the Calamity was a high-level Zerg that was about to evolve into a planet devourer. Humans could actually kill it. How could human technology advance so fast? My king, what should we do? The Lord of the Calamity is dead, and Venus will inevitably fall into the hands of humans. The insects asked. The Furnace Worm King analyzed. If humans can kill the Lord of the Calamity, they can kill us. It will take a while to attack Mars now. When the main fleet of humans arrives, we will also suffer. Then should we retreat? The insects have already decided to retreat. Insects that have evolved to the level of insect kings are very cunning. Like humans, they are afraid of death and have 7 emotions and 6 desires. No, said the Furnace Insect King. If we retreat to Mercury now, we must pass through the orbits of Blue Star and Venus. The human fleet must have ambushed them. Retreating now is to die. In that case, go directly to Jupiter, said the Furnace Insect King. Jupiter has such a large mass and volume that even if there is a planet devourer on it, we can find a place to live. Jupiter's mass is 2.5 times the total mass of other planets in the solar system, 217.89 times that of the blue planet, and its volume is 1,316 times that of the blue planet. Humans have discovered about 80 satellites of Jupiter, and its resources are enough to cultivate a sufficient number of planet devourers. Go to Jupiter. The Furnace King has made up his mind. He knows that if he breaks into the territory of other species, he will either be devoured or surrender. But for now, he can only try Jupiter first. If he can't stay in Jupiter, he can still look for opportunities in Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. As for the asteroid belt between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, no king will consider it. The mass of all meteorites and asteroids in the asteroid belt is not as large as the moon, and the distribution is extremely sparse. This mass can't even support a nuclear giant. The Mercury Zerg team began to give up fighting the human fleet and cross Mars to the direction of Jupiter. Report to the commander. The enemy intends to evacuate Mars and go to Jupiter. The battlefield observer reported the situation in time. They are willing to give up Mars and Mercury. These Zergs are really willing to give up. He Hongwei had already followed the command ship to Mars when the Mercury Zerg was dispatched. Xia Wu, I'll leave this to you. I'll go chase the Mercury Zerg. He Hongwei said to Xia Wu, the Mars defense commander. Commander He? Don't worry. Mars is impregnable. Xia Wu responded. The Zergs withdrew. Unless the Jupiter Zerg attacked Mars at this time, it would be impossible for Mars to be conquered by the Mercury Zerg alone. He Hongwei led the fleet to pursue, and those slower Zergs were chased by the warships, and they were captured by bombardment and wounding. Kill the Furnace Bug King. He Hongwei personally sat on an L7 class space battleship and chased in deep space. Purgatory rays and space weapons were continuously fired, and the Furnace Bug King resisted while running for his life. Its speed has exceeded that of the L7 class battleship, and it is very close to the Lord of the Scourge. No kinetic weapon can catch up with it, and only lightspeed rays can attack it. It's a pity that we can't know its resonance frequency. Otherwise we can use electromagnetic resonance waves to attack it. He Hongwei watched the Furnace Bug King running farther and farther, and it was difficult to catch up. There is only one L7 class battleship here, and the other battleships are fighting on Venus. He knows that he can't catch up with the Furnace King this time. We are about to enter the asteroid belt. The subordinate reminded. The asteroid belt is very dangerous. The danger of the asteroid belt is not because there are many asteroids and meteorites, which are easy to collide. In fact, On the scale of space, these meteorites and asteroids are almost negligible. And even if there are, they can be quickly evaporated by the plasma weapons of the battleship. The reason why it is dangerous here is that this is the patrol range of the Jupiter Zerg. Human reconnaissance ships have encountered the Zerg King several times here. And there have been encounters. Turn around, He Hongwei said. We can't have a conflict with the Jupiter Zerg at this time. Their war against Venus and Mercury has not yet ended. If they provoke the powerful Jupiter Zerg, they may destroy civilization. He Hongwei reported the situation. The Furnace Zerg King fled to Jupiter. And we wiped out 1/3 of the Mercury Zerg. And the other 2/3 fled to other planets. We are now retreating and sending more reconnaissance ships to patrol the asteroid belt. Understood. The top priority is to clean up Venus and Mercury as soon as possible, He Xingzhou said. On Venus, the death of the Lord of the Disaster has foreshadowed the defeat of the Venus Zerg. Those Zergs with space flight capabilities began to flee to outer space. And some Zergs drilled into the Earth's crust. Cleaning them up is another very troublesome task. Z1. Z5. Go to Mercury and help the fleet capture Mercury, He Xingzhou commanded. Received. 2 L7 class space battleship captains immediately rushed to Mercury. And the rest of the battleships assisted in killing the enemy in the outer space of Venus. The natural disaster caused by the disintegration of the Lord of Natural Disasters is still happening on Venus. If there is no external intervention, this chaos will last for more than a few hundred years. And even the surface temperature of Venus will continue to rise. Whether weapons are fully committed to stabilizing the atmosphere, He Xingzhou said. The ground troops landed and went to the underground insect nest to clear it out. Yes. A large number of weather stabilizers were dropped into the atmosphere by warships to calm thunderstorms and air currents. The ground troops began to finish the work. The advanced Zerg either fled or hid. The ground combat was much smoother than before. Until one day later, the last insect nest on the surface of Venus and Mercury was occupied by humans. He Xingzhou announced to the whole society, we have successfully occupied Venus and Mercury. From now on, these two planets will be included in the jurisdiction of Blue Star Civilization. We will set up the Venus Fleet and the Mercury Fleet, which have corresponding planetary management agencies and development agencies. After He Xingzhou made his announcement, the Blue Star Alliance celebrated collectively. In the virtual world, people cheered loudly in the world square, fired salutes, and lit up the sky. In the real world, the Blue Star Alliance offices, schools, enterprises, and other places all broadcast the news of the victory of the war. Warmly congratulate the fleet's victory. Wish the Blue Star Civilization to become more prosperous and powerful, and become an advanced civilization as soon as possible. We won. Friends. We won. We have 4 planets. We must make preparations to welcome the triumphant soldiers and handle the aftermath of the sacrificed heroes. All parties took action. The Blue Star Civilization has sufficient experience in dealing with war. The civilization level of Blue Star Civilization needs to be updated. Bai Ningxiang smiled and said, your rating is at least 1.5. And it may reach 1.7. It's still early. He Xingzhou is not enthusiastic about this for the time being. Taking Venus and Mercury is only the first step for Blue Star Civilization to truly control the solar system. Soon, they will face threats from other planets such as Jupiter and Saturn, as well as enemies from surrounding star systems. With the resources of Venus and Mercury, building a superstar ring is not a problem. Within 10 years, the superstar ring must be built, He Xingzhou said in the Interstellar Construction Department of the Blue Star Alliance. After the war, it was busy work again. And this was true for the entire civilization. When civilization expanded rapidly, everyone was busy and happy. In the period when the resources of Blue Star Civilization increased rapidly, as long as you worked hard, you could get rich rewards. If you achieve some more results, it might not be impossible to become a celebrity in the new era. In order to cope with this development, Blue Star Civilization has introduced a series of policies to promote fertility to increase the population. In the decades since the new era, the total population of the Blue Star Alliance has returned to the total population of Blue Star before the catastrophe. 7 billion humans are still very rare in today's Blue Star Alliance. The improvement of energy utilization efficiency will allow Blue Planet to support more than 100 billion people. Now, there are only 5 billion people living on Blue Planet, and 2 billion people live on Mars. Venus and Mercury are not suitable for human habitation, and the investment in environmental transformation is too large. But in order to develop the resources of the two planets, He Xingzhou plans to build human cities and space cities on both planets, especially Mercury, as the planet closest to the Sun. It will be one of the key areas for He Xingzhou to build a Dyson sphere. Mercury should become a resource planet and a military base. The Dyson Sphere Construction Center should be located on Mercury, He Xingzhou thought. Once the superstar ring is completed, he will immediately start designing and manufacturing the Dyson sphere. That requires enough energy to unlock the corresponding technology. For this, He Xingzhou has to build more nuclear fusion energy stations. 10 years later, at He Xingzhou's home, He Qihong, Jian Wanrong, He Mingyao, and Su Zhilan are all there. He Xingzhou goes home to live for a while every once in a while. His parents have already shown signs of aging because they cannot undergo genetic modification. The development of technology has allowed humans, who have undergone genetic modification, to have an average lifespan of 800 years. The average lifespan of humans, who have not undergone modification, is also 140 years. He Xingzhou once proposed that his parents undergo computerized thinking modification, or use human cryopreservation technology to put them into a deep sleep, and then wake them up after the genetic modification problem is solved. But the two elders refused, because they believed that they were not themselves, but robots with their own thoughts. There are many discussions about this issue in society. Regarding human cryonics, the two responded with only 2 words: tired. From the era of catastrophe to the new era, there have been too many disasters, and most of their old friends have passed away. There are new disasters every time. We are too tired, and we don't want to become robots, He Qihong said. To be able to live a healthy life of 140 years is also something that our contemporaries aspire to, and we are already satisfied. Yes, it's still early, Jiang Wanrong said. According to the date, we still have a few decades. Yes, maybe my parents will change their minds by then, He Mingyao said. We are studying silicon-based life recently, and we have achieved some results through the research on silicon-based insects. The emergence of silicon-based insects has also improved the corresponding technology of mankind. Strong artificial intelligence, and even silicon-based life, continue to make research and development breakthroughs. If you treat every day as the end of the world, you will feel much happier. Jiang Monrong smiled. He Mingyao glanced at He Xingzhou, who was distracted by his work, and complained, "Even if tomorrow is the end of the world, my brother probably won't feel anything." Su Zhilan smiled and said, "That's true. The end of the world is as common to him as the weekend. The end of the world is nothing. This is rare." He Xingzhou pointed to the structural diagram in front of him excitedly and said, "The main structure of the superstar ring has been completed. The planetary particle collider and the planetary orbital cannon have been completed. Only the space city is left. The space city can be built slowly. The scientific research and military parts have been completed, which has exceeded my expectations at the time." He Xingzhou was really happy. He thought it would take at least 30 years to build the superstar ring. After trying, it was completed in more than 20 years. This is also thanks to the Pleiades Society. If it weren't for the battle with Rafar, He Xingzhou experimented with the asteroid orbital cannon and obtained a large amount of refined space metal. The construction speed would definitely not be so fast. Is the construction completed? Then can the planetary orbital cannon be used? He Mingyao asked quickly. It should be possible. It has not been launched yet. The launch requires too much energy, so it should not be tested for weapons, He Xingzhou said. Generally, after the manufacture of weapons is completed, weapons tests will be conducted to test the effect. But this planetary orbital cannon, one shot will fire a metal shell of millions of tons, and the energy consumed by continuous acceleration is comparable to fighting a space war. Such a huge consumption will not be activated until the critical moment. Su Zhilan said in surprise, "So, even if there is a space hive attack or a planetary devourer attack, we have a means of defense." "That's right." He Xingzhou nodded and said, "Planetary orbital cannons, according to my calculations, should be enough to deal with the juvenile and growing stages of devourers, but not the mature ones. But we probably have to wait for our neighbors before we wait for devourers. The fleets of the Nanha civilization and the Sirius civilization, are they coming?" He Mingyao asked hurriedly. According to the information provided by Ningxiang, they are 4 years earlier than expected and should arrive in the solar system in 4 years, He Xingzhou said. The Black Sea civilization has been monitoring the Pleiades fleet, just after the Blue Star civilization defeated the Lord of the Calamity. Their fleet suddenly accelerated. Bai Ningxiang even suspected that they had spy satellites in the solar system, or that someone in the Black Sea civilization had betrayed the civilization and colluded with the Pleiades. In short, the other party was obviously worried that the night would be long and dreamy, and planned to fight quickly. He Xingzhou's several counterattacks made them feel guilty. The overall speed of the fleet has reached 70% of the speed of light. The faster the acceleration, the more energy is consumed, and the less energy can be used in this war. The enemy's actions prove that they have begun to worry that the Blue Star civilization is developing too fast. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it, He Xingzhou said. Everyone pack up. We will go to the inauguration ceremony of the Superstar Ring. Chapter 213 Live broadcast of planetary orbital cannon. Everyone dressed up, attached nano armor, and headed for ladder number 1. At ladder number 1, the accompanying personnel were already ready. Today's space elevator has been transformed. It is no longer a simple connection between the space station and the spaceport. It can continue to rise and connect to the Superstar Ring. He Xingzhou rarely opened his personal live broadcast, and hundreds of millions of viewers from the Blue Star civilization poured into the live broadcast room within a few minutes. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. Haha. The Commander-in-Chief is on the air. The most popular person on the entire network. Here. A 30-year-old fan came uninvited. Commander-in-Chief, are you on the space elevator? The Commander-in-Chief is going live. There must be something important to say, and this post is a testimony. He Xingzhou said to the audience. Today's live broadcast is not for anything else. Just to take everyone to visit our Superstar Ring. The inauguration ceremony of the Superstar Ring is about to be held. I believe everyone has seen it in the news. Now we will go to the greatest man-made construction and technological creation in the history of Blue Star. The Blue Star Superstar Ring. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, everyone was full of expectations. The construction of the Superstar Ring is related to the entire civilization. Everyone knows that there are as many as 1 billion people directly and indirectly involved in the construction. Even the residents on Mars open the live broadcast room to watch the situation. As the space elevator rises to a certain height, you can see the location of the Superstar Ring. Looking up, a huge ring-shaped structure appears in the sky. It is so huge that it looks like a metal belt of the blue star, tied above the equator. The perspective switches to the space perspective. From the perspective of outer space, this steel giant surrounds the blue star, as if the blue star is wearing God-level equipment. With a sense of technology plus 99999, we are about to arrive at the Superstar Ring Station number 1. Lu Mi, as a virtual tour guide, broadcasts the information. The elevator slows down and stands steady. When the door opens, a group of interstellar builders of the Superstar Ring are already waiting for them. Commander-in-Chief, Su Tingbin stood in front of He Xingzhou. Compared with decades ago, he looked much more mature and had a short beard. The main structure of the Superstar Ring has been completed. Please inspect it, Su Tingbin reported. Okay, let's go see the Ring Planet Particle Collider first, He Xingzhou said. Behind him, his parents, Su Zhilan, He Mengyao, and others also followed to visit. They have been to space many times, but they are still relatively unfamiliar with the Superstar Ring, because during the construction process, except for the staff, ordinary people are not allowed to visit. Walking on the Superstar Ring feels like walking on a giant space station, because it is large enough. When walking on it, people don't feel like walking on a ring-shaped building, but instead feel like they are on a square three-dimensional space station. Along the way, you can watch the scene in space through the glass window, looking down at the blue planet. The blue mother planet is full of vitality, with super buildings on the ground, active spacecraft, rockets, and space motherships in the atmosphere, and a large number of spaceports, space stations, satellites, and patrolling space warships in the forbidden orbit. When did people imagine that the blue planet would develop into such a scene? And looking up at the starry sky, countless stars are shining, and the vast and unknown universe has always made people's hearts expand in an instant. The vastness in the defense. When you climb high and look far away, you will always have a feeling of the vastness of the world and the vicissitudes of time. And when you look at the scenery on the Superstar Ring, your mind will be extremely empty. In this boundless universe, all worries and sorrows will be swept away. On the scale of the universe, Even the blue planet, the solar system, and the Milky Way are just a speck of dust. What are all human emotions? This is the control center of our ring planet particle collider. Su Tingbin led everyone to the control center. Here, there is a projection of a superstar ring. If you enlarge it, you can see the details of every part of it. Su Tingbin introduced. This holographic controller is connected to countless sensors on the superstar ring in real time. The real-time status of any component and part can be seen clearly here. The human field of vision is really limited, and we can only get a glimpse of the entire appearance of the giant structure through this range. He Xingzhou saw that in the middle was a vacuum tube surrounding the planet, surrounded by magnetic field accelerators and nuclear fusion reactors, and also equipped with particle beam emitters, particle traps, and microscopic observers to observe the physical phenomenon of particle collisions. Using a particle collider surrounding the planet, particles can be added to a speed infinitely close to the speed of light for collision. This will have a huge impact on our basic scientific research. If Dean Kongqing were still here, he would be very happy. He Xingzhou said with emotion. The teacher's dream is also our dream. Su Tingbin said that he is not only a key figure in the interstellar construction department, but also one of the leaders of the Academy of Sciences. Behind him, there are also a group of students looking up at the stars. Using this circumstellar particle collider, we will study antimatter, dark energy, and grand unified theory. Human civilization will definitely reach a higher level. In the virtual world, seeing the circumstellar particle collider, people also said, I miss Mr. Kong. If it weren't for Mr. Kong, our civilization would have been destroyed. From the era of catastrophe to the new era, countless scientists and engineers are struggling. Thank you, Mr. Kong. Do you see it? We are walking on the road you have walked, and we have to go further. I am so touched. We have completed such a great project. At this time, Su Tingbin said to He Xingzhou, Commander-in-Chief, I have a request. You say, He Xingzhou said. I request to resign from the position of Interstellar Construction Department and concentrate on the research of particle collision experiments. This is my long-cherished wish. Su Tingbin's eyes were firm. At present, when the Blue Star civilization is developing rapidly, the Interstellar Construction Department is definitely the most popular and top functional department in the civilization. Whether it is planetary surface construction, outer space construction, or alien planet development, this department is mainly responsible. Countless people are trying their best to get in, but Su Tingbin, who holds an important position, is willing to give it up. He Xingzhou did not refuse, because he knew that the research of basic science is the foundation of civilization development. Okay, He Xingzhou said. The Alliance will definitely remember your contribution. From today on, you will be the first person in charge of the scientific research of the planetary collider, and you have the right to mobilize the Academy of Sciences and related resources. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Su Tingbin thanked him. Everyone also congratulated Su Tingbin. They knew that this task was no easier than in the Interstellar Construction Department. In addition to the planetary particle collider, the next important structure is the planetary orbital gun. The planetary orbital gun and the planetary particle collider are actually independent orbits, because there can be no interference during the particle collider experiment. Therefore, there is a certain distance between the two pipes, and you have to take an elevator to get there. He Xingzhou couldn't visit the artillery track, so he could only take the audience to visit the control room and the projectile. Here is the projectile of our planetary orbital cannon. He Xingzhou came to the projectile storage room, and a huge metal ball appeared inside. It is made of metal casting and has no special structure. There is only one thing. The mass is large enough. He Xingzhou introduced. This ordinary projectile will gain enough kinetic energy after the planetary orbit and magnetic acceleration. Once launched and hit the target, the power it generates is very terrifying. Let's talk about this one. If the asteroid that hit the blue planet and caused the extinction of the dinosaurs appeared here, this shot would be able to smash it. 666. Hearing He Xingzhou's description, the audience shouted collectively, Nice beer crass. A mediocre planetary orbital cannon. Come on. Put me in front of the cannon and fire a shot to cheer everyone up. Can this shot kill the devourer of planets? Someone asked. He Xingzhou said, We don't know the data about the devourer of planets, but I can be sure that the planetary orbital cannon is enough to kill the insect king of the level of the Lord of the Disaster of Venus with one shot. A juvenile devourer of planets should also be no problem. So, if the devourer of planets attacks Blue Planet, We can also defend it? Everyone was surprised. He Xingzhou said, everyone. We must realize that the planetary orbital cannon is not invincible. Its power is indeed strong. But it has advantages and disadvantages. When attacking fixed targets, such as attacking a fixed super insect nest on Jupiter or Saturn, we can directly launch the planetary orbital cannon on Blue Planet. These super insect nests will not move and will be destroyed by us. But if our target is a super insect king, a devourer of planets that can move at sublight speed, the shells cannot hit them at a long distance. The direction of the planetary orbital gun is fixed when it is fired. In the next few years, we will manufacture projectiles that can adjust the direction. But even so, if the enemy moves too fast and the distance is far enough, it is still difficult to hit the target. Its biggest advantage is that the distance is close enough. For example, when the enemy attacks outer space, its firepower will be very strong. After He Xingzhou's explanation, everyone realized that the planetary orbital gun does not mean that humans are invincible in the solar system, but it supplements part of the firepower and defense of the near-Earth orbit. Today's live broadcast ends here, He Xingzhou said. The supporting space buildings are being built on the superstar ring. Everyone will have the opportunity to visit, live, or work in the superstar ring in the future. No, I haven't seen enough. The audience was still not satisfied. It's off the air so soon. It's too hard. We asked this anchor to broadcast live, but he didn't. The commander-in-chief is always awesome. Although He Xingzhou turned off the live broadcast, reporters from the TV station and publicity staff from the Academy of Sciences were also broadcasting related interviews and programs. A large number of viewers flocked to learn about the super ring. As for He Xingzhou, he took Su Zhilan and He Mengyao to the first space building in the super ring, the Dubai restaurant. As for his parents, because they were not very adapted to the space environment, they went to the gravity adaptation room to rest. In the building part of the super ring, a space restaurant stands here. Outside, there is a huge white dolphin statue, which is carved based on Dubai. The dolphin possessed by Bai Ningxiang also followed them here. When she saw the restaurant, she was surprised and said, "Has the restaurant been built? I am the first alien with assets on Blue Star, and it is the first commercial building on the superstar ring," He Xingzhou added. They came to the inside of the restaurant, where there was also a sculpture, a real-life sculpture of Bai Ningxiang. The exquisite and beautiful mermaid seemed to be flying in the starry sky. Su Zhilan said, "This is a work of art that took a famous sculptor from our Blue Star 5 years to complete. This statue alone is priceless on Blue Star." Bai Ningxiang was even happier when she heard her say that. She waved her hand and said, "I will pay for all the consumption today. Sister Ningxiang is awesome," He Mengyao said flatteringly. The three of them sat at a table. There were professional chefs and fresh ingredients. In addition to the regular Blue Star ingredients, there were also plants and animals cultivated in space, fungi, and new ingredients cultivated on Mars using Zerd biotechnology. China's food culture has long gone to the stars. The chefs have processed these new ingredients, and countless new delicacies have appeared. It can be said that even if you eat a new dish every day and live for 500 years, the dishes will never be the same. 1 portion of space fragrant beans, 1 portion of stir-fried Mars insect meat, 1 portion of space squid, 1 portion of bayou fruit, and this portion of clone manna insect king leg meat. Most of the people working in the restaurant are robots. And there are also some robots among the chefs. Only VIPs can enjoy human services. He Mengyao picked up a piece of manna insect king's leg meat and said with a smile, "When I was in school, someone asked on the internet whether the meat of the insect king was delicious. Now it's here. If the manna insect king knew that he was cloned and made into a dish, he would be so angry that he would come back to life." Su Zhilan joked. After being cooked, the meat of the insect race is rich in energy and is a very nutritious ingredient. The meat of the insect king is even more precious. These dishes were also the first time for He Xingzhou to eat. Bai Ningxiang, who loves food, used Dubai's body to feast on them and ate non-stop. He Xingzhou asked, "Where are the fleets of the Nanha civilization and the Tianlang civilization now? Do you have any information?" Bai Ningxiang's mouth was full of food. She said vaguely, "We have been monitoring them. A year ago, the fleet of Nanha civilization and the fleet of Tianlang civilization had already joined together. Now they are 3 light years away from the solar system. At their sailing speed, it will take more than 4 years to reach the edge of the solar system. How many fleets are there?" This is the question that He Xingzhou is most concerned about. Bai Ningxiang didn't speak. He Xingzhou looked at her in confusion. After a few seconds, he found that Bai choked because he ate too much and wanted to speak. Doctor? He Mengyao shouted quickly. The robot doctor came over to deal with it. He Mengyao said speechlessly. Sister Ningxiang, you are too anxious. Bai Ningxiang said helplessly. I am not familiar with this body. Let's get back to the point. The fleet of the Nanha civilization has a total of 500 ships. And the same is true for the Tianlang civilization. Bai Ningxiang said. 1,000 warships does not mean that the fleets of the two civilizations are not strong. Because the higher the level of warships, the more difficult it is to build. And the number is naturally smaller. Just like before the catastrophe era. An aircraft carrier battle group can crush a large number of conventional fleets. Space battleships have expanded this gap countless times. A star destroyer can suppress all the warships of the Blue Star civilization with firepower. Chapter 214 Conspiracy. The main battleships are all L5 to L7 space battleships. And each side has an L9 star destroyer. Bai Ningxiang's words made He Xingzhou feel a little worried. 10 years ago, the Blue Star civilization had only 7 L7 space battleships. 10 years later, this number has only increased to 57. An average of 7 per year. It is difficult to increase the manufacturing speed of L7 space battleships, because it requires too many resources. Blue Star, Mars, Venus, Mercury. 4 planets are mining together. Plus the construction of superstar rings and other buildings. And this manufacturing speed can only be achieved at present. If you want to surpass the opponent in the overall strength of the fleet, there are only 4 years left. Even if everyone works without eating or drinking, it is impossible to do it. How powerful is their star destroyer? Su Jilan asked. The specific information is not clear yet. Bai Ningxiang said. Just judging by the appearance, speed and other structures. The star destroyer of Tianhe civilization is a refurbished product of an old star destroyer of Pleiades civilization. It is the most basic star destroyer. The star destroyer of Syria civilization should have been built not long ago. And its performance should be more powerful. No matter which one it is. It can easily destroy all the buildings and military bases on the surface of a planet. This is bad. Su Jilan frowned slightly and analyzed. Our planetary orbital guns are powerful in attacking fixed targets. If we attack star destroyers, the accuracy will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the weapons on the star destroyers should also be able to carry out ultra-long-range space strikes. No matter which planet our fleets come to fight, all the buildings on that planet will be destroyed. We can't afford to lose any planet. Yes, He Mengyao said. Our enemies include not only the fleet of the Pleiades, but also the Zerg. In the war with the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization, no matter who wins or loses, we will be in a desperate situation. Unless, she thought of a possibility. But it seemed unrealistic. Everyone understood her idea. And He Xingzhou said, unless the Zerg will attack their fleet. This is impossible, He Mengyao said. The Zerg will not listen to us. Now we don't want to provoke them at will. Lest the Zerg on Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and other planets come to attack us. There must be a devourer among them. Even if it is a juvenile. It will bring us a huge disaster. It's not impossible. Bai Ningxiang smiled and said, Do you have a way? He Xingzhou looked at her. It's not that I have a way. It's you who have to find a way. Bai Ningxiang continued. I can also give you some information about the Zerg. This information is the information obtained by our Black Sea civilization in the light of the Milky Way. You can't even buy it in the Order Alliance. The Black Sea civilization has also encountered Zerg harassment. They have been studying Zerg for a long time, and have much more intelligence than them. Lu Mi. Block this place, He Xingzhou said directly. Although they were talking, people around them couldn't hear it because of the soundproofing. But for such an important matter, He Xingzhou still took an extra layer of insurance. Robots immediately appeared around the Dubai Starry Sky restaurant, creating an electromagnetic protection layer to isolate the space they were in to ensure that secrets would not be leaked. Bai Ningxiang said, on a planet, once a planet devourer appears among the Zerg, other Zerg will either fight it and become the master here, or surrender, or leave here to continue evolving. If something unexpected happens to the devourer, all the Zerg on this planet will fight it desperately. The rules of the Zerg are engraved in their genes, no matter where they are in the universe. He Xingzhou thought, you mean? If they attack the devourer? Then the Zerg will definitely cause trouble for them. That's it. Bai Ningxiang said. Several people thought about it. The other party is not a fool. Before they take down the Blue Star civilization, they will definitely not provoke the Zerg. The solar system is so vast that their fleet can completely bypass those planets and space hives. He Mengyao said, so, if we disguise ourselves as them and attack the Zerg will attack them. Disguise is not necessarily safe. Su Xilan analyzed. The Zerg are also very intelligent. They may choose to sit on the mountain and watch the fight, unless the enemy fleet really threatens their survival. He Xingzhou remembered that in the virtual universe, the members of the Pleiades wanted to take over the solar system, and the Zerg in the solar system. Because the Aura Alliance has rewards for killing Zerg, He Xingzhou has accumulated a lot of them, and has not redeemed them. The first time you kill a planetary overlord, you can redeem the prizes in the T2 reward library. The first time you kill a planetary devourer, you can also redeem the prizes in the T3 reward library, which are the creations of the third-level civilization. In addition, there are a large number of points that can be redeemed for cosmic coins. The Zerg in the solar system are also resources. They are the target of biotechnology research. The rewards for redemption alone will allow a first-level civilization to upgrade to a second-level civilization. It seems that this is not impossible to do. He Xingzhou's thoughts gradually became clear. For the Zerg, we and them are all enemies of the Zerg. For them, the Zerg and we are all enemies. None of us three parties can cooperate with each other. The Pleiades will be in a competitive relationship with us. And we can't cooperate with the Zerg, because the potential of the Zerg far exceeds that of both of us. Whether we cooperate with the Zerg or they cooperate with the Zerg, after destroying the third party, the strength of the Zerg will skyrocket. By then, the complete form of the Devourer of Planets will be born, and even the second-level civilization will not be able to defeat it. As long as we divert the trouble to the east, it is possible that the Zerg and the Pleiades fleet will go to war in advance. What do you want to do? Bai Ningxiang looked at him curiously. Lu Mi. The solar system star map. He Xingzhou shouted. Lu Mi projected the solar system star map in front of them. The information on it was updated in real time. It came from the Zerg probe that He Xingzhou had exchanged, and the information satellite network that has been spread throughout the solar system for decades. Everyone, look! He Xingzhou pointed to the 4 planets and said, of the 8 planets in the solar system, we control 4 planets with smaller masses. The masses of Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are much larger than those of the blue planet. There must be planet devourers on them. The fleets of the Nanha and Sirius civilizations will definitely avoid these planets, because we can't afford to provoke the Zerg on them now, and they are not willing to provoke them easily. It's too difficult to make a fuss from these 4 planets. If we provoke the Devourer of Planets, it will trigger a full-scale war between us and the Zerg. By then, even without the Pleiades fleet, the Zerg may destroy us. So our goal can only be here. He pointed to a planet, which was at the edge of the solar system, within the Kuiper Belt. The Kuiper Belt is the space debris left over from the formation of the solar system. It contains a large number of meteorites, comets, and other celestial bodies. They are attracted by the gravity of the sun and form a meteorite layer at the outermost edge of the solar system. The planet marked by He Xingzhou was once considered to be one of the planets in the solar system, Pluto, because its mass is too small and it does not have enough gravity to clear other celestial bodies in its orbit. It was kicked out of the planet and is a dwarf planet. Pluto's mass ranks 10th among the celestial bodies orbiting the sun, and its volume ranks 9th. He Xingzhou said, according to our estimates, Pluto should also be able to give birth to the Devourer of Planets. And because its mass is relatively small, and it is far away from the sun, there is not enough solar energy and relatively little geothermal energy. So the Zerg will evolve more slowly. Even if the Devourer of Planets appears, its evolution level will not be too high now. Su Xilan recalled, when the Pleiades reconnaissance ship came to the solar system, it was attacked by the Zerg on Pluto. Yes, He Xingzhou said. After that, we also sent out reconnaissance ships to conduct reconnaissance. There are 5 space Zerg nests outside Pluto, which are built on Pluto's 5 satellites, Charon I to Charon V. On Pluto, the Zerg life form is carbon-based Zerg, and they mainly live in the shallow surface. That area is very suitable for us to fight. We choose a time to attack Pluto? Su Xilan asked. For example, before the enemy fleet is about to arrive. Attack Pluto, and then lure the Zerg to attack the Pleiades fleet? Almost, He Xingzhou said. My idea is, If we are going to do it, we should do it big. Just take Pluto and give it to the fleet of the Pleiades civilization. Brother, what do you want to do? He Mengyao asked. This idea is not mature yet. He Xingzhou smiled mysteriously and said, the military plan needs to be further improved. Then I'll wait for your good news. Bai Ningxiang said. He Xingzhou immediately convened a meeting of the first-level commanders of the Blue Star Alliance. In addition to the previous Xuanwu executive, the first-level commanders include Luowen, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet, Xie Wu, the commander of the Mars Base, Lei Yuanfeng, the commander of the Venus Fleet, and Qiu Hongqin, the commander of the Mercury Base, who were promoted to first-level commanders. That's all the information that honorary commander Bai Ningxiang brought us. He Xingzhou recounted the information that Bai Ningxiang had just brought us, and finished his thoughts. Commander-in-Chief, I think we must let the Zerg and the Pleiades fleet collide. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them with our strength alone. We can hardly deal with the 2-star destroyers alone. Qiu Hong said. This is inevitable. He Hongwei analyzed. The key is how to make them rub against each other. Cui Weiman said. The enemy fleet has traveled more than 10 light-years to the solar system. Its energy consumption must be very high. It is not good for them to start a war against us urgently at this time. I have seen the virtual battle between the commander-in-chief and the commander of the Tianhe civilization. Rafar. Rafar is a cautious person. With his style, he will definitely repair and replenish energy in the outer part of the solar system before launching a war against us. After all, the Nanhe civilization and the Sirius civilization are first-level civilizations after all. Crossing the star system consumes a lot of energy. Just accelerating the warship to 60% or 70% of the speed of light consumes countless energy. He Xingzhou agreed and said, you think the same as me. Their fleet came to the solar system and attacked us directly. Their risks are also huge. At this time, they need a place to mine energy and rest. Looking at the solar system, the Kuiper Belt outside the solar system is the best choice. And Pluto in the Kuiper Belt is the best place to mine energy. In fact, even if we don't take action, they will have friction with the Zerg on Pluto. But this is not enough. With their strength, it is easy to take down Pluto. We must expand the contradiction and make the Zerg mistakenly believe that we are cooperating with them and attacking the Zerg together. It is best to control the scope to Pluto and Neptune. He Xingzhou continued, so, my idea is that we should take down Pluto before they come and kill or capture the Devourer on Pluto. When their fleet arrives, evacuate Pluto, disguise as them, and attack Neptune. Let the Zerg of Neptune fight with them. LV Meifa asked, they should be able to guess this idea. Yes, they can guess it. And the Zerg can guess it too, He Xingzhou said directly. But this is an open conspiracy. Because Rafar and Grey Wolf, their fleets come to the solar system and must replenish energy. In the Kuiper Belt, only Pluto is the most suitable. If they don't choose Pluto, they can only choose to travel a long way and fight us. Or go to war with the Zerg of other planets. The result is still the same. And for the Zerg, they don't know our relationship at all. Neither of us will cooperate with the Zerg. Because whoever dares to cooperate with the Zerg will help the Zerg grow. At that time, we will report directly to the Order Alliance. Even the Pleiades civilization cannot withstand the sanctions of the Order Alliance. When we give Pluto to them, they have to accept it. At this time, the Zerg cannot determine whether we want to join forces to eliminate them. So the Zerg can only attack if the intelligence provided by the Black Sea civilization is accurate. This is indeed an open conspiracy, Song Jinghong analyzed. The key lies in 2 points. The accuracy of the intelligence, and whether we can control the trend of the war. In terms of intelligence, we can only choose to trust honorary commander Bai Ningxiang, Lei Yuanfeng said. No one objected, because the news of the enemy fleet's attack was provided by Bai Ningxiang, and the Blue Star civilization had no ability to detect areas outside the solar system. As for the trend of the war, Lei Yuanfeng said, there are also 2 difficulties in controlling it. First, if there is a planet devourer on Pluto, how can we kill or capture it? Second, how to control the scope of the war only in the area around Pluto and Neptune, and prevent the Zerg and local fleets from coming to our territory. Neither the Zerg nor the enemy fleet will be controlled by us. Everyone thought hard. At present, the first problem is already difficult. But there is still a way to think of it. And the second is difficult to control. We can only rely on deterrence and gaining war advantages, He Xingzhou said. rely on planetary orbital guns and space defense systems to kill all invading Zerg and local fleets, so that the enemy dare not easily invade. Secondly, we must invest enough forces in Neptune, Pluto, and the Kuiper Belt to ensure that the military forces there can cope with the war. To accomplish these, the best choice is to build a large space fortress and drive it directly to the Kuiper Belt to become our military base on the outer edge of the solar system. Chapter 215 Space Fortress Scarlet Moon. He Xingzhou did not come up with this idea on a whim. Space fortresses are a type of space military weapon, and they have built them before, but most of them are small space fortresses. This time, He Xingzhou proposed a large space fortress, or even a giant one. Will it be in time? He Hongwei worriedly said. For years later, the Pleiades fleet will come to the solar system. We still need to set aside some time for navigation and combat. Absolutely. He Xingzhou opened the star map and located the territory on Mars. On the periphery of Mars, a satellite is rotating around it. That was Phobos, because its mass was too small. King Noah melted Phobos and Deimos together, and added materials transported from Mars to build a space insect nest. In the Martian War, this space insect nest was destroyed. Later, due to scientific research and military needs, He Xingzhou had people rebuild it. Today, some military facilities have been built on it, becoming part of the outer space defense of Mars. He Xingzhou said, build Phobos as a whole into a giant space fortress. Hit it with a thruster and launch it to the Kuiper Belt. It can attack Pluto or lurk in the Kuiper Belt as a support. Such a large space fortress. Hearing He Xingzhou's plan, the commanders couldn't help but sigh. Then its size and mass are probably comparable to that of a star destroyer. The original Phobos had a diameter of 22,000 meters. After being recast by the Zerg, its diameter reached 30,000 meters, turning from an irregular body into a regular sphere. Its mass is greater than all the L7 class battleships of mankind combined. He Xingzhou said, I have calculated that it is our most suitable target now. If Phobos is built into a space fortress, it can accommodate 5 million soldiers and hundreds of millions of weapons. Mercury and Venus are too close to the Sun. There are no large-mass satellites. And the Zerg have not built space nests. There is only one moon on the blue planet. The tidal effect between the moon and the blue planet affects the ecological stability of the blue planet, and it is not easy to transform it and take it away. Hearing He Xingzhou's words, everyone was secretly shocked. It turned out that the commander-in-chief actually thought of transforming the moon into a space weapon and driving it away. Phobos has been transformed by the Zerg, and the overall material strength is no less than our space battleships. In addition to the transformation in recent years, if everything goes well, we can complete its transformation within 2 years, and then drive to Pluto and attack Pluto. Space hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, large electromagnetic rail guns, purgatory rays, proton weapons, resonance weapons, all arranged for it, He Xingzhou said. By then, except for its speed that cannot reach L9, its firepower and defense can be called a star destroyer. No one stipulates what shape a star destroyer must be. The space fortress in He Xingzhou's imagination is a star destroyer with a speed defect. It's totally possible, Luan said excitedly. In space wars, except for pursuit and retreat wars, warships cannot maintain peak speed. So, as long as this space fortress is built, and it reaches the Pluto battlefield in advance, it will be our star destroyer. Good. This idea is great. Everyone agreed. They knew that since He Xingzhou could come up with this thing, it means that he already has the corresponding manufacturing method. This plan is called the Scarlet Moon Space Fortress Plan. Okay, let's start discussing the details. Time is tight. We need to act now. After the meeting, He Xingzhou came to Mars. He did not arrive on Mars, but came to the outer space of Mars, where Phobos is located. Phobos was originally wrapped in green vines, and the Zerg can absorb solar energy to replenish its energy. The plants have been destroyed by humans, and the ones cultivated by humans cannot power technological weapons. So the nuclear fusion reactor is currently powering Phobos. Commander He Xiaowu, the commander of the Mars base, wore a space armor and inspected the interior of Phobos with him. Some features of the Zerg nest were still retained inside, and human living space was built. If it is transformed into a military weapon, we have no technical problems with weapons and defense, Xiaowu said. But the power is a bit tricky at the moment. Its mass is too large to propel it. We must install enough thruster modules. Even if we add a large number of thrusters to it, another problem will arise. That is the energy supply problem. You said you want to drive it to the edge of the solar system, which is almost a light year away from here. How much energy will be consumed? This energy must also be supplied to the human life, work, and military consumption on the fortress. Even if we bring a lot of nuclear materials, I am afraid that when we get there, the energy will be almost consumed. If we encounter an enemy, such as a Zerg attack, it will be too dangerous. That's true. He Xingzhou agreed. He looked at Xia Wu and said, Old Xia, do you remember the conditions for a planetary behemoth to evolve into a planetary overlord? Of course I remember, Xia Wu said. How could I forget that? Planetary behemoths are nuclear energy behemoths, with biological nuclear organs that can perform nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. When they evolve into planetary overlords, they can perform heavy nuclear fusion and use materials such as stone and metal as nuclear fusion materials. At this point, he understood He Xingzhou's idea. Commander-in-Chief, do you mean to build a heavy nuclear fusion reactor to become the propeller of the Scarlet Moon Space Fortress? That's right. He Xingzhou nodded. There has been some progress in the research of biological heavy nuclear fusion organs of planetary overlords. It is not impossible to transform it into mechanical technology. You should immediately have people start to transform Phobos and reserve space for reactors and thrusters for installation. Okay. Xia Wu immediately gathered people to do this. He Xingzhou came to the Mars City, the first biological research institute on Mars. This place was built to study biological warships, and the research on Zerg biological organs was also here. Brother Joe, Jiang Chan has moved to Mars to work. Mars is a more suitable Zerg research area than Blue Star. The Zerg on Mars evolved completely in a different environment from the Blue Planet. And there are also space Zerg. In the base, the temperature, air pressure, and humidity are the same as those on the Blue Planet. So Jiang Chan wears her daily nano-research suit. After genetic modification, her appearance seems to have been fixed at the age of 20. Youthful and beautiful. Is the research data on heavy nuclear fusion enough? He Xingzhou asked. Almost, Jiang Chan said. Through the research on the biological nuclear organs of the planetary overlord level Zerg, we have found the corresponding reaction mode and reaction structure. She wore a smartwatch, and with a light press, a biological organ of the Zerg was projected on it. For planetary behemoths, the biological nuclear organs of different planetary behemoths are also different, she said. General nuclear behemoths, that is, the Zerg King level Zerg, can only perform nuclear fission in their biological nuclear organs. So these Zerg Kings often carry strong nuclear radiation. They also like nuclear radiation and nuclear materials. After evolving into planetary behemoths, their biological nuclear organs can perform nuclear fusion reactions, and the temperature of their biological furnaces can fuse hydrogen into helium. As their evolution level continues to increase, the temperature of their biological furnaces is also constantly increasing. The elements that can fuse are also increasing. In elementary, intermediate, and advanced planetary behemoths, they can gradually fuse helium into carbon, carbon into neon, and neon into oxygen. When they reach the planetary overlord, they can fuse these light elements into metal elements and oxygen into magnesium. Jiang Chan refreshed the projection and turned into the Lord of Calamity. Among them, the life core temperature of the Lord of Calamity is the highest. Based on the study of its body remains, we believe that it, or the young planet Devourer, has a nuclear energy organ that is enough to fuse silicon into iron. This requires a temperature of at least 300 million degrees Celsius. If it is a star, then the mass of this star must be at least 20 times the mass of the Sun to produce such a fusion reaction. He Xingzhou received all the information and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It is not easy to research these." Jiang Chan smiled and said, "It's not hard. These technologies are all taken from the Zerg for free. It's much easier than our own research. If it's normal research, I don't know when it can be developed. Heavy nuclear fusion technology can only be developed by at least 1.7 civilization. They can directly obtain it by cracking the Zerg body structure. Misfortunes often bring blessings," He Xingzhou said with emotion. "The research on the Zerg has accelerated our technological progress countless times. Let's not talk about this. I'll be here these days. We will build a heavy nuclear fusion reactor at the Mars Research Institute." "That's great," Jiang Chan said in surprise. "I'll accompany you." After reading all the data, He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical brain, consumed tens of thousands of energy points, and unlocked the corresponding technology of heavy nuclear fusion. Combined with the research of Jiang Chan and others, he can directly design and manufacture heavy nuclear fusion reactors with the team. With the experience of the Zerg, there were no problems in the process. A few months later, a stone was thrown into the reactor in the research base. At an ultra-high temperature of more than 300 million degrees Celsius, the silicon element underwent a heavy nuclear fusion reaction, generating iron elements and releasing energy. Energy output is stable. Lumi reported the situation. He Xingzhou showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "Now we can really burn stones." It's hard to imagine. Beside him, Teacher Zhang Boyan said, "The ancient legend of turning stone into gold. We can do it now." After a stage of genetic modification, Zhang Boyan's lifespan was extended to about 300 years. Because of the modification technology and human quality, the number and degree of genetic modification that each person can undergo is different. Zhang Boyan can only undergo a stage of genetic modification. For him, it is now in his prime. With this, we can make satellite thrusters, He Xingzhou said. Not only that, we can even make asteroid thrusters, or even planetary engines. Everyone couldn't help but imagine using this technology to make planetary engines, and using human power to push the entire planet to move. What a shocking scene that would be. Since the test has been successful, let's build our asteroid thrusters directly, He Xingzhou said. The construction of Scarlet Moon proceeded as scheduled. And 2 years later, Scarlet Moon was completed as scheduled. Commanders He Xingzhou, He Hongwei, Xie Wu and others attended the completion ceremony. From the outside, it is just an ordinary satellite, and even more angular than before. This is the disguise after the transformation, making it look like an ordinary satellite. And inside, it has already been completely renewed. It took us 20 years to transform the interior and exterior. After the Scarlet Moon plan was proposed, we spent another 2 years to add the latest weapons and asteroid thrusters to it. Now, Blood Moon has become a super battleship. Although its speed is only 70% of the speed of light of L7, its firepower and defense have reached L9, making it an unconventional star destroyer. Unconventional star destroyer is a definition in the virtual universe. Not all star destroyers built by civilizations can increase their speed to L9. So those warships that do not meet the speed requirements but meet the requirements in other aspects are called unconventional star destroyers. Congratulations on the successful completion of Blood Moon, He Xingzhou announced. And millions of soldiers cheered in unison. This scene has not yet been broadcast on the Blue Star Alliance, because today when Blood Moon is completed, they will go to perform the mission. The Alliance will announce this only when the war begins. This is a surprise attack and cannot be announced in advance. I now appoint Meng Hai as the commander of the Scarlet Moon Space Fortress in the name of the Blue Star Alliance Command, He Xingzhou said to a sturdy soldier in front of him. Meng Hai was the captain of the Z3 space battleship during the previous Venus War. After pulling the Lord of Natural Disaster to the limit, the battleship was destroyed. Because of his excellent military qualities, he is now appointed as the commander of the Scarlet Moon. Thank you for the commander's trust. Meng Hai will definitely live up to the mission. Meng Hai saluted. The Scarlet Moon will carry 5 million soldiers and billions of robot soldiers to the battlefield. He Xingzhou continued, Crimson Moon. Head to Pluto immediately. Also, the first squadron of the Blue Star Fleet, the first squadron of the Mars Fleet, the Venus Fleet and the Mercury Fleet, all go out, led by Crimson Moon, and prepare to attack Pluto. Pluto is far away from the Blue Star and Mars. Even if it travels at the speed of light, it takes 4.6 hours to get from the Blue Star to Pluto. The warship's normal speed is maintained at 50% of the speed of light, plus the acceleration and deceleration process. It also takes about 12 hours. The fleets are already ready. They have been preparing for the attack on Pluto for 2 years. From intelligence reconnaissance to strategy formulation, weapons and supplies. Hurry up. We must take down Pluto before the Zerg from other planets come to help, so as to avoid being attacked by the Devourers from other planets. He Xingzhou issued an order. Planetary orbital cannon. Fire in 3 minutes. Target: Pluto. The planetary orbital cannon is finally going to be used. It will destroy the largest surface Zerg nest on Pluto from a distance of 6 billion kilometers. Chapter 216 Cthulhu Black Spot and the Lord of the Underworld. The planetary orbital cannon in the outer space of Blue Star was activated for the first time. The huge mass of the metal projectile was pushed by the magnetic field and accelerated in rotation along the equator of Blue Star. At the same time, the main fleets of the 4 planets under the Blue Star Alliance and the nearby spaceports were dispatched in large numbers and headed straight for Pluto. He Xingzhou also boarded an L-7 class command ship and followed the fleet to the Kuiper Belt. After the planetary orbital cannon metal projectile gained enough kinetic energy, it was adjusted and fired towards Pluto. Its speed is slower than that of the battleship. When it reaches Pluto, the fleet must block the outer space of Pluto to prevent the Zerg from escaping. In order to avoid being discovered by the Zerg, the route taken for this attack was a hidden space route obtained by their decades of reconnaissance, which was outside the reconnaissance range of the Zerg of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. The fleet moved forward quickly, and He Xingzhou's command ship was faster than the Blood Moon. 10 hours later, he arrived near Pluto. From the perspective of space, this is a planet composed of black, white and red. It is composed of ice and rock throughout, and its mass is only 1/6 of the mass of the Moon. But in the Kuiper Belt, it is already a massive celestial body. There are more rock and ice fragments here, and resources are extremely scarce. The Zerg of Pluto has a space nest, which is Charon. Chui Weiman said to He Xingzhou. We have scouted all of Pluto's satellites, and the largest one, Charon, has space Zerg. The evolution is not high, or because the planetary resources are too scarce. The number of Zerg here is also scarce. From outer space, we can see that some planetary giants are still transporting meteorites in the Kuiper Belt to build space Zerg nests. Xuanwu, call up the surface situation, He Xingzhou said to Xuanwu. Xuanwu opened the map of Pluto and marked the basic important places on Pluto. For example, the dark area with a width of up to 3,000 kilometers is called Cthulhu's Spot by Blue Star astronomers. In some literary works, the legendary evil god Cthulhu lives here. After human reconnaissance, there is no Cthulhu here, but there is a surface superhive. There is also another large dark area in the trailing hemisphere, the whale-shaped area, and a series of dark areas in the leading hemisphere, the brass ring. When the energy of the sun reaches here, it is already very weak. When it encounters light-absorbing and heat-absorbing substances, a large number of dark areas will appear. The average temperature here is between -2 degrees Celsius and -30 degrees Celsius. Now, this is the dark restricted area of Pluto, because there are surface hives here. Chui Weiman marked a place and said, we have reconnaissance. There is a high-energy reaction here. Its radioactivity is stronger than that of the Lord of Natural Disaster. It is suspected that there is a juvenile planet devourer. The location he marked was the most important place on Pluto. The heart of Pluto, Tombo Reservoir. This is a white heart-shaped area, one of which is called Sputnik Planitia. When it was first discovered, its flatness was beyond human imagination. On this dwarf planet with more than 5,000 impact craters, the plains here are flatter than the squares built by humans. Sputnik Planitia, Xuanwu said. This is a plain of nitrogen, methane and carbon monoxide ice. After testing, it was found that under the nitrogen ice, there is a primitive ocean. The radioactive substances inside Pluto release heat energy, melt the nitrogen ice, and form an underground ocean. It's a great place to cultivate life, He Xingzhou said with emotion. Pluto is so far away from the sun that the energy from the sun is already negligible, and the energy released from the planet's interior can also provide energy sources for life. This reminds me of the hot springs on Io, which can erupt to a height of several hundred meters. Its energy comes from the tidal gravity of Jupiter. No wonder there are so many civilizations in the universe. Yes, Chui Weiman deeply agrees. The more he understands these planets, he finds that there is the possibility of life on countless planets. The devourer of planets on Pluto exists like this. It must be in this nitrogen ice ocean, because this is the best place for it to evolve. Let's keep this nitrogen ice ocean for now, and smash the Cthulhu Spot first to see if it can come out, He Xingzhou said. The planetary orbital cannon can directly attack the heart of Pluto, but he did not choose to do so. It is not its purpose to kill the devourer directly. If the devourer on Pluto dies, the Neptune Zerg not far away will inevitably attack them. What He Xingzhou wants is to imprison it in the nitrogen ice ocean and wait for the arrival of the Pleiades fleet. The command ship stayed in the dark space, turned on the stealth mode, and waited for the fleet to arrive. 2 hours later, The Blood Moon and the main fleet had arrived. At this time, there are more than 500 L5 level space warships near Pluto. Such a force, if attacked recklessly, is enough to destroy the entire Pluto. Commander-in-Chief, all members of our unit have arrived. Requesting the attack order. Minghai sent a request. He Xingzhou calculated the time, and the projectiles of the planetary orbital cannon were about to arrive. He waited for another 10 minutes and said, "You can start the attack. Remember, don't destroy the space insect nest on Charon. Capture it, and then build it into our second space fortress. Surround the periphery of Pluto, and don't let the insects escape. Send some reconnaissance ships to the direction of Neptune. Pay attention to the movements of the Neptune Zerg, and try not to collide with them. Except for the heart of Pluto. All other Zerg nests will be destroyed, and the Zerg will be exterminated. Crimson Moon. Keep an eye on the Devourer of Planets. When it appears, injure it. Don't kill it." "Yes." Luan, Minghai and others responded simultaneously. They coordinated their command and began to act. A large number of warships appeared near Pluto. On the space Zerg grass of Charon, those space Zerg finally noticed the movement of humans. "Human warships are coming. Will you wake up, my lord? Attack them first." The planetary behemoths attempted to attack the warships, but the warships that came this time were at least L5 space cruisers. Even the high-level planetary overlords did not dare to confront these warships head-on. What's more, the number of Zerg on Pluto is much smaller. "Attack. Be careful not to destroy the Zerg nest. That is our spoils of war," Huang Sheng shouted on a battleship. "Brothers, come on. If you have enough merits, we will also change to a space fortress. The Space Force has a merit reward system. If you get enough merits, you will have the opportunity to replace more powerful equipment and weapons, including battleships." When Huang Sheng saw the Blood Moon Space Fortress, he was jealous, so he rushed to the front as always in this battle. At this time, the Blue Star Alliance announced the war news. The latest news is that the Alliance space fleet is attacking Pluto. "We will occupy Pluto and establish a military base in the Kuiper Belt." The message was short and did not contain any detailed information. The public had not heard any news before, but when they suddenly saw this news, they all opened the Blue Star Alliance's military news channel to watch it. In the military news channel, the war scene was being broadcast live in the virtual world. They saw that hundreds of warships had surrounded the outer space of Pluto. As soon as Pluto came up, the planetary behemoths tried to attack the warships, but their firepower was very insufficient compared to the firepower of the warships. With a round of salvos from the warships, all the Zergs exposed to the attack field were cleared. After fighting the silicon-based Zerg, it seems much easier to fight these carbon-based Zergs. The captains deeply felt that the military strength of mankind had increased many times. In less than 10 minutes, the space Zerg nest on Charon was taken down by humans. Robot troops and space mechas landed on Charon and cleared out the Zerg in it. And those space Zergs are fleeing to the surface of Pluto. "My lord, humans are coming. Please save us," the planetary overlords are calling. And deep in the nitrogen ice ocean on Pluto, a consciousness is gradually awakening. Its brain waves are strong enough to cover the entire ocean. And electromagnetic waves can also transmit information into space. This thought is very angry. And the Zerg language translator translates its words. "How dare the tiny human offend my lord of the underworld? Everyone must die." It was very angry. It was the Devourer of Planets. Humans actually dared to attack it. And it was the first to attack it. Blue Planet was far away from Pluto. And there were so many planets between them. But they chose it. Isn't this the contempt of humans for it? They thought it was the weakest opponent on these planets. So they attacked it. The Lord of the Underworld awakened from the underground ocean. It spit out a heat ray, which went directly from the depths of the nitrogen ice ocean to space. The energy shield of a L5 class battleship was completely penetrated within 10 seconds. And the battleship was also cut in half. The crew immediately fled for their lives. The Devourer of Planets is so fierce. We didn't even see it. And it penetrated one of our battleships. Luan said in amazement. "All of you die?" The nitrogen ice ocean broke. And the Sputnik plane, which had been frozen for countless years, turned into an ocean. A huge thunderstorm formed in the atmosphere of Pluto above the ocean. The thunderstorm moved in a certain direction, destroying the warships that tried to land on the surface. "Exit the atmosphere," He Xingzhou commanded calmly. The warships left the atmosphere one after another. They did not make any moves, but just stayed outside the atmosphere of Pluto. The Lord of the Underworld was even more angry when he saw this. What did these humans want to do? They wanted to fight or not. He ordered, "Kill them out. Kill them all. I will cover you." Obviously, the Lord of the Underworld did not intend to show up before seeing all the weapons of humans. So it ordered the Zerg on Pluto to go out in full force and fight humans in space. A large number of Zerg appeared in various areas of Pluto, especially in those dark, restricted areas. The Zerg that appeared were at least planetary overlords. And there were quite a few high-level planetary overlords. In the Cthulhu black spot area, energy reactions appeared everywhere, and the energy intensity was equivalent to that of the Lord of Natural Disasters. Xuanwu reported the situation. "I didn't expect that the Zerg on this small Pluto was even stronger than the Zerg on Venus." Su Zhilan was surprised. Maybe they evolved earlier, He Xingzhou guessed. "Suppress with firepower. Don't let them leave the atmosphere of Pluto." He Xingzhou issued a new order. The warships began to launch weapons, especially meteorological weapons, using the large amount of hydrogen, helium and methane in Pluto's atmosphere to create lightning and thunderstorms. The warships continued to attack, and the firepower suppressed the Zerg and made it difficult for them to leave Pluto. "Commander-in-Chief, the attack of the planetary orbital gun will arrive in 3 minutes." New information came. He Xingzhou ordered all warships, "Within 3 minutes, do not let a Zerg leave the atmosphere." Received. 3 minutes is not short or long. The number of Zerg on the surface of Pluto has increased tenfold compared to before. Those Zerg hiding underground came out in full force. The Cthulhu black spot area was even more submerged by the sea of Zerg. From the perspective of space, the planetary behemoths were moving like ants. Under the nitrogen ice ocean, the Lord of the Underworld was not idle either. Every time it launched its ray attack, it could accurately destroy a human warship. Even an L7 class space battleship would be severely damaged if it was hit by it. A mere human wants to attack the devourer of planets. The Lord of the Underworld was secretly proud of himself. The people of Blue Star, Mars, Venus and Mercury are really a bunch of trash. They occupy so many resources and let humans develop. If it were me, I would have evolved into a complete devourer of planets and dominated the solar system. That's good. Under normal circumstances, I can't get these territories at all. After destroying these humans, I will go to Blue Star and occupy a real planet. 10, 9, 8. He Xingzhou has started the countdown. In the virtual world, more than 1 billion viewers are watching the war scene and discussing, "Pluto is so small. Why are there so many Zerg? The Lord of the Underworld seems to be more powerful than the Lord of the Calamity. We can't even see it, but it can reach outer space from the deep sea." In the Cthulhu hive, there really is a planetary overlord that looks like Cthulhu. Why don't the warships land and fight to destroy the hive? Didn't they do this before on Venus? 3, 2, 1. He Xingzhou's countdown ended, and a huge shadow appeared from the dark space and hit Pluto. Its speed was extremely fast, comparable to that of a warship sailing at full speed, and it showed no intention of slowing down. What's coming? The Lord of the Underworld noticed that an unknown target appeared in outer space. The unknown target approached quickly, and it had already detected that it was a huge metal iron ball, and its mass was even greater than that of Sharon. This was not terrifying, but its speed was extremely fast, and its kinetic energy was comparable to that of a high-speed asteroid. Even if it was a planet, if the surface was hit by such an impactor, it would be a devastating blow to the surface area. And Pluto was just a dwarf planet with a mass of only 1/6 of the Moon and a volume of only 1/3 of the Moon. If hit by such a weapon, the surface environment will be completely destroyed, and a super disaster will occur. Not good. The Lord of the Underworld suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. It fired a huge heat energy ray, trying to evaporate the weapon. But the speed was too short, and the mass and volume of the target were large enough. Even as a juvenile planet devourer, it was impossible for it to vaporize the planetary orbital cannon projectile in an instant. The planetary orbital cannon's attack has arrived. In the thin atmosphere of Pluto, a huge fireball appeared, illuminating all the shadow areas on Pluto, especially the Cthulhu black spot area where it was about to hit. Those terrifying Zergs and monsters living in the place where the evil god lived all raised their heads and watched the huge fireball covering the entire sky falling from the sky. Chapter 217, The Frustrated Lord of the Underworld. Boom! The deafening sound not only resounded through Pluto's thin atmosphere, But the shock wave directly blew the gas molecules in the atmosphere into space. At the place where the impact occurred, the 3,000-kilometer wide shadow area Cthulhu black spot and countless zergs, the huge super insect nest, turned into ashes in an instant. The entire surface was deeply sunken. The high temperature melted the rocks and ice. The magma splashed. The earth cracked. And another giant impact crater appeared on the surface of Pluto. Next to the impact crater, the flat land rose high to form a ring-shaped mountain. This process only took a few minutes, and the impact of the planetary orbital gun's bombardment had just begun. The shock wave was extending along the surface to other areas and to Pluto. The whole planet will shake, let alone the insect nest here. After this collision, there will be no intact insect nests on the entire Pluto. Even from space, you can see the devastating scene on Pluto. Too exaggerated, the soldiers on the battleship exclaimed when they saw this scene. Is this the power of the planetary orbital gun? If its mass is larger, it might be able to smash Pluto. In this case, how many Zerg can survive? Even the devourer of planets can't withstand such an attack. Right? Destroy the world. Countless people in the Blue Star Alliance also saw the power of the planetary orbital gun for the first time. Such a scene is more spectacular than the disintegration of the Lord of the Calamity on Venus by electromagnetic resonance rays 12 years ago. At a distance of more than 5 billion kilometers, a single shot blasted the surface of Pluto to pieces. The destructive power of high-tech weapons is beyond imagination. Is the devourer of planets dead? If it is at the point of impact, it must be dead. At this time, the Lord of the Underworld was also shocked by the human attack. The target of the planetary orbital cannon was not where it was, but its shock wave also affected the Lord of the Underworld. The nitrogen ice ocean that had been frozen for billions of years in the Tombaugh area was first shattered by the shock wave, and then evaporated by heat energy, forming a large area of gas rising. And the Lord of the Underworld under the deep sea, its nest could not withstand such a shock wave. All shattered and collapsed everywhere, and it had to leave the nest and hide in the turbulent sea water. The electromagnetic signals of the planetary beasts captured by its mind energy waves are rapidly decreasing, especially in the Cthulhu black spot area, which was originally its largest barracks, with tens of billions of Zerg, and nearly 1,000 planetary overlords alone. And now, all its troops have been wiped out, and they can't be deader. The Lord of the Underworld Sea never thought that his war with humans would end before it even started. Its main force has been wiped out by humans. So how can it fight humans? The planetary orbital cannon shot has made the Lord of the Underworld Sea realize that humans already have the weapons to destroy it. Human technology is evolving too fast. The Lord of the Underworld Sea analyzed the situation. My Zerg army has already died in large numbers. If we continue to fight, we will be completely wiped out. I finally evolved into a planet devourer on this barren planet. Now it is only in its infancy. There is no need to fight humans head-on. Yes, I want to leave here and enter the Kuiper Belt, or go to the surrounding planets. The Lord of the Underworld immediately made up his mind to abandon Pluto and escape from here. Under the nitrogen ice ocean, a giant beast emerged from the sea. The Lord of the Underworld has appeared. The reconnaissance ship discovered it at the first time. He Xingzhou saw the command screen. This was also the first time he saw the Lord of the Underworld. Its appearance was like a giant toad, with plasma bubbles growing on its body, all of which were high-temperature plasma, which was its stored energy. Its height is over 10,000 meters, like a mountain. In the human fleet, only the Crimson Moon Space Fortress is bigger than it. It wants to escape. Stop it. Trap it in Pluto. Don't kill it, He Xingzhou ordered. Received. To deal with the Devourer, ordinary warships are all for death. And then the Crimson Moon appeared. There is an extra satellite above Pluto. The Lord of the Underworld opened his mouth, and plasma rays shot in all directions, trying to penetrate the Crimson Moon. On the Crimson Moon, a super strong defensive energy shield appeared. At this time, a giant meteorite was burning in the heavy nuclear fusion reactor. Like the planetary overlord, as long as there are stones, the Crimson Moon has inexhaustible energy. Its energy shield withstood the attack of the Lord of the Underworld. Ming Hai shouted, "Fight back! Purgatory Ray! Proton weapon!" Although He Xingzhou's order was not to kill it, Ming Hai knew very well that they could not kill the Lord of the Underworld Sea in a short time. This is a planet devourer. Even in its infancy, its vitality is so strong that it is not comparable to that of ordinary Zerg. 2 weapons were fired from the Blood Moon. One is a deep red purgatory ray, and the other is invisible to the naked eye. It is a proton beam that generates a super-electric field around the Lord of the Underworld sea. Its power is 10 times stronger than that of the L-7 class space battleship. The Lord of the Underworld sea just appeared and tasted the taste of mankind's latest weapon. The plasma protective layer around it could not block the purgatory rays. The plasma vaporized its body cells, and the proton beam peeled off the molecular structure of its skin cells, while allowing the ultra-high voltage arc to penetrate its entire body. The Lord of the Underworld was scorched, and it screamed and hid in the nitrogen ice ocean again. With the barrier of the nitrogen ice ocean, the attacks of the purgatory rays and proton beams were greatly weakened. Stop attacking and accumulate energy, Meng Hai said. The bloody moon stopped attacking, but it still floated in the outer space of Pluto, locking onto the nitrogen ice ocean. Damn human. The Lord of the Underworld was thinking about countermeasures while hiding on the seabed to heal his wounds. That weapon is too scary. If I break out by myself, I will be seriously injured if I don't die. I have to ask for help. The Lord of the Underworld knows what this means. Once it asks for help from its own magic weapon, it means that it has given up the territory of Pluto. At that time, it will become a subordinate of other members of the same race and be at the mercy of others. I can't care about so much. The Zerg has its own way of space communication. After evolving into the devourer of planets, they can also transmit information through the subspace at superluminal speed, almost instantly. On Neptune, several devourers of planets received the Lord of the Underworld's distress message. It's really useless. The Lord of the Underworld is no match for humans and is about to be destroyed. Several devourers of planets had already woken up when the planetary orbital cannon bombarded Pluto and observed the battlefield through their own reconnaissance bugs. Seeking help, Lord of the Underworld, become my servant, and I will avenge you. No, Pluto should be my territory, and I was born on Pluto. Then go ahead. The human fleet took down Pluto without any loss, and I won't compete with you for the credit of destroying humanity. These planet devourers are watching. The planetary orbital cannon and the attack of the bloody moon make them a little afraid, and no one is willing to take the first shot. In any case, we can't let humans be so arrogant. A planet devourer said. The majesty of the Zerg cannot be offended. Once they kill the planet devourer, we will go out and destroy humans. That's right. The Lord of the Underworld did not get a response for a long time, and it was anxious, saying, if you don't come, Pluto will fall. When humans build a military base on Pluto, the next target of attack will be you. Don't worry. We will definitely take action. And we are observing the opportunity now. Lord of the Underworld, you are too cowardly to hide before fighting with humans. The devourers on Neptune are not in a hurry. They still want to observe the situation. It would be best if the Lord of the Underworld could test the true strength of humans before they are willing to take action. Compared to Neptune, Pluto has very few resources. It is not worth it to attack humans because of such a barren land. No matter who takes action, they will be attacked by humans. Once damaged, their nests on Neptune will be occupied by their own kind. So no one is willing to take action first, unless the Lord of the Underworld is really destroyed by humans, which involves the internal rules of the Zerg. They will take action. What's the situation on Neptune? He Xingzhou also asked people to keep an eye on Neptune. Some Zergs are active in the space area near Neptune, and there are also a large number of Zerg patrols. No devourer of planets has appeared, the intelligence agency reported. Seeing this, He Xingzhou said, that's it. Just trap the Lord of the Underworld here. Clean up the battlefield on Neptune and build a military base in the nearby area. Yes. All the members started to move, except for the Blood Moon, which has been locking the nitrogen ice ocean in space. Other warships have started to move. On the first day, only unmanned warships and unmanned mechas landed on the surface of Pluto and continued to clear the Zerg in the aftermath of the earthquake. At this time, some planetary behemoths escaped the attack of the planetary orbital cannon. Under the coordinated attack of the space warships, they were either killed or captured. On the second day, the shockwaves slowed down a lot, and the Zerg nests on the surface were also cleared. On the third day, the underground team began to clear the Zerg under Pluto. For 3 consecutive days, the Lord of the Underworld sea did not appear. At this time, it could no longer take care of its offspring. It is observing the situation of humans. Why don't humans attack? Could it be that their weapons can only be fired once, and they are just bluffing? the Lord of the Underworld guessed in his heart. If so, I can not only rush out, but also devour them. No. The cannons they bombarded Pluto are one-time, and the weapons of that space fortress are continuous. What if I go out and get killed by them? The Lord of the Underworld was very entangled. While he was entangled, the Zerg on the surface of Pluto had been almost cleared. The space worm nest of Charon I has also fallen into the hands of humans. Humans have actually begun to send engineering ships and planetary mining mechas to land on the surface of Pluto, build mines and factories, and start manufacturing weapons. I can't go on like this. I'll definitely die this afternoon. After enduring for 10 days, the Lord of the Underworld had recovered from most of his injuries. It decided to try again, at least to leave Pluto. This planet is too small. Even if it hides in the core of the planet, humans will find it. The giant toad appeared again. This time it did not appear in the nitrogen ice ocean, but in the iceberg area of the Tombaugh area, where it dug a passage. The Lord of the Underworld has shown his head. Fight him! Menghai was guarding the Lord of the Underworld. As soon as it appeared, the weapons on the bloody moon attacked again. The purgatory rays and proton weapons quickly injured it. Just like 10 days ago, the Lord of the Underworld was seriously injured again. It was furious. Damn humans! The Lord of the Underworld dived into the ground again. It was sure that humans had the power to kill it. Commander-in-Chief, it has gone back to hide again, Menghai reported to Hishingzhou. Well, that's it, Hishingzhou said. There are still 2 years. Play with it slowly. Build all important facilities in space and make them movable. We need to facilitate evacuation. Humans use Pluto as a base and begin to build space military facilities. Rare minerals and nuclear materials on Pluto are also mined by humans. Hishingzhou directly adopts a violent mining mode, and he doesn't worry about wasting some resources. He wants to mine all the usable energy here before the Pleiades fleet arrives. The Sirius civilization and the Sky Eagle civilization did not master the heavy nuclear fusion technology, so they could not burn stones to replenish energy. According to Bai Ningxiang, even some level 2.5 civilizations did not have heavy nuclear fusion technology. Humans were able to obtain this technology by studying the Zerg. The Lord of the Underworld was still struggling with humans. After 15 days, it tried to escape again and was injured. After another 30 days, the Lord of the Underworld gathered its hidden power underground and took 10 high-level planetary overlords to try to forcibly break through the human blockade. The Bloody Moon and other warships killed all 10 high-level planetary overlords, leaving only the Lord of the Underworld to escape alone. At this time, the Devourer of Planets on Neptune also lost interest. Let the Lord of the Underworld and humans consume each other. We still need to concentrate on evolution. The emergence of new human weapons made the Devourers of Planets feel pressured. They are determined to evolve to a higher stage. As long as humans don't kill the Lord of the Underworld, they are too lazy to take action. This is exactly what Hishingzhou meant. He took advantage of this opportunity to hide a large number of military forces in the Kuiper Belt. The space in the Kuiper Belt is large enough. It is a spherical space surrounding the entire solar system. As long as the enemy does not have a detector of advanced civilization, like the star system scanner, it is difficult to find them. The space insect nest of Charon was also transformed on the spot and became the second unconventional star destroyer, the moon of Pluto. 2 years passed quickly, and the fleet of the Pleiades Society had already reached the edge of the solar system. In the virtual universe, Bai Ningxiang came to inform Hishingzhou, "They are coming." "How far is it?" Hishingzhou asked. "It is expected to reach the solar system within 10 days, Bai Ningxiang said. "Our reconnaissance warships are following behind. They are starting to speed up at this stage. The reconnaissance ships are faster and are approaching the solar system at 80% of the speed of light. They will arrive within 3 days." Chapter 218. The battle begins. The war is about to begin. Hishingzhou immediately passed the message down. The enemy is about to arrive in the solar system. Start the action. On Pluto, a huge ground factory rose from the ground. This seemingly ordinary factory turned out to be a spaceship with a power engine, which left Pluto with countless mechanical equipment. At the same time, thousands of transport ships and millions of transport ships traveled on Pluto, moving all the mined resources away. After several years of predatory mining, most of the useful resources on this planet have been mined, leaving only some ordinary rocks and water ice. Humans have left. The Lord of the Underworld Sea has been hiding underground for 2 years, and the actions of humans have attracted its attention. Damn it! This planet is already short of resources. In the past 2 years, they have completely turned Pluto into a barren planet. These were originally mine. The Lord of the Underworld secretly hated that even if humans left, it would suffer heavy losses. Do you want to leave? The Lord of the Underworld hesitated, wondering whether to take this opportunity to leave. For 2 years, it has tried various ways to escape, but failed. Forget it. The Lord of the Underworld noticed that the bloody moon in space was still there. As long as the space fortress was there, it could not leave here. On Pluto, there are also some small spy bugs. They are spies of the Zerg on other planets. And they are also paying attention to the actions of humans. Humans seem to be leaving Pluto. Their warships and spaceships did not return to the blue planet, but went to space farther from the sun. The Devourers were also confused. Are humans planning to go to other star systems? Track them and investigate. General Zerg do not have the ability to fly in space, so they can only be reconnoitered by planetary behemoths or planetary overlords. And these bugs are too large and can be easily discovered by humans. So the Zerg reconnaissance has not achieved any results. The Kuiper Belt, 3 billion kilometers away from Pluto, is a dense group of meteorites. Large chunks of meteorites are floating in space, and some giant meteorites are larger than star destroyers. If they were larger in mass, they could become dwarf planets like Pluto. The fleet of the Blue Star Alliance is hiding in it. This place is called the Solar System Outpost. It is located at the edge of the solar system. It can detect the enemy's information in time and quickly dispatch troops. He Xingzhou is in the outpost at this time. He mobilized all the patrol satellites of the star system exchanged from the Order Alliance to the vicinity, and kept a close eye on the location of the Pleiades fleet. The Lord of the Underworld Sea is ready to move, and the Neptune Zerg seems to be taking action as well. Cui Weiman, who is in charge of intelligence, said, "It's almost there. Once we find their traces, we will start to act." With the coordinates provided by the reconnaissance ship of the Black Sea civilization, He Xingzhou can dispatch reconnaissance satellites purposefully outside the solar system. The reconnaissance ship that had been deployed here 2 years ago was heading towards the coordinates sent by He Xingzhou. Captain Ouyang Bo was nervous. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon encounter the enemy fleet. Ouyang Bo had the honor of entering the civilization arena of the virtual universe for simulated combat training. He was deeply shocked by the various weapons and combat methods of other civilizations. The enemies that attacked this time were the Tianhe civilization of level 1.8 civilization and the Sirius civilization of level 1.9 civilization. They also had the planetary level top weapon, the Star Destroyer. A mistake in combat could cause civilization to suffer a catastrophe. "Captain, the reconnaissance satellite has found the target," the observer reported urgently. They launched tens of billions of reconnaissance satellites, one of which captured a warship approaching the solar system at 70% of the speed of light. "Warning. The enemy is attacking. Continue to launch reconnaissance satellites." Ouyang Bo hurriedly contacted the command center, sent the coordinates of the target, and continued to scout with the nearby brother warships. When they discovered the enemy also discovered them. The reconnaissance satellite of the Blue Star civilization was discovered and destroyed. The reconnaissance ship of the Sirius civilization reported the information. At this time, the Tianhe civilization fleet and the Sirius civilization fleet had joined forces. Raphael and Grey Wolf, each on their own star destroyer, communicated. They are indeed prepared. Grey Wolf was not surprised at all. The reconnaissance ship of the Black Sea civilization has been following us. I am afraid that they have already sold our information to the Blue Star civilization. Be careful. This Blue Star civilization is not simple, especially their commander Chengfeng. Rafar was defeated before, so he was very afraid of He Xingzhou. "Rafar, you are just too cautious." In the communication channel, there were also members of other civilizations of the Pleiades. Dandast, Cage, Luger and others. Dandast said dissatisfiedly, "In the virtual universe, it was because you were too slow that Chengfeng won." Luger also criticized. Dandast is right. Rafar, Grey Wolf, just attack. The Black Sea civilization is spying on you. And our main civilization has also spying on the solar system. Now the Blue Star civilization has occupied Mercury, Venus, Blue Star and Mars. Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune and Uranus are the Zerg's territory. These Zerg have evolved into the existence of planet devourers. Don't mess with them before we destroy the Blue Star civilization. If a mature planet devourer appears, Even a Star Destroyer will find it difficult to deal with it. Wait until we take down the Blue Star civilization. And then destroy the Zerg. Grey Wolf said, okay. Let's replenish energy first. And then directly attack the territory of the Blue Star civilization. After traveling for more than 10 light years, we have consumed too much energy. Land on Pluto first and replenish energy. Rafar marked Pluto. They had learned that the Blue Star civilization had conquered Pluto 2 years ago. Chanfeng. I won't make a mistake this time. Rafar vowed in his heart that he could not bear a second failure. The loss of materials in the last failure made the civilization and the main civilization very dissatisfied with him. If he fails this time, death will not be enough to apologize. And the entire civilization will have to pay a huge price. Attack. Pluto. First remove the human base on Pluto. The joint fleet went straight to Pluto. Here we come. The commanders of the Blue Star Alliance Command are all online. Everyone looked at He Xingzhou. They had been discussing how to deal with it for 4 years. He Xingzhou stood up and said, according to the plan, Mercury, Venus, Blue Star, Mars Command, immediately put the planet into the highest alert state. Xiao Hong, lead the reconnaissance fleet to harass the opponent and fight a space guerrilla war. Lei Yuanfeng, leave an unmanned surface force on Pluto to attack the enemy. Meng Hai, kill the Lord of the Underworld Sea immediately and then evacuate. After killing the Lord of the Underworld Sea, the body of the Lord of the Underworld Sea will be transported by the unmanned fleet and sent to our opponents. Blue Star's planetary orbital cannon will be activated synchronously to bomb Neptune. Execute immediately. Yes. Everyone followed the deployment and began to act. The first to act was the reconnaissance fleet outside the solar system. Luan led the reconnaissance fleet to launch beyond visual range weapons to harass the enemy fleet. Space electromagnetic cannons, space hydrogen bombs, and the like. These attacks are nothing to the Tiantianlong civilization joint fleet. With the help of the Pleiades civilization, their warships have been upgraded and have energy shields. These weapons, in addition to being able to blow up some reconnaissance satellites and small spacecraft, cannot hurt the main battleships, but can only consume the energy of the main battleships. My lord, the enemy has been harassing us all the time. We must always turn on the energy shield, which consumes a lot of energy. Do you want to pursue? The captains asked Rafar and Grey Wolf. Don't worry about them. The two agreed. Let's go to Pluto first. Once they reached Pluto, they would have energy to replenish. So they ignored the harassment of the Blue Star civilization reconnaissance ship and continued to move forward. Outside Pluto, the Bloody Moon has been orbiting Pluto for 2 years, and today it will finally exert its full power. They have deployed a large number of detectors under Pluto, and the location of the Lord of the Underworld Sea is clear. All members are ready. We have received the order from the Commander-in-Chief. From now on, we will destroy the Lord of the Underworld Sea. Meng Hai ordered. Received. The soldiers have been waiting for 2 years and can't wait any longer. The heavy nuclear fusion reactor is fully powered, and the energy heats the heavy hydrogen to become plasma. In addition, the energy is converted into strong force to strip protons and create proton beam weapons. Pluto, under the nitrogen ice ocean. The Lord of the Underworld is planning to escape from here. It hid and finally returned to the nitrogen ice ocean. The underground here is the radioactive energy inside Pluto. Here, it can heal and evolve at the fastest speed. At this time, the Lord of the Underworld noticed the high energy reaction from the Bloody Moon. The radiation intensity has increased tenfold. No, they are going to attack me. The Lord of the Underworld immediately drilled into the core of Pluto. But the next second, there was a violent earthquake from the ground. A resonant torpedo needle was detonated under the nitrogen ice ocean. The ground was shaking, and the nitrogen ice ocean was roaring. It's underground insect nest detection. The resonance is also affecting it. If it continues to drill, the resonant torpedo alone can seriously injure it. The cells of the carbon-based Zerg are more resilient. The current resonance torpedoes cannot destroy them, but they can damage their body organs. The Lord of the Underworld had to emerge from the nitrogen ice ocean. You are bullying the Zerg too much. I am a planet devourer. An existence that can devour planets. I will fight you. The Lord of the Underworld rushed towards the Bloody Moon. The plasma protection layer around its body is thicker than that of the Star Destroyer of the Tianhe civilization. Even the Purgatory Ray will find it difficult to penetrate it for a while. Plasma energy cannon fire. Of course, the Bloody Moon has more than this ability. and the energy cannon has accumulated enough energy. A large hole appeared on the bloody moon. And then a group of plasma that was enough to instantly evaporate the supervolcano was shot out and hit the Lord of the Underworld. The plasma protection layer of the Lord of the Underworld was finally penetrated, and the proton beam weapon followed closely, and the super electric field completely enveloped it. Do you really think you can electrocute me to death? It's just charging me. The Lord of the Underworld seemed unaffected in the super electric field. Like the Noah Worm King, it also had the ability to absorb electrical energy. The Lord of the Underworld was faster, and it also ejected a thermal energy ray to attack the Crimson Moon. This time, it attacked desperately, and the energy intensity soared. The energy shield of the Crimson Moon was rapidly reduced and disappeared after a minute. The Crimson Moon was hit by a big hole in the ray. Too dangerous. Keep attacking. Menghai gritted his teeth. The Crimson Moon was different from traditional ships. Its size and mass were large enough, and the power module and arsenal were distributed in different areas. Even if a hole was hit, it still retained its combat effectiveness. The resonance torpedoes and the purgatory rays attacked together, and the body of the Lord of the Underworld was also scorched and vaporized. Its body secreted a kind of mucus to protect and repair its body. How could the recovery speed exceed the attack speed? The firepower of the Blood Moon is completely comparable to that of a star destroyer. The Lord of the Underworld realized that if he continued like this, he would be wiped out if he didn't destroy the Blood Moon. It tried to escape to Neptune despite the output. Everyone, I can't stand it anymore. Come and save me. The Lord of the Underworld asked for help from the Devourers of Planets on Neptune. The Lord of the Underworld is really in trouble. Humans launched an attack. They want to wipe out the Devourers of Planets. We must not let them get the body materials of the Lord of the Underworld. The technology of the Blue Star civilization is advancing very fast. If they get the materials, I'm afraid that weapons targeting our Devourers of Planets will appear again. Go. Just in time to wipe out all the humans on Pluto. On Neptune, several Devourers of Planets woke up from their nests, bringing millions of planetary beasts with them, preparing to go to Pluto. Lord of the Underworld, your death is coming. Near Pluto, several large holes appeared on Charon, emitting purgatory rays and electromagnetic resonance waves. The moon of Pluto finally showed its claws, and its commander was the couple Huangsheng and Xiong Mani. There is another space fortress? The Lord of the Underworld was shocked. He knew that humans had seized his space insect nest. He didn't expect that humans would transform it so quickly and make it the second space fortress. Humans are already experienced in transforming the weapons of the Zerg. The Lord of the Underworld could feel that his body was disappearing rapidly, until his energy could no longer resist the enemy's cleansing, and his body organs were destroyed by electromagnetic resonance waves. Humans, my people will avenge me. Your entire civilization, the entire solar system, will be destroyed. The Lord of the Underworld finally shouted fearlessly. All the planet devourers. Human weapons are enough to kill us. If you don't take action to destroy them, you will be killed by them one day like me. The life breath of the Lord of the Underworld Sea is completely cut off, and its body is still defending and attacking reflexively. This guy's mass is large enough. Although his consciousness has disappeared, his nerve reflexes still exist. This half of his body is considered a biological weapon. Unmanned fleet. Capture the body of the Lord of the Underworld Sea. Luo acted according to the plan. An unmanned fleet sailed over, used a space grappling net to trap the body of the Lord of the Underworld Sea, and slowly sailed towards the Blue Star civilization. This scene was discovered by the Zerg and the Pleiades fleet. Chapter 219 Galactus vs. Star Destroyer. They really killed the Lord of the Underworld. This is an insult to our Zerg. On Neptune, the Galactus were furious. The Blue Star civilization attacked Pluto, and they had been watching the show, because Pluto had too few resources, and was not worth mentioning compared to Neptune. So before, these Galactus were unwilling to fight. Now the weapons of the Blue Star civilization killed the Galactus, which seriously threatened the survival of the Zerg. One after another, super monsters flew out of this ice giant and headed for the Pluto area. Kill them! That's the Zerg's Galactus. Raphael and Grey Wolf both saw this scene. In the Order Alliance, the reward for killing a Devourer is more than what we lost before. At least it is worth a Star Destroyer. Both of them were tempted. Grey Wolf immediately said, "It only takes us half an hour to reach the Pluto area. Now we can speed up and stop them." At this time, Rafar also agreed with his point of view. Anyway, we want to take Pluto. so we can give more. Devourer not only represents rewards and resources, but also represents the super biotechnology of the Zerg. For the first level civilization, this is simply a priceless treasure. They came to the solar system to plunder and grab resources. How can they give up such an opportunity? The subordinate also said, the warships of the Blue Star civilization are not fast to begin with. After dragging the corpse of the devourer of planets, they can't even reach 30% of the speed of light. We only need 1 hour to catch up with them if we speed up. Chase! The two ordered at the same time. The joint fleet accelerated again and headed straight for Pluto and the unmanned fleet that was carrying the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. At this time, the robots were already collecting important biological materials from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld, which would be sent to the research institutes of Blue Star and Mars for research. As for the large body, it was still being slowly transported in space. Half an hour later, the joint fleet first resisted Pluto. At this time, Pluto was in ruins. All factories and buildings had been moved away, and the surface had become a ruin due to the attack of weapons. The nitrogen ice ocean on Pluto had evaporated into nitrogen. The original Tomboy area, the heart of Pluto, has now become a huge pit. The fleet of the Blue Star civilization had long since withdrawn, including the 2 space fortresses. This Chumfong is really cunning. Seeing this, Grey Wolf complained, this guy has already mined the useful resources on Pluto in advance. I expected it. Rafar had thought about this situation a long time ago, and he was not worried. He said, we only need to replenish energy once, and then directly attack Mars and Blue Star, where there is enough energy for the Zerg to use. Let's go after the corpse of the Devourer first. The Star Destroyer continued to move forward. The speed of other warships was not enough, but the Star Destroyer could reach 90% of the speed of light. Such a terrifying speed. Even the fastest main battleship of the Blue Star civilization could not match it. Half an hour later, they caught up with a transport fleet that was carrying the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. Attack! Rafar ordered the attack without saying a word, and he had been holding this breath for decades. The ships of this fleet were all obsolete defective products, and some of them were not even space battleships, but just spaceships. Moreover, this fleet completely gave up counterattacks, and even took the initiative to fly towards their fleet. As if surrendering? What does the Blue Star civilization want to do? Kill the Devourer, and use these garbage ships to transport it? Grey Wolf thought. Are they cheating? Report. Zerg found ahead. Suspected to be the Zerg on Neptune. The reconnaissance ship sent the news in time. They want us to fight the Zerg and consume our strength, Rafar said firmly. But they are going to miscalculate. Grey Wolf snorted coldly. We want the corpse of the Devourer. We want Pluto. Our Star Destroyer is not afraid of the Zerg on Neptune. It's unnecessary. Let's not fight them, Rafar ordered. Quickly recover the corpse of the Devourer to avoid fighting the Zerg. Yes. The fleet began to move. They quickly captured the unmanned fleet and returned, with no intention of colliding with the Zerg. The Zerg also detected their information. A fleet from outside the solar system took away the body of the Lord of the Underworld. The fleet outside the solar system was resisted by warships from outside the solar system several decades ago, but was driven away by us. What is their relationship with the Blue Star civilization? Are they here to invade the Blue Star civilization? Or are they helpers invited by the Blue Star civilization? The Blue Star civilization fleet did not start a war with them, but directly gave them the body of the Lord of the Underworld. Is the Blue Star civilization their subordinate civilization? No matter who they are. The solar system is our territory. Whoever comes must die. One of the most evolved devourers spoke. It is called Ice Prison Lord, and is a devourer born in the icy mantle of Neptune. Its whole body is immersed in a super huge crystal, and its body temperature is minus 272 degrees Celsius. On the blue planet, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius is called absolute zero. Absolute zero is like the speed of light, which can only be infinitely approached, but cannot be reached. At this temperature, even the air will instantly solidify into ice. All the matter around the Ice Prison Lord will change its material form due to the low temperature and be frozen. The enemy doesn't seem to want to fight us. They are starting to retreat to Neptune. Another Zerg sent intelligence. The Devourers were also hesitating. Should we attack them? Are these people in the same group as the Blue Star civilization? Their warships seem to be more powerful than the Blue Star civilization, and they have the ability to cross the star system. Could they be a level 2 civilization? What is a level 2 civilization? Another devourer was dissatisfied. We have all evolved to devourers. So why are we afraid of level 2 civilization? Devouring their warships will help us evolve faster. They argued endlessly. At this time, a metal cannonball was fired at Neptune. It was a metal shell with a mass and volume comparable to that of a space hive. It seemed to come from the outer solar system and hit Neptune's satellite, Triton. Triton is the only large satellite of Neptune, and the most valuable space hive for these bugs. Their space soldiers are all cultivated here. Triton, like Pluto, was once a Kuiper belt object. Its main component is nitrogen ice. Its volume is larger than Pluto, with a diameter of 2,706.8 kilometers. 2 years ago, everything that happened to Pluto was repeated on Triton. The shell hit, just like an asteroid impact. The ice and land on the surface of Triton were all cracked. The heat energy generated by the collision melted the nitrogen ice, and this frozen world quickly woke up. A nitrogen ice ocean formed on Neptune, and steam, hot springs, and debris rushed out of its thin atmosphere and flew into outer space. The whole planet was shaking, and countless Zergs inside died in a short time. My Zerg nest. Seeing Triton being bombed, the Lord of the Ice Prison knew that his Zerg nest was destroyed. Too hateful, too arrogant, just looking for death. The Lord of the Ice Prison was furious. This shell flew from the outer direction of the solar system. Was it fired by the new fleet? The Devourers could not tell who the attacker was. In order to achieve this effect, He Xingzhou put a lot of effort into this shell. He even installed an asteroid thruster on the shell. When the planetary orbital cannon fired it, it did not rush directly to Neptune to hit the target. But after passing Neptune, it used the thruster to modify the direction, circled around, and then hit the Triton space hive. In this way, it seemed as if it was launched from the outer edge of the solar system. Triton was attacked? Raphael and Grey Wolf were also shocked. We just attacked the Zerg just now. And Chunfeng attacked the Zerg. He wants to make trouble? They are calculating us. The reconnaissance ship sent a message. A fleet has changed its coding to be exactly the same as ours, and is launching weapons at Neptune. Outside Neptune, there is a fleet with the same coding as their warships, attacking the Zerg in the outer space of Neptune. Damn! Chunfeng is so cunning. The Zerg can't judge the situation, and will definitely regard us as opponents. Rafar instantly understood He Xingzhou's thoughts. But they couldn't negotiate and explain with the Zerg. Otherwise, they would be the enemy of the Order Alliance. And if they continued to attack Blue Star at this time, they would inevitably pass through the orbits of Neptune, Uranus, Saturn and Jupiter. And there was no guarantee that the Zerg would not intercept the attack. We can't retreat. Our energy must be replenished. Grey Wolf also felt Rafar's mood at this time. We either fight the Zerg of Jupiter, or return to Pluto and fight a defensive battle. The Zergs could no longer care about anything else. The Lord of the Ice Prison said angrily, no matter who they are, these people are our enemies. Kill them! Kill! On Neptune, there are hidden devourers, which directly destroy the warships with rays and kinetic weapons through the thick atmosphere of Neptune. The two sides began to fight fiercely. The strength of this fleet was not strong. When the first devourer flew out of the atmosphere of Neptune, they began to retreat. The direction of retreat was also the direction of Rafar and others' fleet. The Zergs have determined that Rafar and others are the murderers. All signs indicate that the Blue Star civilization may have contacted other civilizations to jointly deal with the Zerg in the solar system. Of course, even if it wasn't, the bugs didn't care. For them, all creatures that hindered their evolution had to disappear. Fight. They fought. Lei Yuanfeng laughed in the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. The Neptune Zerg has chased over and started to attack the Tianhe civilization joint fleet. Oh my goodness. There are 3 planet devourers alone. 2 carbon-based Zergs and 1 silicon-based Zerg. Judging from their size and mass, I'm afraid they are much stronger than the Lord of the Underworld, Cui Weiman exclaimed. Fortunately, we didn't fight them. This time, the Zerg dispatched more than 100,000 planetary overlords. Even if we block all our warships, we may not be able to defeat them. Although everyone was happy that they had successfully caused a conflict between the Zerg and the Pleiades fleet, they were also worried that the Zerg on Neptune were so powerful. Watch carefully and record all the information about the Zerg. I hope our opponents can hold on. He Xingzhou looked at the picture sent back by the reconnaissance ship. In space, the fastest flying devourer has approached the Pleiades fleet. It is a four-winged giant beast with lightning wrapped around its body. Humans discovered it during the reconnaissance of Neptune. It lives in the atmosphere all year round. Even when sleeping or resting. It floats in the sky. It can control lightning and magnetic fields. It is called the Lord of Thunder. A young devourer. The Lord of Thunder caught up with an L7 class space battleship, which was one of the main battleships of the Tianhe civilization. Seeing the Lord of Thunder catching up, the battleship fired rays and kinetic weapons to attack the Lord of Thunder. These attacks were blocked by the lightning net around the Lord of Thunder before they even touched it. It flapped its wings in the vacuum, and the thunder swept away like a storm. The energy shield that the battleship had just installed was destroyed in an instant, and the ship was pierced by lightning and exploded in space. The Lord of Thunder destroyed an L7 class battleship with one move. What a terrifying planet devourer! Raphael and Grey Wolf saw the attack method of the planet devourer for the first time. The Lord of the Underworld was killed by the Blue Star civilization, which made them think that the devourer of planets was not as strong as they thought. In fact, the firepower of the space fortress designed by He Xingzhou has long reached the level of Star Destroyer. The devourer of planets is stronger than they thought. Evacuate! Evacuate! Raphael shouted hurriedly. All the Phagian Star Destroyers evacuate! Grey Wolf. It's our turn to take action. Without the Star Destroyer, it's impossible to hurt them. That's good, Grey Wolf said in a deep voice. It's time to teach the bugs a lesson. Otherwise they will come to harass us when we attack the Blue Star civilization. Prepare the main guns. On the two Star Destroyers, the main guns began to prepare. On the Tianhe civilization Star Destroyer, Tianhe ship for short, a super arc generator is accumulating energy. On the Sirius civilization Star Destroyer, Sirius ship for short, a Gauss gun, super electromagnetic gun. An electromagnetic gun with the same power as a planetary orbital gun is accelerating the projectile in a circular magnetic field. Leave this Thunderbird to you. We will attack the one behind, Rafar said, although they did not know the Zerg's ability. But he estimated that the Thunder Lord was highly immune to the damage of the arc main gun. So this target was given to the Sirius ship to attack. He was going to attack another planetary beast behind the Thunder Lord, which was an ellipsoidal planet devourer. Codename Stormlord. Its detailed information appeared in front of He Xingzhou. The young devourer, like the Thunder Lord, lives in the atmosphere of Neptune and has the ability to control ions, which is specifically manifested in controlling storms or creating supermagnetic fields. It can also launch arcs, thermal rays and other attacks. Launch. Almost at the same time, the Tianhe and Sirius launched attacks synchronously. The two main guns on the Star Destroyer aimed at their respective targets and fired a devastating shot. Chapter 220 Raphael. I'm always unlucky. The speed of the arc was faster. In space, a flash of lightning came from the Tianhe ship and hit the Storm Lord accurately. The plasma protective layer around the Storm Lord could not withstand such a huge energy and exploded. The arc penetrated it from head to tail. Inside its body, a large number of biological tissues and organs were necrotic, and its ellipsoidal body dropped layer after layer of sebum protective layer. The Storm Lord screamed. This shot directly injured him severely and almost killed him. On the other side, the Thunder Lord realized that danger was coming and prepared to evade. But the speed of the Gauss cannon on the Sirius reached 90% of the speed of light. At this speed, it could not escape. The Thunder Lord could only release lightning to strengthen the plasma protective layer. From the Sirius, a spear-shaped kinetic weapon appeared. It looked like a giant weapon used by a giant, and was made of space metal. After passing through the plasma protective layer, it broke through the body of the Thunder Lord and pierced through it. The Gauss cannon was more powerful than that. After piercing through the Thunder Lord, the spear exploded from the middle. Its interior was all based on the principle of nuclear fusion reaction. The ultra-high temperature generated by kinetic energy and collision triggered a nuclear fusion reaction. A chain of nuclear explosions occurred inside the body of the Thunder Lord, exploding his flesh and blood. The high temperature of over 100 million degrees Celsius evaporated the flesh and blood, turning it into a ball of blood mist. In a short period of time, less than 1/10 of the body of the Thunder Lord remained. If it was a planetary overlord, it would have died a long time ago. As a planet devourer, its vitality is extremely tenacious. In this way, it actually directly cut off its already damaged body and used the remaining parts to escape to the Zerg army. Die! Grey Wolf looked coldly. The Sirius Star Destroyer was stronger than the Tianhe. In addition to having a Gauss cannon as the main gun, it also had a plasma cannon as the secondary gun. At this time, the secondary gun also began to attack, and a large number of plasma groups vaporized the rest of the body of the Thunder Lord. Within a few minutes, under the attack of the Star Destroyer, a juvenile planet devourer completely disappeared in the universe. The Thunder Lord just died like this? The commanders of the Blue Star civilization were all shocked. He Hongwei was surprised and said, "The power of the Sirius is much stronger if we don't count our resonance weapons and proton weapons. The Lord of Thunder is the same as the Lord of the Underworld. Both of them are young planet devourers. We also dispatched a fleet to deal with the Lord of the Underworld, and we won after repeated attacks. The Lord of Thunder was killed by the Sirius in one round of shooting." Ming Hai saw this and said, "If it was against the Sirius, Scarlet Moon and Pluto Moon would not be sure. They killed the Lord of Thunder, which is considered a fight to the death with the Zerg." He Xingzhou was not surprised, since the other party dared to attack the solar system. They must have some understanding of the situation here. These Star Destroyers were all built with the help of the third-level Pleiades civilization. It should not be a problem to deal with the young devourer of planets. The death of the Thunder Lord shocked the Storm Lord. This time the enemy is stronger than the Blue Star civilization. While fleeing, it called the Ice Prison Lord. "Ice Prison Lord, save me." The Ice Prison Lord let them go first to test the opponent's strength. Now it has a clear idea in its mind that the strength of this fleet is stronger than the Blue Star civilization. "You killed another general of mine. It's time for you to see what a devourer of planets is." The Ice Prison Lord suddenly accelerated, and its speed soared straight up, breaking through to 90% of the speed of light, and even reaching 92% of the speed of light. From 90% of the speed of light to 99.99% of the speed of light. It is the sublight speed state. Generally, a first-level civilization is not capable of reaching sublight speed. Even a planetary-class top-level weapon, a Star Destroyer, can only reach 90% of the speed of light. According to the theory of relativity, the closer an object is to the speed of light, the closer its mass is to infinity. The energy and power required increase exponentially. Don't think that this is only a difference of 2% of the speed of light. The energy difference represented is an astronomical figure. 92% of the speed of light. Song Jinghong said hurriedly. The Lord of the Ice Prison is at least a growing stage of devourer of planets. Attack! The two Star Destroyers simultaneously aimed their attacks at the Lord of the Ice Prison. The kinetic spear of the Gauss cannon attacked again. When it approached the Lord of the Ice Prison, it started from the tip, and the temperature close to absolute zero made it frozen inch by inch. Then countless particles hit its surface. Breaking this kinetic spear made a space metal into countless pieces. The overall structure did not exist at all, and it had been broken into a mass of molecules. The super arc and plasma cannon also hit, and a layer of nitrogen ice shield rose around the Lord of the Ice Prison. The nitrogen ice shield was vaporized and generated at every moment. Those ultra-low temperature substances absorbed a lot of heat energy from the high-temperature plasma, causing the plasma to disperse directly, while the arc passed through the nitrogen ice shield. It was blocked by a layer of plasma protection on the surface of the Ice Prison Lord. In terms of defense alone, the Ice Prison Lord far exceeded the previous planet devourers. Increase the power. Hold up the energy shield. The two commanders on the Tianhe and Sirius also became nervous. It was obvious that the Ice Prison Lord was not an easy one to deal with. Their weapons had a higher output power, which penetrated the Ice Prison Lord's defense and injured its body. Because the Ice Prison Lord's body mass and volume were large enough, these injuries were not enough to seriously injure it for the time being. The Lord of Ice Prison has approached the nearest Star Destroyer, the Tianhe. Why am I always the unlucky one? Raphael wailed in his heart, and he hurriedly shouted, "Do your best to avoid it." And the interception system is fully activated. On the Star Destroyer, a large number of ship weapons were fired, and its firepower was strong enough to crush an asteroid 3 times. The Lord of Ice Prison's defense layer could not withstand such an attack, but it did not retreat. It has approached the Tianhe, and the temperature around the Tianhe has dropped sharply, approaching absolute zero. Although most of the materials used to make the Star Destroyer are resistant to low temperatures, the drastic change in temperature will still affect the materials, and some materials will change their performance under ultra-low temperature conditions. The shipboard intelligence immediately issued a warning. The temperature of the ship has changed, and the temperature is being adjusted. The nitrogen ice on the body of the Ice Prison Lord spread like an icy tentacle, grabbing the Tianhe and wrapping it up. What does it want to do? The commanders were a little puzzled when they saw this scene. They thought that the attack method of the Ice Lord should be similar to that of the Lord of Natural Disaster, using a collision method. At this time, the temperature of the Tianhe ship was rapidly unbalanced, and in the frozen place, the ship armor continued to crack, and there seemed to be life in the ice particles, devouring the ship. In a short period of time, a section of the ship wrapped in nitrogen ice had disappeared, and the emergency hatch and temporary armor were urgently activated to ensure that the warship could continue to operate. Our speed is decreasing. Energy is decreasing. And the hull is damaged. If this continues, the warship will be destroyed in less than 10 minutes. Rafar hurriedly said to Grey Wolf. Hurry up and rescue. Okay. Grey Wolf did not hesitate. At this time, the Lord of Ice Prison was merging into one with the Tianhe. Attacking the Lord of Ice Prison would also hurt the Tianhe. But he had no other choice. Plasma Cannon attack. Attack the core of the Lord of Ice Prison. On the Sirius, a more powerful plasma cannon was fired, and the defense layer of the Lord of Ice Prison had been penetrated. This plasma cannon hit it directly, and large pieces of nitrogen ice on its surface fell off and vaporized, and its volume and mass instantly decreased by 1/5. Keep going! The Sirius continued to attack, and the Tianhe also resisted. Their main guns adjusted their direction, and even attacked with super energy arcs at the risk of destroying the hull. The Lord of the Ice Prison resisted the attack of 2 Star Destroyers, and was seriously injured. It wanted to destroy at least 1 Star Destroyer, but now it seems that if it continues, even if it can destroy the Tianhe, it will be killed by the Sirius. I'll spare your lives today, but it won't be so easy next time. The Lord of the Ice Prison pulled hard, and the ice tentacles tore half of the frozen Tianhe's hull alive. These parts were wrapped and swallowed by it. The hull is seriously damaged, and is being urgently closed. On the Tianhe, emergency valves were quickly closed. When the Star Destroyer's cabins were designed, the connection method was similar to the parallel connection of circuits. Even if one part of the cabin was broken, it would not affect other cabins. Even the power cabin and weapon cabin were distributed in different parts of the ship, which was to maximize the ship's continuous combat capability. Rafar's face turned pale. The Tianhe was torn in half by the Lord of the Ice Prison. It was not a serious damage, but almost scrapped. Even in the Tianhe civilization, it is not an easy task to repair it. Now they are in the solar system. How can they have the resources and ability to repair it? Even if it is repaired, it will only have 40% combat power at most, which is not enough to be called a Star Destroyer. Rafar had made all kinds of calculations, but he still didn't expect that the hard-earned Star Destroyer of Tianhe civilization would be severely damaged just after arriving in the solar system, and before fighting with the Blue Star civilization. Grey Wolf could also understand his feelings, and he comforted him. Don't be too sad. As long as the people are fine, we will be able to make up for these losses soon. We still have the corpse of the Devourer of Planets, and this time we kill the Lord of Thunder again. The resources we can obtain are enough for us to build a new Star Destroyer. It can only be like this. Rafar sighed. Grey Wolf, your Star Destroyer can't be damaged anymore. We still have to fight the Blue Star civilization. Yeah. Grey Wolf observed the battlefield. The Lord of Ice Prison was already injured. It evacuated with the Zerg army and returned to Neptune. The Grey Wolves had no intention of chasing them, as they were unwilling to fight the Zerg at this time. Go back to Pluto first, mine resources, and repair the Star Destroyer. They headed to Pluto to prepare for a rest. Now is our best chance, He Xingzhou said at the Blue Star Alliance command. I originally planned to observe for a while. Let the Zerg continue to rub against them, and then start a war after more power is consumed. I didn't expect the Lord of the Ice Prison to be so fierce that he directly destroyed a Star Destroyer. Most of the energy of the 2 Star Destroyers was lost, and they could not maintain their subversive firepower. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Yes, we can't give them time to rest. We should take his life while he is sick. He Hongwei agreed. The offensive plan starts ahead of time, He Xingzhou said. The battlefield is set near Pluto, although they have evacuated Pluto. The arrangements made in the past few years are still there. Under Pluto, there are the robot troops and underground bases. In the outer space of Pluto, there is a solar system outpost, where a main fleet is hidden. Now the Pleiades fleet is searching the nearby area, and has not yet detected the outpost area, He Xingzhou said. Mercury and Venus fleets stay in our territory to carry out defense tasks. The Mercury and Venus fleets were formed not long ago and are relatively weak. Most of the warships they use are L2 and L4 class warships eliminated by the previous fleet. Blue Star Fleet. Mars Fleet. Set off directly to the Pluto battlefield. Meng Hai. Huangsheng. You lead the Crimson Moon. Pluto Moon Space Fortress and Outpost Fleet to encircle them from the rear and attack them from both sides. Planetary Orbital Cannon. Pluto Underground Fleet prepare. We must decide the outcome in one battle. Received. The commanders took action. He Xingzhou looked at the star map and thought to himself that this battle must be decisive. Whether it is the Zerg or the Pleiades fleet. If they recover a little, they will be the weak ones. The longer the time is delayed, the greater the risk. After issuing the order, He Xingzhou also contacted Bai Ningxiang. We have to fight them so soon? Bai Ningxiang asked in surprise. Don't we have to wait? We can't wait any longer, He Xingzhou said. Their star destroyers are indeed stronger than ours. Once they come near Blue Star, a random shot will cause our superstar ring that we have built for 30 years to explode. We can't afford such a consequence. And this time, a grown-up planetary devourer has appeared. It can resist star destroyers and tear them apart. The Zerg are not stupid. If they attack Blue Star while we are attacking the enemy, it will be difficult for us to resist. Now it's finally happened. The Neptune Zerg and the Pleiades fleet have both been damaged. Now is the best time. I understand, Bai Ningxiang said. You want us to keep an eye on the Pleiades civilization? Yes. He Xingzhou nodded. If the Pleiades civilization tears up the agreement and attacks us, we will not be able to fight back. The Pleiades civilization is a third-level civilization. Their weapons are a dimensionality reduction attack on the Blue Star civilization. Bai Ningxiang nodded and said, Leave it to me. I will go and discuss it with the elders. Bai Ningxiang immediately found Bai Shizhou and Bai Yu, the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Association. Are they going to attack the other party now? Bai Shizhou thought about it and said, He Xingzhou's judgment is not unreasonable. Let's go and find the elders. This war is not only a war between the Blue Star civilization and the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization, but also a contest between them and the Pleiades civilization. Is He Xingzhou going to take the initiative? Bai Jia learned the news and said, Since we have already made the decision, let's send a main fleet to keep an eye on the Pleiades civilization. Tell He Xingzhou that we can only help them prevent the Pleiades civilization from intervening. If they fail, we will not take action. He will definitely succeed. Bai Ningxiang's confidence in He Xingzhou is greater than his own. Chapter 221 Trap. Pluto. The fleets of Tianhe civilization and Sirius civilization returned here. Star destroyers are too heavy and easy to move, so they will not stay on the surface of the planet. Send out all the engineering ships and small warships to get enough resources as soon as possible, Rafar said with a painful look on his face. The Tianhe is seriously damaged. Repair it quickly. Yes. The crew of Tianhe civilization started to work. Millions of engineering ships flew out from the fleet and landed on the surface of Pluto to mine and build modular factories. Star destroyers carry modular factories, and with robots and mining ships, they can build automated factories with a full industrial line in the shortest time. Smelting metals, manufacturing parts, assembling, and even manufacturing warships. On the other side, Sirius civilization also began to act. The firepower of the Star Destroyer is strong, but the price is that it consumes a lot of energy. Before coming to the solar system, they had traveled through space for more than 10 light years and consumed a lot of energy. In the battle with the Zerg on Neptune, more than half of them were lost. Be careful, Grey Wolf reminded. Now is our weakest time, and the Blue Star civilization may take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Spread the space reconnaissance network and cover the Blue Star. Yes. Their reconnaissance ships and reconnaissance satellites quickly spread in the solar system. On the Blue Star, a planetary orbital cannon that has accelerated around the Blue Star for dozens of times was launched. And the target was Pluto. When the shells arrive, launch the attack. He Xingzhou estimated the time. The shells should arrive at the same time as the fleet. At this time, in the outer solar system, a main fleet of the Black Sea civilization is approaching the solar system. Enter the warp speed. Patrol the outer solar system, and prevent the Pleiades civilization fleet from attacking. The commander gave the order. If the Black Sea civilization makes a move, we will go too. The warp warships of the Pleiades civilization are also approaching the solar system. The two sides scout each other and keep their distance. And no one wants to attack first. For them, a head-on collision is not cost-effective. On the Tianhe, the maintenance robots and mechanics quickly repaired the Tianhe. But they lack materials and resources, and could only plug the loopholes at best. Even if we use up all our reserve materials, we can't completely repair it. At most, we can repair it to 50% of its original state. The mechanic said to Rafar. What about the resources on Pluto? Rafar asked. The mechanic said helplessly, according to our detection, the resources on Pluto are extremely scarce. The people of the Blue Star civilization have already mined all the important resources. This planet is just a dwarf planet with a very small mass. If we want to repair the Tianhe in the solar system, we must occupy at least one planet. Rafar frowned. This matter now seems not so simple. Before coming, they always thought that with the Star Destroyer, it would be easy to destroy the Blue Star civilization. But before the war with Blue Star civilization started, it suffered a heavy blow. In the communication channel of the Pleiades members, Grey Wolf was a little frustrated and said, I thought Blue Star civilization could defeat the Zerg, and we should be easier. I didn't expect the Zerg to be so powerful. The Lord of the Ice Prison. Our single Star Destroyer is not its opponent. Ruger said, the Zerg is powerful. There is no doubt. This is not the complete devourer of planets. Even a second-level civilization dare not say that it can defeat the complete devourer of planets. My loss is too great. Rafar is still distressed. Tianhe civilization is the weakest civilization in the Pleiades. Their civilization invested countless resources for the Tianhe, but now it is almost scrapped. Ruger said, this time you also got the corpse of the devourer of planets. And the adults of the main civilization have given me instructions. You bring back the corpse of the devourer of planets, and the main civilization will give you a generous reward. Okay. That's what Rafar wanted. How soon can you attack the Blue Star civilization? Ruger urged. The fleet of the Black Sea civilization seems to be taking action. So we must fight quickly. Grey Wolf said, 1 month. We need 1 month to replenish energy. The energy on Pluto and the Kuiper Belt objects is enough to support a war. Okay. That month. Before Ruger finished speaking, Rafar's face changed and he said hurriedly, the Blue Star civilization attacked. They took the initiative to attack? Cage of Tianyuan civilization was surprised. Do they dare to take the initiative to attack you? Don't underestimate them. Rafar showed them the images detected by the reconnaissance ship. In space, a huge electromagnetic cannon is approaching Pluto. According to the flight trajectory, its target is the modular factory they just built on Pluto. Planetary orbital cannon. This is Qingfeng's work. He really made it. Rafar is too familiar with this scene. In the civilization arena of the virtual universe, He Xingzhou defeated him with this trick. Planetary orbital gun. Grey Wolf sighed. We don't have this kind of weapon. Rafar. Don't worry. We have a Star Destroyer this time. The planetary orbital gun is just an immovable weapon. The Star Destroyer is enough to deal with it. As he said, he immediately mobilized the Sirius. Fire the anti-aircraft gun. Intercept the planetary orbital gun. Inside the Sirius, the equally powerful electromagnetic cannon was fired. And when the planetary orbital gun came, it hit it accurately. The collision between the two was like an asteroid collision, producing a huge spark in space, which flashed away. Countless fragments hit Pluto, and all were shattered or evaporated by their warships. The planetary orbital gun did not work. It is worthy of being a Star Destroyer. The commanders in the Blue Star Alliance discussed. It would be great if we could get their Star Destroyer. Huang Sheng pondered. Isn't the Tianhe disabled? Find a way to kill him. The war has begun. He Xingzhou opened the battlefield image. The planetary orbital gun's attack was just to attract the attention of the Star Destroyer. The planetary orbital gun has the resources of the Blue Star, but the Sirius has no resources and ammunition at this time. A main battleship composed of L7 class space battleships has approached Pluto. Enemy found. Prepare for battle. The Pleiades fleet also reacted quickly. They spread out, some guarding Pluto, and mainly guarding the Tianhe. The other part went to the wider space to facilitate tactical adjustments. Underground team. Start moving. Lei Yuanfeng shouted. With his words, the robots they left behind in the underground of Pluto drilled out from the underground and launched attacks on the surface of Pluto and outer space. They have unmanned giant mechas. mechanical behemoths, and underground automated military bases. These include nuclear weapon silos, laser launchers, electromagnetic pulse jammers, plasma cannon launch towers, etc. On the surface of Pluto, 2 civilized engineering construction teams were under construction and immediately suffered a devastating blow. The modular factory they had just built was hit by dozens of hydrogen bombs at the same time and turned into nothing. Some small warships in space were also destroyed. Damn it. Now there is no place for the Tianhe to repair. Rafar was furious. After the enemy's destruction, they not only failed to mine resources, but also suffered a lot of losses. Bomb them. Blow them into slag, Rafar shouted. Since they destroyed the Pluto base, let's go directly to Blue Star and flatten their home planet. Hundreds of main battleships of the Tianhe civilization were there, and they were at least L7 level battleships. When they opened fire, countless rays of light appeared in space. There were also countless kinetic weapons, arc weapons, energy cannons, etc. Luan also led the main fleet to bombard. They opened the energy shield, both offensive and defensive. On the contrary, the energy shields of the fleets of Tianhe civilization and Syria civilization seemed to be weaker. These two civilizations originally did not have the ability to shield technology, but were given by the Pleiades civilization. The Pleiades civilization would not give the best technology to subordinate civilizations. In order to control subordinate civilizations, they often gave inferior technology. The energy shield of the Blue Star civilization has gone through several versions of iterations, and with the research on the Zerg's plasma protection layer technology, the energy shield is now strong enough to withstand most ray attacks. Although the number of main battleships of the Blue Star civilization is much smaller. At the beginning of the war, the fleets of the Tianhe civilization and the Syria civilization did not have the upper hand. This Chumfeng is really amazing. His warships are much better than ours. At this point, Grey Wolf had to admit that if there were no Star Destroyers, they might not be the opponent of Blue Star civilization. Yes, their L7 class warships are better than ours. If it weren't for the insufficient speed, it would be L8 class, Rafar said. They can survive the Zerg attack, so we can't underestimate them. No one underestimates them, but they are always stronger than we think, Grey Wolf said. It seems that if we want to win quickly, we must send out Star Destroyers. Rafar didn't choose a steady approach at this time. He said, Grey Wolf, your Sirius will lead the charge, and our Tianhe will be severely damaged, and we will provide firepower cover in the rear. Okay. Grey Wolf had no objection. Star Destroyers dispatched. The speed of the Star Destroyers joining the battlefield was very fast. When the Gauss Cannon and Super Arc were fired, the two L7 class battleships of the Blue Star civilization did not even have time to retreat. The energy shield was penetrated and crashed in space. Request support. Request support. The captains called the headquarters. The firepower of the Star Destroyer is really not something that ordinary battleships can resist. Here it comes. A satellite flew towards Pluto. It was the Crimson Moon Space Fortress. Menghai looked at the battlefield and pointed at the Sirius and said, fire the Purgatory Ray at its main gun to block its attack. On the Pluto moon, the Purgatory Ray crossed the distance of the astronomical unit and bombarded the Sirius. Under strong energy attack. Energy shield is being reduced. Grey Wolf heard a reminder from the battleship system. The attack intensity is suspected to be a Star Destroyer, and we are scouting enemy targets. The enemy target is suspected to be an unconventional Star Destroyer. When Grey Wolf saw the Crimson Moon, he was shocked. They even have this? In this kind of positional battle, the ability of this unconventional Star Destroyer is not weaker than ours, Rafar said hurriedly. Then kill it first. Grey Wolf hurriedly turned around and attacked the target, cooperating with Rafar to attack the Crimson Moon together. Faced with the attack of two Star Destroyers, the Crimson Moon could only give up the attack and fully open its defense. Captain Huang, I leave it to you. We can still hold out for 10 minutes. Menghai looked at the strength of the energy shield. The energy shield can hold out for 5 minutes. With the external and internal armor, 10 minutes should not be a problem. As long as it is not hit head-on by the Gauss Cannon, Scarlet Moon will not be defeated so quickly. Hee hee. It's my turn. Menghai laughed. Pluto Moon had been lying in ambush nearby, and the direction it came from was exactly the enemy's rear. A branch fleet of 50 L8 class warships of the Syria civilization was taking a detour, preparing to go around to the rear of the Blue Star civilization fleet and directly attack Mars and Blue Star. Once we take down the Blue Star civilization base camp and cut off their support, they will have no choice but to die. Black Wolf, one of the commanders of the Sirius civilization, was commanding the fleet to advance with all their strength. These warships are second only to Star Destroyers. It is no problem for them to destroy the surface of a planet with this power. Commander, an unknown target has been found, suspected to be a free celestial body. A giant flying meteorite appeared within their reconnaissance range. Flying meteorite? Black Wolf was suspicious. The adjutant said, "This is the Kuiper belt of the solar system. There are many large meteorites." Black Wolf still felt uneasy and said, "To be safe, shoot it." Yes. The warship fired an electromagnetic cannon. When the electromagnetic cannon was about to hit it, a blazing ray swept across, completely evaporating the electromagnetic cannon. This ray directly hit an L8 class warship, and its energy shield was automatically activated for less than a minute before it was penetrated. Then, hundreds of proton missiles drilled into it, and the super strong electric field destroyed the warship in an instant. Enemy attack. That is the enemy's weapon. Black Wolf shouted hurriedly. Destroy it. The warships started to attack one after another. At this time, a fleet also came from behind Pluto's moon. That was the fleet lurking in the outpost of the solar system. They flew from the outer solar system and started a fierce battle. Bomb them. Let them taste the purgatory rays. Proton beam attacks. Resonance torpedoes. These are delicacies that only the devourers of planets can enjoy. You are lucky, Huangshan said with a smile. The firepower and attack weapons of the Blue Star civilization warships caught Black Wolf off guard. He could still deal with the purgatory rays and space electromagnetic cannons, but he couldn't deal with the enhanced plasma rays and electromagnetic cannons. But how to defend against proton missiles? It will destroy the hardest ship armor at the molecular structure level. The resonance torpedoes and electromagnetic resonance waves are even more terrifying, destroying the materials at the atomic level. Their warships have no means to deal with these weapons. So the attack of Pluto Moon with the fleet is almost a one-sided massacre. Lord Grey Wolf, we encountered the Blue Star civilization fleet, and we can't resist it at all. They are coming to kill us. Black Wolf hurriedly asked for help. What? Grey Wolf saw that the coordinates were wrong. This fleet actually came from the outer solar system, which means that they had already ambushed and wanted to attack from the front and back. What shocked him most was that Black Wolf's fleet was their elite fleet, all L8 class warships. But they were beaten without any chance to fight back. Humans also have an unconventional star destroyer, Grey Wolf said hurriedly. We are in trouble. The second one? Raphael was shocked. They could still hold on to the current situation. But if Pluto's moon came, it would be difficult for them to deal with it. If the war was normal, they could completely rely on the speed advantage of the Star Destroyer to open up a distance in space and carry out beyond visual range strikes. But now, in order to replenish resources, they were blocked from front to back on Pluto, and their speed advantage could not be brought into play. They cut off one arm, and the Star Destroyer was damaged by the Zerg's attack. It was equivalent to fighting the Blue Star civilization with both arms at their own expense. And they were suddenly in a very unfavorable situation. Chapter 222 Game. Once we withdraw our forces from here to support, we may not be able to stop the attack, Grey Wolf judged. He could only say to Black Wolf, if we hold on for 10 hours, we can completely wipe out the Blue Star civilization fleet. Sir! Black Wolf saw the energy shield being reduced, and he cried out in his heart, I can't do it. The energy on the battleship was not sufficient, and the enemy's firepower was stronger than theirs. How could they hold on for 10 hours? He had no choice but to order, Joe man, they are not as fast as us. Keep your distance. The space is huge, and it is difficult to completely block an area, unless it is a dimensionality reduction attack by an advanced civilization on a low-level civilization. Otherwise, with a speed disadvantage, no team can guarantee that it can fully annihilate the enemy. Black Wolf was being chased by Pluto Moon and its fleet, and on the main battlefield of Pluto, a half-star destroyer was not as easy as Grey Wolf said. The firepower of Sirius was equal to that of Scarlet Moon, and with half of Tianhe, and their warships that exceeded the fleet of Blue Star civilization, they seemed to have some advantages. But this advantage was fleeting. On an L8 class warship, this was the deputy command ship of Tianhe civilization, which was carrying the remains of the Lord of the Underworld. In order to ensure that the corpse of the Devourer of Planets would not be destroyed by the Blue Star civilization. This deputy command ship was evacuating with the corpse. Some researchers were dividing the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld on the ship, and they would intercept a part of it before offering it to the Pleiades civilization. In the research cabin, a Tianhe civilization scientist was cutting up the flesh of the Lord of the Underworld. He found that the flesh seemed to still have vitality and was wriggling. What on earth is going on? The scientist was full of curiosity. They had only heard of Zerg in the virtual universe before, but had never seen it with their own eyes. He was about to study it, and the next second, a tentacle stretched out from the flesh and pierced through his protective suit. A bloody monster emerged from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld and devoured him. Warning: an abnormality. As soon as the AI system sounded the alarm, more anomalies came from the surrounding cabins. A large number of monsters emerged from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. They were very aggressive, devouring crew members, and could also infect and control them with genetic viruses. A biochemical crisis is unfolding on the deputy command ship of Tianhe civilization. This scene was all within He Xingzhou's calculations. I didn't expect it to be so easy. He Xingzhou didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Probably because neither Tianhe civilization, Sirius civilization nor the Pleiades civilization behind them had experience in dealing with Zerg. What biological weapons? Genetic weapons. These are all learned from bloody lessons by humans. When the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld was robbed by them, their biological weapons were deployed on it. Now the biological weapons are hatching and disrupting the deputy command ship. Quick! Start the enemy identification. Close the cabin channel. And kill them! Scott, the deputy commander of Tianhe civilization, hurriedly dealt with it. Lord Rafar, my ship was attacked by unknown biological weapons. What's going on? Can we deal with it? Raphael asked hurriedly. Scott was sweating profusely. He saw through the video surveillance that biochemical monsters kept appearing, many of which were familiar faces to him. Even his closest female deputy had turned into a strange monster crawling on the ground. I don't know. I can only kill them. It is not known how the biochemical weapons spread. It should come from the corpse of the Lord of the Underworld. Scott said. The corpse of the Lord of the Underworld? How many warships have obtained the relevant biological materials? Raphael asked. 10. And the warships of the Sirius civilization also got a part, Scott said. Raphael's face changed drastically. These 10 ships were the main combat force. The distribution of biological materials was for the convenience of transportation and for insurance. Grey Wolf would naturally not miss this benefit, and also distributed a large amount of biological materials. As expected, these warships were all experiencing biochemical crisis. At this time, a warship actually turned its weapons around and attacked the damaged Tianhe. In less than 10 minutes, everyone on the ship was controlled by the biological weapons and rebelled collectively. The Tianhe was already broken, and it was damaged again by such an attack. The hull armor was damaged by more than 70%, and the energy shield system was damaged and could not be maintained. The weapon bay had 40% remaining, and the energy had 30% remaining. Every piece of news made Rafar extremely uncomfortable. Grey Wolf also found the information that rebels appeared in this fleet. He was shocked and angry. The corpse of the Lord of the Underworld Sea is a trap. And they also have biological weapons. It's a mess. It's a mess. 2 of my warships exploded, both of which are crucial L8 level deputy command ships. And several are attacking our own people. Attack! Seeing this, He Xingzhou ordered, take advantage of his illness and kill him. At all costs. Take down the fleets of Tianhe civilization and Tianlang civilization. Yes. All ships fired at full power and suppressed forward. Rafar and Grey Wolf were exhausted from responding. Once the internal chaos, they clearly felt that they could not command. The Blood Moon poured out its infernal rays without cost, and it could obtain energy by burning rocks through heavy nuclear fusion. On the contrary, the opponent's Star Destroyer used less energy. As the battle went on, Raphael and Grey Wolf found that they could not win. Even the Star Destroyer could not balance output and defense in the absence of energy. The output of the Blood Moon was simply outrageous. And all kinds of weapons never stopped. The situation is critical. At this time, Raphael and Grey Wolf understood that if they continued like this, they would fail. No one wanted to face this ending. Crossing a distance of more than 10 light years, the expedition to the solar system, and not even seeing the blue planet, was going to fail? This was not a question of shame or not. Once they failed, Not only would they be annihilated, but the host civilization would also suffer a huge blow. Raphael said helplessly, Mr. Ruger, the strength of the Blue Star civilization is completely beyond our expectations. They have already reached the strength of a 1.9 level. No. A level 1 peak civilization. Grey Wolf also said, yes. In this afternoon, we will be annihilated? Please ask the main civilization for help. You are really useless. Ruger was very angry. 2 star destroyers, and 1,000 L7 level, and above main battleships were about to be destroyed in the outer solar system. As the planner, this pot must fall on his head. But now, it is meaningless to insult them. He had no choice but to say, I will ask the main civilization now. You can delay as much as possible. Yes. The two dared not refute. The representatives of other affiliated civilizations of the Pleiades civilization were secretly shocked. The strength of the Blue Star civilization must have been helped by the Black Sea civilization. This unconventional star destroyer is not as fast as their star destroyer, but its firepower is even stronger. The enemy dug a pit, and they fell into it. There is nothing we can do about it. If they had not encountered the Zerg attack, they should have been able to gain the upper hand. After all, the solar system is still their territory. They are more familiar with the environment there, and know how to deal with the Zerg. Some people were glad that they were not the ones to send troops. Ruger quickly contacted the big man of the main civilization, the commander of the Pleiades civilization, one of the 7 elders of the Pleiades society, Chingu. In the ancient Eastern mythology, the location of the Pleiades, which was called the 7 Sisters cluster by the ancients as one of the 20 constellations, has 7 bright stars, representing the 7 fairies. In the west, they are also called the 7 beautiful daughters of Atlas, the god of the sky. The meaning is similar. According to the current standard translation of the Blue Star civilization, they are called the 7 fairies. Lord Chingu, Rafar and the Grey Wolf are in a bad situation. I made a mistake in command. I request to blame you. Ruger reported carefully. Chingu over there was very dissatisfied and said, in the war against the first level civilization, there are mistakes. Even if we send a few automatic warships, the combat capability is stronger than you. Ruger felt very aggrieved and had to say, the Black Sea civilization has reached an agreement with us on the surface. But in fact it has given a lot of help to the Blue Star civilization. Their weapons and technology are almost equivalent to the second level civilization. If we don't take action now, Rafar and others will be defeated. Chingu was silent for a moment. During this moment, she negotiated with other elders and reached an agreement. She said, there is no need. No need to go to war with the Black Sea civilization directly. You can send a sublight speed warship to test. If the Black Sea civilization does not take action, then attack directly and take over the solar system. If a collision occurs, make arrangements. Yes. Ruger nodded. He immediately gave the order, saying, Vessel 9, enter the solar system. Outside the solar system, a giant battleship flew into the solar system at 95% of the speed of light. This is a star-class sublight speed battleship, the main battleship of the 2.4 level Bessel civilization. A star-class battleship is in existence that surpasses star destroyers. Just this one battleship is enough to wipe out the entire Blue Star civilization. The Pleiades have deployed a second-level civilization weapon. This news immediately spread to the Black Sea civilization. The elders of the Civilization Council gathered again, and the Great Elder by Jia said, the Blue Star civilization is about to win, and there can be no accidents at this time. Follow them, and stop them outside the solar system. Remember, avoid large-scale friction with them. A warp warship exited the warp, and appeared in front of Vessel 9. The captain of Vessel 9 did not dare to force his way through, so he had to report to Ruger. Did they really stop us? Ruger thought. Since the other party did not take the initiative to attack, it means they don't want to go to war with us. In that case, project stellar weapons, and strike the Blue Star civilization fleet from a distance. Yes. With the positioning of Raphael and Grey Wolf ships, Vessel 9 can accurately launch weapons into the solar system. Fire. Anchor point kinetic cannon. On Vessel 9, 2 kinetic cannons that were infinitely close to the speed of light bombarded Pluto's bloody moon and undersea moon. The kinetic energy of these 2 kinetic cannons is stronger than that of planetary orbital cannons, and they have the function of automatic tracking and locking. The warp warship of the Black Sea civilization also fired 2 rays to destroy the kinetic cannons. At this time, The captain of the Black Sea civilization warned the other side, warship in front. If you continue to violate the agreement and attack the Blue Star civilization in the solar system, our ship will launch an attack. The other side responded, my ship just fired accidentally and did not actively launch an attack. Bai Ningxiang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but found that this was not the case. How despicable. They have another sublight speed warship entering the solar system. Vessel 9 is just a cover. In another space, another sublight speed warship flew into the solar system. You violated the agreement. Bai Ningxiang accused the other party. Ruger retorted, no. You are wrong. This Wolf Fang is only a star destroyer of the first-level civilization. It has only 91% of the speed of light, and is not equipped with stellar weapons. Who stipulates that the first-level civilization cannot produce sublight speed warships? This is a ship of the Sirius civilization. The Sirius civilization is still a 1.9 level civilization. The other party is taking advantage of the loophole. Judging from the quality, this warship is definitely a stellar level warship. But it has been downgraded and some weapons have been removed, so that its definition is still a planetary level weapon. But even so, it is also the most powerful type of star destroyer. Enough to change the battlefield. Bai Ningxiang immediately informed He Xingzhou. And she said in embarrassment, we have no reason to attack now. If you really can't do it, retreat. I will find a way to stop their attack. If you really can't do it, I will let the warships of the Iceberg Investigation Association launch an attack. Bai Ningxiang knew that violating the regulations of the Civilization Council and acting without authorization would definitely cause huge conflicts within the civilization. But she believed that the value of the Blue Star civilization was far greater than the current fragmented Black Sea civilization. Even if the Black Sea civilization was still a third-level civilization. He Xingzhou said, I understand. He decisively ordered, everyone retreat. Retreat to the asteroid belt. Other commanders were puzzled and asked, Commander-in-Chief, victory is imminent. Why retreat now? When a stellar weapon appears, retreat first. He Xingzhou was also unwilling to accept this. Victory was imminent. Anyone would be unhappy if they retreated at this time. But as the commander of the fleet, he must remain rational. A momentary impulse will only destroy the entire fleet and civilization. When retreating, send the enemy's information, especially when passing through Neptune and Uranus. He Xingzhou added. What do you mean? Everyone was about to ask. It cannot be said. Colluding with the Zerg is a serious crime that the Order Alliance explicitly prohibits. But if the Zerg accidentally intercepts the intelligence, it will not be considered collusion with the Zerg. With such a dangerous enemy coming to the solar system, can the Zerg sit still? On the battlefield of Pluto, the fleet of Blue Star civilization hurriedly retreated. Not in the direction of Blue Star, but in the direction of their solar system outpost in the Kuiper Belt. At the same time, the space insect nests of Uranus and Neptune intercepted a message sent by humans, probably that the Blue Star civilization had collapsed, and the enemies of the second-level civilization had come to the solar system, and were about to reach the battlefield of Pluto. It's endless. We haven't completed the evolution and unification of the solar system. These civilizations are really annoying. We don't have the energy to deal with the indigenous civilization of Blue Star civilization. And we have to face these annoying bugs. The Lord of Ice Prison wanted to go out immediately and wipe out everyone. Now is the time for them to compete to evolve into a complete devourer and become the supreme overlord of the Zerg in the solar system. No one wants to be hurt and be robbed by other Zerg. Moreover, the Devourers have their own territories. To fight across planets, they must unify the planets, and the neighboring planets will not harass them. Now the appearance of sublight speed warships has broken this balance. Second-level civilization warships are a huge threat to us. We must not let them come to the solar system. The Lord of the Ice Prison called on the Devourers on Neptune. We should teach them a lesson. You can't always stand idly by. Otherwise everyone will face danger. Okay. We'll go out this time too. Several Devourers of planets responded. Like the Lord of Ice Prison, they were also Devourers of planets in the growth stage. On Uranus, Devourers of planets also went out and flew to the edge of the solar system. The Blue Star civilization fleet has retreated. On the main battlefield of Pluto, Raphael and Grey Wolf breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If they continued to fight, they would surely die. Our support has arrived, Grey Wolf said happily. With the Wolf Fang, it will be no problem to wipe out the Blue Star civilization. Raphael was envious. The Wolf Fang was much stronger than their Tianhe. At this time, on the Wolfang, the commander of the Sirius civilization, Wolfang, was in high spirits and shouted, "Everyone! It's time for us to make a contribution. If we take down this star system, everyone will have the opportunity to become a captain. Captain, you are awesome." The crew members were very excited. They will do what the main fleet failed to do. They will fight the enemies that the main fleet could not defeat. In this battle, they will become heroes of the Sirius civilization, and will also gain huge benefits for the civilization here. The Wolfang moved forward at a sublight speed. The warships of the Black Sea civilization hesitated again and again, but just kept tracking without launching an attack. Soon, the Wolfang entered the Kuiper belt and approached the orbit of Pluto. Chapter 223. The solar system is too terrifying. A space base of the Blue Star civilization has been discovered. The Wolfang has a stronger reconnaissance capability and has locked onto the solar system outpost of the Blue Star civilization. Destroy. The Wolfang secretly pressed the weapon button, and a sublight speed kinetic cannon bombarded the outpost from a distance of billions of kilometers. At this time, there were not many warships stationed at the outpost, and most of the warships were participating in the war. They were not even able to detect this sublight speed kinetic cannon in advance. When the Space Reconnaissance Network discovered the shell, the defense was already very difficult. Retreat! Retreat! In the outpost, all personnel and ships quickly evacuated. The automatic weapon interception system fired at full power, but neither the electromagnetic cannon, proton weapons nor plasma weapons could work. The sublight electromagnetic cannon accurately hit the outpost, and also made irregular movements, destroying all the large buildings of the outpost. The outpost we worked so hard to build is gone just like that? Seeing the outpost destroyed, the commanders were distressed. At the same time, they also realized that the enemy's weapons had indeed exceeded their response range. This is no longer a war of first-level civilization. The enemy used cheating methods and created some weapons that are almost at the level of second-level civilization. Very good. Destroying such a target is effortless. Langia was very satisfied, and he continued, heading towards the Blue Star. The Langia moved forward rapidly, and soon reached the orbit of Pluto. Raphael said, "We are seriously damaged. Tianhe needs to be repaired, and we can only send other warships to fight together." Grey Wolf said directly, "We still have 50% of our strength, and Sirius will act together with Langia." Langia smiled and said, "You can continue to repair and destroy the Blue Star civilization. One of our ships is enough." Langia, don't underestimate the Blue Star civilization. Their commander Chunfeng is not a simple person. Grey Wolf knew that Langia had always wanted to replace his position in the civilization, and didn't want to share the credit with him. So he persuaded him. So what? Unless he deploys stellar weapons. Does he have them? Langia asked back. Grey Wolf couldn't answer. At this time, a strong energy wave came from the space ahead. The reconnaissance ship reported, "Warning. Zerg movement has been discovered. The Lord of Ice Prison, and 4 devourers of planets, 3 of which are from Neptune and 2 from Uranus." Again? Rafar became nervous and said, "I can't fight them. I want to retreat." "You came just in time. Let me deal with the devourers of planets together," Langia ordered. "All ships are ready to meet the enemy and kill the Zerg." The Langia did not retreat, but stayed on the battlefield of Pluto. The devourers of planets are extremely fast, and they can also reach sublight speed. This time, the Lord of Ice Prison, which caused serious damage to the Tianhe Star Destroyer, only fell behind, and its speed was the slowest. The Lord of Ice Prison is actually the weakest of the 5 devourers of planets. Song Jinghong hurriedly recorded their data. Except the Lord of Ice Prison, the other 4 have not been seen. Send a reconnaissance satellite to analyze the energy reaction. During the sublight speed flight, the Devourer did not conceal its own energy fluctuations and body radiation, so it can be roughly detected. Soon, the approximate judgment data of these Devourers appeared in the hall of the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. We already know the strength of the Ice Prison Lord. The growing Devourer is from Neptune. This Zerg that looks similar to the Ice Prison Lord. We named it the Mysterious Ice Lord. Also from Neptune, with a higher energy reaction. The growing Devourer. The ability is unknown, and may be similar to the Ice Prison Lord. There is also a black Devourer in the shape of an oriental dragon, with a horn on its head and flames all over its body. It comes from Neptune. The growing Devourer is temporarily named the Lord of Flame. A growing Devourer from Uranus. shaped like a mountain, covered with a metal protective layer, with unknown capabilities, temporarily named the Lord of the Golden Peak. The last one is from Uranus. Looks like a starfish, with a huge eyeball in the middle of its body, temporarily named the Lord of the Demonic Eye. There are indeed a lot of devourers, LV May said in shock. If these guys go crazy and come to Blue Planet, I'm afraid we will find it difficult to resist. If that happens, it will be a do-or-die battle. He Xingzhou said that it was difficult for him to control the situation at this point. Pull our defense line back to Mars. Warships outside. Don't rub against the Zerg, He Xingzhou said. Returning. The fleet had already evacuated, avoiding the Zerg's route. Planet Devourer has entered the attack range. The observer on the Wolf Fang reminded. Attack. Kill them all. Wolf Fang was full of excitement. Challenging Planet Devourer would be such a great achievement. Driving the first sublight-speed warship of the Sirius civilization and killing Planet Devourer. He would become famous in one battle. Not only in the Sirius civilization, but also in the Pleiades. He would be valued. Wolf Fang knew that Grey Wolf, as the current Supreme Commander, was no longer welcome because of the failure of the battle. Now is the time for him to rise. The sublight-speed electromagnetic cannon fired at the Lord of the Magic Eye flying in the front. And it was this shot that killed the solar system outpost of the Blue Star civilization. Now, its target is the Lord of the Demon Eye, the giant starfish. The Lord of the Demon Eye has seen the attack from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. It opened its eyes. Its eyeballs are not solid, but a mass of high-temperature plasma, equivalent to part of a star. The Lord of the Demon Eye did not change its form. It continued to move forward. When the sublight-speed electromagnetic cannon bombarded it, the plasma rays in the Demon Eye poured out. Its energy intensity, light intensity, and heat energy were 10 times stronger than the purgatory rays produced by the ion energy amplification array on the bloody moon. The sublight-speed electromagnetic cannon melted in an instant and completely evaporated in space. This guy is much stronger than the Lord of the Ice Prison. It is very close to a mature planet devourer, Jiang Chan said. Everyone watched nervously, and the ones who were more nervous than them at this time were Raphael, Grey Wolf and others. Did the attack of the Wolf Fang not work? Raphael was originally resting near Pluto, and seeing this, he directly ordered, retreat. Retreat quickly. Where to retreat? The subordinates asked. Leave the solar system, Raphael said directly. Staying in the solar system now is a dead end. We retreat too. Grey Wolf gritted his teeth. This Zerg is too perverted. Even if a real second-level civilization comes, it can't be their opponent. Right? This is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know how many monsters there are on those planets. The Wolf Fang failed in one shot, and saw that his teammates were retreating. Deserting? You're all waiting for a court-martial. Langia didn't plan to retreat. The sublight electromagnetic cannon was just one of the weapons on the Langia. Prepare the particle light spear, Langia ordered. Shoot through that magic eye for me. On the Langia, a particle beam was forming. This was a weapon formed by particle clusters, and it was definitely one of the star-level weapons. Strictly speaking, at this time, they had violated the agreement with the Black Sea civilization and used the weapons of the second-level civilization. But the warships of the Black Sea civilization did not take action, because they were attacking the Zerg. The Black Sea civilization had been deeply involved in the war with the Zerg for hundreds of years, and did not want to wade into this muddy water. Since they were not attacking the Blue Star civilization, the elders did not want to go to war with the Pleiades over this matter. On the Wolf Fang, a particle beam shot at the magic eye, and the attack speed reached the speed of light. The particle light spear accurately hit the master of the magic eye. It passed through the magic eye of the master of the magic eye. The particle beam generated a super energy electric field and thermal energy reaction, destroying the magic eye of the master of the magic eye in an instant. Success? Wolf Fang was delighted. He killed a planet devourer? The next moment, this trace of joy disappeared. The magic eye of the magic eye recondensed, and even its body was not affected much. It is immune to the particle light spear. Wolf Fang's heart was filled with turbulent waves. This is the most powerful weapon on their warship. Even if it was a star destroyer, it would be destroyed and killed if it was directly hit by this weapon. The Lord of the Eye was only slightly injured. The sublight electromagnetic cannon and particle light spear could not do anything to it. What other weapons could do? Retreat. Langia shouted this word unwillingly. He realized that the Langia might not be a match for these planet devourers. Then behind them, the planet devourers accelerated again. Among them, the Lord of the Eye could even reach a speed of 95% of the speed of light. It passed through the dark space, and the plasma group on its body shone like a bright comet. The speed of the other several planet devourers also reached about 92% and 93% of the speed of light. The distance between the Wolf Fang and them was shrinking. The Lord of the Eye even took the initiative to attack, and its eye rays swept the Wolf Fang, and the energy shield was decaying at a rate of 1% per second. This Wolf Fang was very scared. The Wolf Fang was a star-class battleship, and the energy shield was decreasing so quickly. He couldn't fight or run away. Was he going to die here? At this time, other planet devourers also launched ray attacks, and the energy shield of the Wolf Fang was decreasing even faster. Lord Ruger, we can't hold on any longer. Request support. Wolf Fang asked Ruger for help. Ruger's mentality was about to collapse. It was fine if Rafar and Grey Wolf were defeated, but the Wolf Fang was sent there at the risk of going to war with the Black Sea civilization. Even the Devourer of Planets has forced them to this point. Should we continue to send star-class warships? Ruger hesitated. At this time, Qin Gu sent an order: stop attacking the solar system and don't kill the Devourer of Planets. Sir, our star-class warships can definitely destroy them. Ruger was very unwilling. After paying such a high price, how could he give up halfway? I'll say it straight once. If you act on your own, you know the consequences. Qin Gu's voice was unquestionable. Yes. Ruger had never heard her use such words. He realized that these devourers of planets might be involved in things that even the main civilizations were afraid of. Ruger sent a letter to Langia. Hold on. Our support will arrive soon. In fact, he was not going to support. He said that just to use the Wolf Fang as a test subject to test the ability of the Devourer of Planets. How can we hold on? Wolf Fang looked at the battleship's ability shield, which had been reduced to 10%, and reached the bottom at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the energy shield on the Wolf Fang completely disappeared, and the attack of the Devourer of Planets hit the ship. The hull armor was seriously damaged, and at this time, the Devourers of Planets actually stopped attacking. Because of the damage, the Wolf Fang lost its sublight speed, and 5 Devourers of Planets surrounded it. The Lord of the Golden Peak created a super strong magnetic field and controlled the Wolf Fang. On the Wolf Fang, there were millions of combatants of the Sirius civilization. They trembled in fear in front of the Devourer of Planets. The weapon system had been destroyed by electromagnetics and completely failed. Got it, said the Lord of Ice Prison proudly. I want half, said the Lord of Demon Eye. The other bugs had no objection. It was the strongest, so it was understandable that it wanted the most. Before Langia understood what they were going to do, the Lord of Demon Eye wrapped the battleship with his body, melting it alive and swallowing it. The other planet devourers were not idle either, eating the huge sublight speed battleship like a cake. Metal, electromagnetic guns, hydrogen bombs, reactors, are just side dishes in their mouths. Too miserable. Grey Wolf and others were still fleeing, and they shuddered at the sight of this scene. That was a star-class sublight speed battleship. For a first-level civilization, it was simply a peerless killer. Such a thing actually became a snack for the planet devourer. Survive in this star system? Survive bullshit. Rafar cursed directly, saying, fortunately we didn't take down the Blue Star civilization. Otherwise we would be neighbors with these monsters. Even if we send the entire civilization's forces here, we'll just be delivering food to them. Right? Grey Wolf thought. These planet devourers, the Bessel civilization where Ruger is located, may not be their opponents, let alone them. Run quickly, before they catch up. The Lord of the Ice Prison wanted to chase, but the other members didn't mean to. The Lord of the Mysterious Ice suggested, since we are all out, for example, take this opportunity to wipe out the Blue Star civilization. Good idea. They have 4 planets, any one of which is enough for us to evolve into a complete planet devourer. The flame pillar was ready to move. Well said, the Lord of the Ice said. Then let's go. However, none of the 5 planet devourers moved first. Lord of the Mysterious Ice, are you going to attack the Blue Star civilization? Mars can be given to you, the Lord of the Ice Prison said. This way we don't have to fight to the death on Neptune. Do you think I'm a fool? The Lord of the Mysterious Ice said. That's the territory of the Jupiter kind. When I fly to Jupiter's orbit, I will definitely be torn into pieces by them. If you want to go so much, then you should go first. I won't go. The resources on Neptune are enough for me to evolve for a while, said the Lord of Ice Prison. I won't waste time with you. There are still some warships that I can devour just now. After that, it continued to chase the fleeing fleet. Seeing this, other planet devourers followed suit. These warships have refined space metals and energy. Devouring them is much faster than devouring planetary materials. Chapter 224 The Biggest Winner. The Pleiades' combined fleet was completely defeated and fled outside the solar system. This is simply hell. We shouldn't have come to the solar system. Even if we defeat the Blue Star civilization, we will still become the Zerg's feast in the end. These devourers can only be destroyed by the main civilization. Right? The captains were still in shock. Behind them, warships were constantly destroyed and devoured by devourers. Use unmanned warships to lead them away. On the Tianhe, Rafar used a group of unmanned warships to lead the devourer of the Golden Peak to chase in other directions. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw a new UFO appear on the reconnaissance network. When the reconnaissance satellite approached, it was discovered that it was a giant meteorite flying at high speed. Pluto's moon. A weapon of the Blue Star civilization. Raphael was shocked. Pluto's moon had previously dealt with the elite fleet sent by the Grey Wolf in another battlefield. Now that it appeared here, it meant that the elite fleet had been completely destroyed. On Pluto's moon, Huang Sheng opened the communication channel and asked to contact the other party. Raphael connected the communication, and the modified Huang Sheng said loudly, "Listen. People on the Tianhe. I am Huang Sheng, the second-level commander of the Blue Star civilization. You have been surrounded by my ships. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. Otherwise I will destroy you." On the moon of Pluto, the turrets have been extended and aimed at the Tianhe. The Tianhe was severely damaged. Whether it is speed, attack, or defense, it is not as good as the moon of Pluto. If they really fight, they will only die. Rafar refused to accept it. He gritted his teeth and said, "We will not surrender. Fire!" Huang Sheng didn't say a word of nonsense and directly fired the purgatory ray. And the Tianhe was damaged again. Rafar said angrily, "Why don't you talk about conditions?" Huang Sheng smiled and said, "Since you don't surrender, there is only one way to die. Have you thought it through? We treat prisoners well. This battleship and the people on it are very useful. They can help them develop star destroyers and obtain more intelligence from the Pleiades and surrounding star systems. Sir, let's be more cautious." The adjutants around looked at Rafar. They didn't want to die. Strictly speaking, most of the members of the entire fleet were not strong men. Their civilization had been colonized by the Pleiades civilization for more than 100 years. After more than 100 years of interstellar colonization, those who would rather die than surrender either died or left the original civilization. For them, surrender was not an unacceptable thing. Rafar realized that even if he did not agree to surrender, the people around him would kill him and then surrender. He sighed and said, "It can only be like this." After that, he sent a message to Huang Sheng, "We agree to surrender. You must stop the attack immediately." Huang Sheng said, "Okay. We will send unmanned warships and robot troops to receive them. Everyone leave the Tianhe and enter the unmanned warships. No matter what happens, we will continue to attack." "I understand," Rafar said. He announced to everyone in a deep voice, "Everyone, we are defeated. Everyone give up resistance." Inside the Tianhe, the crew members looked sad. Who would have thought that they were full of vigor and took a star destroyer across a distance of 10 light years to the solar system? But they would end up like this? But in the face of strength, any nonsense is useless. Huang Sheng sent an unmanned warship and a large number of unmanned mechas to receive the prisoners and the Tianhe. When the robot and the special forces took control of the Tianhe, he immediately reported the progress to the headquarters. "Report to the headquarters. This is Pluto's moon. We are in the Kuiper Belt. Now we have captured the Tianhe and all the crew members on the Tianhe. Please give instructions." "You captured the Tianhe?" He Xingzhou was overjoyed and said, "Well done." The commanders were even more delighted. He Hongwei said, "After capturing the Tianhe, there will be no obstacles for our self-developed star destroyer." "Huang Sheng, you are good. Good guy. You got the credit." Meng Hai envied. "I was planning to chase the Sirius, but now the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Demon Eye are chasing it, and I dare not get close." He Xingzhou said, "Don't go back yet. Just hide in the Kuiper Belt and wait for the devourers to return to their nest before returning to the blue planet. Got it. Wang Sheng took the Tianhe to a more hidden area. Even the Devourers did not have the ability to see through the star system, relying on the solar system satellite network that He Xingzhou had been laying out for decades. They could know the location of the Devourers in time and avoid them. The Devourers killed happily, and most of the warships of the Pleiades fleet were destroyed by them. Even the Sirius that Grey Wolf was riding on could not escape their attack. In the outer solar system, the Lord of the Demon Eye and the Lord of the Ice Prison joined forces to dismember the Sirius. Commander Grey Wolf saw that the situation was not good and had already escaped on the escape ship. In space, seeing the scene of Sirius being devoured by the Devourer of Planets, Grey Wolf had a psychological shadow in his heart that he would never be able to erase. There is a great terror in the solar system. Whoever comes will die. Next time, even if you give me a warp battleship, I will not come. Grey Wolf said in his heart. Not enough. Why are there only these? After eating Sirius, the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Demon Eye were still not satisfied. I gave up evolution and came out to fight. And I must gain something. The Lord of Demon Eye set his sights on Pluto. It said, Pluto belongs to me. I will turn it into my space insect nest. The Lord of Ice Prison was dissatisfied. And it was the one who suffered the most losses. Neptune's Triton was bombed by humans using planetary orbital cannons. But it didn't dare to conflict with the Lord of the Demon Eye. Wait for me. Wait until I evolve to my full form. And then I will destroy you. The Lord of the Ice Prison separated from the Lord of the Demon Eye. And it went straight back to Neptune. After sweeping the other planet Devourers, they also returned to their own planets. Only the Lord of the Demon Eye came to Pluto. And it landed on the riddled Pluto, with its huge body pressed against the surface. Its body covering mountains, craters, and nitrogen ice oceans. Then, its demon eye ejected plasma flames, generating huge propulsion, and actually pushed Pluto to fly. This Lord of the Demon Eye actually took Pluto away, Luan said in shock. Its power is much stronger than our asteroid thrusters. What a pity. Xiao Hong sighed. Pluto could have been our base outside the solar system. Let it go first. He Xingzhou looked at the scene of the Lord of the Demon Eye taking Pluto away and said, let it help us turn Pluto into a new weapon. And then we'll take it back. That's right. These space hives are too easy to use. The strength is equivalent to that of a star destroyer. With a little modification, it can be a heavy weapon. He Hongwei agreed. And everyone was optimistic. Their Blood Moon and Pluto Moon were both modified from space hives. Otherwise, how could they have created unconventional star destroyers that other civilizations would take decades to build in just a few years? Everyone continued to observe the battle situation. The Pleiades joint fleet was basically completely defeated. And only the Grey Wolf fled the solar system with a small number of warships. The Pleiades star-class warships had no intention of participating in the war. And the Black Sea civilization warships did not enter the solar system. Both sides did not intend to continue to invest in the solar system. The planet Devourers returned to their nests. And the Lord of the Eye brought Pluto into the orbit of Uranus, and bounded with the gravity of Uranus to become a satellite of Uranus. As the Lord of the Eye flew into Uranus, the invasion war launched by the Pleiades was finally declared over. Clean up the battlefield, and the fleet will be withdrawn. He Xingzhou issued a new order. The warships outside the solar system returned one after another to clean up the battlefield. Who would have thought that the war would turn out like this? The commander sighed. Anyway, even if the Zerg didn't take action, we should be able to win. They were not discouraged, because they defeated the enemy fleet head-on on the Pluto battlefield. There are many enemies around, and we don't have much time left. He Xingzhou looked at the star map, and the location of Jupiter was particularly conspicuous. At present, they know very little about Jupiter. This planet with the largest mass in the solar system has the most Zerg. The Devourers of other planets dare not approach the orbit of Jupiter. If the solar system gave birth to a complete Devourer of planets, then it must be on Jupiter. The Pleiades will not attack you in the short term. Bai Ningxiang's projection appeared in the headquarters, unless they are ready for a full-scale war with us. That's good. He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Facing two enemies at the same time, the pressure was not small. You have to be careful, Bai Ningxiang reminded. You have seen the strength of the Devourer of planets. Even if you develop a star destroyer, you are not their opponent. The complete Devourer of planets can really devour an entire planet. Everyone's expression was solemn. They naturally knew it. When the Blue Star Alliance fleet returned to the port with the wreckage of the Pleiades fleet and the half-disabled Tianhe, it was warmly welcomed by the Alliance. There were also people driving their personal spacecrafts to form a celebratory pattern in the outer space of Blue Star to express their welcome. The whole society was celebrating. He Xingzhou met Rafar in the real world. Now he is a prisoner of the Blue Star Alliance. Are you Cheng Feng? In the detention room, Rafar looked at He Xingzhou, and the voice coming from the translator was full of bitterness. I lost to you twice. To be honest, I was unwilling to accept it at the beginning. When I saw the Devourer of Planets destroy the Tianhe, I understood that I had lost from the beginning. If it were me, I would not be able to lead the civilization to survive the attack of the Zerg. Rafar thought of the first time the Tianhe civilization faced the Pleiades civilization fleet. The other side easily destroyed all their defenses. And in despair, the entire civilization surrendered. Tianhe civilization became an interstellar colony of Pleiades civilization. And all the rebels were killed. Rafar. He Xingzhou did not want to discuss the survival of civilization with him. We have already scanned your brain, so we will skip the interrogation process. They already have all the information in Rafar and the surrendered people's brains. Most of it is about Tianhe civilization, and a small amount of information about surrounding civilizations. I want to ask you for one thing, He Xingzhou said. Take your people and restore all the design drawings of Tianhe, and I can guarantee that you will not die. Rafar smiled bitterly and said, Do I have the right to refuse? No, He Xingzhou said decisively. However, if you do your best and do it perfunctorily, you will get two different results, He Xingzhou said. If you do it perfunctorily, you will at least be imprisoned for life, until death. If you perform well, you will have the opportunity to return to the Tianhe Tri-Star system. Can you let us go back? As soon as Rafar asked, he realized that He Xingzhou did not mean that. You want to fight back? You are crazy. If you leave the solar system, the Pleiades civilization will definitely take action. This is not your concern, He Xingzhou said. Do your best. If you progress quickly enough, the date of returning home will not be far away. Raphael didn't say anything. He Xingzhou actually wanted to fight back. He originally had some thoughts of wanting to die, but after hearing what He Xingzhou said, he felt that he couldn't commit suicide at this time. As long as the Blue Star civilization can survive, there will inevitably be a more intense war with the Pleiades in the future. I want to live. Nothing is yet determined, Raphael thought. As for the design drawings of the Star Destroyer, he knew very well that even if they didn't cooperate, the Blue Star civilization would be able to manufacture it quickly. After all, they already had an unconventional Star Destroyer and had the Tianhe as a research object. In this case, it would be better to fight for better treatment for prisoners. After dealing with many trivial matters, He Xingzhou was able to calm down. He began to think about the next action. The Superstar Ring had been completed, and the Pleiades fleet attack was over. Then the most important task was to build a Dyson sphere and unlock the ultimate planetary weapon on the quantum optical brain to deal with the planet devourer. He Xingzhou opened the quantum optical brain and read the relevant technologies to unlock the Dyson sphere countless times. Over the years of energy mining, a large number of energy points have been accumulated on the quantum optical brain. Get ready. He Xingzhou unlocked them one by one. Unlock electromagnetic technology. Spend 2,000 energy points to unlock the planetary power induction tower technology. Spend 2,400 energy points to unlock electromagnetic matrix technology. Spend 3,000 energy points to unlock photon frequency conversion technology. Spend 5,000 energy points to unlock solar sail technology. Then there is logistics technology. Spend 3,000 energy points to unlock interstellar logistics transportation station. Mining technology. Spend 4,000 energy points to unlock gaseous planet energy mining technology. Metallurgy technology. Spend 5,000 energy points to unlock high-energy lattice smelting technology. Power storage. Spend 10,000 energy points to unlock interstellar energy station manufacturing technology. Plasma control technology. Spend 20,000 energy points to unlock plasma emission and storage technology. Plasma refining technology. Spend 20,000 energy points to unlock plasma refining technology. Magnetic field technology. Spend 30,000 energy points to unlock circular magnetic field technology. Finally, it is control technology. Spend 100,000 energy points to unlock the solar sail control system. He Xingzhou used up all the accumulated energy points in one breath, and made up for and perfected all the technologies needed to make a Dyson sphere. Mining, refining, logistics, storage, control, etc. Over the years, He Xingzhou and the entire Blue Star civilization have accumulated countless technical reserves and industrial heritage. As long as there are enough resources, a Dyson cloud can be made. In terms of technology, He Xingzhou has the confidence. But in terms of resources, he lacks a lot. Even if it is only a partial structure of the Dyson sphere, the Dyson cloud, it will consume the energy of the entire solar system. The Blue Star civilization has not yet unified the solar system. Where do so many resources come from? They currently do not have the ability to mine in other star systems. It seems that I have to go to the virtual universe again. He Xingzhou thought that he had accumulated a lot of rewards over the years, and could exchange them at the Order Alliance. Chapter 225 Stellar Energy Hub. He Xingzhou came to the virtual universe again. The Blue Star Civilization office, which has expanded 5 times compared to decades ago. In the initial city T2, the Blue Star Civilization office has already looked quite luxurious. In recent years, the Blue Star Civilization has been in contact with other civilizations, communicating, and conducting some technological transactions, earning some cosmic coins for expansion. Some aliens saw He Xingzhou and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chumfeng. The representatives of the first-level civilization were particularly enthusiastic about him, mainly because He Xingzhou had made a big splash in the civilization arena and was favored by the Galaxy Light organization. He Xingzhou nodded slightly. When Hung, the person in charge of the office, came out to greet him, General Commander, let's go to Order Square to have a look, He Xingzhou said. When Hung and Commander LV Mei, who was in the office, went to Order Square with him, the Order Angel floated in the air like a sculpture. He Xingzhou stepped forward and looked at the content and rewards on the task bar. Chumfeng of Blue Star Civilization went to Order Square. Some aliens were watching him. Blue Star Civilization is one of the most watched first-level civilizations in recent decades. There are also rumors recently that the Pleiades failed to attack them. This news makes Blue Star Civilization even more mysterious. Some people say that Blue Star Civilization is a subsidiary civilization of Black Sea Civilization, while others believe that there is a more advanced civilization behind Blue Star Civilization. Regardless, these first-level civilizations are very concerned about them. After all, being in the same virtual city means that their territories are very close. There are always opportunities to interact with each other, and it is always right to collect intelligence in advance. Soon, a group of onlookers came to the Order Square, including several members of the Pleiades. Rafar and Grey Wolf are no longer there. Rafar was captured by He Xingzhou, and Grey Wolf was dismissed. Dan Dast and Cage of Tianyuan Civilization, and Ruger of Bessel Civilization are all here. Seeing He Xingzhou, Ruger stepped forward and said, Chumfeng, Rafar was imprisoned by you. Right? I advise you to release them as soon as possible and return the Tianhe. Otherwise what? He Xingzhou asked back. You don't look like someone who wants to negotiate with me. Do I need to say more? Ruger snorted coldly. The Black Sea Civilization can't protect you. The Zerg in the solar system alone are enough to destroy you. Even if they don't do it, you will fall into our hands sooner or later. 7 of the star systems around the solar system are already under our control. Do you know what this means? He Xingzhou has read this information from Rafar's brain. This is indeed a troublesome matter, which means that if the Blue Star Civilization wants to leave the solar system, it must have friction with them. There is a long way to go. He Xingzhou didn't have time to argue with him. It was related to the interests of civilization, so there was no point in talking nonsense. He called the Angel of Order and said, Angel of Order, I want to redeem rewards. The Angel of Order spread her wings and flew down from the sky. She said expressionlessly, you need to re-identify the civilization level. Okay. He Xingzhou immediately turned on the subspace communicator and opened the subspace scan. After a while, the Angel of Order said, the civilization rating of Blue Star Civilization has increased by 0.5 to level 1.9 civilization. Corresponding rewards can be obtained for every 0.1 level increase of the first level civilization. A reward of 100 universe coins can be obtained. The last certification was a level 1.2 civilization, and this time it directly became a level 1.9 civilization. When the Order Angel said this number, the aliens in the Order Square exclaimed in amazement. Level 1.9. It's only been more than 30 years since the last certification of Blue Star Civilization? It has been upgraded by 0.7 levels? This is simply outrageous. No. Blue Star Civilization has only been certified in the virtual universe for 50 years. And it has directly upgraded from level 1.0 to level 1.9. This speed is simply crushing us. No wonder Tianhe Civilization and Sirius Civilization are not their opponents. Blue Star Civilization must have received help from advanced civilizations. Otherwise, it is impossible for civilization to upgrade so quickly. Maybe the next certification will make Blue Star Civilization a level 2 civilization. The level 1 civilization envoys present were India's. Some people congratulated He Xingzhou, Mr. Chengfeng. Congratulations on becoming a 1.9 level civilization. I wish the Blue Star Civilization will develop better and better. Our Liuguang Civilization is willing to make friends with you. The Blue Star Civilization has amazing potential. Let's have more exchanges in the future. Seeing this scene, He Xingzhou smiled. Last time in the Order Square, no civilization was willing to make friends with them. Now they all congratulated. No matter where they are, they have to rely on strength to speak. Ruger and others looked pale. They naturally knew that the Blue Star Civilization had the strength of a 1.9 level civilization. When the Order Angel really confirmed it, they still found it hard to accept. The main civilization has already listed them as a threat and asked them to deal with this matter. But after decades of operation, the Blue Star Civilization has not only not been destroyed, but is about to surpass them. After He Xingzhou had a brief exchange with everyone, he began to exchange other rewards. Building warships and destroying Zerd can both earn cosmic coins awarded by the Order Alliance. The Blue Star Civilization has built more than 100 or 200 warships. And now the total number of warships exceeds 500. In addition to the planetary overlords and planet devourers killed, the rewards are not cheap. This time, He Xingzhou did not announce his rewards. The aliens next to him were not sure, thinking that the Blue Star Civilization had been promoted to a level 1.9 civilization. The rewards must be quite a lot. Detailed rewards appeared in front of He Xingzhou and others. The cosmic coins alone reached 100,000. More than what He Xingzhou had earned in the civilization arena before. These cosmic coins were enough to exchange for a large amount of resources. In addition, there were additional rewards for their first kill of medium and high-level planetary overlords, as well as young planetary devourers. You can exchange 2 ordinary rewards in the T2 level reward library, and have a chance to get a T2 level special reward. Tuanzi said. It now blocked other people, and only people from the Blue Star Civilization could hear its story. Can't exchange for T3 level rewards? He Xingzhou asked. Unfortunately, you can't, unless you become a 2nd level civilization, Tuanzi said. According to the reward rules of the Order Alliance, only rewards of 1 level higher can be awarded. Okay. He Xingzhou opened the reward library and looked carefully. He had seen the T2 reward library before, so He Xingzhou quickly selected the reward content. I want to redeem a chance to open a temporary wormhole for free. He Xingzhou first redeemed the chance to deliver free express delivery. This is to transport the materials obtained in the virtual universe back to the solar system. Otherwise the postage is too expensive and it is not affordable. Tuanzi recorded it. Free small temporary wormhole opening times +1. Then a set of T2 subspace communication repeaters. He Xingzhou continued. This thing is the subspace communicator that Bai Ningxiang gave them before. But there are 10 in a set. As long as they are distributed throughout the solar system, they can achieve non-delay communication within the solar system, and transmit messages through the subspace to eliminate the delay caused by the slow speed of light. Tuanzi, the corresponding reward has been issued to your personal warehouse, and will be given together when the next temporary wormhole is opened. There is also a special T2 level reward, and the items of special rewards are higher than ordinary rewards. He Xingzhou opened the reward library to check. First of all, the weapons. He Xingzhou looked at it, and there was nothing special for him to act. There was indeed a sublight battleship exchange in it. But the sublight speed warships of the Order Alliance cannot be reversed. And even if they are exchanged, they will definitely defeat the Devourer of Planets. So He Xingzhou gave up this option. And then some biotechnology, large-scale creations, etc. He chose one of the targets after repeated selection. I want to exchange this star-level energy hub, He Xingzhou said, pointing to a certain reward. The star-level energy hub is a device for energy storage and emission. It can store a large amount of energy and emit it to any place in the star system. As long as the relevant place builds a receiver, it can receive directional energy. He Xingzhou also unlocked similar technology on the quantum optical brain. But the energy hub they made was only planetary level. And its performance was much worse than this one. This star-level energy hub is enough to bear and transport the energy of the Dyson sphere. Once the Dyson sphere is put into operation, this energy hub can be used to transmit energy to every planet in the solar system and their warships. It is equivalent to that in the solar system. Their warships will have the stellar system wireless charging function, and they can travel unimpeded. When the Dyson sphere is connected to the energy hub, they will have unlimited endurance in the solar system. And their construction capabilities, combat capabilities, economic activities, and industrial behaviors will all be qualitatively improved. Tuanzi, the star-level energy hub, has been sent to the reward library, and it can be given away when the next temporary wormhole is opened. Sister Lu, Wenheng, the next thing is up to you, He Xingzhou said. Don't be stingy with these cosmic coins. Use them all up to buy the resources needed to build the Dyson sphere. Well, let's get started, Lu Mei said to Wenheng. The two immediately started working. Good steel should be used on the blade. These cosmic coins should be used to buy the resources they urgently need or the scarce resources in the solar system. They checked the reward library one by one, listed the required resources, and then went to the trading hall to buy them. A few days later, all preparations were completed, and He Xingzhou said to Tuanzi, use my temporary wormhole function to send the purchased items and the exchange rewards to the solar system. Tuanzi, preparing for delivery. The relevant items will be delivered within 10 hours. The Order Alliance was very fast. After only 3 hours, a temporary wormhole appeared in the orbit of Blue Star. A large amount of materials flew out of the wormhole. These materials piled up into a mountain, and the total mass was greater than that of the moon. He Xingzhou did not dare to let them get too close to Blue Star. Otherwise its gravity would cause the Blue Star ecosystem to be unbalanced. So he asked the receiving fleet to take these materials separately and transport them to various planets and processing factories in space. And the group of T2 level subspace communicators and a huge star-level energy hub were collected by him personally. Commander Chui, these subspace communicators are handed over to you. He Xingzhou handed the subspace communicator to Chui Weiman and said, let it be distributed throughout the solar system, and we will be able to communicate without delay in the solar system in the future. Leave it to me. Chui Weiman began to make arrangements. He Xingzhou himself boarded the battleship to transport the star-level energy hub. This is a huge technological pagoda. Inside it is an energy storage device that can accommodate the energy to drive 100 star-level battleships at the same time. Both ends of it are energy transmitters that can emit electrical energy in the form of rays, although some energy will be lost in the process. Its power supply range can cover the entire solar system, and its flaws do not outweigh its merits. Its size and mass are even larger than the Star Destroyer Tianhe. Seeing it, He Xingzhou could only sigh. The Order Alliance is really rich. This kind of thing is given away as soon as it is said. The resources possessed by advanced civilizations are really enviable. He heard from Bai Ningxiang that advanced civilizations buy and sell resources. Directly buy and sell planets, star systems, and even star clusters. The two star systems where the Black Sea civilizations affiliated civilizations are located are what they bought. He Xingzhou used a warship to drag the star-level energy hub all the way to Mercury's low Earth orbit. Mercury is closest to the Sun, and has now been built into a Dyson sphere manufacturing factory by He Xingzhou. There are hundreds of solar sail manufacturing factories on the surface of Mercury and in outer space. They are manufacturing solar sails that can absorb solar energy day and night. Each solar sail is a small aircraft that will fly around the Sun under the control of an intelligent system, absorbing solar energy and converting it into electrical energy. Is this the energy hub? Zheng Weihao, the head of the Mercury factory, was delighted to see the energy hub that was comparable to a star destroyer, and said, we have deployed 10 million solar sails, and the stored energy has long been full. Transportation has always been a big problem. With this energy hub, within 3 years, Mercury will no longer need nuclear fusion reactors. Within 20 years, we can supply energy to Blue Star, and within 50 years, to the entire solar system. He Xingzhou said, not only for industrial use, but also for war energy consumption. I've calculated it, Zheng Weihao said. At that time, even if we have 100 star destroyers, it will be enough. The energy provided by the Dyson cloud is almost unlimited for a first-level civilization. Will the Blue Star civilization have 100 star destroyers in 50 years? He Xingzhou thinks it is impossible. At most there will be only 10. It takes a lot of resources to build a star destroyer. Tianhe civilization and Sirius civilization have only built one. I hope we can make it in time. He Xingzhou stood in the space station above Mercury, wearing sunglasses and looking at the sun. Here, a young star is still burning. And every moment, it is releasing terrifying energy. Transport ships are constantly heading towards the sun, carrying a large number of solar sails. Millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of billions of solar sails are as small as dust in front of the volume and mass of the sun. Even creating a Dyson cloud that humans can observe on the blue star is an extremely difficult task. He Xingzhou stayed on Mercury and worked with a team to develop a solar sail orbit system. It is not comparable to ordinary intelligent systems. Its budget will exceed all current quantum computers in the world. It must accurately calculate the orbit of the sun and the impact of sunlight on all planets, and adjust billions of solar sails at the same time. At that time, it must achieve stable regulation, absorb solar energy, and not affect the sun's radiation on other planets. Its computing power is not inferior to that of real silicon-based life. For this purpose, He Xingzhou also specially transferred the silicon-based Zerg research team and the most elite AI technology research team of Blue Star Civilization. A research team of up to 1 million people began to design a solar sail orbit system on Mercury. Chapter 226 Attending his own funeral. The Dyson Sphere project has been fully launched. Every day, a large number of solar sails are sent to the vicinity of the sun to absorb the heat energy emitted by the star. Millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of solar sails all seem insignificant at the beginning. But the energy they obtain is actually accumulated in the star-level energy hub. On the other hand, the Academy of Military Sciences is also designing the Blue Star Civilization's own star destroyer through research on the Tianhe. The Tianhe, a semi-destroyed ship, cannot be wasted. He Xingzhou pulled the Tianhe to Mars and asked Xie Wu to repair it at the Mars battleship factory. In this way, they can have a star destroyer as quickly as possible. The days of construction and scientific research passed quickly. And before we knew it, 15 years had passed. In a space base outside Mercury, He Xingzhou and the others were looking at a black three-legged crow. It was called Jinwu, the same name as the fleet of humans in the past. But this Jinwu was not a warship, but an artificial silicon-based life. The body of Jinwu is this huge space base, which is loaded with a large number of quantum computing modules, allowing it to control countless solar sails and calculate the most suitable solar sail flight trajectory. Jinwu, He Mengyao called softly. She was one of the main designers of Jinwu. And Jinwu's life template had the template of silicon-based Zerg. Jinwu slowly opened his eyes, prostrated himself in front of everyone, and said, "Dear creators, thank you for giving me life. Although it is a silicon-based life." He Xingzhou still added absolute obedience orders and safety control instructions to its intelligent system to ensure Jinwu's loyalty to humans. "Jinwu, congratulations on your birth," He Xingzhou said. "From today on, you are the manager of Dyson Cloud. The greatest project in the history of Blue Star Civilization is handed over to you. You must ensure that there are no problems with Dyson Cloud. Jinwu has just been born with autonomous consciousness. It is not emotionally strong, but its thinking is very clear. I understand. This will be my lifelong pursuit and mission. Judging from the conversation and current contact alone, Jinwu does not show any difference from other intelligent robots. But its most powerful ability is not here, but thinking and evolving. Its ability can be continuously improved. He Xingzhou believes that in the future, Jinwu has the opportunity to become a more powerful silicon-based life and a powerful helper for mankind." Everyone congratulated, and He Mengyao was also overjoyed and said, "Jinwu has been created by us. In the eyes of primitive civilization, are we the so-called gods?" "Of course," He Xingzhou said, "creating life and flying across the universe. What we are doing now is equivalent to what the gods did in ancient mythology." "Master, I also want to become a real life." Lu Mi's image appeared in front of He Xingzhou. She opened her eyes wide and looked at He Xingzhou expectantly. Lu Mi's intelligence is also improving, and now it is very close to silicon-based life. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "I will upgrade your system after this." "Thank you, Master." Lu Mi smiled happily and said, "Master, Lu Mi will also work hard. She is also learning Jinwu's program template to expand her abilities." "Mengyao, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to Mars, He Xingzhou said. Next I have to work on the Star Destroyer. Yeah, He Mengyao nodded and said. Brother, don't worry. Dyson Cloud will definitely be completed on time. He Xingzhou stayed on Mercury for several more weeks, arranging work and tasks. He was planning to go to Mars immediately, but an unexpected incident interrupted his plan. Son, we plan to enter deep sleep in a month. This was the message He Qihong sent him. He Xingzhou's heart sank when he saw the message, and he asked, Is the time up? The deep sleep He Qihong was talking about was death. According to the current law, residents of the Blue Star Alliance can freely choose the time of their own death. It is unrealistic to want to live forever, but they can choose to end their lives in advance before the end of their lives. People who make this choice do not do so because they do not love life, but because before the end of life, their body functions will decline significantly, and they will suffer from various diseases. At this time, even the most advanced medical technology is useless, because this is the end of life, and the tissues and organs have begun to strike. He Xingzhou's parents have not undergone genetic modification, and they are now over 150 years old. This age is already a birthday star in their generation. He Xingzhou immediately went to Blue Star. He Mengyao also hurriedly asked for leave to go home. Su Zhilan also withdrew from the civilization arena of the virtual universe, and Jiang Chan, who was on Mars, also arrived. At He Xingzhou's home, the two elders were lying in the life capsule. They were gray-haired, and their bodies were so old that they could not speak or breathe on their own. Seeing this scene, He Mengyao couldn't help but cry out with red eyes, Dad? Mom? He Xingzhou was in a heavy mood. Even though he had seen countless deaths and separations, he still couldn't let go before his loved ones were about to die. Let's go to the virtual world. He Xingzhou's consciousness connected to the virtual world. In the real world, the two old people were dying. But in the virtual world, they were both young men and women, laughing. This was how they looked when they were young. Through the virtual world technology, they experienced the feeling of youth again. Dad? Mom? He Mengyao was in tears and rushed to Jiang Monrong, saying, Mom, don't leave. Okay. We have developed silicon-based life, which can convert your consciousness into code. Jiang Monrong stroked her head and smiled. Silly child. Didn't we say that we would not become virtual life? She and He Qihong both believed that such virtual life was not themselves, but an artificial intelligence with their memories. Some people believe that as long as the memory and thinking mode were the same, even if the life form was changed, the entity would not change. People have been arguing about this issue. He Xingzhou personally believed that as long as his memory and thinking did not change, even if he became a robot, he would still be himself. But his parents did not think so. They believed that such I was not I, and He Xingzhou's repeated persuasion was useless. Okay. Aren't we all fine now? He Qihong comforted. He Xingzhou was about to speak, but He Qihong said first, Do you still want to persuade us? No need to persuade us. We have both thought about it. For more than 100 years, we have experienced ups and downs. We should have left this world long ago. But the development of technology has allowed us to live into a new era. What we have seen, watched, and done in this life are incomparable to ordinary people. And we are satisfied. In the past few months, we have arranged our funeral affairs. In the last month, we can still experience life in the virtual world. When our consciousness declines, we will end ourselves. He Xingzhou felt helpless. Jiang Monrong held his hand and smiled. Don't be sad. We are happy to leave at this time. You still have a long way to go in the future, and you will encounter more dangers. Your father and I can't afford to toss. It just so happens that our family hasn't gathered for a long time. So let's have a good gathering today, He Qihong said. Not just today, He Xingzhou said. I will also be willful for once and take a month off. Me too, He Mengyao said quickly. Su Zhilan and Jiang Chan also put down their work and accompanied them. For a month, everyone accompanied the two elders to chat, play and relax in the virtual world. At the end of a month, the time of the two old men is coming to an end. At this time, their consciousness has been very weak, and they can't stay awake even in the virtual world. They are immersed in it most of the time. In the virtual world, a farewell party is being held. He Xingzhou did not make it public, but many old friends and friends of his parents still came. In the hall, He Qihong said with emotion, I never thought that I could attend my own memorial service in this life. It's a farewell party, Jiang Monrong corrected. Everyone is here to see us off. Yes. It's a farewell. He Qihong looked at the hall. Many important people have come to the stage. There were dozens of Blue Star Alliance commanders alone, as well as friends they had known for more than 100 years. They all gave He Qihong and Jiang Monrong farewell words, shook hands with them, hugged them, and said goodbye. This was a special funeral that appeared in the new era, because medical technology can accurately predict the time of one's death, and the virtual world can allow people to maintain their last condition and mobility. Holding a funeral for oneself has become a new custom. He Qihong took the stage and said, everyone, today Monrong and I are about to come to an end. I hope everyone will not be sad. Our lives are wonderful enough. People of each era have their own mission. Today, I can proudly say that we have completed our mission. Next, it's up to you. In the audience, everyone applauded. He Xingzhou had tears in his eyes. He Mingyao's eyes were red. And Su Jilan and Jiang Chan were also wiping tears. On the stage, the figures of the two elders gradually disappeared. This was because their consciousness completely dissipated, and they left this world. Everyone stood up and mourned collectively. At the scene, many people cried. He Xingzhou stood there in a daze. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trance. Countless dusty memories came to his mind. His parents when he was a child, when he was a teenager, when he grew up, the era of disaster, the new era. Xingzhou, Brother Zhou, Su Jilan and Jiang Chan supported him. Commander-in-Chief, I'm sorry. Take care of yourself. The commanders came over and said with concern. He Xingzhou took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, thank you everyone. He Xingzhou left the virtual world and arranged a funeral for the two elders in the real world. According to their instructions, their bodies were cremated and buried in their hometown, and evergreen trees were planted on them. He Xingzhou was silent for a week and took care of everything. Meng Yao, we should go. He Xingzhou has already sorted out his mood and is ready to set off again. Brother. He Meng Yao looked at him and said, brother, from now on, you will be the only one in front of me. Don't worry. He Xingzhou's heart had long been extremely strong, and he said firmly, I will be there for you. When He Xingzhou arrived on Mars, the repair of the Tianhe had been completed. Its performance was several times better than before, and it had been modified in terms of defense and weapons. Its performance is now no less than that of the previous series. Humans have their first Star Destroyer. Not only that, because they have cracked the Star Destroyer propulsion technology, they are building the first Star Destroyer of their own in the true sense of mankind. The Purgatory Battleship. This is the blueprint of the Mars. In the Mars Battleship Factory, Xie Wu showed He Xingzhou the design structure of the Purgatory Battleship. In front of him was a three-dimensional image of the Inferno Battleship. In terms of overall structure, the Inferno Battleship is a disc-shaped battleship with an Inferno Ray main gun in the middle. It does not fly horizontally like a flying saucer, but flies in a vertical horizontal plane, so that the Inferno Ray in the main gun can better hit the target. This design is still based on the plasma magic eye of the Lord of the Magic Eye. The main gun of the Mars is a plasma main gun, and the secondary gun is a proton gun. Xie Wu said, this is our preliminary design plan. In addition, we will also design Star Destroyers with proton weapons, resonance weapons, kinetic weapons, etc. as main guns, named after planets, as the motherships of planetary fleets. Are there enough resources? He Xingzhou asked. Not enough. Xie Wu shook his head and said, we first used a lot of resources to build the superstar ring, and now the Dyson Cloud. Although you have obtained a lot of resources from the Order Alliance, it is still insufficient to allocate them to warship manufacturing. From the mineral resources discovered on Mercury, Venus, Blue Star, and Mars, we can only build 2 Star Destroyers with these resources, including the Tianhe that has been repaired. There are only 3. Far from enough. He Xingzhou said that 3 Star Destroyers might have seemed powerful to everyone in the past, but after seeing the destructive power of the Devourer of Planets, they found that 3 Star Destroyers were not enough in front of the Devourer of Planets. Whether it is to build a Dyson Cloud or a new Star Destroyer, we must capture another planet, He Xingzhou said. Among the 8 planets in the solar system, the 4 planets with the lowest mass ranking have been controlled by the Blue Star Alliance. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune are still under the control of the Zerg. There are devourers on them. and it is a very troublesome matter to attack who next. Devourers on different planets will also help each other. No matter who they attack, it will affect the whole body. He Xingzhou must think about this problem clearly. He connected his consciousness to the command center, asked questions to everyone, and brainstormed. Jupiter and Saturn are too massive, have many planet devourers, and are not highly evolved, so we can rule them out. Song Jinghong said. Then only Uranus and Neptune are left. Cui Weiman analyzed. Uranus' orbit is between Saturn's and Neptune's orbits. If we attack Uranus, we may be attacked from both sides. If we attack Neptune, the Uranus Zerg will most likely be dispatched. They took joint action last time. Chapter 227 Tao and Chaos. Unless we can find a way to prevent the Zerg from attacking a certain planet. This question stumped everyone. The Zerg are not stupid. When the Devourer of Pluto was in trouble, the Zerg of Neptune and Uranus were dispatched. If they attack the Zerg of Neptune or Uranus, the Zerg of Jupiter and Saturn may also appear. What if a big boss is provoked and the Blue Star civilization is wiped out directly? But letting the Zerg evolve like this is not a solution. They still need the resources on these planets. At this time, Zhuge Yi, who is in charge of Zerg research, suggested, maybe we can try to turn the war from a civilization war into an internal Zerg war. Everyone looked at him and asked, what do you think? Academician Song? Song Jinghong continued. Before the battle with the Venus Zerg, we had designed and built biological warships. In the Venus War and subsequent wars, biological warships played a general role on the front battlefield. But they played an important role in intelligence exploration. If they are not hunted by the Zerg cannot distinguish between biological warships and their kind from their appearance. Therefore, we have biological warships that have sneaked into several planets for reconnaissance many times. If we can build the biological warships of the Devourer of Planets, and then use the biological warships to disguise as Zerg and compete with Zerg on other planets, can we disguise the purpose of the war? Everyone thought about his proposal carefully. Su Zhilan said, if the Zerg on one planet fight among themselves, there is really no reason for the Zerg on other planets to move out, unless they want to take the opportunity to occupy this planet. Jiang Chan said, according to our intelligence, the Zerg on other planets have not yet unified, and the probability of such a phenomenon is not high. Even if the Zerg on other planets come, as long as we evacuate the biological warships, there is room for maneuver. He Hongwei said, the premise of doing this is that our biological warships must be able to defeat the Devourer of Planets. Can this be done? No, He Xingzhou said decisively. Although the biological warships imitate the genetic template of the Zerg, even if they are clones, their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the Zerg. The Zerg can be said to be one of the most powerful biological civilizations in the universe. But we don't have to use biological warships completely, He Xingzhou imagined. Suppose we attack Uranus or Neptune. When we don't threaten the safety of the Zerg, other Zerg should not be dispatched. In this way, we can assist our biological warships, fight a show war, and let the biological warships eliminate its competitors. This idea is indeed feasible, Cui Weiman said. Create a spy planet devourer and a melee. And finally let our spies control the planet. Which means we control the planet. Luan said, I think it's totally possible. Everyone began to discuss the feasibility of this plan. After combining the intelligence of the Zerg, they all agreed that the plan could be implemented. The best target for attack is Neptune. He Xingzhou opened the star map and said, first of all, Neptune is the closest to our solar system outpost, and the attack range is short. There are only Uranus Zergs near it, and the powerful Jupiter and Saturn Zergs cannot affect here for the time being. Secondly, we have a clear understanding of the Zerg strength on Neptune. Xuanwu listed the Devourers on Neptune. The young Devourer, the Lord of Storms, was injured by a star destroyer more than 10 years ago. Growing Devourer, Lord of Ice Prison, Growing Devourer, Lord of Mysterious Ice, Growing Devourer, Lord of Blazing Flame. In addition, according to reconnaissance intelligence, there are at least 3 juvenile Devourers and 1 growing Devourer on Neptune. He Xingzhou said directly, our military strength is not as good as the Zerg on Neptune. The firepower of Pluto's moon and Scarlet Moon can deal with juvenile Devourers. Star Destroyers are enough to kill growing Devourers. We need at least 3 Star Destroyers and 2 Devourer-level biological warships to take action. At this time, it is tentatively set to be 10 years. In order to build the Dyson Cloud, we must take Neptune and be prepared for the Zerg's full-scale attack in case of exposure. Operation Codename: Poseidon Operation. Poseidon Operation was immediately implemented. Shui Weiman commanded the intelligence department to increase intelligence reconnaissance on Neptune. Song Jinghong, Zhu Wei, and Jiang Chan and the Institute of Biology began to carry out the Planet Devourer biological warship plan. At present, they have the body part of the Lord of the Underworld, which can crack its genetic template and construct a pseudo-planet devourer. He Hongwei, Luan, and Xia Wu led the research and development of the Star Destroyer. Su Jilan, Ding Yu, Qiu Hong, Meng Hai and others conducted simulated combat training. Before the real war comes, they have to practice countless times to make sure everything is foolproof. He Xingzhou continued to lead the overall situation, achieving both scientific research and war preparation. Life was still full intense, and the Dyson Cloud was expanding every day. 5 years later, the energy provided by the Dyson Cloud was enough for the construction and development of the entire Mercury factory. At this time, good news came from the Mars biological warship base. They finally cultivated the first artificial planet devourer Tao Tai. The appearance of Tao Tai is a giant beast with 4 legs and a huge mouth, with a body length of more than 10,000 meters, and a strength of a juvenile planet devourer. It was not cloned directly, but genetically modified on an original biological warship, adding the genes of the planet devourer, and investing a lot of resources to give birth to the evolution of Tao Tai. The biggest difference between Tao Tai and other biological warships is that it is upgraded and evolved. That is, if there is a more powerful gene template, it can be further transformed. Song Jinghong proudly introduced the giant beast in front of him. At this time, they were not on Mars, but on Mercury. The energy required to cultivate the devourer of planets is too great, comparable to the production of a star destroyer. Therefore, they thought of using the Dyson Cloud to replenish its energy. The devourer of planets cannot survive on a star unless they can break through the limitations of the complete devourer of planets and evolve into a star beast. Tao Tai should be the first Zerg in the solar system to absorb star energy. With the energy supply of the Dyson Cloud, Tao Tai grows very fast. In 3 years, we can send it to Neptune as a spy, Jiang Chan said. And Chaos. Xu Wei introduced another young giant beast, which was a beast that looked like a dog, bear, but without claws, and had a huge belly. Chaos's growth period is slower, and it will be sent to Neptune in 5 years. In the 8th year, Tao Tai was sent to Neptune. In its body, there are 100,000 humans living. This biological warship flew to Neptune. The devourer of planets on Neptune also noticed its arrival, but they were all sleeping and evolving, and few came out to stop it. Only the Storm Lord was very dissatisfied with it, because the atmospheric area that Tao Tai flew to was exactly the territory of the Storm Lord. Where did the invaders come from? How dare they invade your grandfather's territory? The Storm Lord appeared in front of Tao Tai, and it rolled up the particle storm and swept over. Tao Tai opened his mouth and a purgatory ray passed through the particle storm and hit the Storm Lord. Its ray intensity was extremely high. The Storm Lord was already injured, and the plasma protective layer could not defend it. So he had to retreat. Just wait. I will be back. The Storm Lord fled the battle, and Tao Tai did not chase him, but lived in the thick atmosphere of Neptune and absorbed energy. A few years later, Chaos also did the same thing and occupied a piece of territory. For the devourer of Neptune, the mass and volume of Neptune are large enough. Chaos and Tao Tai did not fight them to death, so they did not kill them. The Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice were still discussing letting them grow. I don't know which planet these two guys came from, but they are only young devourers. They are here to give us food, and then we can eat one each and evolve them. Raise them first. The Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice have already regarded Tao Tai and Chaos as their own meals. In the territory of the Blue Star Civilization, the Star Destroyer Mars, with the main gun of the Purgatory Ray, has been completed. In addition, the Blue Star, which uses proton beam weapons as its main gun, and the Venus, which uses electromagnetic resonance wave weapons as its main gun, are also being manufactured. Another 10 years have passed. In addition to Tao Tai and Chaos, humans have used the resources of the Dyson Cloud to cultivate the third planet-devouring biological warship. Xiongqi, Venus, Blue Star, and Mars are completely completed and become the motherships of the 3 planetary fleets. Together with Tianhe, the Blue Star Civilization suddenly has 4 star destroyers. The The speed of its weapon expansion is even greater than He Xingzhou expected. All this is thanks to the construction of the Dyson Cloud. Its almost unlimited energy supply has accelerated production and manufacturing. Now, not only Mercury, but Venus, Blue Star and Mars have all used energy from the Dyson Cloud. At this time, only 1/3 of the scale of the Dyson Cloud expected by He Xingzhou has been built. Near Mercury, with an astronomical telescope, you can already see a small black spot on the Sun. That is where the Dyson Cloud is. Its surface area is now more than 10 times that of the blue planet. But for the Sun, whose surface area is 12,000 times that of the blue planet, this is still just an invisible part, because the Dyson Cloud is always flying and moving. Its position is always behind the Sun's illumination of the blue planet. So the sunlight on the blue planet is not affected at all. The preparations for attacking Neptune have almost been continued. An unexpected event made He Xingzhou decide to attack Neptune immediately. According to intelligence, the Lord of Xianbing is about to evolve into a mature planet devourer. In the past 2 months, it has hunted 2 juvenile planet devourers in succession. Cui Weiman sent an urgent message to the headquarters. When the Zerg evolve, they often devour their own kind to promote their own evolution. The performance of the Lord of Black Ice is undoubtedly a performance of the metamorphosis period. It's time. In the Blue Star Alliance command, He Xingzhou made a decision. We must not let it evolve smoothly to a mature planet devourer. At that time, our star destroyers will be difficult to deal with. Take advantage of the time when the Lord of Black Ice is provoking a war on Neptune. Kill it and take Neptune. After preparing for so long, it's finally time to act. Everyone stood up collectively. Poseidon plan. Start executing? Yes. Everyone acted separately. Mars has been dispatched. In the outer space base of Mars, a star destroyer flew out and headed for Neptune. He Hongwei sat on the Mars. Behind the Mars was a fleet of L7 and L8 warships. The Tianhe has been dispatched. Also in the Mars base, the repaired Tianhe has been dispatched. The Venus has been dispatched. On Venus, Su Jilan boarded the Venus and flew to Neptune with the Venus fleet. The Blue Star stayed in the Blue Star Alliance area to prevent any accidents. 3 star destroyers, each with 100 main battleships, set out for Neptune. This military strength is enough to confront the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization joint fleet. Neptune is a gaseous planet that looks like a blue star when viewed with the naked eye. Its atmosphere contains a large amount of hydrogen, helium, and methane gas, which are all exploitable energy sources. Because its orbit is far from the Sun, its atmosphere is very cold, with a top temperature of -218 degrees Celsius, which is the hotbed for special planet devourers such as the Ice Prison Lord and the mysterious Ice Lord. Neptune's mass is 17 times that of the blue planet, and its planetary core is a world of ice and rock. And above this world, the atmosphere is always turbulent. Here, there are huge storms at all times, and the wind speed can reach supersonic speed. Ordinary warships entering the atmosphere will be torn apart by the storm. In the atmosphere of Neptune, where the airflow is relatively stable, a planet devourer is floating in the atmosphere, swallowing the substances in the atmosphere. It is the biological warship of mankind. Tao Tai. Tao Tai has been on Neptune for 13 years. In these 13 years, it has only fought with the Lord of Storms, and the Lord of Storms has not revenged it for 13 years. Tao Tai has also occupied a piece of land steadily and developed slowly. Compared with other planet devourers, Tao Tai does not seem to have any desire to expand. For example, it has not built its own space insect nest in space, so the neighbors did not come to trouble it. Today, the situation has changed. The Lord of Xianbing seems to be evolving into a mature planet devourer. Lacking energy, it is hunting its own kind. All the juvenile planet devourers on Neptune hid to avoid encountering it. On Neptune, the Lord of Black Ice was standing on a huge iceberg. He had just digested a fellow, and the energy in his body was much richer. Not enough. The Lord of Black Ice felt that he was just a little bit away from maturity. I need to devour 1 or 2 more of my kind. The Lord of Black Ice began to look for targets, and the other fellows tried their best to hide themselves. And there were 2 very obvious targets. That is, Tao Tai and Chaos, who migrated from other planets. I don't know if these 2 guys are spies sent by other fellows. In that case, eat them first. The Lord of Black Ice flew into the atmosphere. Let's start. Hunting time. Chapter 228 Battle of Neptune. There are 100,000 soldiers living inside the body of Tao Tai, and it has a small human living area inside. These soldiers are also genetic warriors, who have undergone special genetic modification, which is different from the ordinary genetic modification to increase lifespan and enhance physical fitness. Special genetic modification is to meet the biochemical modification under certain conditions. After biochemical modification, they can more easily control biological warships, live inside the body of biological warships, and adapt to the environment of space and alien planets. The commander of Tao Tai is the biochemical warrior, Tan Xiong. He is a young commander born in the new era. As a human living in the period of technological explosion civilization, he and his soldiers are more willing to accept new technologies, such as prosthetic modification, biochemical modification and the like. So they became the first batch of biochemical warriors, lurking in the body of Tao Tai and controlling the biological warship. Captain, the monitoring bugs we released show that the Lord of Xianbing is approaching us. The warriors transmitted information through the nervous system of Tao Tai, and 100,000 people were like one body. Run! Tan Xiong immediately sent nerve signals to Tao Tai's body. Tao Tai was obviously not the opponent of the Lord of Xianbing. It's not time for us to appear yet. Tao Tai immediately fled, escaping from the atmosphere to the outer space of Neptune. Like him, Qin Yi, the commander of chaos, also made the same order. Qin Yi and Qin Peng have the same surname, and the two are indeed related, but not direct relatives. Qin Peng's wife gave birth to a daughter and later joined the Interstellar Construction Department. Qin Yi is his nephew, who served in the Xuanwu Army and joined the Biochemical Army. Tao Tai and Chaos both fled outside the atmosphere. Seeing this, the Lord of Xianbing was not angry but happy. If you hide, I can't find you. The Lord of Xianbing laughed in his heart. Escape to outer space. Are you as fast as me? The speed of the Lord of Xianbing in a vacuum can reach 95% of the speed of light. At this speed, the young devourer of planets cannot escape its capture. The Lord of Xianbing is going to hunt those two outsiders, the other devourers of planets, hid in the dark and watch the show. Damn it. We can't let it devour all the evolutionary ingredients. Seeing this, the Lord of Ice Prison also went out. He also planned to hunt, so that he could keep up with the evolution of the Lord of Xianbing. In the outer space of Neptune, on the space hive of Triton, the Lord of Ice Prison flew out of the nest, and the Lord of Black Ice, one in front and one behind, prepared to hunt two biological warships. The Lord of Ice Prison had just flown into space when he saw a familiar scene. A giant shell flew towards Triton. Human planetary orbital cannon? Decades ago, humans destroyed the space hive of Triton with a planetary orbital cannon. In order to rebuild it, the Lord of Ice Prison spent a lot of effort. Now seeing the familiar scene again, it immediately aroused the anger of the Lord of Ice Prison. Damn humans. They are here again. It flew towards the electromagnetic cannon and tried to destroy it with freezing rays. Wherever the freezing ray reaches, all matter is at absolute zero and is destroyed and decomposed by it. If it were the previous planetary orbital cannon shells, the Lord of Ice Prison could have completely intercepted them. But this time, its interception failed. The electromagnetic cannon actually stimulated a plasma protection layer to block the freezing ray. The planetary orbital cannon has also been upgraded. Such a giant weapon must be more powerful to keep up with the development speed of warships. Now the planetary orbital cannon can fire sublight-speed electromagnetic cannons, which are as powerful as the artillery of a stellar-class sublight-speed warship. Not good. The Lord of Ice Prison watched the electromagnetic cannon hit Triton. This is a natural disaster scene caused by an asteroid impact. The entire surface of Triton was hit into a super huge pit. The shock wave destroyed everything. The heat energy melted the ice and rocks, and the magma was ejected into space. The space hive that the Lord of Ice Prison spent decades repairing was once again completely destroyed by the attack of the planetary orbital cannon. Damn it! At this moment, the Lord of Ice Prison was completely furious, and he wanted to devour all humans immediately. At this time, the space bugs he was responsible for monitoring saw that the human fleet was heading towards Neptune. My lord, the human fleet is coming. There are 3 star destroyers and 300 other warships. The words of his subordinates made the Lord of Ice Prison calm down a little. This is a premeditated war. 3 star destroyers and human weapons are improving so fast. They want to take Neptune? The Lord of Ice Prison was thinking. It would be a suicide to attack the human fleet alone. 3 star destroyers and 300 main battleships can be evaporated by rays alone. The Lord of Ice Prison immediately called the Devourer of Planets on Neptune. Lord of Black Ice. Pillar of Flame. Lord of Storm. The human fleet is coming. Hurry out to meet the enemy. Lord of the Ice. Humans have 3 Star Destroyers this time. Devouring Star Destroyers can also make you evolve. The Devourers naturally observed the bombing of Triton by humans. Lord of the Ice immediately responded, haha. Just when I was about to sleep. Someone sent me a pillow. It's just in time. All the Star Destroyers are mine. The Lord of the Flame also flew out from his hidden nest. I want a Star Destroyer. The Lord of the Ice Prison also assured the other young Devourers, you can come. I promised that Lord of the Ice, and I will not attack you. The Lord of the Ice also promised, little guys. This is an external war. I will not attack you now. The Zerg may not keep their promise. But the attack of the human fleet is also an opportunity for the young Devourer to evolve. If we don't take this opportunity to eat more warships, we will be eaten by the Lord of Black Ice and the Lord of Ice Prison sooner or later. Let's fight. The young Devourer also flew out of the nest and headed for space. The Zerg of Neptune are moving in full force. So let's go too. On Taltaian Chaos. 2 commanders control the biological warships to follow. And 3 Star Destroyers. 2 unconventional Star Destroyers. With the fleet, have arrived in the outer space of Neptune and are fighting the Zerg head-on. When both sides entered the attack range of each other, there was no hesitation on both sides. Let's fight. No need for communication and nonsense. Both sides chose to attack at the same time. The Devourers of Planets rushed to the front. A total of 7. For adult Devourers of Planets. The Lord of Mysterious Ice. The Lord of Blazing Flame. The Lord of Ice Prison. And the Lord of Ice Sea, who appeared for the first time. 3 juvenile Devourers of Planets. The Lord of Storms. Taltaian Chaos. The number of juvenile Devourers of Planets has decreased a lot. Most of them have been eaten by these adult Devourers of Planets. And the new ones have not yet evolved. The Lord of Storms was seriously injured before. And he has only recovered from his injuries in the past 10 years. Taltaian Chaos are spies of mankind, taking advantage of the situation. So these 3 are basically not a threat. One ship finds a target. He Xingzhou ordered. Mars. Attack the Lord of Ice Prison. Tianhe. Attack the Lord of Black Ice. Venus. Attack the Lord of Fiery Flame. Pluto Moon and Scarlet Moon. Attack the Lord of Ice Sea together. Other warships. Pay attention to cover and assist. The main guns and secondary guns of each Star Destroyer are different. And restrained attack is the most effective way of attack. In the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, He Xingzhou and the commanders looked at the simulated star map. And the reconnaissance satellite connected to the subspace communicator could transmit the battlefield picture in real time. The size and mass of space battleships and planetary behemoths are not worth mentioning in the vast space. So the seemingly grand war scene, if viewed from the perspective of outer space, is like 2 groups of ants fighting. Various lasers, rays, and kinetic weapons were fired from the positions of both sides. Every minute and every second, warships were destroyed or planetary monsters died. In this cruel battlefield, the number of dead humans and bugs was counted in tens of thousands. At the beginning of the war, neither side had a clear advantage or disadvantage. At this time, the Planet Devourer and the Star Destroyer were still firing long-range rays at each other. The main battleships and the planetary overlords were also bombarding each other. To break the balance of the war, you have to kill a growing Planet Devourer. The commanders looked for targets based on the status and position of different Planet Devourers. 10 minutes later, they locked on a target. The Lord of the Ice Sea. They don't have much information about this Planet Devourer. Based on its current attack methods, it seems to be similar to the Ice Lord. But its energy intensity is weaker than other growing Planet Devourers. Kill the Ice Lord first. And Pluto Moon and Scarlet Moon will be free to assist other Star Destroyers in attacking. At this time, the Ice Lord was defending with all his strength. Pluto Moon and Scarlet Moon attacked it with purgatory rays. And the Ice Lord relied on its speed and plasma protection layer to move in space. Its strategic intention is very clear. It does not seem to intend to fight against human warships head-on, but to rely on the advantage of speed to attack those L7 and L8 class main battleships. In more than 10 minutes, 3 main battleships were destroyed by it. It was still flying and swallowing the captured battleships, like a fish in water in the space battlefield. Taltai Chaos. Target the IC Lord. Restrict its movement. He Xingzhou gave instructions to Tan Qiong and Qin Yi. They have been lurking for more than 10 years. And it is time for them to play a role. Received. The two biological warships fought while approaching the IC Lord. The main battleships of mankind were still cooperating with them to play a chase. Getting closer and closer to the IC Lord. The IC Lord saw that Tao Tai and Chaos were chasing an L8 class space battleship. The energy shield of the battleship was already very weak. And it seemed that the energy had been exhausted and was about to be destroyed. Delicious food is delivered to your door. Little guy. This battleship belongs to me. The IC Lord flew towards the battleship domineeringly to grab the spoils. Tao Tai and Chaos seemed to have given up the attack. But they were still approaching. The Lord of the IC flew towards the battleship, creating an absolute zero field to completely destroy the battleship. Behind it, Pluto's moon and Scarlet Moon were still chasing. The Lord of the IC was confident that with his speed, he could completely destroy the battleship and get rid of the pursuers. Here it comes. The human battleship has entered the attack range of the Lord of the IC, and it tried to catch the battleship and freeze it. At this time, the energy shield of the battleship suddenly opened to the maximum, and the strength increased tenfold. There is still energy? The Lord of the IC did not stop attacking. Even if the battleship was fully powered up, it could easily take it down. It is a growing planet devourer. In a one-on-one situation, a star destroyer is no match for it. It is indeed difficult for the warship to resist its attack. The energy shield melts quickly. The hull is frozen, and the hull armor is shattered into a pile of ice chips by the shockwave launched by the IC Lord. The IC Lord sucks a big mouth, and the warship becomes a stream of ice chips entering its big mouth. This is an unmanned warship, and there are no human crew members on it. The IC Lord is secretly happy in his heart, swallowing so much space metal. This wave is really a big profit. The attacks of Pluto's moon and Scarlet Moon have come from behind, and the IC Lord is about to leave. Unexpectedly, the Tao Tai and Chaos close to it attack at the same time. They were all made using the gene template of the Lord of the Underworld Sea, so their abilities were similar to those of the Lord of the Underworld Sea. They all fired plasma cannons, and the plasma group blocked the space around the Lord of the IC. The two also created an electromagnetic storm to attack the Lord of the IC. You dare to attack me? The Lord of the IC was furious. It didn't expect that two young planet devourers would dare to attack it at this time. This would become the public enemy of all the Neptune planet devourers. Tao Tai and Chaos ignored it, but increased their output. The Lord of the IC was injured because he was not prepared. Pluto's moon and Scarlet Moon had arrived, and the purgatory rays and the electromagnetic resonance waves attacked synchronously. All this happened within a second. All the attacks were at the speed of light, leaving the IC Lord no time to react. The IC Lord's body was burned and pierced by the purgatory rays, and the electromagnetic resonance waves were destroying its organs and systems, adding the attacks of the two biological warships. In just a moment, the IC Lord's body was mostly worn out and on the verge of death. Save me! The IC Lord asked for help from other members of the same race. But the Star Destroyers and the main battleship seemed to have anticipated this moment and increased their firepower output at the same time. The other planet devourers were stopped and had no spare power to rescue. They could only watch as the IC Lord became the second Underworld Sea Lord and was killed alive by humans. You dared to attack the Lord of the IC. Now, Tao Tai and Chaos are our enemies. Kill the traitor first, the Lord of Black Ice said angrily, and flew to the location of the two biological warships. The Lord of Ice Prison and the Pillar of Flame did the same. Too late. Pluto's moon and Crimson Moon flew over to intercept and cooperate with the Star Destroyer to attack. However, Tao Tai and Chaos did not cooperate with the human warships to attack, but attacked the human warships while avoiding their own kind. In this war, the spectators are not only human commanders such as He Xingzhou, but also the Zergs of other planets. If humans annihilate the Zerg of Neptune in the end, the Zergs of other planets will most likely participate in the battle, and the war will be uncontrollable at that time. Without the powerful force of the Lord of the IC, the Zerg of Neptune began to fall behind. At this time, another planetary orbital cannon attacked, and its target was the Zerg nests in the core of Neptune. With one shot, hundreds of millions of Zerg died, and the Super Zerg nest was destroyed. As a result, the Zerg of Neptune could not get reinforcements or repairs, and fell into a one-sided war of attrition. Chapter 229 occupies the Magpie's Nest. The first to have problems was the Lord of Flame, whose strength was weaker than the Lord of Mysterious Ice and the Lord of Ice Prison. Facing the resonance weapon of Venus, the Lord of Flame was in a mess. It was surrounded by plasma flames, but its body was still organic. Plasma flames could withstand tangible attacks, such as kinetic weapons, space hydrogen bombs, etc. But the attack of electromagnetic resonance waves made it unable to deal with it. Now the whole body of the flame pillar was resonating, and the resonance amplitude was getting bigger and bigger, and it was about to exceed its organic elastic limit. I can't stand it. The Lord of Flame tried to escape from the battlefield, but the two space fortresses, Pluto's moon and Scarlet Moon, had already arrived and blocked it from behind. Stop them! The Lord of Flame controlled his men, and those planetary overlords used their bodies as shields. A group of planetary overlords gathered together to support a huge plasma protective layer. At the same time, there was an electromagnetic storm to interfere with the attack of electromagnetic resonance waves. Doing so could only give the Lord of Flame time. The Lord of Flame accelerated madly and tried to enter the atmosphere of Neptune. As long as it returned to its nest on Neptune, it would have a chance to escape. Report: the Lord of Flame has entered the net. The intelligence officer reported. Closing the net, He Xingzhou said directly. They had already calculated that this situation would happen. It would be difficult to kill the growing planetary devourers, because once they were determined to escape, it would be difficult for the Star Destroyer to catch up. In the atmosphere of Neptune, they have already set up the Skynet and EarthNet. Weather weapons are combined with resonance weapons to transmit resonance in the atmosphere. Talnai and Chaos have not been wandering around Neptune these years, but setting traps to prepare for today's war. Escaped. Entering the atmosphere of Neptune, the Lord of Flame breathed a sigh of relief. Humanity's strength has increased too fast. And there are 3 Star Destroyers. And the damn Talnai and Chaos. Outsiders are really unreliable. If they hadn't turned against us, we could have won. No matter what. Let's heal first. There are still a large number of Zerg on Neptune. Even if they are exhausted, they can kill the Star Destroyer. At this time, there were still planetary overlord level Zerg flying towards the space battlefield from Neptune. The Lord of Flame was preparing to go to the core of Neptune, but an uneasy restlessness affected it. There were hurricanes in the atmosphere of Neptune all the time, and it was common to reach supersonic speeds. But today's hurricane was different from the past. It was not only accompanied by super thunderstorms, but also a familiar atmospheric vibration. Resonance weapon. The Lord of Flame reacted and realized that humans had set traps in the atmosphere of Neptune. Damn! When did it happen? The Lord of Flame was horrified. At this time, it was surrounded by the atmosphere, and the resonance of the atmosphere not only did not reduce the resonance trend in its body, but it became stronger. It hurriedly used the plasma layer to isolate the atmosphere, but it was too late. Venus, Pluto's moon, Scarlet Moon and dozens of main battleships have penetrated the defense network formed by the planetary overlords and killed them. The purgatory ray pierced its defense layer, and part of its body was evaporated. The resonance torpedoes and proton missiles accurately hit its body. No. The body of the Lord of Flame exploded in the atmosphere of Neptune, and the shock wave created a superstorm. There used to be a big black spot on Neptune. It is a superstorm, like the great red spot of Jupiter and the great white spot of Saturn. At this moment, the big black spot reappeared. Its range and volume are several times larger than the previous big black spot. The entire atmosphere of Neptune fell into chaos. Thunderstorms were constantly generated, and the speed of hurricanes reached several times the speed of sound. The planetary overlords were also killed by thunderstorms or strangled by hurricanes. The body of the Lord of Flame was broken into countless pieces and shattered in the storm. The Lord of Flame is dead too. At this time, the Lord of Storm was in a state of confusion. 2 of the growing devourers of planets had been killed by humans. Wouldn't it be suicide if he joined the battle, risking the vengeance of the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice? The Lord of Storm decided to flee, but around him, 3 fierce beasts had already surrounded him. Talnai, Chaos, and the biological warship that had been hidden for a long time. Xiongqi. It's over. The Lord of Storm knew that he was in great danger this time. He called for help using the special Zerg messaging method. Humans are about to take over Neptune. If you don't stay away, do you have to wait for them to continue to expand their power? The target of its call for help was the Zerg of Uranus. At this time, the Lord of the Eye and other planet devourers were also observing the battlefield. Don't worry. Let the Lord of the Mysterious Ice and the Lord of the Ice Prison consume more human power. The planet devourers of Uranus wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. The two strongest planet devourers had not yet exploded their full strength, and they remained motionless. 10 minutes later, the Lord of the Storm was surrounded and killed by 3 biological warships. The Zerg of Neptune was doomed, and the Lord of the Ice Prison and the Lord of the Mysterious Ice decided to evacuate. If they want to run, hit them with firepower, Lewin ordered. The Star Destroyers and main battleships all surrounded them, and the harassment of long-range weapons prevented the two planet devourers from increasing their speed. The premise of reaching sublight speed is that all energy is concentrated on space flight. But once this happens, they will not have enough energy to maintain the plasma protective layer. Therefore, the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice can only use conventional flight speed. In this way, not only did they fail to escape the pursuit, but they fell into the quagmire of the space battlefield and were besieged by the fleet of warships. The devourers of planets on Uranus have already been dispatched, and they are approaching the orbit of Neptune. Lord of Ice Prison, Lord of Mysterious Ice, we are here to rescue. At this time, Tao Thai, Chaos, and Xiongqi all launched attacks on human warships. With their help, the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice seemed to relieve the pressure, and a gap appeared in the human encirclement. Which side are these 3 guys on? The two devourers were confused. Logically, the Zerg would not collude with humans, but it is not ruled out that the Zerg controlled humans, or humans controlled the Zerg. Anyway, let's escape first. The two devourers chose to escape through the gap opened by the biological warship. The commanders observed all this, and all actions were within their calculations. Main guns fired at the same time. Pay attention. Injure but not kill, He Xingzhou ordered. Pretend to retreat. Received. The main guns of each ship were opened together, and the purgatory ray, proton beam, electromagnetic gun, arc generator, etc. attacked the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice at the same time. The two devourers of planets realized that danger was approaching and launched a counterattack. Tianhe was severely damaged again, and the energy shields of Mars and Venus seemed to have melted, and the hulls were damaged. Pluto's moon and Scarlet Moon pulled away. At this time, Tao Thai, Chaos, Xiongqi and others attacked the warships. The energy shields of the warships flickered, and the firepower was much weaker. The human warships are running out of energy. The Lord of the Ice Prison was overjoyed and said, "Retreat quickly." At this time, it and the Lord of the Mysterious Ice were both seriously injured, so they didn't want to continue fighting. The human fleet didn't seem to have the idea of continuing to fight, and began to evacuate. The war broke out suddenly, and ended suddenly. Uranus planet devourer, which was flying towards Neptune, also began to hesitate. The war is over, and humans have retreated. Should we go? The human fleet seems to be flying towards us. Maybe we put pressure on them, and made them retreat. If we move forward now, we will inevitably have a war with the human fleet. The eye of the demon, I thought. The strength of the human fleet is improving very quickly. Before it evolves to maturity, fighting with them will only result in losses in vain. The number of human star destroyers is already greater than that of the invaders more than a decade ago. And the firepower is also stronger. The eye of the demon, I did not want to be injured in vain. So thinking of this, it retreated directly. Seeing this, the other devourers also retreated to Uranus. Since humans did not occupy Neptune, they had no need to support it. The Uranus Zerg retreated. This situation was reported back to the headquarters, and the commanders were relieved. Fortunately, they did not participate in the war. Otherwise our arrangements for more than 10 years would be completely disrupted. He Hongwei said with emotion. Now it's time for our biological warships to play a role. Everyone shifted their perspective to the 3 biological warships. Although the mechanical fleet has retreated, the biological warships are still capable of fighting. In the previous battle, they were paddling all the time, with less energy loss, and none of them were injured. On the other hand, the Lord of Xianbing and the Lord of Bingyu had serious energy consumption, and were hit by the main gun of the Star Destroyer. The heart of the Lord of Xianbing was pierced. It directly hunted a planetary overlord and devoured its body to repair its injuries. At this time, a ray was sent towards it. It was Tao Thai and Chaos. They were attacking the Lord of Xianbing together. Traitor, you are looking for death. The Lord of Xianbing had been on guard against them. It even held up the plasma protection layer to block the attack. However, the next second, a black shadow passed through the plasma protection layer, hit it hard, and bit its body, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood. It was Cheongchi, as the third biological battleship. Its performance was even more powerful. It is a half-biological warship, half-mechanical warship. Under the appearance of a biological warship, it has a mechanical system inside and is extremely powerful. Let's go together. Tan Cheong and Qin Yi simultaneously control the biological warships to attack. The three biological warships rushed forward and seriously injured the Lord of Xianbing. Unlike ordinary planet devourers, they did not completely kill it and eat it. But after confirming that the Lord of Xianbing had no vitality, they turned to hunt down the Lord of Ice Prison. Behind them, tens of thousands of planetary overlords have long coveted the corpse of the Lord of Xianbing. Seeing the biological warships leave, they swarmed up and shared the Lord of Xianbing. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. I didn't expect you to take advantage of it. On the surface of Neptune, outside the ice and snow insect nest, the Lord of Ice Prison was intercepted here by the biological warship. The biological warship ignored it and launched an attack directly. I am not easy to mess with. The Ice Prison Lord burst out with all his strength, and the ice and snow plains with a radius of thousands of kilometers collapsed instantly. Countless ice particles formed a storm. The absolute zero temperature made the biological warships all over the peak, and the blood coagulated. The blood is warming up inside the biological warship. The crew members used all their strength to activate the biological nuclear fusion organs to heat the blood and skin. Cheongchi rushed up and fought with the Ice Prison Lord in close combat. The two giant beasts bit each other, and the surrounding ice particles and thunderstorms kept flashing. Even the planetary overlord did not dare to approach, and trembled in the distance. 3 against 1, or fighting the injured Ice Prison Lord. The outcome was already determined. The 4 devourers were covered in wounds, and blood flowed like a river. The bugs hid around them, and secretly ate their limbs and broken bodies. The breath of the Ice Prison Lord was getting weaker and weaker. He knew that he would die today. Even if I die, I will change another one. The Ice Prison Lord used all his energy to create an absolute zero ice field, freezing Cheongchi, and then biting its body madly. Talnai and Chaos had been assisting in the attack, but they still couldn't stop the crazy growing devourer. In the end, Cheongchi's brain and heart were destroyed by the Ice Prison Lord. Impossible. You are not a Zerg. The Ice Prison Lord found the clues before he died, but it was too late. Die! Taltai aimed its big mouth at the Lord of Ice Prison, and its plasma breath evaporated its head. Lord of Ice Prison, die! The biochemical warriors in Cheongchi's body fled from Cheongchi's body. Their bodies had been modified, and they could barely hold on for a while in the harsh environment of Neptune. Taltai and Chaos sucked them all into their stomachs and protected them. So far, all the devourers of planets on Neptune have been destroyed. Report to the headquarters. We have successfully killed the Lord of Ice Prison and the Lord of Mysterious Ice. The captains reported. Very good. You have made a great contribution this time, He Xingzhou said happily. Next, clean up Neptune. Without the devourers of planets, other bugs can't make any waves. We will block the outer space of Neptune to prevent the bugs from leaving. The movements on Neptune will inevitably be guessed by the planetary overlords that Taltai and Chaos are related to humans. So they simply block Neptune directly to prevent the planetary monsters from leaving and gradually destroy them. Part of the human fleet rearranged Neptune and blocked it, because they did not attack. The Devourer of Uranus did not go out. As for the changes on Neptune, they are temporarily unaware. Taltai and Chaos continue to hunt the planetary overlords. Some of the planetary overlords hide, and some try to escape to outer space, but are hunted by human warships again. The end of the Neptune Zerg has come. The cleanup of Neptune lasted for a whole year. During the cleanup, human mining ships had already sneaked in and mined resources on Neptune under the protection of biological warships. Neptune's resources are more than 10 times that of Blue Star. With the support of resources here, the manufacture of new star destroyers and the improvement of Dyson Cloud will be greatly supported. The news of the victory of the Neptune operation was not announced by the Blue Star Alliance to prevent the Zerg from noticing. At the same time, they followed the same method and began to manufacture new biological warships and star destroyers, repeating the same trick and repeating the scene on Uranus. This time, their speed was much faster. 2 years later, the biological warships Tau and Bifong sneaked into Uranus. 3 years later, a brand new star destroyer, the Mercury, with the Purgatory Ray as its main gun, was built, and the strength of the Blue Star Alliance rose to a higher level again. This time, the enemy they faced was also upgraded to a higher level. The latest information: the Lord of the Eye has evolved into a mature planet devourer, and will become our formidable enemy. Tao Wu said information that the Lord of the Eye has successfully evolved into a mature planet devourer after hunting 2 of its kind. Its combat capability has exceeded that of a conventional star destroyer. More than a decade ago, the Lord of the Eye destroyed the weakened sublight speed battleship. How powerful is it now? Everyone felt a huge threat. The Blue Star Alliance did not have a star-level sublight speed battleship. Chapter 230 Uranus. Diamond Sea. What exactly is a mature devourer capable of? Humans know nothing about this. He Xingzhou asked Bai Ningxiang for advice. After all, the Black Sea civilization has experience dealing with Zerg. This information already involves important information about our civilization. The Civilization Council prohibits the dissemination of it. Bai Ningxiang crossed her arms. I owe you a favor, He Xingzhou said directly. Bai Ningxiang smiled and said, Deal. Now everyone is breaking the rules anyway. The internal divisions of the Black Sea civilization are getting more and more serious. And now the elders are moving things to their affiliated civilizations. Speaking of which, this is also related to the Blue Star civilization. When the Blue Star civilization defeated the fleet said by the Pleiades, the elders realized that as long as the Blue Star civilization could eliminate the Zerg in the solar system and join the light of the galaxy, it would be inevitable to become an emerging force. At that time, the Iceberg Investigation Society would rise with the rise of the Blue Star civilization and control the discourse power of the Black Sea civilization. In order to avoid this situation, they did everything possible to deliver resources and technology to various affiliated civilizations. And the Black Sea civilization was emptied out. In the virtual universe, Bai Ningxiang pointed her finger, and a planet devourer appeared. She introduced, This is a mature planet devourer we have encountered before. The biggest difference between it and the growing planet devourer is that it has a crystallized core. In the picture, there is a crystalline core with high heat, high density and mass. Whether it is silicon-based, carbon-based or other forms of planet devourers, as long as they reach the growth stage, such a crystalline core will appear. According to our research, the density, temperature and mass of this crystalline core are more than 90% similar to the crystalline core in the core of a white dwarf. In the main sequence stage, after the hydrogen fusion reaction ends, low-mass stars will undergo helium fusion in the core. That is, every 3 helium nuclei fuse into 1 carbon nucleus. At this time, it becomes a white dwarf, which is a star with low luminosity, high density and high temperature. Inside the white dwarf, there is a high-density crystalline core. Its material density is as high as 10 tons per cubic centimeter. In fantasy novels, a grain of sand crushes the enemy into pieces. This is probably the substance. Mature Devourer has a crystallized core. It controls the magnetic field, energy intensity, mass, etc. It should have some special abilities? He Xingzhou guessed. Bai Ningxiang nodded slightly and said, The Devourer with a crystallized core has a very large mass. Even if it has just evolved to the mature stage, its mass should be about the same as your moon. He Xingzhou was shocked. This is much more terrifying than the growth stage Devourer. The mass of Pluto is only 1/6 of the moon. The mass of a mature Devourer is 6 times that of Pluto? To kill it, the firepower must at least blow up 6 Plutos in one go. The large mass means that the energy weapons it launches with its own mass, or the control of the magnetic field, or the power of kinetic energy impact has reached the power of stellar weapons, Bai Ningxiang said. And its vitality is extremely tenacious. It will not die unless its crystal core is destroyed. And its crystal core defense is much stronger than the main natural disaster you encountered. It is originally equivalent to the core material of a star. So it is resistant to high temperatures, and ordinary plasma rays cannot evaporate it. The strength and density are high enough, and it is difficult to destroy by impact, explosion, etc. Resonance weapons are good, but your resonance weapons may not be able to reach its crystal core. Even resonant electromagnetic waves cannot attack it under its electromagnetic interference. Is there no good news? He Xingzhou was really troubled. So it seems that even the Star Destroyer can't deal with the mature Galactus. The Lord of the Eye had destroyed a pseudo-stellar class battleship before. Bai Ningxiang thought for a moment and said, It's not that there is no good news. The good news is that although they have evolved to mature executioner devourers, their attack methods have not changed qualitatively. They still can't manipulate gravity, use antimatter, etc. And most mature planet devourers generally don't attack actively. They are always devouring planetary matter, strengthening their crystal cores, and constantly increasing their mass until they completely eat up the planet and become complete planet devourers. No wonder the planet devourers of Jupiter and Saturn have never shown up. They are probably already at this stage. He Xingzhou suddenly realized. They had been speculating that the devourers of Jupiter and Saturn had not yet unified, so they did not expand into space. Now it seems that these two planets are rich in resources, and the devourers of planets have directly evolved to maturity and started their own devouring business. So they did not attack them. If you want to deal with them, you have to upgrade your weapons. Bai Ningxiang added. For example, phase weapons. Phase weapons? Second-level civilization weapons? He Xingzhou had some understanding. In the intelligence collected by the virtual universe, second-level civilizations have a type of phase weapon. For example, the wolf fawn that invaded the solar system before, its particle light spear, is a type of phase weapon. Phase weapons do not strictly have to be weapons of a certain level of civilization. Any weapon in the universe, from primitive civilization to the most advanced civilization, has been mastered. Human proton weapons are a type of phase weapons. Yes, you already have proton beam weapons. If you upgrade them, they can be upgraded to subatomic particle beams. Its power and lethality are much greater than your current weapons. Enough to be called stellar weapons, Bai Ningxiang suggested. Subatomic refers to particles smaller than atoms, such as electrons, neutrons, protons, mesons, quarks, gluons, photons, etc. Bai Ningxiang said, the stimulated subatomic particle beam will release a lot of energy and destroy the atomic structure of the obstacle when it hits the obstacle. When continuously fired, the phase beam will provide energy feedback to the object being hit, and part of the energy generated by the decomposition will return to the transmitter through the particle flow. Phase weapons can achieve different attack effects by setting energy levels, from basic burning, stunning, heating to cutting, decomposition, and evaporation of the object being hit. In principle, it is similar to conventional particle beams, but the smaller the particle structure, the stronger the destructive power. Bai Ningxiang said, there is a star-level destructive weapon called a neutron killer, which can launch a neutron stream at the entire planet. The neutron stream will kill all life on the planet within a few seconds. It is known as one of the great killers that destroy civilization. It's so terrifying. He Xingzhou sighed. That's all the information I have. The specific scientific and technological information is controlled by other elders. I can't give it to you. It's up to you next, Bai Ningxiang said. I understand. This information is enough for He Xingzhou to carry out the next plan. He Xingzhou returned to his laboratory, and a petite and cute girl came to greet him. She is not a human, but a silicon-based life. Lu Mi. After He Xingzhou replaced Lu Mi's intelligent program and added a bionic body, Lu Mi finally cultivated into a human form and became a real life. She still serves as He Xingzhou's assistant. In many cases, silicon-based life is indeed much more convenient to do research. Master, Lu Mi asked, is there anything I can do for you? Lu Mi. Create a new phase beam plan, collect information, and form a team, He Xingzhou said. Okay. Lu Mi. Do it now. Lu Mi immediately collected information and sent information to the R&D departments of each planet and started working. He Xingzhou talked to the quantum optical brain in his brain. He said, I have already built the planetary-level top weapon Star Destroyer, but I still can't beat the Devourer of Planets. Now I have to break through the stellar-level weapons. Can the ultimate planetary weapon unlocked after the Dyson Sphere is built deal with the Devourer of Planets? The quantum optical brain affirmed, no doubt. The definition of the ultimate weapon is the most powerful weapon that a civilization of a certain level can theoretically create. The reason why it is marked as a planetary-level ultimate weapon is mainly because the civilization level that creates it is too low. Its power is definitely stronger than ordinary stellar-level weapons. He Xingzhou felt relieved and said, then, open the phase weapon technology tree. There are many branches of phase weapons. He Xingzhou mainly chooses technologies related to phase beams. He needs to get more subatomic particles, as well as technologies to launch and accelerate particles. Spend 30,000 energy points to unlock subatomic magnetic trap technology. Spend 50,000 energy points to unlock particle light spear technology. Spend 50,000 energy points to unlock the phase transmitter technology. Spend 40,000 energy points to unlock the particle reflux technology. Spend 70,000 energy points to unlock the subatomic particle control technology. He Xingzhou has already entered the process of developing star-level weapons. The Blue Star civilization has long been equivalent to the peak civilization of the first level. The only difference from the second-level civilization is a sublight-speed battleship. The performance of each of their star destroyers is improving. The 6th top space battleship under construction, the Neptune, will likely reach the level of a sublight-speed battleship. That is, a star-level battleship. At that time, the civilization rating of the Blue Star civilization may reach level 2.0. Phase weapons were immediately put into research and development, and they had experience in proton beam weapons, particle lances, and phase ray weapons. This was a tense period of development, and the same was true for the Zerg. After evolving to a mature planet devourer, the Lord of the Eye began his life journey to become the ultimate planetary boss. Uranus, the 7th planet from the inside to the outside of the solar system. It ranks 3rd in volume and 4th in mass among the planets in the solar system. Although Uranus is slightly smaller than Neptune, it is 14.5 times that of the blue planet. The biological battleship Tau is flying in the huge atmosphere of Neptune, looking for the location of the Lord of the Eye. Tau, one of the 4 great beasts in mythology, looks like a tiger, with long hair, a human face, tiger feet, pig teeth, and a long tail. It is extremely vicious. The biological warship Tau is not quite the same as the legendary beast. It does not have a human face, but a beast head. Captain Lucy's brain is connecting the biological warship's senses to observe the surrounding environment. Tau is located in the thermosphere of Uranus' atmosphere. This is the outermost layer of Uranus' atmosphere. There are a large number of free hydrogen atoms here. After ultraviolet radiation, a halo is formed. The range of the halo extends from the surface of the planet to 50,000 kilometers, which is twice the radius of Uranus. This is also the reason why Uranus is so big. Flying in the thermosphere is closer to space and easier to escape. Lucy and the crew did not have the confidence to fight the Lord of the Demon Eye. The gap in strength could not be solved by blind confidence, so they had to gather intelligence while preparing for evacuation. We circled the thermosphere of Uranus and did not find the location of the Lord of the Demon Eye. The deputy captain said, "We can only lower the altitude and enter the stratosphere and troposphere." Lucy thought for a moment and said, "Then lower the altitude and call Bifong to support us." Yes. They immediately contacted another biological warship on Uranus for cooperation. Tau lowered the altitude and entered the stratosphere of Uranus, where the temperature dropped a little. Hydrocarbons, carbon dioxide, and water vapor formed haze clouds, blocking the view of the surface of Uranus. After flying around Uranus 3 times in the stratosphere, Tau still couldn't find the location of the Lord of the Demon Eye. In desperation, Lucy could only order to descend to the troposphere. The troposphere of Uranus is not a peaceful place. Here, the pressure is extremely terrifying. The mass of Uranus' atmosphere is half that of a blue planet. Its atmospheric pressure is 11 million times that of the standard atmospheric pressure of a blue planet. On the surface of Uranus, there is a large ocean of liquid diamonds. Even the hardest diamonds on the blue planet become liquid under such pressure and form an ocean, which is simply unimaginable on the blue planet. In the troposphere, Tau can already observe the situation on the surface of Neptune. On the surface of Neptune, there is a super ocean with a depth of more than 10,000 kilometers and a temperature of more than 6,650 degrees Celsius. Unlike the ocean on the blue planet, the ocean materials here include water, liquid diamonds, hydrocarbons, ionic compounds, etc., which remain in liquid form under high temperature and high pressure. In the ocean, there are also huge crystal islands floating and moving with the ocean currents. Their main components are diamonds. This is the Diamond Island. The crew on Tau has long been accustomed to such a spectacle. When they first saw it, they were shocked in their hearts. But now they are no longer surprised. When Tau flew to an ocean area composed entirely of liquid diamonds, it discovered an abnormality. Here, a supervortex appeared. Under the ocean, something seemed to be swallowing up a large amount of liquid diamonds. Release the biological carriers for detection, Lucy ordered. Some small Zergs were released from the biological warships. They were all biological detectors captured from Uranus, adapted to this high temperature and high pressure environment, and genetically modified and cloned. Millions of biological carriers fell into the Diamond Ocean and went down along the vortex to detect the situation here. Chapter 231 Bombing with One Shot. The huge ocean vortex is like an invincible hole, and liquid diamonds continue to pour into this bottomless hole. The biological detectors could not withstand the huge pressure after diving for only a few thousand kilometers. The air pressure at sea level alone is 11 million times that of the blue planet, and the pressure under the liquid diamond ocean is even more terrifying. Even the two biological warships, Taowu and Bifang, did not dare to dive directly under the ocean. The huge pressure would cause serious damage to the biological warships. If they were attacked again, there would be only one way to go. The detectors were crushed one by one and completely merged with the liquid diamond ocean. Before the destruction, they sent back some useful information. At the bottom of the huge vortex, there is a super high energy reaction. On Uranus, the only one that can devour so much material and be so high energy is the Lord of the Demon Eye. It's here. Lucy, I was sure that the Lord of the Demon Eye was at the bottom of this liquid diamond ocean, absorbing Uranus material at a depth of 10,000 kilometers. Just being able to stay here. Its strength exceeds all the planet devourers we have seen. The commander sighed. On the blue planet, the Mariana Trench is only 10,000 meters deep. But here, it is 10,000 kilometers, equivalent to a depth of 10 million meters. And the ocean is not made of water, but liquid diamonds. The pressure and high temperature at the bottom are enough to press the Star Destroyers into liquid. The Lord of the Demon Eye seemed to have noticed the arrival of Taowu. Under the liquid diamond ocean, a shining light passed through the vortex and shot towards Taowu. Taowu's plasma protective layer was just stretched out when it was half worn away. And this was because of the obstruction of the liquid ocean. If it was hit directly, the plasma protective layer would be instantly pierced, and Taowu's body would be evaporated. Run! Lucy I shouted. Taowu immediately accelerated and fled to the outer space of Uranus. Fortunately, the Lord of the Demon Eye behind them did not seem to have any intention of chasing. It is still devouring materials here to consolidate its crystal nucleus. Too scary. After surviving the disaster, the crew members were still in shock and immediately sent the message to the command center. The location of the Lord of the Demon Eye has been determined, and its strength is more than 10 times stronger than that of the growing stage planet Devourer. This ray alone can penetrate 10 million meters of diamond ocean and has such a great lethality, which is enough to prove that it now has the ability to completely destroy a planet. Song Jinghong saw the intelligence data and analyzed. It is devouring Uranus and growing rapidly. Jiangchan said. Its strength is increasing every day. If we want to deal with it, we must advance the date of the battle. It seems that our battle plan has to be a bit risky, He Xingzhou thought. If we use the same tactics as Neptune, it may not succeed, and it will definitely take a long time. So this time, He Xingzhou plans to take a gamble. He bets that the Zerg on Jupiter and Saturn will still not be dispatched. They will directly drive the fleet to Uranus to encircle and suppress the Lord of the Eye, because He Xingzhou has sufficient energy unlocking technology. The development speed of phase weapons is extremely fast. In just 2 years, they developed both the subatomic ray emitter and the particle light spear. Immediately upgrade the Star Destroyer. He Xingzhou issued an order. Star Destroyers, a strategic weapon that consumes resources extremely, cannot be retired after serving for decades. So space for upgrading and transformation was reserved during the design. These Star Destroyers, as long as the technology is mature, can be transformed into entry-level star-level sublight speed warships. In addition, the newly built Neptune will be more than twice the mass of the Blue Star. This means that it will have more energy, power and weapons. The Neptune will break through 90% of the speed of light and become the first star-level sublight speed warship of the Blue Star civilization. In another 3 years, the transformation and upgrading of the Star Destroyer and the manufacturing of the Neptune were successfully completed. The Blue Star Alliance headquarters observed the situation of the Zerg on various planets. The Zerg on Jupiter and Saturn completely disappeared, hiding in the thick atmosphere, without any movement. The Lord of the Demon Eye is still constantly devouring Uranus, and it is estimated that its mass is much larger than a few years ago. In the past few years, we have been testing the Lord of the Demon Eye, Luan said. It doesn't seem to have the idea of fighting us. Even when we hunted other planet devourers on Uranus, it didn't move. This Lord of the Demon Eye is very cunning. After evolving to maturity, it only needs to continue to devour resources and increase its mass to be stronger than us. Chui Weiman analyzed. So it ignores our harassment. Under the ocean of liquid diamonds, we can't fight at all. When hunting the Lord of the Underworld, Pluto was a small dwarf planet. Even if the Lord of the Underworld was hiding under the nitrogen ice ocean, they could find it. And even if they paid a price, Pluto could be blown up. But Uranus is completely different. The ocean of Uranus is 1,000 kilometers deep, including the mantle on the ground. And its mass is 10 times that of the blue planet. It is said that destroying this place is a very difficult problem even if it fights under the ocean of liquid diamonds. If it doesn't come out, force it out, He Xingzhou said coldly. We will drive the fleet directly into Uranus and kill all the other Zergs. Build a military base around it. And it can still sit back and watch? Take down all 6 Zerg nests on Uranus. Mobilize the army now and prepare a battle plan for Uranus. The Blue Star Alliance's fleets have assembled in large numbers. And fleets have been dispatched from Mercury to Neptune. And from the rebuilt outposts in the solar system. Such a large-scale gathering will be discovered by the Zerg very quickly. But the Zerg on Jupiter and Saturn still have no movement. And on Uranus, the devourers of planets are on alert. Humans are coming. We have to prepare to fight. What does the Lord of the Eye say? The Lord of the Eye has no comment. It is the strongest Zerg on Uranus. And it should take the lead in dealing with humans. Adapt to circumstances. The devourers are also preparing for war. There are 6 large satellites outside Uranus. From Titan I to Titan V. And Pluto, which was dragged back by the Eye of Evil. A large number of Zerg flew from the interior of Uranus to the outside of these space hives and began to build a defense circle. The 4 main fleets have arrived in the orbit of Uranus. The Mercury fleet, the Venus fleet, the Blue Star fleet, the Neptune fleet, and the Mars fleet did not go out, but stayed in the base camp for defense. 5 star destroyers were dispatched, 2 space fortresses, and 6 biological warships. The total number of main battleships above L7 level exceeded 500. Such military strength is almost the top level among the first-level civilizations. And even some weak second-level civilizations do not have such strength. He Xingzhou is on the superstar ring of Blue Star, where several shells have accelerated tens of thousands of times around Blue Star. After the propulsion technology is upgraded, and the Dyson Cloud energy supply is available, the ability of the planetary orbital gun has also been upgraded, which can give the projectile higher kinetic energy. First shell. Fire! He Xingzhou activated the launch button. An especially made large mass metal projectile was fired. Its mass is 1/6 of Pluto's. And such a large mass of metal is mined from Neptune. The targeted attack was Pluto, which had now become the space hive of the Lord of the Eye. The projectile carried terrifying kinetic energy, passed through the dark and deep space, and hit the orbit of Neptune. The horn of war sounded from this moment. In the outer space of Uranus, the growing planet Devourer, the Lord of the Golden Peak, was guarding the outer space with his 100,000 planetary overlord-level troops and millions of planetary behemoths. Humans will inevitably use planetary orbital cannons to attack the space hive. When they come, intercept them with all your strength, the Lord of the Golden Peak commanded. With it, there were 6 planet devourers, 3 in the growing stage and 3 in the juvenile stage. And the Lord of the Eye was still staying in the depths of the liquid diamond ocean. The Lord of the Golden Peak confirmed that he was ready. But when the planetary orbital cannon really hit, he found that he had underestimated humans. Not only did the projectile have an energy shield, but it was also extremely heavy. Their rays finally penetrated the energy shield, melting half of the projectile, and the remaining half still accurately hit the Pluto space hive. There are millions of planetary behemoths living on the Pluto space hive. The combination of Zergs with different functions has made this place a copper wall and iron wall, which is stronger than the defense of the Star Destroyer. Even if it faces 2 Star Destroyers, the Pluto space hive will never have any problems. A huge shadow descended on Pluto, and it rubbed against the air, forming a fireball that enveloped the entire planet. In the hive, countless planetary beasts fired rays at space, trying to reduce its mass. But with little success, the projectile finally hit the Pluto space hive. The surface cracked in an instant, and the projectile broke through the mantle, generating shock waves that covered the entire dwarf planet. This huge force was no longer as simple as bombing. Pluto's core had exceeded its endurance limit. Terrifying energy burst out from the core, and Pluto exploded. This dwarf planet, which had experienced several wars, finally ushered in its own death. It exploded and turned into countless fire rains, meteorites and comets. 100,000 planetary beasts died with it. Pluto's space hive was blown up. The Lord of the Golden Peak was stunned. If this shot hit it, it would probably end up even worse. Fortunately, the planetary orbital guns of humans cannot accurately hit targets that move too fast. Otherwise there would be no need to fight this battle, and they would be killed with a few shots. Speed up the space hive. Avoid the planetary orbital guns. The planet devourers were panicked. This was their hard work, and they hurriedly urged the space hive to move at high speed to avoid the attack. The planetary orbital guns on the blue planet were preparing for the next bombardment. With its deterrence, the Zerg could not mobilize the space hive at will, and their enemy formation was much weaker. Attack! He Xingzhou pointed at the star map, and the fleet moved forward together. The battle had already begun, and beyond visual range weapons hit the Zerg, and warships rushed into the outer space of Uranus. The Zerg were not to be outdone, and the planetary beasts spewed rays, or collided and tore the warships. Outside Uranus, there were clusters of brilliant fireworks, and countless rays tore through the dark space. The wreckage of the Zerg and the fragments of the warships fell into the atmosphere of Uranus like a meteor shower. The frontline commanders commanded nervously. As long as the Lord of the Demon Eye did not move, their strength would be stronger than these insects. The Lord of the Golden Peak met the Tianhe. It knew this warship. It was once half damaged by the Zerg, and humans repaired it. Today I will completely destroy you. The Lord of the Golden Peak accelerated rapidly, and the speed had reached 93% of the speed of light. Combined with its metal structure and huge mass, the kinetic energy generated was enough to completely destroy the Star Destroyer. On the Tianhe, the main gun was raised. The Lord of the Golden Peak remembered that the main gun of the Tianhe should be an arc launcher. Arc? It's useless to me. The Lord of the Golden Peak was immune to arcs, and for the sake of insurance, it still held up a plasma protective layer. However, the main gun of the Tianhe did not shoot out arcs, but phased lasers, which were beamed at the Lord of the Golden Peak at sublight speed. The huge energy they carried quickly consumed the plasma protective layer of the Lord of the Golden Peak. Before the Lord of the Golden Peak arrived in front of it, the protective layer had completely disappeared, and the subatomic impact on its body, and the hard metal structure began to collapse from the atomic level. This damage to it was more terrifying than the Purgatory Ray, because the collapse was chain-like, and even if the Purgatory Ray evaporated part of its body, it could be repaired quickly. But the phased laser continued to crush, cut and evaporate its body. Defense was nothing in front of the phased laser. Oh no! This battleship has been upgraded. This is a stellar weapon. The Lord of the Golden Peak realized that he was too arrogant. It wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Behind it, 2 particle light spears were fired, and there were also a large number of resonance torpedoes. Another Star Destroyer, the Mars, appeared and locked its firepower on it. The body of the Lord of the Golden Peak was rapidly disintegrating and melting. The Lord of the Golden Peak is about to die. Seeing this, the other planet devourers not only did not rescue, but fled the battlefield. Humanity's strength has skyrocketed. Without the Lord of the Magic Eye, we are no match. Some chose to flee to Uranus, and some chose to flee to space. The Lord of the Golden Peak, who lost the rescue, was completely destroyed under the siege of 2 Star Destroyers. The planetary behemoths saw that the devourers had fled, and they had no intention of fighting and fled one after another. The human fleet was unstoppable and entered the atmosphere of Uranus from outer space. The Lord of the Demon Eye has not appeared yet, and the other bugs are not our opponents. Frontline Commander Chiao Hong reported. Don't worry about it for now, He Xingzhou said. Clean up the other bugs and see if it can still hide? Yes. The frontline fleet continued to fight. With the cover of the Star Destroyers, the main battleships advanced very quickly. 6 space insect nests, except for Pluto, which was blown up by the planetary orbital cannon. All other space insect nests were captured by humans, and the Zerg were strangled to death. The fleet began to enter Uranus to fight, relying on the dense atmosphere of Uranus and the 1,000-kilometer liquid diamond ocean. The Zerg could temporarily block their attacks, but it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. Under the deep sea, the Lord of the Demon Eye quietly observed all this. Chapter 232 Encirclement and Suppression. It's just right that the Lord of the Eye doesn't come out. We have more time to prepare. The fleet entered Uranus in an all-round way, without the interference of the Lord of the Eye. They have always been in a great advantage. The planetary behemoths were annihilated one by one under the artillery fire of the Star Destroyer and the main battleship. Even if there were hidden planetary devourers, most of them were juveniles. Even with the star-class sublight-speed battleship Neptune in charge, these planetary devourers could not escape the fate of being killed. Uranus is too large, and the battle on the planet alone lasted for 2 full months. In 2 months, most of the planetary behemoths and planetary devourers on Uranus were killed, and only a few hid in the deep sea and the mantle of Uranus. Now only the Lord of the Demon Eye is left. The frontline commander reported, "We have locked the area where the Lord of the Demon Eye is located, and request further instructions. It is hiding under 1,000 kilometers of liquid diamond ocean. It is indeed unrealistic to attack directly. He Xingzhou has also thought about this problem. Force it out first and create ocean resonance." Yes. On the sea level of Uranus, warships dropped tens of billions of resonance generators. These resonance generators fell into the seawater and used electromagnetic waves and physical vibrations to induce resonance. Soon, the seawater began to surge, and the resonance was constantly transmitted until the ocean was overturned by huge waves and earthquakes occurred on the seabed. Theoretically, if the resonance intensity is strong enough and the resonance weapon continues, the entire planet can be blown up. Although the resonance weapon they deployed this time is not so terrifying, it can also interfere with the Lord of the Demon Eye, causing it to be constantly invaded by resonance damage and forcing it to show up. 3 star destroyers. The Lord of the Demon Eye waited quietly. The resonance had already affected it, but it could still hold on. The energy required to create such a large-scale resonance is amazing. In order to increase the resonance frequency, the human fleet had to transfer the Neptune, and the 4 star destroyers were all above the liquid diamond ocean. At this time, the liquid diamond ocean was already surging, and liquid was constantly being washed up to a height of 10,000 meters. Under the ocean, there were continuous earthquakes. The atmosphere was churning. The wind speed exceeded the speed of sound, and there were lightning and thunder. It's time. Seeing that the Blue Star civilization had already sent out 4 star destroyers, the Lord of the Demon Eye knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. It had been patient for so long. Firstly, because it was at a critical stage of evolution, and could not stop at will. Secondly, it was to set a trap here. The Lord of the Demon Eye slowly floated up, and a strong magnetic field rose around it, covering the entire sea area. Then, the liquid diamond ocean condensed into a dragon-like water column, and millions of dragons rose into the air, like seawater pouring back. These liquid diamonds, which were originally under high temperature and high pressure, were quickly solidified by the freezing rays emitted from the seabed. So they began to solidify rapidly and formed diamond mountains. The warships wanted to escape, but the magnetic field here was too strong, which affected their speed. Before they could leave, all the warships were wrapped in diamonds. On Neptune, the Lord of the Magic Eye created a diamond continent, and this diamond continent contained 4 human star destroyers and nearly 100 main battleships. Ha ha ha. Now you can't leave. The Lord of the Magic Eye finally emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its body was so huge that you couldn't see the end at a glance. The mass was at least 10 times higher than before. Even the huge star-class sublight-speed battleship was only equivalent to the comparison between humans and toy airplanes compared to its size. A strong high-energy reaction was detected. The core of the Lord of the Magic Eye has completely turned into a crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus is creating a super-strong magnetic field. There are also escaping warships reporting intelligence. The Lord of the Demon Eye imprisoned the warship with solid diamonds and started his own road to destruction. The Demon Eye in the middle of it seemed to have endless energy. The rays swept through, and the diamonds and warships were evaporated together. In just a few seconds, more than 10 main battleships were destroyed, and the star destroyers, relying on powerful energy shields, were melting diamonds. But they were still bound in this diamond continent. Even if they were all melted with plasma, it would take several days and nights. Not to mention that the Lord of the Demon Eye was still constantly reinforcing this diamond continent. Resonance weapons are fully activated. He Xingzhou ordered. Destroy this diamond continent. All star destroyers and main battleships activated electromagnetic resonance waves, including resonant torpedoes. And the diamond continent immediately began to vibrate and showed signs of breaking. Use resonance weapons, and you will be damaged too. The Lord of the Demon Eye had already calculated the countermeasures of humans. They were all in the Diamond Continent, and the resonance would also damage their ships, especially to destroy this huge Diamond Continent. The energy of resonance was enough to destroy the Star Destroyer. The resonance weapon has begun to work, and the Diamond Continent was shattered piece by piece. But the Star Destroyers and main battleships inside did not collapse as the Eye of the Demon Eye expected. They flew out intact and besieged the Lord of the Demon Eye. How could this happen? The Lord of the Demon Eye did not understand for a while. Countless rays, resonant electromagnetic waves, and kinetic weapons hit it, and the plasma protective layer was weakened and compensated at the same time. It used magnetic fields to destroy a main battleship and swallowed it into the Magic Eye. Soon, the Lord of the Magic Eye understood why the warships of the Blue Star civilization were not affected by the resonance weapons. Inside the battleship armor, there is also a layer of elastic armor. This elastic armor is made of materials that can absorb vibrations and have strong elasticity. The transmission of resonance is absorbed by the elastic armor, so the battleship is intact. For resonance weapons, the Blue Star civilization not only has offensive means, but also defensive means. Miscalculated? The Lord of the Magic Eye has been patient for so long, and the trap he designed has now turned into diamond dust all over the sky and fallen into the sea because of the appearance of elastic armor. Die! The Star Destroyers opened fire together, learning from the lesson of the Wolf Fang. They used particle light spears to attack the surrounding body of the Lord of the Eye, burning it continuously. The phase ray directly attacked its plasma eye and melted it. One-on-one. Even a sublight speed warship is no match for the Lord of the Eye. But now the Lord of the Eye is one-on-one with 100. And warships are constantly coming. And there are also space fortresses in space that are conducting beyond visual range strikes. These attacks are enough to blow up Pluto 10 times. No! The Lord of the Eye struggled frantically, trying to drill back into the ocean of liquid bricks and stones. How could humans miss this opportunity? The resonance weapon has been ambushed, and the phase ray chased all the way, and large areas of liquid bricks and stones were evaporated into gaseous clouds. The mass of the Lord of the Eye was constantly decreasing. Soon, all its flesh and blood were burned clean, leaving only a crystal core. This was a 5-star crystal core with the same density as the core of a white dwarf. Strong forces bound the particles together, and its surface was extremely smooth. More than 99% of lasers and conventional ray weapons would be reflected. I'm the devourer of planets. And you want to kill me with these? The crystal core of the Lord of the Eye ejected countless marbles. These marbles were denser, with sublight speeds, and the kinetic energy they carried was enough to easily penetrate the armor of warships. In the rain of bullets, a large number of warships crashed. Even the energy shield could not stop them, because their surface was smooth, hard, and could withstand high temperatures, and the plasma of the energy shield could not completely melt them. The Lord of the Eye began to fight back, and it crashed into the Tianhe. Tianhe attacked with phase rays, peeling off a layer of the crystal core. But compared to the huge mass of the Lord of the Eye, this attack was not painful. The Lord of the Eye used a strong magnetic field to restrict Tianhe and crashed directly into it. This captured and modified Star Destroyer exploded into a super fireball in the atmosphere of Uranus. There was no room for struggle or response. Tianhe crashed in the command center. The commanders were horrified. A Star Destroyer was gone just like that. The Lord of the Eye went crazy. And it was so terrifying. This is the mature stage of the Devourer of Planets. The main battleships attack from a distance. Neptune. Main guns open. He Xingzhou commanded. All warships quickly evacuated and attacked the Lord of the Eye from a distance. The Neptune raised its main gun. But it was not the one that fired the phase ray just now. The main gun was a super large phase ray. The phase ray carried countless subatomic particles and impacted the surface of the crystal nucleus of the Lord of the Eye. The impact of the particles could not be resisted even by the combination of strong forces. During the continuous phase ray, the crystal nucleus of the Lord of the Eye was reduced by 1/3. It swallowed the warships, atmosphere and liquid diamonds in big mouthfuls to make up for its body. The other Star Destroyers would not miss this opportunity. The resonant electromagnetic waves were fully opened. The resonant weapons had super strong lethality to solid materials. Not to mention that the crystal core of the Lord of the Demon Eye is comparable to the core of a white dwarf. Even neutron stars, black holes, and even cosmic singularities will be affected by resonance. The only difference is the amplitude intensity they can withstand. The crystal core began to vibrate violently, Under multiple attacks, the resistance of the Lord of the Demon Eye became weaker and weaker. This crystal core was finally shattered and melted under the attack of phase rays and resonance weapons, turning into a pile of particles, which were swept up by the strong wind on Uranus and completely dissipated into nothingness. The Lord of the Demon Eye was killed by humans. On Uranus, the surviving bugs witnessed this historic scene. It's over. We're done. Why don't the Zerg from Jupiter and Saturn come to support? Humanity already has the strength of a second-level civilization. Even the mature stage is no match for them. What should we do? The Lord of the Demon Eye has finally been killed. He Xingzhou's tense nerves can finally relax a little. Although they have been fighting to eliminate the Lord of the Demon Eye for a short time, the price they paid is extremely huge. The Lord of the Demon Eye completely destroyed more than 40 main battleships and damaged more than 100 battleships. One Star Destroyer was also completely destroyed, and the other Star Destroyers were damaged. The loss brought to the Blue Star Civilization fleet by a Lord of the Demon Eye is greater than the loss of any previous war. It was able to be eliminated thanks to the lethality of phase weapons and resonance weapons to the crystal core body. Otherwise, this strange attack is enough to destroy an entire fleet. Clean up the battlefield and return to port for repairs, He Xingzhou said. The Uranus war is over. We won. The soldiers began to do the finishing work. A large number of warships need to be repaired, and they have to move mining ships and space factories to Uranus immediately. He Xingzhou looked at the star map. At this time, Jupiter and Saturn were still quiet, and no Zerg army left the planet. But he knew very well that the Zerg must know everything that happened on Uranus. They didn't show up at this time, either because they felt that they were not a match for humans, or because they despised humans and felt that humans did not pose a threat to them. The Eye Lord has just evolved to the mature stage of devourer of planets, and he can destroy the human fleet. Fighting the Star Destroyer is as easy as fighting a balloon. What if its number increases 3 times, 5 times, or dozens of times? What about the complete devourer of planets? The Battle of Uranus ended, and the people of the Blue Star Alliance celebrated for several days after hearing the news. People's confidence in dealing with the Zerg was unprecedentedly high, and some even shouted the slogan of attacking Saturn and Jupiter and destroying the Zerg in the solar system in one go. The Alliance command ignored it, and they invested their resources and energy in weapons research and development, manufacturing, and the construction of Dyson clouds. After Uranus was incorporated into the human alien colony, resources became much richer again. The construction speed of Dyson Cloud continues to accelerate. He Xingzhou made a plan to upgrade all Star Destroyers to Star-class sublight speed battleships, with a total of 10 ships. The Dyson Cloud and the Interstellar Energy Transmission System must be built to ensure that the energy of the Dyson Cloud is sufficient to supply the entire solar system, and to be fully prepared for the decisive battle with the Zerg in the solar system that may happen at any time. Another 10 years have passed, and the Blue Star civilization has become more and more prosperous. Outside Neptune and Uranus, large space cities have begun to be built for human survival. The mining industry on these 2 planets is highly developed, and mineral resources are continuously sent to various planets through space battleships. The energy from the Dyson Cloud is sent to the entire solar system through energy hubs and energy transfer stations. Even outposts at the edge of the solar system can use the energy from the Dyson Cloud. He Xingzhou and the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance came to Mercury again, where the last batch of Dyson Cloud solar sails are about to be launched. Commander-in-Chief Zhang Weihao shook hands with He Xingzhou. The former teenager is now the father of 3 children. He is still very young. With further breakthroughs in genetic modification technology, the average life expectancy of humans has exceeded 1,000 years. He Xingzhou is now over 100 years old, which is still a young man for humans in the new era. Are you all ready? He Xingzhou asked. Ready, Zhang Weihao proudly introduced. This batch of solar sails is 1 trillion pieces. When they are networked with the Dyson Cloud, the Dyson Cloud we plan to build will be completely completed. Jinwu is ready, the silicon-based life Jinwu said. Okay. Open the virtual world live broadcast. Let all the people of civilization witness this great moment together. The most powerful civilization wonder in the solar system is about to be born. He Xingzhou's tone was full of pride. For this moment, he has been preparing for 100 years. The entire Blue Star civilization has also been preparing for 100 years. After 2 generations, billions of people sacrificed, and countless people fought for it. The top-level cosmic megastructure that a first-level civilization can possess is finally about to be born in this civilization. It's a pity that Xingzhou doesn't plan to broadcast live in the virtual universe now. Otherwise, countless aliens will definitely flock to it. The Blue Star Alliance immediately sent a world message to the virtual world. The Blue Star Alliance's greatest cosmic megastructure, the Dyson Cloud, is about to be completed. Commander-in-Chief Xingzhou and the interstellar builders will broadcast the entire process live and sincerely invite all civilizations to witness it together. Chapter 233 Dyson Cloud is completed. As soon as the news came out, the whole civilization was shocked, and countless people rushed into the virtual world to witness this miracle. In the officialdom of the virtual world, people surged, and the number of online people quickly soared to more than 5 billion. At present, the total population of Blue Star civilization has exceeded 30 billion. In just 1 hour, 1/6 of the people came in to watch. Is the Dyson Cloud going to be completed? It took more than 60 years to build it. No. The last time a reporter interviewed Commander he said that this idea had been in place for more than 100 years. During the Cataclysm era, the project of the century, the Dyson Cloud is 100 times more magnificent than the Superstar Ring. Where? A gate appeared in the virtual world square. The gate opened, and the location was the outer space of Mercury where Xingzhou and others were. Everyone walked into the gate and watched with him. In the outer space of Mercury, 500 space battleships and 100,000 spaceships were parked in the spaceport. They formed a queue, and each battleship and spaceship was fully loaded with solar sails. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. All battleships and solar sails are ready, Zheng Weihao shouted. Xingzhou raised his hand and said with great pride, "Let's go! Let's go!" The battleships and spaceships started together and flew to the star that had been burning for 4.5 billion years. Xingzhou and a group of commanders and interstellar constructors also boarded the Star Destroyer and flew to the Dyson Cloud. Mercury is the closest to the Sun, and it only takes more than 3 minutes for light to travel from the Sun to Mercury. The average speed of these warships and spacecraft exceeds 50% of the speed of light. With the acceleration and deceleration process, they arrived at the Dyson Cloud in less than 10 minutes. Xingzhou and others have clearly seen the scene of the Dyson Cloud. Outside the blazing star, huge solar sails spread their wings, interconnected, and absorbed energy from the star. They also transmitted electricity to the star-level energy hub through radio transmitters. Every moment, a huge amount of energy is transported and stored. The most amazing thing is its area. When the warships fly to the area blocked by the Dyson Cloud, looking up, there are only endless solar sails. Under the control of Jinwu, they are densely arranged, as if to completely cover the star. The sun can only shine through the gaps between the solar sails, and its area is more than 1,000 times larger than the surface area of the blue star. When such a surface area is presented to human beings, it is a picture beyond vision and imagination. Is this really something we can accomplish? Hongwei's voice was trembling. A trembling of excitement. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe that humans can accomplish such a magnificent structure. At this moment, I can't find any words to describe my feelings. Song Jinghong opened his eyes wide, and this leader of the Academy of Sciences lost his vocabulary at this moment. The handwriting of God. Lu Mei was taking a deep breath, and this picture was deeply imprinted in her mind. Who would have thought 100 years ago that we could complete such a space megastructure? Shui Weiman was filled with emotion. At that time, humans had no time to look up at the stars. But today, they have built a megastructure like the Dyson Cloud. How much energy does this require? It is enough for us to fight 10,000 space wars. Luoan was full of emotion. When you stand in front of it, you will know the power of civilization and the beauty of technology. Su Jilan's beautiful eyes were crystal clear, looking at the almost infinite solar sail. As long as the Dyson Cloud is not destroyed, our energy is enough for us to grow to a third-level civilization, Jiang Chan said excitedly. It's great. She looked at Xingzhou with admiration in her eyes. Such a giant structure was designed and manufactured by Xingzhou, the first pioneer in the history of Blue Star civilization. Xingzhou himself also had an unprecedented sense of accomplishment in his heart. He presided over a miracle of interstellar engineering, let alone Blue Star civilization. How many of the countless first-level civilizations in the Milky Way can do it? Those affiliated civilizations of the Pleiades Society can't do it. Those branch civilizations of the Black Sea civilization can't do it either. Other civilizations can hardly even build a star destroyer and a superstar ring. For them, the Dyson Cloud is probably a supergiant structure that only advanced civilizations can do. He Xingzhou switched the perspective to the virtual world and said to everyone, "Look, this is our Dyson Cloud. Now the last batch of solar sails are being networked." In the perspective, on the warships and spacecraft, solar sails flew out one by one, and through the control of Jinwu, they flew to the appropriate position and connected with the original solar sails. They are not fixed, but their position, direction, and area are changing at any time. These solar sails must ensure that they do not affect the sunlight of the blue planet. As for other planets, the impact is an impact, and the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. At this moment, more than 5 billion people saw countless solar sails flying in space. They were in order and flew to their own positions. Seeing this magnificent scene, people were also deeply shocked. My God, this is a miracle! A miracle? In myths and legends, ordinary gods can't do this. But we did it! Long live the Blue Star Civilization! This was designed and manufactured by the Commander-in-Chief. What does it mean for a mortal body to be on par with gods? It's him! We have witnessed history again. From today on, for at least 100 years, before we become a third-level civilization, we will have inexhaustible energy. We have built a monument to mankind on the sea of stars. There are more and more people in the virtual world, until it exceeds 10 billion. There are countless people in schools, companies, various units, institutions, and even the army who have joined the virtual world to witness this scene. At this moment, the civilization identity of the Blue Star Civilization has almost reached its peak. The threat of the Zerg, the pain of war, and the efforts of generations have all received due reports at this time. Everything is worth it. Jinwu continues to control the solar sail network, and its efficiency is very fast. The amount of calculation required to control these solar sails is astronomical. On Mercury, the main body of the Golden Crow alone is as large as a star destroyer, and it is full of quantum chip computing units. Only in this way can the solar sail orbit system be carried and controlled. The virtual display shows the status, position, orbit, energy collection, and other information of all solar sails. When a solar sail fails, a space robot will go to repair or replace it. When the last solar sail joined the Dyson Cloud network, the Golden Crow report to the Commander-in-Chief, the Dyson Cloud has been laid, and the energy output per second is enough for all planets of the Blue Star Civilization. And there is still surplus for space units to use. It's done! Zheng Weihao and other interstellar builders cheered together. They looked extremely excited, and even hugged each other excitedly. Their names will be engraved in the history of Blue Star Civilization from today. We really did it. We did it! Zheng Weihao's eyes were filled with tears. 100 years ago, he was a newly graduated student who joined the Scientific Research Institute of the Xuanwu Force because of He Xingzhou's call. And 100 years later, he actually became one of the main persons in charge of this great megastructure. All this was something he never dared to dream of before. The commanders also cheered. Long live Blue Star Civilization! The Commander-in-Chief is a giant of our civilization. Using stars as our energy source is unprecedented. A brilliant interstellar civilization will rise from here. From the solar system. In the Blue Star Civilization, everyone is celebrating and cheering. In the virtual world, salutes are set off, embellishing the sky. In the outer space of each planet, warships use rays to create beautiful patterns, which can be clearly seen by the residents of the planet to celebrate the completion of the Dyson Cloud. A space megastructure. At this time, the quantum optical brain reminded He Xingzhou, "Congratulations! You have completed the construction of the Dyson Cloud and unlocked the ultimate planetary weapon." Finally unlocked, He Xingzhou has been looking forward to it for a long time. This will be his last trump card against the planet devourers. On the quantum optical brain, a new high-tech weapon, the Dyson Ray, appeared. Dyson rays use Dyson spheres, or Dyson clouds, as energy devices to emit star rays. In principle, it is no different from plasma rays. But the energy it contains is so terrifying that the plasma ray main gun of the Star Destroyer is not worth mentioning in front of it. It emits the plasma of the star, and a large amount of plasma gathers together to destroy everything in the star system. If the control plasma is enough, one shot can evaporate the entire blue planet. He Xingzhou saw that it is actually an upgradable weapon, and can be upgraded to a higher level. Dyson rays are combined with hyperspace stargates, using stars as energy, and can even cross the galaxy to attack the enemy. The weapon level is equivalent to that of a third-level civilization or above. He Xingzhou finally understood why the quantum optical computer said that Dyson rays were enough to deal with the devourer of planets. As long as the Dyson ray launcher is completed to a high enough degree and can control enough plasma, let alone the devourer of planets. Even if the bugs evolve into star beasts, they can be killed with one shot. Next, make Dyson rays. He Xingzhou has made a plan in his mind. He celebrated with the commanders and scientists, and held a celebration banquet at the Dubai Space Restaurant in the Superstar Ring. The whole society also had a 3-day holiday to celebrate. These 3 days are the carnival of the Blue Star civilization. For everyone, living in this era is happier than any other era. Although there are threats from Zerg and space wars. But this era is an era of rapid expansion of Blue Star civilization. The growth of technology allows people to have all the survival resources for free. The increase in alien colonies gives everyone the opportunity to become a big shot. There are opportunities everywhere. So many that it is dazzling. There are tens of thousands of people participating in the celebration banquet, all of whom are core commanders, scientific researchers, and interstellar builders. Even Bai Ningxiang came to participate. She was drunk with Dubai and was playing a game of rock paper scissors with a group of people. She lost several cosmic coins. He Xingzhou stood up and gave a speech. Everyone, with the unremitting efforts of all of us and the entire civilization, we have finally completed the greatest space megastructure in the history of Blue Star civilization. Let us toast together to celebrate. Everyone stood up and drank the wine and tea in their cups. He Xingzhou continued, today is a day worth celebrating. But it is also our new starting point. The completion of the Dyson Cloud does not mean that we can sit back and relax and use this endless energy to live a life of drunkenness and debauchery. The Zerg on Jupiter and Saturn are still dormant. When they are born, it will be a catastrophe for the solar system. So we have to continue to work hard to improve technology, manufacture weapons, and strengthen defense. These words are old-fashioned. So I will omit them and directly announce the new plan, which is our new goal. The whole audience fell silent, and everyone looked at He Xingzhou. Indeed, after the completion of the Dyson Cloud, in addition to the excitement, some people, especially interstellar builders and scientists, still felt a little empty in their hearts, as if they had lost their goals all of a sudden and their lives were confused. The completion of the Dyson Cloud is just a new starting point for us. From tomorrow, in order to cope with the decisive battle between us and the Zerg in the solar system, I announce the launch of the Dyson Ray manufacturing plan. We will build the ultimate weapon, the Dyson Ray, based on the Dyson Cloud. In addition, the corresponding tasks of each planet and each department will be increased. Before the decisive battle, we must build a safety line of defense. The number of Star Destroyer level weapons should exceed 20, and the number of Star level battleships should exceed 5. When will the decisive battle break out? At present, it does not depend on us, but on the Zerg. I have a hunch that it will not take too long. So our tasks are still heavy. Everyone can relax today. We will continue our journey tomorrow. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and cheered loudly. For them, heavy tasks are not a problem. Almost everyone has a lifespan of 1,000 years. In a long life, they are not afraid of anything, but they are afraid of nothing. If life loses its goals, even if you can enjoy endless fun, it will make people feel like they are in hell. Happiness and joy come from comparison, and a sense of accomplishment and honor also comes from great goals and plans. Some scientific organizations have experimented with enjoying endless fun in the virtual world. But in fact, the experimenters only stayed in the virtual world for a few months, and at most a few years before they completely collapsed. Unless they are brainwashed and made to experience the bitterness and pain again, they can return to normal. He Xingzhou, you are amazing. I will rely on you in the future. Dubai came over crookedly and patted He Xingzhou's shoulder with his fin. Keep playing music. Keep dancing, He Xingzhou shouted. The carnival always ends. The next day, after sobering up, people returned to work. The Dyson Ray project team was quickly established and began to design and construct. Everything else was proceeding in an orderly manner. He Xingzhou went to the virtual universe. He had not stepped into the Interstellar Construction Association for a full 100 years. If the 100-year deadline has expired, the rookie competition will be settled soon. And He Xingzhou is here to receive the prize. Chapter 234 Interstellar Construction Competition. Champion. The Interstellar Construction Conference has reached the day of the rookie competition. Interstellar constructors from various civilizations gather together, waiting for the final result to be announced. Walking into the Klein bottle-like building, there are already more than 100,000 people gathered here. The interstellar constructors talked about it, and guessed the result of this competition. The 4 subordinate civilizations of the Black Sea civilization are very powerful this time. All of them are in the top 10. He Xingzhou took a look and found that, as expected, the technology points of the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Siren civilization were all in the top 10, among which the Sea Beast civilization ranked the highest, ranking third. It seems that the resources of the Black Sea civilization have been divided up by the subordinate civilizations. The Chongting civilization may be the first. The Chongting civilization is a plant civilization, and now occupies the first place. The second-ranked Hunter civilization is also very strong. I heard that it is a branch of an advanced civilization, and may already be a second-level civilization. It's not the end yet. The top 10 positions may change greatly. After all, there are still many civilization posts that have not updated their technology points. That's right. If a dark horse appears, it will be fun. Did you see that I have entered the top 100? The Green Goblin is promoting his courses to the interstellar constructors. The last time He Xingzhou saw it was 100 years ago. At that time, he thought that the green demons were very powerful. Now it seems that it is just a character similar to the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization. Isn't this the Little Mermaid and the Human Boy? What a rare guest. The receptionist of the Interstellar Construction Association, TMU, saw He Xingzhou and Bai Ningxiang and walked up with a smile. He first said to Bai Ningxiang, "The 4 affiliated civilizations of your Black Sea civilization are all on the list. What are you doing? Are you trying to split up?" Bai Ningxiang pulled He Xingzhou and said, "No comment." TMU smiled and said, "Almost." He looked at He Xingzhou again and said, "The Blue Star civilization has been quite popular in recent years. In the civilization arena, your commander is very popular." Although He Xingzhou rarely goes to the civilization arena, the commanders of the Alliance often train there. The warships they use are almost invincible in the first-level civilization. Even Su Jilan and Yi Hongwei have tried to challenge the second-level civilization and have won. It's just SOSO. I underestimated you, TMU said. You haven't updated your ranking for 100 years. Can you enter the top 100 this time? Maybe the top 3, He Xingzhou said. Top 3? TMU frowned and said, "It seems that you are very confident. But your competitors are not weak. The top 100 are all 1.9 level civilizations. And some have reached the second level civilization in the past 100 years. If they can become the top 3, they are almost all second level civilizations." He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. TMU said, "It's interesting. I'll wait and see." Ride the wind? Someone greeted He Xingzhou. It was Yan Xian, an interstellar builder from the Rock civilization. Long time no see. I heard that your civilization is developing well. Yan Xian greeted. Not bad, He Xingzhou said. How are you? Yan Xian said excitedly. Very good. We have learned a lot of knowledge here. We also built a Titan Colossus. It may rank in the top 100. Titan Colossus is a giant weapon made of rock, with kinetic weapons, thermal weapons, etc. He Xingzhou didn't know what level the Titan Colossus was talking about. Probably an unconventional star destroyer like the Blood Moon. In addition to them, everyone from the Black Sea civilization, Dugong, Feishi, Duyin, Siren, and several elders were also in the hall. They also noticed the arrival of He Xingzhou and Bai Ningxiang. Bai Ningxiang, that little girl, seems to be He Xingzhou's follower, and has made our Black Sea civilization lose face. The second elder Bai Sha snorted coldly. He has always had a sense of superiority as a high-level civilization, and they are hostile to each other, so he is very unhappy with both of them. Don't worry about her, the third elder Lan Jiao said. As long as we all enter the top 10 this time, we will soon be able to obtain resources from the civilization and become a second-level civilization. Maybe we will have the opportunity to join the Galaxy Light as an independent civilization. If you want to join the Light of Galaxy, you must at least get first place. The fifth elder Hong Lin probed. The third elder has so much information? It seems that you have prepared an important trump card for the Fishman civilization. Same here. Everyone has it. And the result will be revealed soon. Lan Jiao refused to reveal the trump card until the last moment. In a corner of the hall, there are also members of the Pleiades Society. Ruger, Dandast and others served beside a woman in green. That is Chunfeng of the Blue Star Civilization. Xinggu looked at He Xingzhou. It was this person, and the Blue Star Civilization, that hindered the expansion of their Pleiades civilization. Ruger whispered, "My lord, we have observed that the sun's external light has weakened. They seem to have built a technological giant outside the star. In this rookie competition, Chunfeng is very likely to enter the top 10. There is even a chance to be in the top 3. Their development speed is a big threat to us, even surpassing the Black Sea civilization. Just wait and see." Xinggu did not express her opinion. She was waiting for the results. At this time, the Order Angel announced, "The rookie competition ends in the last hour. Please all interstellar builders update their technology points and rankings. Let's start." Everyone started working, scanning their technological creations with the subspace communicator. In the past 100 years, our civilization has built 1,000 space mining ships, 20 L5 space battleships, and various 3 spaceports. An interstellar builder entered and updated his information, and his technology points increased by a bit, and his ranking also increased by more than 1,000. That's nothing. Our civilization has developed L7 class space battleships, built 10,000 mining ships, 5 spaceports, and 3 space elevators. We don't have anything else. But we have a lot of mining ships. We have built 1 million mining ships. We have a space city. I want to enter that we have built L8 class mechanical behemoths. We have cultivated planetary vines. The rankings are changing every moment. The 4 affiliated civilizations of the Black Sea civilization also began to exert their strength. The first is the Siren civilization. The Siren updated the information, which shows that in the past 100 years, in addition to building a large number of space mining ships and space battleships, they have also built 10 space cities, 3 space fortresses, and 2 star destroyers, 5 star destroyers. You are really fast, Luo Ying complained. I remember that you couldn't even build an L7 class battleship before. Siren smiled coquettishly. Brothers, this is nothing. I have no hope of competing. The ranking of the Siren civilization was squeezed out of the top 10 just now, and now it barely enters the 9th place. It's my turn. The voice began to update the information, in addition to the previously entered information. The information showed that the Conch civilization had added 13 space cities, 10 spaceports, 5 space fortresses, and 3 star destroyers. Ordinary first-level civilizations can't build star destroyers at all. When He Xingzhou first came to the interstellar construction meeting, someone told him that star destroyers can only be built by second-level civilizations. Later he found that it was indeed difficult for first-level civilizations to build. These 3 star destroyers directly allowed the Conch civilization to take the 8th place. 3 star destroyers. The number is still a little less. Feishi smiled and updated the ranking of the Fishman civilization. The number of star destroyers built by the Fishman civilization reached 5, and 6 space fortresses. They also built interstellar power networks, logistics networks, information networks, etc. And the ranking directly rushed into the top 5. This strength has reached the 2nd level civilization. Siren and Feishi were a little envious, and they looked at Dugong. Dugong looked at the 2nd elder Baisha again, and Baisha snorted, "Then let me show you the potential of the Sea Beast civilization. Let's start." Yes. Dugong began to update the ranking. The data showed that they had built more than 20 space cities and space fortresses alone. 10 star destroyers. There is also a star-level sublight speed battleship. In addition to these, they also built a space giant structure, a star destroyer turret. This is a huge turret in space that can fire heat rays, which is more powerful than the main gun of a star destroyer. As soon as this information was updated, the ranking of the Sea Beast civilization suddenly entered the top 3, reaching the 2nd place. The other elders and representatives of affiliated civilizations were envious and jealous. The Sea Beast civilization can actually build star destroyer turrets, and there are so many star destroyers. And there are also star-level battleships. It seems that it will soon enter the 2.5 level civilization, said Honglin. The 2nd elder is very hidden. It's only been 100 years, and the Sea Beast civilization has improved so fast. Lan Long's tone was a little sour. You have supported the Sea Beast civilization a lot, Baisha said disdainfully. No need to say these words. Everyone is the same. Everyone. You have seen the potential of the seed beast civilization. If something unexpected happens one day, I hope everyone can work together with the seed beast civilization. Maybe we still have a chance to rebuild the third-level civilization and higher civilizations. Everyone was silent. According to this situation, the development speed of several subsidiary civilizations is not as fast as that of the seed beast civilization. If the Black Sea civilization disintegrates, the seed beast civilization is likely to become the new main civilization. They all have to start planning for this matter. The seed beast civilization is actually second, except for the first Changtung civilization. The following civilization should not be able to shake its position. The elders of the Iceberg Investigation Society were also paying attention to the interstellar construction competition. Bai Shizhou was a little worried. According to this situation, if the seed beast civilization wants to continue to develop, the main civilization will split at any time. Are we really ready? Bai Yu asked. No one can say for sure. Everything depends on the Blue Star civilization. Everyone looked at He Xingzhou, who had not yet started to update the information. At this time, the ranking has stabilized. The first Changting civilization is more than 10,000 technology points ahead of the second-place Seed Beast civilization. The Changting civilization is probably the first. Yes, the civilization behind it can't surpass it. That's the plant civilization, which has more advantages than the mechanical civilization. They have cultivated 3 giant planetary trees, which are all megastructures. The Changting civilization is absolutely the first. The interstellar builder of the Changting civilization is a vegetative person Chingting. It has no fixed form, and its body is made up of vine-like plants. At this time, it is forming a human form, and people are congratulating it. If you can become the first in the rookie competition of the interstellar construction meeting, as long as you are not eliminated, entering the second-level civilization, or even the third-level civilization is a sure thing. For such a potential stock, all civilizations want to make friends. Young man, why don't you enter it? Tianmu kept staring at He Xingzhou. Seeing that everyone had almost finished, He Xingzhou also began to update the information of the Blue Star civilization. There are millions of space mining ships. Just the entry of space mining ships has made his ranking move up by tens of thousands. So many mining ships. Yan Xian was surprised. You haven't done anything. You have been mining all the time? We also built some other things. He Xingzhou continued to enter. 59 space elevators, 18 spaceports, 1,200 space battleships of various types, 2 spaceport fortresses, 6 star destroyers, 1 star-class sublight-speed battleship. As He Xingzhou entered, his ranking rose at a soaring speed, attracting everyone's attention. A dark horse appeared, and the ranking rose directly from the 100,000th place to the top 100. Fuck. Who is this? So powerful? The interstellar constructors looked at He Xingzhou. Chumfeng of the Blue Star civilization. They have star destroyers and star-class sublight-speed battleships. This is undoubtedly a second-level civilization. I remember that 100 years ago, they were only a 1.0 civilization. The speed of technological improvement is simply explosive. 666. It looks like there is a chance to be in the top 10. Everyone continued to observe. After He Xingzhou entered all the space creations, his ranking has entered the top 10. Next are 2 space giants. He Xingzhou entered the information, built a superstar ring. After the information of the superstar ring was entered, his ranking directly rushed into the top 3. Just below the Sea Beast civilization. Superstar ring. Planetary megastructure. Yan Xian was surprised. Changfeng, you are too amazing. This thing is much better than our Titan Colossus. It's actually a planetary megastructure. Everyone cast envious and surprised eyes. There are only a handful of civilizations that have the ability to build a superstar ring among 100,000 civilizations. And the only one who can really build it is He Xingzhou. It's really not easy. Baishan narrowed his eyes. They naturally knew that the Blue Star civilization had a superstar ring. But they didn't know about the Dyson Cloud, because the Iceberg Investigation Committee had refused to share the information of the Blue Star civilization with them. That part had always been the responsibility of the Iceberg Investigation Committee. Good boy. I was wrong. You have surpassed my feat, Tianmu exclaimed. And this is not over yet. He Xingzhou entered the last giant structure. Dyson Cloud. This time, the Order Angel directly informed the whole audience. The first-level interstellar builder Chumfeng built the ultimate giant structure of the first-level civilization. Dyson Cloud. Directly promoted to the second-level interstellar builder. Blue Star Civilization. Chunfeng is currently ranked first in the Interstellar Construction Association rookie competition. On the ranking list, He Xingzhou's name was far ahead, leaving the original first Chongting civilization behind by more than double. What? Dyson Cloud? Qingting of Chongting civilization saw this news and said in shock, they can actually build such a giant structure, which is difficult for the second-level civilization to build. It's been thousands of years. Right? The last time a megastructure of this level was built was by a branch of an advanced civilization. And now that civilization has become a third-level civilization. It's amazing. Blue Star Civilization will definitely become a third-level civilization in the future. Another powerful emerging civilization has appeared in the Milky Way. It has crushed Chongting civilization by twice its technological points. I'm really curious about how strong their civilization's war power is. Can it fight against a 2.5 level civilization? The focus of the entire interstellar construction meeting was on He Xingzhou. And waiting for him were the upcoming competition rewards. Chapter 235. Is this a planet that has become a spirit? The competition time is up. And the rankings are now announced. The Order Angel officially announced the results of this competition. Blue Star Civilization. Chunfeng is the champion of this interstellar construction meeting rookie competition. And he stands out among 100,000 interstellar constructors. Let's congratulate him. Everyone cheered for He Xingzhou. And these interstellar constructors all cast admiring eyes. There were more than 100,000 messages in He Xingzhou's private messages. They all wanted to make friends with He Xingzhou and Blue Star Civilization. After this time, He Xingzhou and Blue Star Civilization have enough influence among these first-level civilizations. Bai Shirza said with emotion. I really didn't expect that he could do this. Yes. Bai Yu deeply agreed. Although the influence of Blue Star Civilization is limited to the first and second-level civilizations now. When Blue Star Civilization expands or organizes some alliance, this influence will play a great role. When the Blue Star Civilization does something, it can call for hundreds of responses. And many civilizations will respond. Even in interstellar trade, technology protection, and intelligence sharing, it can gain great advantages. Congratulations. Yin Xian and those interstellar builders who knew He Xingzhou before came to congratulate. When will Mr. Chunfeng come up with a strategy for us to learn from? Someone asked. He Xingzhou's heart moved. And he said, I will release a piece of experience on how to carry out interstellar construction. And you can buy it in the interstellar store of our Blue Star Civilization. Every civilization can register an interstellar store in the trading hall. The Blue Star Civilization currently also sells some things, which are all irrelevant scientific and technological information. Then we will definitely support you. Everyone is looking forward to it. For them, He Xingzhou's valuable experience is important information to promote the development of civilization. At this time, Tuanzi said to He Xingzhou, Master, your reward of 5 million universe coins has been received. And you can also choose a T2.9 level technological creation design. Big profit. He Xingzhou was delighted. How many resources can be bought with 5 million cosmic coins? Now the resources are enough to make Dyson Ray launchers. In addition, the design drawings of T2.9 level technological creations are technological products of 2.9 level civilization. He said, let me see what I can choose. Tuanzi, the reward library has been connected. A large number of options appeared in front of He Xingzhou, all of which can only be made by 2.9 level civilization. Different from the reward library of Order Square. Most of the creations here are large-scale technological megastructures, which also conform to the characteristics of the Interstellar Construction Association. Planet Factory. A super factory built with a planet as the core, which can mass-produce large-scale technological products such as space battleships. Planetary Computer. A computer with the size and mass of a planet, with supercomputing power. A must-have technological creation for silicon-based civilization. Ring World. A super ring space city built around a star, which requires the dismantling of all the planets in the entire star system to complete. Star Furnace. Using stars as energy sources. Refining plasma and antimatter. It is an important source of antimatter, and can convert antimatter into energy. Any one of these is far better than a Dyson sphere. The so-called Dyson sphere can only provide basic electricity. And these pinnacle technological megastructures of secondary civilizations have exceeded the conventional energy extraction and manufacturing speed. At least they are at the level of planetary size and mass. I suggest you choose a star furnace. The quantum optical brain said to Hixingzhou. I also have a star furnace on my technology tree. Unlocking it requires countless energy. And a Dyson sphere can only accumulate it for 1,000 years. The stellar furnace refines antimatter. If you unlock the antimatter reactor, the energy output is countless times higher than that of the nuclear fusion reactor. Antimatter reactor technology is the key to civilization breaking through level 2.5. The current strength of Blue Star civilization is roughly equivalent to level 2.2 to 2.3 civilization. Hixingzhou believes that they will soon be able to upgrade to level 2.4. Then we need the stellar furnace design. Hixingzhou determined the goal. The stellar furnace is an important source of energy for the next stage. The stellar furnace design has been issued. Tuanzi sent the information about the stellar furnace to Hixingzhou. The number of these design drawings has reached a huge amount. It designs countless technologies, some of which Hixingzhou has not yet mastered, such as antimatter refining technology. Congratulations! You have become a second-level interstellar builder. You are the fastest person I have ever seen to become a second-level interstellar builder. Tianyu updated his identity. After becoming a second-level interstellar builder, you can transcend the restrictions of the initial city and communicate with more advanced interstellar builders. Tianyu said. The second level of the interstellar construction meeting is open to you. Thank you. Hixingzhou also wanted to meet with those interstellar builders of higher civilizations. But he had more important things to do at the moment. He went to the Order Square to update the civilization level of the Blue Star civilization. The Order Angel recertified and said, the civilization level of the Blue Star civilization has been updated to level 2.2. You will have the second level civilization authority in the Order Alliance, and can go to the upper level of the initial city. I want to redeem the reward, Hixingzhou said. Killing Zerg, building star destroyers, star-class battleships, and especially Dyson clouds all have generous rewards. The reward for making a Dyson sphere is 10 million cosmic coins. Hixingzhou built a Dyson cloud, so the reward is only half of that. With the 5 million he would get from interstellar construction, he still has 10 million cosmic coins. 10 million cosmic coins can buy a planet. Now the strength of your civilization can be greatly improved. Bai Ningxiang said excitedly. The speed is much faster than I thought. Hixingzhou looked at the price. A planet of the quality of Blue Star is only 8 million cosmic coins. But the shipping cost is 3 times higher than the actual price. He called Wenheng, the head of the Blue Star Civilization office, and said, Wenheng, all this money is left to you. Buy all the materials we need at once. Leave it to me. Now we have money, Wenheng said with a smile. The resources purchased with this money can quickly turn Blue Star civilization into a powerful second-level civilization. The original resources were only enough to build 10 star destroyers. Once these resources are in place, it will be enough to build 10 stellar-class sublight-speed warships. Hixingzhou also took the time to write a summary of interstellar construction, which was probably about the construction of superstar rings and Dyson clouds. Hixingzhou was not worried about the leakage of these materials. Now that Blue Star civilization has been promoted to a second-level civilization, it will sooner or later build more advanced technological creations. He sold this information in the trading hall, and the price of one copy was 300 universe coins. For a first-level civilization, this price is relatively expensive. But Hixingzhou's fame made them still choose to buy the interstellar construction experience of an important figure who upgraded a first-level civilization to a second-level civilization in 100 years. Even if the price is raised to 1,000 universe coins, these civilizations will consider it. And the content written by Hixingzhou is full of practical information, which sold out immediately and became a best-selling product of the virtual universe initial city. Not only the 100,000 participating civilizations, but also other civilizations bought it for reference. Within a few months, the sales reached tens of millions of universe coins, which was equivalent to Hixingzhou earning a planet directly. In the outer space of Blue Star, the temporary wormhole of the Order Alliance opened again, and a large amount of supplies flew out of it. It's too much. Without fighting a single battle, we have obtained resources that are comparable to what our entire civilization has mined for decades. And these resources are all from other star systems. The commanders were all very excited. Who would have thought that the construction of a Dyson cloud would bring so many subsequent benefits? Although I don't know why the Order Alliance has set up so many rewards. We must thank them for this, Cui Weiman said. Yes, the biggest problem of our civilization is the lack of foundation, especially resources. A normal second-level civilization occupies at least 3 or 5-star systems. He Hongwei said. We don't even have a complete possession of the solar system now. And these resources can quickly fill our shortcomings. The resources for the decisive battle are already there. I hope the Zerg can give us enough time. Su Zhilang whispered. It's time to explore Jupiter and Saturn. He Xingzhou said. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Humans have failed to find Jupiter and Saturn before. This time, He Xingzhou plans to send more biological warships and small biological detectors. The devourer of planets is very large in both size and mass, so it is easier to find. Jupiter, the planet with the largest mass and volume in the solar system. The biological warships Taowu, Taobai and Chaos came here together. Before they approached Jupiter, they were attacked by the space Zerg, and even a juvenile devourer of planets appeared. But this devourer was no match for them. It fled the battlefield, and 3 biological warships successfully entered Jupiter. They had attracted the attention of the devourers of Jupiter, and some of the growing and even mature devourers began to move towards them. Drop the Zerg probes, and then run, the captains ordered. Countless biological carriers were dropped into Jupiter, cruising in the atmosphere, looking for traces of the devourers of Jupiter. A similar situation also occurred on Saturn, and humans increased their exploration of these 2 planets. It took only 3 months for the probes to find their target. At the Blue Star Alliance command, Cui Weiman opened the intelligence information and showed it to everyone. The situation is slightly better than we thought. Finally, I heard something like this. Everyone complained. Every time we had a meeting before, they said the situation was worse than we thought. It's not much better. Cui Weiman continued. According to our detection, no complete devourer of planets has been found on Saturn. A total of 2 mature devourers of planets have been found. They are the Lord of the Sky and the Lord of the Earth. The Lord of the Sky is active in Saturn's thick atmosphere and is currently devouring the atmosphere, forming a huge cyclone on Saturn. The Lord of the Earth is in Saturn's relatively small core, devouring its core, and is a silicon-based behemoth. We can handle even 2 mature devourers, Qiu Hong said confidently. Humans are upgrading star-class battleships, and they already have experience dealing with the Lord of the Eye, so they won't be in a rush when they fight again. Yes, Cui Weiman nodded, and then said, the situation on Jupiter is much more complicated. We have detected at least 5 mature devourers. The ones that have been detected are the Lord of Great Light, the Lord of Weak Water, the Lord of Lightning, the Lord of Golden Ball, and the Lord of Mingkong. Hearing this number, everyone compared it in their hearts. If humans have more than 10 star-class battleships, it should be enough to deal with it. It turned out that their resources were not enough to build so many warships. But He Xingzhou exchanged a lot of resources from the Order Alliance, and the power comparison was acceptable. The last one is the complete planet devourer. Xuanwu, open its information, Cui Weiman shouted. Yes. Xuanwu showed the discovered information in front of everyone. In the picture, it is the atmosphere of Jupiter. In the atmosphere dominated by hydrogen and helium, a super monster is devouring the atmosphere. Its size is amazing. According to calculations, it is about 1/3 the size of a blue star, not to mention its mass. It is estimated to be similar to Mars. From a macroscopic perspective, its appearance is similar to a regular sphere, perhaps because of its own large mass. When it was on Jupiter, it was so big that it could cover the entire sky. So we call it the Lord of the Sky. Lord of the Sky. Everyone felt a deep fear just by seeing its mass. How could this be a giant beast? It's clearly a planet that has become a spirit. If it were around the blue star, it wouldn't even need to attack. The gravity brought by its mass alone would be enough to completely destroy the blue star ecosystem. If it hit the blue star violently, it might smash the entire planet into pieces. This mass is too exaggerated. Even if it is hit by a planetary orbital cannon, it might just be like a tickle to it. The commanders discussed. Star destroyers are weapons of sublight speed warships. Even with the unlimited energy supply of Dyson Cloud, it may not be possible to destroy it in a year. It is impossible to destroy this monster with warships. Dyson rays can theoretically evaporate a planet. But can we hit it? It also has high intelligence. If it destroys our Dyson Cloud first, we will have no trump cards. Even He Xingzhou was shocked when he saw the intelligence. He thought that improving the performance of star-class warships might be able to fight against the complete Galactus. If not, increase the number of warships. Now it seems that no matter how many sublight speed warships are added, They are just toys for it. The quantum optical brain is right. Only Dyson rays are enough to destroy it. But the problem is that even if it is light, it takes 43 minutes to travel from the Sun to Jupiter. It's not like this big guy won't move. Even if we fire Dyson rays at it, it's hard to hit it. And once it knows the existence of Dyson rays, it will definitely destroy the Dyson ray emitter and the Dyson cloud. Then humans will really have no way out. Tell me, how can we destroy the Lord of the Sky? Chapter 236 Use planets as weapons. Resonance weapons? Make a super resonator, a planetary impact drum, and destroy it, Lei Yuanfeng suggested. He Hongwei said, resonance weapons can indeed hurt it. But if you want to resonate and disintegrate the Lord of the Sky, which is 1/3 the mass of a blue planet, the resonance intensity is extremely high and requires perseverance. Even if all our warships launch resonance weapons together, it will take at least 50 years for the resonance amplitude to be enough to disintegrate it. Obviously, the Lord of the Sky cannot still resonate its body with us. Then we can use resonance weapons to force it out of Jupiter, just like we forced out the Lord of the Demon Eye, Lei Yuanfeng said. We still have to rely on Dyson rays to destroy it, Su Jilan said. Our biggest problem is that we can't guarantee that the Dyson rays can hit it. And the Dyson rays only have one chance to be launched. He Hongwei thought, everyone. The mass of the Lord of the Sky is so large. Look at its reminder. Because of its large mass, its body structure has become a sphere similar to a planet. This shows that it needs to resist gravity. Because of the influence of gravity, maybe its movement speed is not fast. Cui Weiman said, that's right. Our reconnaissance shows that the Lord of the Sky rarely moves. Based on its mass, it needs to consume a lot of energy just to resist the gravity of Jupiter. Gravity has a negligible effect on us humans. But for such a big guy, no matter which planet it is on, it will be affected by strong gravity. I don't think it can reach sublight speed under the influence of gravity. Listening to their discussion, He Xingzhou's thoughts gradually became clear in his mind. And he said, that's right. It takes infinite energy to accelerate a proton to nearly the speed of light. Our planetary particle accelerator can't do it. If this big guy can move at sublight speed, it must have subspace or hyperspace movement technology. Planet Devourer does not have this ability yet, which means that its movement speed must be very slow. We do have a chance to attack it. Lu Mei asked, it is on Jupiter. With Jupiter's mass as energy supplement, we can't hurt it. And Dyson rays can't reach that far. Then if we force it out of Jupiter, it will lose the influence of Jupiter's gravity. And its speed will inevitably increase in a vacuum. How can we limit it? Everyone fell into deep thought again. Rely on warships? It's unrealistic. Even if all the warships and fleets of mankind are sent over, they are as small as dust compared to the Lord of the Sky. They can only scratch it with full firepower. He Xingzhou said, now we can be sure that the only weapon we can hurt it is Dyson rays. And Dyson rays require the target to not move at high speed. So we have to make a cage now to restrict the Lord of the Sky. At least to greatly reduce its flight speed. A cage that can bind the Lord of the Sky? Song Jinghong said with a wry smile. Is there such a cage in the world? Yes. He Xingzhou stood up and said affirmatively. Since the Lord of the Sky has such a large mass, it will be affected by the gravity of the planet. So we use the planet as a gravitational cage to restrict its movement. Use the planet as a gravitational cage? Everyone's heart jumped. And they had a premonition that He Xingzhou was going to come up with another shocking plan. Commander-in-Chief, how do we do it? Luoan asked hurriedly. He Xingzhou said, there are natural gravitational cages in the universe. Such as stars. Such as white dwarfs. Neutron stars. And black holes. They have extremely large masses and extremely large gravitational forces. If warships approach ordinary celestial bodies rashly, they will be bound by their gravity and will never be able to escape. We are in the solar system. There is no such celestial body here. The sun cannot obey our orders and use gravity to bind the Lord of the Sky. But we can use other planets to influence the Lord of the Sky. For example, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and even our blue planet can be used as weapons. Everyone has more and more weapons. How can we use planets as weapons? He Xingzhou explained. Suppose we successfully lure the Lord of the Sky to the vicinity of Mercury's orbit. It will first be affected by the gravity of the sun, and it must divide a part of its energy to resist the sun's gravity. Secondly, it will be affected by the gravity of Mercury, and also have to resist the gravity of Mercury. If it is very close to Mercury, The gravitational effect will be more obvious, and its speed will slow down. Lei Yuanfeng said, General Commander. But Mercury will not listen to our command. We can't let Mercury fly next to the Lord of the Sky. Who said no? He Xingzhou asked back. If we equip Mercury with a planetary engine, it can fly according to our wishes. Planetary engine? Like an asteroid engine? Meng Hai asked. Like the engine group on our Scarlet Moon? Yes, He Xingzhou said. The heavy nuclear fusion engine on Pluto's moon and the bloody moon is a planetary engine. We only need to expand the size of the reactor and the engine. Build enough planetary engines, and we can push the planet to move. Imagine, if the Lord of the Sky comes near the orbit of Mercury, the gravity of the Sun and Mercury will slow down its speed, and the hit rate of the Dyson ray will increase sharply. If there is Venus, or even Blue Star and Mars, all near it, with the right direction and angle, the gravity of these planets can form a small gravity trap, making the Lord of the Sky in a dilemma, pushing planets as weapons, or several of them. He Hongwei exclaimed. I thought I had seen enough in the virtual universe, and would not be so surprised. But I was slapped in the face. This is a familiar feeling. Cui Weiman laughed. That's the feeling. The Commander-in-Chief is worthy of being the Commander-in-Chief. Just hearing this plan makes me excited. If this can be done, the creativity and action of our Blue Star civilization may be comparable to that of a third-level civilization. Song Jinghong said. If we really want to move the planet, we have to consider the situation where the buildings on the surface of the planet will be completely destroyed. The Blue Star has a superstar ring, and is not suitable for movement. LV May has begun to think about the feasibility of this plan. 3 planets plus the gravity of the solar system are enough. He Xingzhou said. What are you waiting for? Xuanwu. Let's check it. Everyone called Xuanwu, and began to calculate the feasibility of this plan, and how to implement it. The crowd proposed many plans, but in the end, they thought that He Xingzhou's gravity trap plan was the most feasible. The Lord of the Sky is too powerful, and it is almost impossible to destroy or restrain it by human power. It can only rely on the power of natural celestial bodies. After several months of discussion and further exploration of the Lord of the Sky, He Xingzhou secretly announced the gravity trap plan. The plan requires the construction of a large number of planetary engines on Mercury, Venus, and Mars to ensure that they can move the planets. And before the battle, they will all be moved to the orbit near Mercury. The gravity trap does not require them to be very close together. The gravity of the planets can affect each other even at astronomical distances. With the current production and creative capabilities of mankind, plus the wireless energy provided by the Dyson cloud, it is not difficult to complete this plan. After the Interstellar Construction Department produced the blueprints for the planetary engine, the various planets started construction together, and engineers and robots started working one after another. He Xingzhou estimated that the construction of the planetary engine could be completed in 3 years, and it would also take some years to push the planet to move, including the construction of the Dyson ray launcher. The whole process would take at least 30 years. He only hoped that the Lord of the Sky would not appear in advance within these 30 years. Although this guy showed no signs of moving, it has been devouring Jupiter for more than 100 years. And it seems that it wants to devour the entire Jupiter, and then devour one planet after another. Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter are all undergoing construction. People are wondering why they need to build planetary engines on these planets, and move their locations. They have already built a large number of facilities on these planets, and planetary engines will destroy these existing facilities. In addition to planetary engines, He Xingzhou also has people building space cities. When fighting the Lord of the Sky, no one can guarantee that the surface of the planet will remain intact. In order to ensure people's safety, they must first hide in the space city and stay away from the battlefield. In addition, Star Destroyers and Star-class battleships are themselves giant space cities. A Star-class sublight-speed battleship can provide survival for more than 2 billion people. After the lifespan is extended, 30 years is not too long for people. The latest research on the genes of the devourer of planets has brought the genetic modification technology to a level comparable to that of a third-level civilization. Theoretically, if the same gene module as the devourer of planets is injected, humans can have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a life form, like the devourer of planets, can reach more than 10 billion years, with the same lifespan as a star. On Mercury, He Xingzhou is directing the planetary settlement. Venus, move closer. Mars adjusts the rotation angle and flight angle. Yes, form a stable triple star system. The triple star system generally refers to a star system composed of 3 stars. He Xingzhou is imitating the triple star system to achieve a balance with the gravity of the 3 planets and the adjustment of the planetary engine. At this time, standing on any of the 3 planets, you can see 2 huge moons in the sky, and the other 2 planets reflect sunlight, forming this strange scenery. 3 stars surround them, and in the middle of them, in the space calculated on an astronomical scale, is a gravitational trap. Gravity has reached balance. The commanders on the 3 planets sent news at the same time. Good. He Xingzhou looked at their masterpiece with satisfaction. Who would have thought in the last era that humans could move planets and make them rotate in the way they want? Commander-in-Chief, the trap has been set up, and the Dyson Ray launcher has also been completed. Is it time to touch the Lord of the Sky? Everyone asked. He Xingzhou directly ordered, strengthen the resonance with the Lord of the Sky, and all civilizations should prepare for evacuation. Yes. Everyone started to act. On all planets, including the Blue Star, humans hid in warships and space cities. Once they failed in the battle with the Lord of the Sky, they would choose to flee the solar system. This drama of humans and Zerg fighting for the solar system has been going on for more than 200 years. Today, it is finally time to decide the winner. On Jupiter, a large number of unmanned warships approached and began to launch resonant torpedoes and emit electromagnetic resonance waves in the direction of the Lord of the Sky. This action did not start today. They started 30 years ago. It's just that the resonances are not obvious, and the Lord of the Sky is too lazy to pay attention to them. This planet devourer has almost not moved at all in the past 30 years. Its mass has increased by about 1/5. The mass of Jupiter has turned into a crystal core and stored in its body. He Xingzhou once calculated that if it continues like this, it will be able to devour Jupiter completely in about 300 years. By then, the mass of the crystal core in its body alone will exceed 300 times that of the Blue Star. It doesn't even need to attack around the Blue Star. Its own gravity alone is enough to tear the Blue Star apart. If it attacks, breaking the planet is as easy as a move. Some Zerg noticed the arrival of the human fleet and attacked and defended. But they couldn't make any waves in front of today's humans, and were easily killed by warships. The Lord of the Sky still ignored them, and the fleet was like an ant in front of it. The intensity and amplitude of the resonance began to increase rapidly. In the first month, the Lord of the Sky felt a little unhappy, and it fired millions of rays into space, instantly clearing the unmanned fleet. The resonance did not stop, because humans had already dropped enough resonance weapons in Jupiter's atmosphere and built interstellar energy transmission stations. The energy hub of the Dyson cloud continuously transmitted energy, and the resonance amplitude became larger and larger. If everything continues, in hundreds of thousands of years, this resonance will shatter Jupiter's core. Of course, Jupiter will still be Jupiter, because its own mass and gravity will make it reassemble. Another batch of human unmanned fleets arrived, continuing to strengthen the resonance. In the 3rd month, the Lord of the Sky was already feeling very bored. It had been evolving automatically in its sleep, and it had never thought of attacking humans. It was not because of anything else, but because in its mind, humans were just a group of ants on its cake. Who would be interested in seeing a few ants and then spend the effort to smash the ant nest? These native creatures are really annoying. The Lord of the Sky was very dissatisfied. It did not take the initiative to destroy the ant nest, and these ants actually began to bite it. It didn't mind slapping these guys to death. The Lord of the Sky moved again, and countless rays cleaned up the outer space of Jupiter in an instant. Hundreds of human unmanned warships were destroyed without making a sound. Continue. He Xingzhou had been observing the situation on Jupiter. These unmanned warships had no combat power at all. They were all quick-made and inferior goods. There were only resonance weapons on them, which were used to harass the Lord of the Sky. Chapter 237 Planetary Destruction. After repeated harassment, the Lord of the Sky's patience was worn out bit by bit. The influence of resonance made it impossible for it to devour planetary matter at ease. And if this resonance was allowed to continue, its body would also be harmed. In the 6th month, the Lord of the Sky finally got angry. Damn mosquitoes. It's so noisy. I'm going to slap you to death. It finally moved, and the Lord of the Sky flew to the outer space of Jupiter. It wanted to go to the Blue Star, Mars, and other planets to exterminate humans. Its mass was too huge, just as He Xingzhou guessed. Even if it moved on Jupiter, the kinetic energy required was unimaginable. Jupiter's gravity also limits its speed. From a human perspective, the speed of the Sky Lord is even slower than the space shuttles of the last era. Don't let it come to Blue Planet. Send the fleet to harass it, He Xingzhou ordered. Immediately, a fleet launched a beyond visual range attack near Jupiter. Although their attacks on the Sky Lord caused minimal damage, they also attracted the Sky Lord's attention. Holes appeared on the surface of the Sky Lord's body, and the lasers shot out of the holes were enough to cross the distance between the planets in the solar system to hit the target. Moreover, its energy intensity can still destroy some warships after passing the distance of astronomical units. Warships below L7 level cannot stop its attack even if they are separated by a distance of 1/10 of a light year. My fleet is seriously damaged, the commander on the front line shouted. All warships below L7 level should evacuate. Star destroyers and sublight speed warships continue to harass it. Take it to Mercury orbit, He Xingzhou shouted. In space, the captains used electromagnetic resonance waves to attack from a very long distance. This attack was the only way they could harass the Lord of the Sky. Little bug, do you think you can fight against the Devourer of Planets with a few sublight speed warships? Countless projectiles flew out of the Lord of the Sky again. These projectiles are all crystal nuclei, bound by strong forces, and their speed can be infinitely close to the speed of light. A sublight speed nuclear missile hit an L8 main battleship. The plasma of the energy shield could not melt its shell, and the proton missile of the automatic defense system barely shattered a layer of material on the shell. It was as big as a meteorite. After hitting the warship, the hull armor was instantly damaged. The strong force restraint was released in an instant, and the fragments of the projectile body were like a hydrogen bomb explosion, destroying the entire warship, right under everyone's noses. At countless distances, the Lord of the Sky easily destroyed 13 such warships. Use subatomic rays, non-star destroyers, and sublight speed warships all evacuate. On the front line, Luan realized that facing such a monster, it would be difficult for planetary-level warships to even harass. There were also sublight speed nuclear missiles hitting the sublight speed warships, and the warship's phase rays broke the nuclear missiles and barely blocked them. Captain, the Lord of the Sky is coming in our direction. On the sublight speed warship Uranus, the observer hurriedly reported the situation to Captain Qin Yi. Uranus is the largest and most powerful warship currently owned by human beings. The Lord of the Sky set his sights on it and decided to destroy it. Run! Qin Yi did not hesitate at all. He could not defeat it, so he ordered the warship to fly towards the orbit of Mercury. At the same time, other warships were also flying towards the orbit of Mercury. The Lord of the Sky noticed this phenomenon. The natives seem to be tempting me. The original Mars has left its original orbit. It seems that humans have gathered 3 planets together near the Sun and built their own military base. In that case, I will destroy you all. The Lord of the Sky was not afraid. As a complete planet devourer, it is almost invincible in the star system. Even if there is a second-level civilization here now, they dare not provoke it. The Lord of the Sky flew out towards the orbit of Mercury. It was on guard and began to attack the surface of 3 planets from a very long distance. Hundreds of space insect nests flew with it. These space insect nests are full of planetary behemoths, and the space insect nests themselves are also combat weapons. On the blue planet, the planetary orbital cannons have never stopped and have been bombarding the space insect nests. The space insect nests have spied on the Lord of the Sky in advance. They fought with a fleet and let the planetary behemoths land on several planets. Outside Mars, dozens of space insect nests and hundreds of millions of planetary behemoths flew over. The Mars fleet tried its best to stop them, but many planetary behemoths still landed on the surface of Mars and caused great damage. The same is true for Venus and Mercury. Most of the surface buildings on these planets were destroyed. But fortunately, humans had already moved their important facilities to space cities, so these losses could be tolerated. The Lord of the Sky gradually approached the 3 planets. At this time, humans had already taken the initiative. The bombardment of warships and various weapons destroyed more than half of the space insect nests, and countless planetary monsters were killed. The space was full of insect corpses and fragments. Humans have large military bases on all 3 planets. The insects reported the situation to the Lord of the Sky. The Lord of the Sky laughed. If the natives want to lure me here and destroy me, then they are too naive. Today, I will let them feel what it means to be struck by a disaster. 3 planets. Destroy them all. At this time, the body of the Lord of the Sky changed. Asteroid-sized crystal nuclei split from its body, Tens of thousands of them. Its own mass was reduced by 1/3. Each of these crystal nuclei has a mass greater than that of Pluto. At this time, all members of the Blue Star civilization were paying attention to the situation on the space battlefield. Because this battle is a decisive battle between humans and the Zerg in the solar system. If they lose, the Blue Star civilization will lose their home and wander the starry sky. This guy is too scary. The split nuclei are actually as big as planets. People were all shocked. I was born in the new era. The Alliance has been saying that the Zerg are terrible. But we win every battle. I thought the Zerg were just ordinary monsters. But it turns out they are even more terrible than the Alliance said. This guy can destroy planets. Fortunately, it didn't come to Blue Star. Otherwise, our home planet would be shattered. What does it want to do? Does it want to destroy those 3 planets? Everyone guessed in fear and anxiety that after the Lord of the Sky split into tens of thousands of crystal nuclei, these crystal nuclei began to accelerate like battleships. The Lord of the Sky's own speed is not that fast. But the speed of these crystal nuclei can already reach the speed of space battleships. They split into 3 columns and flew towards Mercury, Venus and Mars respectively. It wants to completely destroy these 3 planets. Even though they had already imagined the power of the Lord of the Sky, the commanders were still scared when they saw it with their own eyes. Each crystal core has a mass greater than Pluto and has huge kinetic energy. He Hongwei analyzed. These crystal cores will hit the surface of the planet, enough to destroy the surface and mantle of the planet. Tens of thousands. He Xingzhou took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, we are about to see what these planets looked like when the solar system was just formed. These attacks are enough to beat these 3 planets into their original state. That is, more than 4 billion years ago, when they were just formed in a chaotic form. No matter what. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child." He Xingzhou gritted his teeth and continued to command. "Everyone evacuate immediately. Turn the power of the planetary engine to the maximum to form a gravity trap. Evacuate. Evacuate." The combatants stationed on the 3 planets fled here on space battleships. All the planetary engines were turned to the maximum power, and the red and blue plasma flames were ejected from the surface of the planet into space. The 3 planets are moving. Want to escape? Too late. The Lord of the Sky is still approaching, and it is ready to destroy all 3 planets and then devour them one by one. Countless asteroid-sized crystal cores flew to the 3 planets, starting with Mars. The first crystal core turned into a world-destroying fireball and broke into the atmosphere of Mars. The atmosphere burned, the air whistled, and thunderstorms were generated. There are countless creatures living on the surface of Mars, all of which are new species that have transformed the Martian environment. They looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and fled everywhere. But there was nowhere to hide. The crystal nucleus finally hit the surface of Mars. The energy of more than 10 billion hydrogen bomb explosions exploded in an instant. The high temperature melted the earth and rocks into magma, and the shock waves shattered the crust. Everything around was destroyed in the ultra-high temperature and impact. This collision alone is enough to destroy the ecosystem of Mars. But this is just the beginning. The second and third crystal nuclei began to hit. This scene, even if Mars has a planetary orbital cannon, it can't resist it. The doomsday disaster is in front of everyone. In just over 10 minutes, Mars has become a real Mars. Its atmosphere and surface are all burning, and the heat gradually melts the surface of the entire planet, forming a magma ocean. Dust and smoke cover the entire planet, and there are lightning and thunder. Is this Mars? Hundreds of billions of people from the Blue Star civilization can hardly believe their eyes. They spent more than 100 years to transform Mars, but in such a short time, it was turned into a primitive planet. Mars bases, Mars cities, warship factories, tens of thousands of planetary engines as high as tens of kilometers, all disappeared. Here, only the boundless lava ocean remains. Everything has been reshaped, and a planet that has been silent for 4 billion years seems to have traveled through time and space and returned to the scene when it was just born 4 billion years ago. Venus and Mercury did not escape this disaster, and the scene of world destruction was repeated on them. Not only the surfaces of these planets were melted, but even the cores of the planets were awakened by the shock waves and became active again, with nuclear reactions. The attack of the Lord of the Sky completely reshaped the 3 planets. It will take millions of years for the aftermath of this attack to stabilize under natural conditions. After that, their masses will increase, and the orbits of Mercury and Venus will even deviate, one flying outside the solar system and the other towards the sun. If there is no external interference, one will fly to a farther orbit, and the other will fall into the sun and become fuel for the star. Now, there should be no annoying mosquitoes. Right? The Lord of the Sky was very satisfied with his masterpiece. This is the power of the Zerg, destroying a planet with just a flick of the hand. Who would have thought that our enemy is such a thing? The ancient demon god in mythology is just like this. People were still in shock. If those people in the last era saw the scene, would they be so desperate that they would commit suicide? Can Dyson rays destroy it? The solar system is really not a place for people to stay. I have lost too much mass. I have to replenish it. The Lord of the Sky lost 1/3 of its mass by launching this attack. It flew to the nearest planet, ready to devour the planet's matter and replenish its own mass. It is approaching Venus. The observer shouted. Very good. It has entered the gravitational influence range. Dyson rays are ready. All warships, prepare to increase the intensity of the attack. He Xingzhou observed the star map. He wanted to launch an attack when the Lord of the Sky approached Venus. Everyone was nervous. They only had this chance. If they failed, the Blue Star civilization would immediately board a warship to flee the solar system, leave their homeland, and become a wandering civilization in the universe. At this time, even He Xingzhou was not sure. He could only choose to believe that the quantum optical brain said that the ultimate planetary weapon was enough to deal with the complete planet devourer. The Lord of the Sky was still approaching Venus. The 3 planets were nearby. The influence of gravity on it was already obvious, and its speed was decreasing. Not only did it have to fight against the gravity of the 3 planets, but it also had to face the huge gravity from the sun. At this time, the Lord of the Sky had relaxed his vigilance, because under its devastating blow, there could be no facilities on these 3 planets. The entire planet had turned into a lava planet. What else could exist? The speed of the Lord of the Sky has dropped to the lowest, and it is about to land on Venus. With the mass of the Lord of the Sky, if the speed is slightly higher and it approaches the planet, it will collide with the planet. So it must control its speed to ensure that there is no collision. Jinwu is constantly calculating the energy, emission time and angle of the ray. It sent a message to He Xingzhou. The Dyson ray has reached the best time to launch. Launch. Without a second word of nonsense, He Xingzhou ordered it to start the Dyson ray in an instant. Dyson ray launcher activated. Outside the sun, huge Dyson clouds transport energy together and aggregate plasma through energy hubs. The Dyson ray launcher is actually a super strong magnetic field. The plasma it emits is not the plasma generated by heating heavy hydrogen itself, but the plasma from the sun. All the energy is just to enhance the magnetic field and trigger plasma changes on the surface of the star. Under natural conditions, the surface of the sun often erupts with long-distance activities, such as solar prominences, where plasma on the surface of the sun shoots out for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, forming an earring shape that can be seen on the blue planet, or solar flares, where the sun's atmosphere is violently active, releasing a large number of particles in a short period of time, and its solar wind can blow a light year away. Dyson ray emitters are artificially created with a strong magnetic field, triggering a plasma explosion, and then using magnetic fields to confine it and launch it to a directional target. Chapter 238 Star Destroying War. On the surface of the star, plasma is agitated under the influence of the magnetic field. They surge like waves, and terrifying energy is accumulating. The Dyson ray emitter continues to guide this force, waiting for the moment of explosion. The Sky Lord, who is trying to devour Martian matter to restore his own mass and energy, did not notice what happened on the sun. It has entered the atmosphere of Venus, with countless holes on its body, and the atmosphere is rushing into its body crazily, forming a super cyclone on Venus. At this time, the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Committee of the Black Sea Civilization are also paying attention to the scene. They have not shared the intelligence about the Blue Star civilization with other forces in the civilization for decades. Therefore, only Bai Shizhou, Bai Yu, Bai Ningxiang and others knew about these things. We saw the scene before. Elders like Bai Shizhou, who are thousands of years old, have experienced the Black Sea civilization being attacked by the Zerg. At that time, the complete devourer of planets appeared. At that time, the Black Sea civilization was already a level 3 civilization, and it was a very strong one. It suffered heavy losses when dealing with it. Now, the Blue Star civilization is dealing with the Lord of the Sky with the strength of a level 2 civilization. which is 100 times more difficult than them. Even if it is a warp battleship, it has no chance of winning against the Lord of the Sky head-on. A elder whispered. Yes, at least a Destruction-class battleship is needed. The Destroyer-class battleship is the most advanced battleship among the Star-class battleships, and its status is equivalent to that of the Star Destroyer in the Planet-class battleships. The definition of a Star Destroyer is that it is enough to completely destroy the surface of a planet, while the Destroyer-class battleship is enough to completely destroy a planet, just like the Lord of the Sky, directly returning the planet to its original state, or even completely destroying the entire planet. Only the top second-level civilization can create a destroyer battleship. The division of the Black Sea civilization is inevitable. Someone whispered. If the Blue Star civilization wins this battle, we should join the Blue Star civilization. If they lose, we will leave the main civilization and build our own civilization. The elders of the Civilization Council have each plundered the resources of civilizations. And now the Civilization Council is in name only. Bai Ningxiang's consciousness has been connected to the subspace communicator and came to the Blue Star Civilization Command. She is more nervous than others because she has put everything on the rise of Blue Star Civilization. If she fails, as the first person responsible, she will inevitably be torn apart in the internal struggle of civilization. We will definitely win the final battle of the solar system. She stared at the sun, and this young star was about to get angry. At this time, the plasma on the surface of the sun has formed a solar prominence, and the plasma tsunami rushed from the surface of the star to a height of hundreds of thousands of miles. Originally, they would be attracted by the gravity of the sun and fall again. But a super strong directional magnetic field has been generated here, guiding them to accelerate and turn them into rays to be emitted, like an ignited fuse. As the first plasma spurted out, the energy on a certain spot on the surface of the star was highly concentrated and continuously erupted outward, with enough energy to destroy everything that stood in its way. It started. The commanders all held their breath. Dyson rays fired now. The anger from the star gushed out, guided by the Dyson ray launcher, and fired towards Venus, the position of the Lord of the Sky. At this time, even if there was a planet in front of it, it would be evaporated by such power. The light was not transmitted to the blue star at this time. Through the subspace communicator, everyone could clearly see that somewhere on the sun suddenly lit up, like a solar flare flashing. This is no longer solar wind, but a solar ray burst. This hot, destructive energy travels through the vacuum, illuminates the universe, and shoots at the Lord of the Sky at the speed of light. At this time, Venus is near the orbit of Mercury, and it only takes 3 minutes for the ray to reach here. The Lord of the Sky has landed at this time. It contacts the surface of Venus in an anti-gravity state, and the surface quickly sags, swallowing up a large amount of matter. My lord, humans, they have launched a destructive weapon. A planetary behemoth sent intelligence through the subspace communication. It has seen the Dyson rays, and is terrified by them. These planetary behemoths are the eyes of the Lord of the Sky, allowing it to know the situation in the solar system. This is no longer solar wind, but a solar ray burst. This hot, destructive energy travels through the vacuum, illuminates the universe, and shoots at the Lord of the Sky at the speed of light. At this time, Venus is near the orbit of Mercury, and it only takes 3 minutes for the ray to reach here. The Lord of the Sky has landed at this time. It contacts the surface of Venus in an anti-gravity state, and the surface quickly sags, swallowing up a large amount of matter. My lord, humans, they have launched a destructive weapon. A planetary behemoth sent intelligence through the subspace communication. It has seen the Dyson rays, and is terrified by them. These planetary behemoths are the eyes of the Lord of the Sky, allowing it to know the situation in the solar system. At that time, even a third-level civilization would not be my opponent. The Lord of the Sky decided to escape from here, but he found that his escape speed was not fast. The gravity of the Sun, Venus, and the gravity of Mercury and Mars nearby were all interfering with it. Dyson rays are the speed of light, and its speed is not even 10% of the speed of light. With such a huge size, how can it escape? This is a trap. The Lord of the Sky has already reacted. Humans have set traps with these 3 planets. They are willing to let the planets and a large number of warships be destroyed by themselves. But they also want to restrict its movement. I can't resist it. The Lord of the Sky thought about how to avoid this attack, and it soon thought of a way. Let Venus be my shield. I don't believe the natives can control the energy explosion of stars. The Sky Lord is very clear about the technology of civilizations at all levels. This is the knowledge and the genetic information of the Zerg. Even a 2.9 level civilization does not have the ability to control the energy of stars. Such weapons cannot be easily launched. Otherwise humans would have wiped them out long ago. The Sky Lord's body is completely attached to the surface of Venus. Venus has now changed from a near sphere to a shape similar to two spheres squeezed together. Under the influence of the Sky Lord, it stopped rotating and turned one side to face the sun. This monster wants to use Venus as a shield, Su Jilan exclaimed. Dyson rays cannot turn. So in order to hit the Sky Lord, Venus must be melted first. He Xingzhou's heart sank. If that was the case, he really couldn't be sure whether the energy of the Dyson ray was enough to kill the Lord of the Sky. No one spoke. But everyone was worried. With a bright line of fire, the Dyson ray carrying the infinite plasma on the star finally hit Venus. The energy of this attack was countless times greater than the sum of all the energy used and released since the birth of mankind. The atmosphere of Venus was completely heated into a plasma state in an instant, followed by the surface. The hard rock was not even qualified to become magma, and was evaporated into gas in an instant. The solid earth was evaporated in an instant, and the mantle composed of silicates also disappeared. The destructive energy of the Dyson ray pushed forward all the way, and this solid planet turned into gas at a speed visible to the naked eye. This energy subverts imagination. All members of the Blue Star civilization were shocked by the destructive scene created by the Dyson ray. Just now, the Lord of the Sky destroyed 3 planets, which shocked them infinitely. The energy of the Dyson ray explosion is not only enough to destroy the surface of the planet, but also to destroy the entire planet. This kind of power is hard to imagine with the brain. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. And it was humans themselves who created all this. General Commander, the original planned ray intensity is not enough to penetrate Venus and hurt the Lord of the Sky. Zheng Weihao observed the situation of the Dyson launcher. With Venus as a shield, the Lord of the Sky is still safe for the time being. There is only one chance. He Xingzhou has made up his mind and said, even if the Dyson ray launcher is destroyed, even if the Dyson cloud is destroyed, it must be destroyed. Continue to increase the intensity of the ray. Received. Jinwu adjusted the magnetic field strength of the Dyson ray transmitter again. The star-level energy center converted all the energy stored in these years into magnetic force, guiding the explosion of stellar plasma. The Dyson ray is still continuing, and half of Venus is completely destroyed and turned into gas. The ray has reached the core of Venus, and the iron silicon nickel sphere that the Lord of Calamity failed to swallow is also evaporated by the high temperature. The ray evaporated all solid matter and finally hit the other side of the planet. Stop it! The Lord of the Sky has used all his strength. It has created a plasma protective layer with a thickness of tens of kilometers. The volume and mass of this plasma protective layer alone exceeds that of a star-level battleship, facing all the attacks of humans before. It didn't even defend, because those attacks couldn't hurt it, and now, it has been forced to fight for its life. The Dyson rays and the plasma protective layer melted each other, and the collision of particles was equivalent to countless nuclear explosions every moment. The remaining solid matter of Venus was also completely destroyed in such particle collisions, right under the eyes of mankind. Under the observation of the elders of the Black Sea civilization, a solid planet was completely destroyed, and its volume expanded countless times, turning into a large mass of hot gas in the universe. Perhaps in millions or tens of millions of years, these gases will cool and condense into solid planets again under the action of gravity. But now, Venus in the traditional sense has disappeared. Only the blazing light remains in its original position, and the collision of energy seems to have regenerated a small sun in the solar system. The light here scattered, and it won't be long before all the planets in the solar system can see this wonder. 2 suns appeared in the sky. The Dyson ray transmitter can't hold on any longer. We can't control such a terrifying energy. Zheng Weihao looked at the state of the Dyson transmitter. The magnetic field was becoming more and more unstable, and was about to get out of control. It's almost there. Hold on for a few more minutes. The Lord of the Sky is almost dead. He Xingzhou saw that the Lord of the Sky's plasma protective layer had been worn away, and the Dyson ray was evaporating its huge body. Its body surface melted rapidly until a spherical high-density crystal core appeared. That was the life core of the Lord of the Sky, the source of all its mass and energy. These substances, comparable to the core of a white dwarf, were awakened by high temperatures and became part of the plasma. No! I shouldn't fall here. The Lord of the Sky was unwilling. I should devour the solar system. Then the Milky Way. And the universe. My mission has just begun. No one could hear its wailing. And the planetary beasts were terrified when they saw the scene. The Lord of the Sky is dying. It will fall. We failed. And the solar system will be controlled by the natives. There is only one way to die if you stay in the solar system. Escape. Go to other star systems. Some planetary beasts have begun to flee the solar system and fly to the periphery of the solar system. Don't let them run away. Otherwise the star systems around you will also be plagued by insects. Bai Ningxiang reminded. Those will be your territory in the future. You're right. He Xingzhou ordered. The main fleet. Listen up. Immediately hunt down the planetary monsters in the solar system. Don't let any of them go. Got it. The captains couldn't wait. How could they just sit there and watch such a grand war that could be recorded in the history of civilization? Warships were dispatched one after another, heading to various parts of the solar system to hunt the Zerg. The solar system satellite network that He Xingzhou spent more than 100 years to set up can ensure that they can see the situation in most places in the solar system. Even if the Lord of the Sky fell, he did not disappear in an instant. Its mass and volume continued to decrease. At this time, the Dyson ray emitter was completely unable to control the burst of stellar energy. The magnetic field began to become chaotic, and the plasma ejected outward began to decrease. They were bound by the star's gravity and fell back onto the star's surface. The transmitter is destroyed. Jinwu, adjust the solar sails and try to keep the Dyson cloud intact. Sun Weihao shouted hurriedly. Jinwu said, the solar sails have been damaged by 50%, and the orbits of the remaining solar sails are being adjusted. The source of the Dyson ray has been extinguished, but the ray energy with a 3-minute light speed distance is still moving forward. The mass of the Lord of the Sky is less than 1,000th of its heyday, and it is now only a crystal core body. All sublight speed battleships assemble. He Xingzhou shouted. Use resonance weapons together to give it the final blow. Yes. All the sublight speed warships of mankind gathered nearby, launching resonance torpedoes or resonance electromagnetic waves to attack the Lord of the Sky. The Lord of the Sky has completely lost its ability to resist, and its identity is being evaporated and cracked by resonance. Collapse and death are irreversible. At this moment, hundreds of billions of people are silent, waiting for the moment of its final death. The Dyson rays completely disappeared. The solid Venus also disappeared. And finally, the most ferocious planet devourer in the solar system, the Lord of the Sky, also disappeared on the spot. In space, only a huge mass of hot gas is left, expanding and drifting. Chapter 239 Artificial Planet Plan. The Lord of the Sky was annihilated. At the Blue Star Alliance command, the commanders were silent for dozens of seconds until the frontline observation satellite sent a message to confirm all life information of the Lord of the Sky has disappeared. Confirmed to be annihilated? At this moment, all the commanders of the command stood up and cheered. How many years has it been? He Hongwei's voice trembled. Almost 200 years? From the first discovery of the Zerg to today. We have paid too much. In order to resist the Zerg, how many people sacrificed in the war with the Zerg? At least 5 billion people died in 200 years. The death in the Cataclysm era was particularly tragic. In the Interstellar era, the destruction of a battleship meant the death of hundreds of thousands of crew members. I never thought I would live to see this day. Song Jinghong looked dazed, thinking of the first time he saw the Zerg more than 200 years ago. At that time, the Black Snapper number 2 cultivated by He Xingzhou left a deep impression on him. Finally, we have defended our homeland. Lu Mei's eyes were moist. She had been fighting for more than 200 years for this day. If General Qin was still here, he would be happy for us. Lei Yuanfeng thought of Qin Peng, his old boss. Humanity can finally roam freely in the solar system, Luan said excitedly. From the ocean to the starry sky, the fleet of the Blue Star civilization has now become the most powerful force in the solar system. The war in the solar system is finally over. Xiao Hong, Meng Hai, Wang Sheng and others all sighed. Although the outside world thinks they are radicals. Who doesn't want to have a peaceful home? How much blood and hard work have made today possible? Everything will be better. Su Jilan held He Xingzhou's hand tightly. She also had countless emotions stuck in her chest, and could not express them in words. Teacher, did you see it? At this moment, Jiang Chan and Su Tingbin whispered. They inherited the wisdom and ideals of the previous generation. Today, at this time, they fulfilled their wishes. In the command center, there are also commanders who have struggled and grown in the 200 years of war. They are also cheering loudly. Lu Mi, turn on the Blue Star Civilization World Communication System. He Xingzhou ordered. The communication system is open. You can post messages at any time. Lu Mi said that this communication system is equivalent to a world loudspeaker, and the information can be transmitted to the entire human society in the first time. He Xingzhou's figure appeared in the virtual world and all news channels. He solemnly announced, I am He Xingzhou, the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Here, I announce to the entire civilized society that in the space war just now, we successfully annihilated the most terrifying enemy of the solar system, the Lord of the Sky, with the Dyson Ray Launcher. At this point, the remaining Zerg in the solar system are no longer able to compete with us. In the 200 years of war with the Zerg, we have won a complete victory. We will not have to wander the interstellar and leave our homes. The solar system will usher in true peace. And this home belongs to us. Fellow compatriots, we have won. We have won. We have won. This sentence echoed in the ears of tens of billions of people. Whether they were old people who came from the era of disaster or interstellar citizens born in the new era, all shouted this sentence. We have won. In dozens of space cities, the refugees stood up collectively and cheered loudly. And the sound echoed in the space cities. We won. We can go home. On a refuge fleet, the people hugged each other excitedly. In order to avoid the Lord of the Sky's attack on the planet, these people all left their homes. They were ready for their homes to be destroyed. At this time, they learned that the war was won and they could go home. Naturally, they were extremely excited. Long live the Blue Star Alliance. All those who fought and sacrificed for the war against the Zerg will live forever. Wish us. Congratulate us. We finally got peace and freedom. It's been 200 years. It's not easy. In the virtual world, countless people celebrated in the world square. In the real world, people's emotions could not be vented. Warships returned one after another, and put people back to the Blue Star. At this time, humans only had the Blue Star planet to live on. Venus was vaporized. Mars and Mercury turned into magma planets. And Uranus and Neptune had no human habitation. When people returned to the Blue Star, they immediately rushed to the streets, singing and dancing to celebrate. Countless people also flocked to the Heroes Memorial Hall and Heroes Memorial Park to bring them the news of the victory of the war and pay tribute to the heroic spirits. We won. We finally won. It's amazing. Bai Ningxiang, who watched the war throughout, couldn't help but admire it. She said to He Xingzhou, you are amazing. If our Black Sea civilization had half of your unity, it would not be like this today. He Xingzhou was also relieved. The haze in the solar system finally disappeared at this time, and he could have a good rest. You will usher in a golden period of development, Bai Ningxiang predicted. I believe you will soon make a name for yourself in the Orion Arm. He Xingzhou smiled and said, that's natural. He asked again, what about you? What are your plans? Bai Ningxiang sighed and said, my idea is to let this branch of our Iceberg Investigation Society join you and become an allied civilization of the Blue Star Civilization. With your victory today, this proposal should be passed. But our Black Sea civilization will be completely divided. And it is hard to say how the situation will change by then. Allied civilization refers to the civilization that has concluded an alliance agreement. In terms of status, allied civilizations are basically equal. But the reality is that powerful civilizations still have more say and can become the leader of the alliance. Unlike subordinate civilizations, the main civilization has absolute control over subordinate civilizations, including resources, economy, politics, population, etc. As for the allied civilizations, most of their rights are reserved. For example, the Blue Star civilization is now a part of the Order Alliance. What Bai Ningxiang said is a small alliance. Tell me if there are any changes. He Xingzhou said. The changes in the Black Sea civilization also concern them. After He Xingzhou captured Rafar, he had figured out that the third-level civilizations near them were the Black Sea civilization and the Pleiades civilization. Now the two sides are restraining each other. If one side is weak, the balance will be broken in an instant, which will inevitably affect the Blue Star civilization. Yes. Bai Ningxiang nodded. Her consciousness was about to return. And He Xingzhou added, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. He Xingzhou spoke with great confidence, saying, even if it involves matters of the third-level civilization, He Xingzhou, will take care of it. At this moment, Bai Ningxiang was inexplicably moved. He Xingzhou rarely made any promises to her, because everyone knew that they represented not individuals, but a civilization. What you say cannot be based on personal emotions and positions. Even if you make any promises, they may change due to different civilizations' wills. For example, Grey Wolf, the commander of the Sirius civilization, claimed to be a pacifist and tired of war, but he was still pushed onto the battlefield to invade the solar system. Now that He Xingzhou said this, it meant that he had enough confidence and strength to deal with more complicated things, and it also represented his promise to Bai Ningxiang. Bai Ningxiang suddenly smiled charmingly and said, "You are a very secure person. See you next time." As she said this, her consciousness returned to her own world. At this time, the Iceberg Investigation Committee was already in an uproar. The victory of the Blue Star civilization caused the elders of the Investigation Committee to discuss it heatedly. Even a 2.9 level civilization may not be able to destroy an existence like the Lord of the Sky. The potential of the Blue Star civilization is too terrifying. Far beyond us. We should leave the Black Sea civilization now and sign an alliance agreement with the Blue Star civilization. This is our best choice at the moment. Everyone, Bai Shirzao shouted. Everyone calmed down. Everyone looked at him. And he said slowly, I think everyone has reached a consensus on the Blue Star civilization after this battle. This civilization has the potential to grow into a third level or fourth level civilization. There are only a few in the entire Milky Way. It is undisputed that we should form an alliance with the Blue Star civilization. Bai Ningxiang just brought news that the Blue Star civilization is also happy to do so. Our biggest problem now is that other forces in the Civilization Council will not allow us to do so. They want to take away all the resources in the civilization and even divide us up. If we don't handle it properly, war will be inevitable. The Pleiades civilization is watching us covetously. If we can't achieve peaceful evolution, everything will be out of control. Everyone pondered. This is indeed a big problem. At this time, someone suggested, this problem is beyond our ability, and the civilization can no longer make a decision. If we can get the support of external forces, things will be much easier. The external forces he mentioned are not the Blue Star civilization. Although the Blue Star civilization has unified the solar system, it can only be regarded as a level 2.4 civilization now, and cannot interfere in the affairs of the level 3 civilization. These external forces are the other level 3 or even more powerful civilizations in the Orion Arm. In the light of the Milky Way, there is such a ruling body. If we can get the support of a more powerful civilization, not to mention the civilization, even the Pleiades civilization will not dare to do anything. It's easy to say, but those advanced civilizations are not good people. There is no reason to support us. The Galaxy Light Orion Arm Civilization Conference is about to start. Let's work hard for this conference. Speaking of which, this time the Blue Star civilization is also qualified to enter the Galaxy Light and participate in the conference. We have one more ally to support us. In the solar system, humans are rebuilding their homes. After the war, everything was devastated. Only the Blue Star is still intact. Needless to say, Venus is still in the process of gas thermal expansion and is at risk of falling into the sun. It will take at least millions of years for the magma on the surface of Mars and Mercury to cool down. This is not good news for humans. The resources in the solar system are not enough, and all planets must be used. To this end, scientists from the Interstellar Construction Department came up with a plan and proposed a planet cooling plan. The plan proposes to build large cooling facilities on these planets to absorb heat energy and cool the planets earlier, shortening the time from millions of years to within 100 years, so that these planets can be rebuilt into habitable planets. As for the gasified Venus, the Interstellar Construction Department believes that an artificial planet core should be built. Its core is made of a crystal nucleus similar to the Zerg, with strong magnetic force, high quality and high density. This artificial star core will absorb the atmosphere, allowing them to cool continuously, and then gradually recondense the planet by relying on the gravity of the matter itself. Finally, let Venus become a rocky planet again. He Xingzhou greatly appreciated this plan and even specially found the scientist who proposed this artificial star core. General Commander Fong Hong is an absolute newcomer in the Interstellar Construction Department. He is only 30 years old this year. which is considered a child in the interstellar construction department, where the average age is 100. But the artificial star core plan he proposed actually attracted the attention of He Xingzhou, which made everyone envious. When he heard that He Xingzhou wanted to meet him, Fang Hong was so excited that he couldn't sleep well all night. And he is still excited until now. Your name is Fang Hong? He Xingzhou saw that he was a little nervous, patted his shoulder, and said, I read the artificial star core plan you proposed. It's very good. Fang Hong said quickly, Dean, I was inspired by you. I have read all your previous masterpieces, all of which are amazing masterpieces. So they want to give up Venus. I think this is too wasteful. We can't mine stellar materials now. If Venus materials fall into the sun, we will directly lose a planet. This loss is too great. Not bad, He Xingzhou praised. As a second-level civilization, our resources are indeed very limited. I have another opinion on this artificial star core plan. You say? Fang Hong looked at him curiously. He Xingzhou said, since it is an artificial star core, it is intended to reshape a planet. So why don't we reshape this planet according to our own ideas? For example, the artificial core has a power drive and control device. And the planetary structure is also completely reshaped according to our own ideas. Maybe in a few years, it will not only be an ordinary rocky planet, but a completely artificial planet, which can be used as a large survival base or even a super weapon. When He Xingzhou said this, Fang Hong's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and woke up. Yeah. Why didn't I think of it? Since we have artificial cores, why not artificial planets? Yes, it can become a super weapon. A new space megastructure. My God. If it is built, wouldn't it be a star-level destructive weapon? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Countless ideas came to his mind, and he spoke out his ideas one by one. He Xingzhou smiled and said, we have plenty of time. Now there is no Zerg threat, and military resources can be invested in interstellar construction. Haven't eaten yet? Let's go and talk while eating. Commander-in-Chief, this is what I think. Fang Hong's thoughts flowed like a spring, and he continued to think divergently. Just 1 month later, He Xingzhou approved the Mars, Mercury planet cooling plan and the Venus artificial planet plan. The cooling plan is expected to take about 100 years to return the two planets to the rocky surface state, and relocate them to a suitable orbit to transform them into habitable planets for humans. As for the artificial planet plan, there is no exact time at present, because even He Xingzhou is not sure when he can complete this masterpiece and break through all the technological limitations. In addition, the clearing of Jupiter, Saturn and the Zerg that escaped from the solar system has been ongoing. In the outer space of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, a large number of space cities are built for living and mining planetary resources. The Blue Star civilization is expanding rapidly. At this time, He Xingzhou received a message from Wei Chen, the special envoy of the Galaxy Light, that the Blue Star civilization has passed the assessment of the Galaxy Light, and they will be formally invited to join the Galaxy Light organization. For this reason, the envoy invited him and several first-level commanders of the Blue Star civilization to go to the virtual universe to participate in the new member induction ceremony, the official invitation of the Light of the Galaxy. The commanders of the Blue Star Alliance were greatly encouraged when they heard the news. To be honest, they were a little dazed for a while after the elimination of the Zerg, as if they had lost their life goals. Now, the invitation of the Light of the Galaxy has appeared, which means that the Blue Star civilization has officially stepped onto the stage of the Milky Way. Their chance to appear has finally arrived. Chapter 240 Galaxy Nobles. Virtual Universe. Blue Star Civilization Office. The spaceship from Galaxy Light landed here again, and He Xingzhou met Wei Chen with several first-level commanders. This time, Wei Chen's attitude was a little more enthusiastic, probably because he saw the strength of Blue Star Civilization. He first praised, Blue Star Civilization really impressed me. In just over 100 years, it has been promoted from a first-level civilization to a 2.4-level civilization. And it has also built a Dyson cloud and destroyed the complete devourer of planets. Such a feat is very rare in the second-level civilization of Galaxy Light. Compared with the advanced civilization of Galaxy Light, we are still far behind, He Xingzhou said modestly. Wei Chen did not refute, but became serious and said, Mr. Chengfeng, your Blue Star civilization has passed the assessment to enter the Galaxy Light. We will hold a welcome ceremony in 100 years. And now I am here to present the invitation. Wei Chen opened his hand, and a beautiful little box appeared in his hand. Wei Chen opened it, and there was a badge with flashing light spots inside. He introduced, "This is the Galaxy Light Identity Badge, and it is also a key. Through it, you can go to the virtual universe Galaxy City. Galaxy City is more advanced than the initial city, and you can see all the members of the Galaxy Light in the Milky Way. Even level 3 and level 4 civilizations may be exposed." He Hongwei asked, "Why is it 100 years later? Isn't this too long?" Wei Chen explained, "I can understand your thoughts. You are very sensitive to time. But for the members of the Galaxy Light, 100 years is a very short time scale. It is just right that in this 100 years, you can also consolidate your civilization and strive to be stronger when you join the Galaxy Light." He Xingzhou said, 100 years is 100 years. We do need time. Although the initiation ceremony will not start until 100 years later. Wei Chen said, "But you can go to Galaxy City now." He Xingzhou said, "It just so happens that I also want to see Galaxy City. Let's go to Galaxy City today. Then I will be your guide." Wei Chen said. He Xingzhou opened the Galaxy Badge, and a star gate appeared in front of everyone. They stepped in and arrived at another virtual city. This is a conical city completely floating in the universe. 10 stars fly around the city to provide energy for the city. The size and mass of the city are larger than all the celestial bodies in the solar system combined. Outside the city, there are also floating stargates, connecting to wormholes, leading to a mysterious place. Just seeing the Galaxy City made the commanders of the Blue Star civilization feel very spectacular. Cui Weiman sighed, "If there is such a city in the real world, I wonder what the scene would be like." Wei Chen said, "There are indeed such cities in the real universe. It really exists?" Everyone was surprised. Wei Chen looked at the Galaxy City with some emotion in his eyes, and said, "The Galaxy City is a one-to-one simulation of the imperial capital of the former Galactic Empire. More than 100,000 years ago, the capital of the galaxy was located in this galaxy. This city is enough to bind stars. It has tens of thousands of star gates. Not only can it reach any place in the Milky Way at any time, it can even go to the galaxy outside the Milky Way and travel hundreds of millions of light years. The Galactic Empire at that time was the most powerful civilization in this supercluster. Later it disappeared. Some people said it was still in the Milky Way, but no one could find it." Wei Chen's narration made everyone yearn for it even more. They didn't know if they could see such a powerful civilization again in their lifetime. Everyone entered the Milky Way city and started from the bottom. Like the initial city, it also has commercial areas, entertainment areas, living areas, political areas, etc. But there are no order angels and order squares. Wei Chen introduced, "Here, you can trade with other civilizations, exchange information, form alliances or other matters. Because they are all in the Milky Way, the warp warships are enough for logistics, transportation, and personnel visits. So the freight is not as outrageous as the Order Alliance. And even ordinary second-level civilizations can afford it." He Xingzhou nodded. "Trade is a must. The distribution of matter in the universe is not uniform, and the scarce matter for them may be stones on the ground in other civilizations, which are everywhere." As they chatted, the commanders of the Blue Star civilization were interested in many areas here, and they planned to get familiar with the environment in the Galaxy City in the next few days. The news that the Blue Star civilization entered the light of the galaxy should have spread. Wei Chen said, "There should be many civilizations that will contact you in the future. You have to think carefully." He had something to say, and He Xingzhou asked directly, "Mr. Wei, to be honest, we know very little about the civilizations in the Milky Way. If it is convenient for you, you might as well tell us." Wei Chen said, "Okay. This is also one of my responsibilities." He said, "The Milky Way is rotating itself, and at the same time it is rotating around the Virgo supercluster. It has 5 main spiral arms. There are a large number of stars and star clusters distributed on these 5 main spiral arms. And there is a huge vacuum zone in the middle, which is not suitable for civilization to survive. So the forces in the Milky Way are divided into 5 major spiral arms. There are level 4 civilizations on all 5 major spiral arms. It is common for the spiral arms to compete and fight with each other. You are not exposed to such things yet. The Blue Star civilization is in the Orion arm, and there are 2 main forces in the Orion arm." Everyone listened carefully. Raphael and others were not qualified to know this information. Only their master, the Pleiades civilization, knew it. "One is the Orion King's Court." "The Orion King's Court?" Su Jilan said. Why does it sound like an ancient king? You are right. Wei Chen affirmed. The Orion King's court is one of the remaining forces of the Galactic Empire. The Galactic Empire used to be a unified entity with many kings and princes, who were in theft in various regions. The Orion King is one of them. Their descendants do not recognize that the Galactic Empire has disappeared. They still keep the name of the Galactic Empire era, calling themselves the Orion King's court, and claiming that the Orion Arm is their territory. Their behavior is also quite overbearing. If you don't submit to them, you will often be attacked and destroyed by them. This style sounds familiar. He Xingzhou guessed. Could the Pleiades be a force affiliated with the Orion royal court? Wei Chen smiled and said, Indeed. 10 years after joining the light of the galaxy, the Pleiades civilization submitted to the Orion royal court. The chief governor of the Pleiades civilization was also named a galactic noble, the Viscount of Pleiades, by the Orion King. Everyone remembered this information. What about the second force? Can it compete with the Orion royal court? Chui Weiman asked. Wei Chen continued to introduce. The second force should be said to be barely able to compete with the Orion royal court. It is called the Orion Star Trade Group. The Orion Star Trade Group is composed of a group of emerging civilizations. It was originally a trade organization within the Orion Arm. Later, the number of members gradually increased, and it became a civilizational union organization that could compete with the Orion Royal Court. Speaking of the Orion Star Trade Group, you have already had close contact with it. When? He Xingzhou asked. Wei Chen said, the Orion Star Trade Group has 3 major civilizations, namely the 3 major members who founded the Star Trade Group and the 3 major civilizations that led the trade group. One of them is the Black Sea Civilization. At its peak, the Black Sea Civilization was a 4.0 civilization. After hearing Wei Chen's words, everyone suddenly realized that it was true. It's just a pity. Wei Chen sighed. The Zerg disaster broke out in the territory of the Black Sea Civilization, and the strength of the civilization has been declining. Now it has declined a lot, and the level of civilization is also declining. I heard that the Black Sea Civilization has tended to split. I wonder if it is true or not. He looked at He Xingzhou, wanting to get some information from the Blue Star Civilization. In this regard, He Xingzhou had nothing to say. And he said, we don't know about the Black Sea Civilization. Is that so? Wei Chen did not ask further, but said, in recent years, the competition between the Orion Royal Court and the Orion Star Trade Group has become increasingly fierce. If you join the light of the galaxy, people from both sides will find you. So you must choose carefully. He Xingzhou asked bluntly, Mr. Wei, which side are you on? Wei Chen smiled and shook his head. I am not on either side. I am not from the Orion Arm. I only belong to the Galaxy Light Management Committee. I am also a remnant of the Galactic Empire. We do not participate in the disputes in your Orion Arm. I didn't expect you to be from the Galactic Empire. Everyone was amazed. Mr. Wei has lived for more than 100,000 years. As they were talking, there was a commotion in the Galaxy City. A shining spaceship flew from the upper level of the Galaxy City and headed straight towards He Xingzhou and others. Everyone in the spaceship gave way wherever it went. It's the Galactic Nobles. It seems someone is looking for you. Wei Chen whispered. The Galactic Nobles are the survivors of the Galactic Empire. Those who can be called nobles have some strength. Several female angels with white wings flew out of the spaceship. They looked a bit like Order Angels. But they were not Order Angels, but winged people. Several winged people smiled and invited He Xingzhou and others, saying, Guests of Blue Star Civilization, my master invites you to be a guest. He Xingzhou did not blindly accept the invitation, but asked, Who is your master? You will know when you come. The winged people did not answer. Wei Chen shrugged and said, My reception tour seems to be over. He Xingzhou said, It's so mysterious. Wei Chen said, Mr. Changfeng, you have to think clearly about what to choose. The future of your civilization may be in your mind. Thank you for reminding me. He Xingzhou thanked him. Wei Chen left here, and He Xingzhou and others wanted to meet the so-called Galactic Nobles. He Hongwei and others were about to board the spaceship, but were stopped by the winged maids. They said, Sorry, my master only wants to see the Supreme Commander of your civilization. Others, please wait. Everyone was a little dissatisfied. All the Galactic Nobles were too arrogant. He Xingzhou thought about it. Now that the Blue Star Civilization has just entered the interstellar space, it is not clear about the customs of various civilizations. It is better not to make enemies. He said, everyone. I will meet him first. Everyone wait for my news. Okay. He Hongwei said. In this case, I will go to the military area to take a look. I will go to the commercial area to take a look. Lu Mei said. I just happened to go to the biotechnology area to learn. Song Jinghong said. Cui Weiman had disappeared long ago. He went to the information area to collect intelligence. Su Jilan and others also went to various places in the Milky Way city. He Xingzhou boarded the spaceship alone. If this was the real world, he would naturally not take this risk. But this is a virtual universe, and He Xingzhou is not worried about any problems. Entering the spaceship, there is a small world inside. Under the guidance of the wing maid, He Xingzhou came to a magnificent hall. In the hall, the floor is paved with gems. The pillars are cast with rare space metals, various high-tech instruments, and hundreds of servants of various races stand on the left and right. He Xingzhou saw at a glance that a man was sitting on the high first seat in the hall. He looked like a human, wearing a starry robe, and the robe was like a flowing galaxy. Endless. The man looked majestic, looking down at He Xingzhou. And around He Xingzhou, tall and mighty soldiers in armor stood on the left and right, creating an invisible pressure. He Xingzhou had no feelings about this, as he had experienced life and death crises countless times. As for the horror scene, he had seen the devourer of planets devouring planets, and had destroyed them before. So what was this? Are you a member of that low-level civilization? The man on the platform asked. He Xingzhou was very dissatisfied with his attitude, and he said neither servilely nor arrogantly, Blue Star Civilization. He Xingzhou. He was no longer afraid to reveal his name, as He Xingzhou was not going to be a spy anyway. Soon they would trade with other civilizations, and as long as they came to the Blue Star Civilization, they would learn that the Supreme Commander was called He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou. The man's tone was somewhat disdainful, and he said, you are a talent, and you can develop civilization to a second-level civilization in a remote area like the solar system. At this time, a woman in red reminded He Xingzhou, saying, my master is the Marquis Yishao of the Orion Royal Court. The Marquis Yishao owns 2 star clusters. The Marquis admires you very much. He Xingzhou calculated in his mind that a star cluster can only be called a star cluster if there are more than 10 stars. In general, the number of stars in a star cluster ranges from dozens to hundreds of thousands. This so-called Marquis Yishao has at least tens of thousands of star systems in its territory. The Blue Star Civilization only has 1 star system now, and the strength gap is more than 10,000 times? Marquis Yishao did not speak, and the person who took the initiative to speak to He Xingzhou continued, Mr. He Xingzhou, let me introduce myself. My name is Jianggu, and I am the chief governor of the Pleiades civilization, and also a subordinate of the Marquis Yishao. He Xingzhou looked at the pretty woman in red in front of him, and was greatly surprised. Who would have thought that the mastermind of the Pleiades civilization, who instructed the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization to attack the solar system, was actually in front of him? Chapter 241 Tempting Conditions. It's you, He Xingzhou said. We are really old acquaintances. He Xingzhou would not be too polite to the enemy leader who had attacked them before. Jianggu smiled slightly and said, Mr. He seems to be a little dissatisfied with me. Marquis Yishao said, you two are here today, so I will make the decision. Jianggu, you will give the Tianhe 3-star system and the Sirius star system to He Xingzhou as an apology. The past grudges will be written off. My lord, I will obey. Jianggu sent out 2-star systems at once, and she did not even show any objection. He Xingzhou thought for a moment. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The other party must be so generous with conditions. He cannot agree blindly. He said, I dare not accept this gift easily. Your Excellency the Marquis and Ms. Jianggu should explain your intentions. You are quite straightforward. Seeing this, Marquis Yishao was too lazy to be polite. He said directly, Blue Star Civilization has great potential. This Marquis admires it very much. I believe you already know the power structure of the Orion Arm. My Orion Royal Court is the strongest. It will soon unify the Orion Arm and revive the glory of the Galactic Empire. Joining the Orion Royal Court at this time is the wisest choice for you and your civilization. Jianggu even said, Mr. He, our previous grievances are not a big deal. The members of the Blue Star Civilization will not object to taking the Tianhe 3-star system and the Tianning star system. And this is still your credit. If you join us, you will have more. She introduced, in addition to these 2-star systems, Our Pleiades civilization will stop expanding near the solar system. And the surrounding star systems are all yours. The first condition, she said, made He Xingzhou excited. Who doesn't want to expand peacefully? Even if they want to fight now, they can't beat the Pleiades civilization. And there are Marquis Yin Xiao and the Orion King court backing them up. My lord Marquis, I will reward you with 3 civilization planets. As he spoke, 3 civilized planets appeared in front of He Xingzhou. They were of different masses and sizes, and there were various civilizations on them. Jianggu introduced, these civilized planets are very valuable. All the life on them has been genetically modified. They have biological chips in their bodies, which means that you can descend to any creature through the subspace communicator. He Xingzhou could understand this. Bai, who was raised by Bai Ningxiang, was such a biological information carrier. The first planet is a primitive planet, with various primitive species on it. And a high-tech research institute has been built. If you descend with consciousness, you can become the creator on this planet, create various lives, and become the incarnation of God in myths and legends. The second planet is an ancient civilization, all of which are human. There are various dynasties on it. You can possess a soldier or an emperor and conquer the world. The whole world is your playground. The third planet is a wasteland civilization. If you want to experience the feeling of a savior, you can spend hundreds of years there. There is a civilization temple on every planet. You can use advanced technology to do everything you want. The construction and creation of such a civilized planet is very laborious and is priceless in the Order Alliance. Jianggu's words opened He Xingzhou's eyes again. These galactic nobles actually regarded real civilization as their own playground. With their technological means, they are gods, saviors, and absolute masters in these low-level civilizations. And the lives of the natives for decades or hundreds of years are just a tiny bit of entertainment time in their long lifespan. Jianggu also emphasized, these 3 civilized planets are not given to your civilization, but are specially rewarded to you. No one will know about this. You are really good at tricks, He Xingzhou said. With this configuration, the protagonist of the Blue Star online novel is the most advanced one. The creator at the beginning. For those natives, the supreme gods they believe in, their great emperors, the pioneers of history, may just be idle and board game players in a high-level civilization. Marquis Yu Xiao smiled and said, your experience is too short. When the Galactic Empire was glorious, there were countless ways of entertainment that you could not even imagine. As long as you join us, your life will be extremely exciting. He Xingzhou still did not express his opinion. Marquis Yin Xiao put forward the final condition. If the Blue Star civilization joins us, you, as the leader of the Blue Star civilization, will be eligible to become a galactic noble. Jianggu continued his words and said, becoming a galactic noble. No one in the entire galaxy, whether human or civilization, dares to offend you easily, because you will represent the dignity of the nobles of the Galactic Empire. In addition, you will obtain the life transformation technology left by the Galactic Empire. Whether you want to carry out genetic modification, mechanical modification, or other life form modification, it is all right. At that time, you will have the same lifespan as a star. Think about it. The history of your civilization is only 1,000,000 years, and your lifespan will be longer than your civilization. There is no immortal civilization, but there is immortal life. In other words, the galactic nobles are the gods in the galaxy. Immortality and supreme power. Is this everyone's dream? In the Blue Star civilization, from ancient times to the present, the emperors of the ages, the philosophical prophets, and the scientific masters all yearn for this. And today, all of this was defeated by He Xingzhou. As long as he nodded, everything would be at his fingertips. Marquis Yin Xiao and Jianggu were watching him, waiting for him to make a decision. For a person of the second-level civilization, this condition should be very tempting. Becoming a galactic noble. Even if the civilization is destroyed, you will be immortal. What's more, his civilization is in its heyday. To their surprise, He Xingzhou didn't feel much about it. He responded calmly, to be honest, we, the Blue Star civilization, will soon be able to do these things. Our technology is enough to make everyone like a dragon. The research on the genes of the devourer of planets has given them enough confidence. Marquis Yin Xiao seemed a little dissatisfied and stopped talking. Jianggu said, the Orion arm will not be peaceful. You always have to make a choice. You should take a look at the agreement to join the Orion royal court first. She sent a message to He Xingzhou. And He Xingzhou read it carefully. At first, he thought it was good. According to the agreement, after joining the Orion Royal Court, he could obtain relevant technologies from the advanced civilization of the Orion Royal Court, and establish a non-aggression and fair trade agreement with all civilizations under the Orion Royal Court. But at the end, He Xingzhou still found something wrong. In the agreement, for civilizations that join the Orion Royal Court, the Orion Royal Court will send fleets to garrison and assist in security. It's called assistance. But once the other party's fleet arrives at your civilization, what they do and say is up to them. Right? At that time, this agreement will be a piece of waste paper. He Xingzhou knows that an agreement is only valid if it has the same deterrent power. And the Blue Star civilization has no deterrent power against the Orion Royal Court. Marquis Yashao can go back on his promise at any time. And they don't have any equivalent means of retaliation. This agreement seems to be no different from the agreement of the affiliated civilization. He Xingzhou said directly. Jiang Gu shook her head and said, how can this be considered a subordinate civilization? Joining the Orion Royal Court means joining the Galactic Empire. More than 100,000 years ago, all civilizations in the Milky Way were part of the Galactic Empire. Our so-called civilization leaders are nothing more than the ruling chiefs of various star regions. In the Galactic Empire, only royal blood could become galactic nobles. Now we can all become galactic nobles, which is a great gift. He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. The so-called galactic nobles had no appeal to him. Jiang Gu continued, cooperation is a must. You have just joined the light of the galaxy, and may not know much about the situation. The war in the Orion Arm has begun. In the past 1,000 years, the Xingmao Group's sphere of influence has shrunk by 1/3. If this continues, the unification of the Orion Arm is inevitable. If you join now, you will be considered an ally. If you join later, it will be called surrender or capture. Her tone was very gentle, but the threat in her words was not concealed at all. The other party made it clear that you could join them or become their enemy. There was no third choice. And if you joined them, you would be completely controlled by them. How could He Xingzhou accept this? But at this time, they did not have the ability to declare war on these civilizations. He Xingzhou began to play coy and said, this matter is of great importance and requires the whole civilization to discuss and decide. Marquis Yashao looked at him deeply and said, okay. 100 years later, you will join the welcome party of the light of the galaxy. I hope you have already taken the right position. Rewards or punishments are all here. Jiang Gu also said, during this 100 years, our Pleiades civilization will not go to the galaxies near the solar system. After 100 years of buffer, He Xingzhou said, we will not go to your territory either. In fact, before coming to the virtual universe, He Xingzhou had thought of sending a fleet to defeat the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization. But the other party has a backer, so it is better not to start a war rashly. He Xingzhou left here and returned to the Galaxy City. At this time, the commanders were busy and happy. They had begun to contact other civilizations in the Milky Way, collect intelligence, and try to establish Pleiades relations and scientific and technological exchange relations. He Xingzhou, at this time, Bai Ningxiang sent him a private message. After sending the location, Bai Ningxiang quickly came to his side. Behind her was another person, Bai Shizhe, a veteran of the Iceberg Investigation Society. Mr. He, did you just meet Marquis Yashao? Bai Shizhe looked solemn. Yes. He Xingzhou did not hide it. Many people saw this. He sighed. The Galaxy nobles are very generous. What Marquis Yashao? Bai Ningxiang frowned and said disdainfully, a bunch of old antiques. The Galactic Empire has been destroyed for more than 100,000 years. And they are still thinking about rebuilding it. And they don't want to restore the Galactic Empire at all, but to rule the Milky Way under the guise of the Galactic Empire. Don't believe them. They are very hypocritical. For hundreds of thousands of years, they have lost countless allies and subjects. But they are still alive. All their allies are used as guns by them. And they are sent out to die in wars, while they stay behind. If they dare to go to war, the Galactic Empire will not be destroyed. He Xingzhou didn't know this, so he didn't comment. Bai Shizhe seemed to be very worried that the Blue Star civilization would turn to the Orion Royal Court. He said, the reputation of the galactic nobles is not good. Almost all the civilizations under their command will become their war machines and alien colonies. They will lose their military power, economic power, and even their technological autonomy. Different titles can only obtain different levels of technology. And everything is firmly controlled. I heard that some civilizations were even turned into entertainment venues by them and sold to other civilizations. His words made He Xingzhou somewhat alert. Could those civilized planets rewarded by Marquis Yunshao also be their vassal civilizations before? No more words will help. Bai Shirzao knew that he could not make He Xingzhou make a decision just by talking. So he said, since you have come to the light of the galaxy, go meet the members of the Star Trade Group. That's just what I want. He Xingzhou also wanted to contact this other force to analyze the situation. Following Bai Shirzao, they came to the Interstellar Trade Center of Inha. There is a special space in the Trade Center, which is the meeting room of the Xingmao Group. Old friend. Long time no see. An old man came up and hugged Bai Shirzao. We probably know about the Black Sea civilization. It's a pity that now within the Xingmao Group, they are considering canceling the position of the Black Sea civilization as one of the three major civilizations. The old man said. In this regard, Bai Shirzao was very helpless and said, I can't do anything about this matter. I came to you today to introduce someone to you. He introduced He Xingzhou. Mr. He Xingzhou, the supreme commander of the Blue Star civilization. I have heard of you for a long time. The old man came up to him enthusiastically and said, I have heard that a first-level civilization resisted the Zerg disaster and annihilated the Devourer. You have accomplished this almost impossible thing. It is really amazing. I don't deserve it. He Xingzhou said modestly. Let me introduce you. Bai Shirzao said. This is Mr. Huisin from the Ptolemy civilization, one of the permanent directors of the Star Trade Group. Bai Ningxiang sent a message to He Xingzhou. The three main civilizations of the Star Trade Group are the Ptolemy civilization, the Night Owl civilization, and our Black Sea civilization. Now our Black Sea civilization has less and less say, and they basically handle everything. Nice to meet you. The two greeted each other. Mr. He? Follow me. Huisin took them to the secret meeting room. After a brief chat, Huisin said, Our Star Trade Group naturally welcomes potential civilizations, like Blue Star Civilization, to join. Compared to the Orion Royal Court, we are more free. Members can trade freely, defend each other, and respect each other's sovereignty, as long as they abide by the trade agreement. We have almost no constraints on members. But it doesn't help either. Bai Ningxiang added. The Black Sea civilization was attacked by the Zerg, and almost no civilization in the Star Trade Group came to help. Even these allies are waiting for the collapse of the Black Sea civilization, and then they will divide it up together. She was upset about this. Huisin said helplessly, This is natural. Just like Mr. Bai Shirzao and I are friends. But we all have to consider the interests of our own civilizations. Under normal circumstances, we will still make strategic alliances. But enemies like the Zerg. Let's not talk about this. Bai Shirzao knew that it was useless to continue talking. So he said directly, if the Blue Star civilization joins the Star Trade Group, what benefits can it get? I'm talking about the extra ones. Not the basic conditions that everyone has. Chapter 242 Antimatter Magnetic Trap. Huisin said, of course. He looked at He Xingzhou and said, if the Blue Star civilization joins the Star Trade Group, our Star Trade Group can give you a discount on interstellar logistics costs for 300 years and provide corresponding navigation protection. Not all civilizations in the Star Trade Group have the ability to transport and logistic interstellar. This business is mainly done by the three major civilizations, because they have advanced warp spacecraft and strong military strength. Ordinary civilizations have to pay their corresponding fees before they can trade. Old friend, the Blue Star civilization is a potential civilization that the Orion Royal Court wants to win over. Isn't this condition a little short? Bai Shirzao said again. Huisin smiled bitterly and said, this is the maximum authority I can give. The Blue Star civilization is only a second-level civilization after all. Even if it grows up, it will take thousands of years. And now the situation in all parts of the Star Trade Group is very tense. And they can't provide more resources. He Xingzhou thought in his heart that although the Orion King's court gave many benefits, the price was to make the Blue Star civilization their vassal. In fact, it was a huge loss. The Star Trade Group didn't give many benefits, but it was more free. He Xingzhou said, if we want to join the Star Trade Group, the Star Trade Group must at least protect the safety of the Blue Star civilization. We are on the edge of the Pleiades civilization, which is the sphere of influence of the Orion King's court. Once we join the Star Trade Group, we will inevitably be regarded as enemies by them. He Xingzhou said to Huisin. The Star Trade Group must be able to guarantee this. Huisin stood up and talked to important figures of his civilization while thinking. After a moment, he said, "The principle of the Star Trade Group is that each civilization protects itself. We will only protect you if you are a subordinate civilization. However," he changed his tone, "your situation is special. The coordinates of the Blue Star civilization are at the junction of the Star Trade Group and the Orion King's court. If you join the Star Trade Group, we naturally have the obligation to protect your safety. I can guarantee now that if you join, when a civilization one level higher than yours takes action, the Star Trade Group will send troops to support." He Xingzhou was still not satisfied. If it was really a high-level civilization, they would be wiped out before the rescue arrived. He continued to negotiate with Huisin, but he could not get much benefit. After some discussions, the two sides agreed to discuss again in a few days. He Xingzhou negotiated with Bai Shizhu and others. Bai Shizhu said, "The Star Trade Group will not give more benefits unless you are willing to become their subordinate civilization or alien colony. This is impossible," He Xingzhou said. "The best situation is to let the Star Trade Group send a patrol fleet to the nearby star field to deter the Orion King court," Bai Shizhu said. "This should be done by our Black Sea civilization." Speaking of this, he looked helpless. "Unfortunately, we are now busy with internal fighting and have no time to care about these things," He Xingzhou said. "I am worried that if we join the Star Trade Group, the Orion Royal Court will attack us." "That's for sure," Bai Shizhu said. "The Orion Royal Court has been fighting frequently for nearly 100 years. If you don't surrender, you will be destroyed. You have no choice." He Xingzhou also understood this truth. It seems that both sides are more polite to the Blue Star civilization now. Once he joins one side, it will inevitably be hit harder than the other side. If he doesn't join, he will waver and be attacked by both sides. He Xingzhou exited the virtual universe with his consciousness and kept discussing with the commanders. "We have fought in the solar system for so long, with so many sacrifices and bloodshed, and it is definitely not to surrender to other civilizations. Otherwise, we would have become a subordinate civilization of the Black Sea civilization from the beginning." The commanders' opinions were quite consistent. It is impossible to surrender to the Orion Royal Court. In this case, we have to think carefully about how to protect ourselves after rejecting the Orion Royal Court. He Xingzhou also agreed to join the Star Trade Group in his heart. If the Orion Royal Court sends a high-level civilization to attack, we are afraid that we will have no chance. He Hongwei said, "To be on the safe side, we should build a survival base far away from the solar system. Even if the solar system is destroyed, we can make a comeback. This is a backup measure," Cui Weiman said. "In my opinion, if the Xingmao group can guarantee to fight against the enemy's third level and above civilizations, and against the second level civilization, we still have some confidence." He Xingzhou nodded and said, "At least our sublight speed warships are powerful, and civilizations below level 2.5 are not our opponents." He can now say this confidently. Everyone has roughly understood the average level of second-level civilizations in the universe civilization in the civilization arena of the virtual universe. In the competition of civilizations below level 2.5, the Blue Star civilization has never failed so far. The power of Dyson rays is comparable to star-level destructive weapons. The reason why it can't beat civilizations above level 2.5 is that there are two important thresholds for civilizations to reach level 2.5. That is the application of antimatter energy and the development of warp warships. When antimatter meets matter, annihilation occurs, and the mass of positive and antimatter will be completely converted into energy. And its energy conversion efficiency is higher than nuclear fusion. Antimatter annihilation energy is 10 billion times that of hydrogen-oxygen chemical reaction and 300 times that of the thermonuclear reaction in the core of the Sun. Such energy utilization efficiency will make the entire civilization have a qualitative leap. The warp engine allows the warship to enter the subspace and reach a speed that surpasses the speed of light. Once it exceeds the speed of light, its strike capability far exceeds that of the sublight speed warship. These two factors lead to the huge gap between level 2.4 civilization and level 2.5 civilization. Anyway, we still have 100 years of buffer time, He Xingzhou said. No matter what decision is finally made, we must seize the time to expand our territory within this 100 years. Strive to break through the antimatter extraction and utilization technology, as well as the warp engine technology. As long as we have these 2 points, our confidence will be much stronger and our options will be wider. The commander-in-chief is right. In the final analysis, we must be strong enough. It is better to rely on ourselves than on heaven and earth. Let's delay them for the first 100 years, and wait for 100 years before we can talk about everything. Everyone agreed. Therefore, the Blue Star civilization was negotiating with both the Star Trade Group and the Orion Royal Court. But nothing was confirmed. Because it was the period of wooing. Neither side made any moves. The Blue Star civilization sent warships to explore and mine resources in nearby star systems. But both the Pleiades Society and the Star Trade Group turned a blind eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blue Star civilization rapidly expanded its sphere of influence. In the science department, He Xingzhou personally joined the research and development of antimatter extraction and utilization technology. On the quantum optical computer, He Xingzhou unlocked multiple technologies related to antimatter at once. Consume 100,000 energy points to unlock the antimatter particle magnetic trap technology. Consume 150,000 energy points to unlock the antiparticle decelerator and antimatter capture technology. Consume 200,000 energy points to unlock the antimatter reaction control technology. Consume 250,000 energy points to unlock the annihilation reaction energy converter technology. We have been studying antimatter for nearly 200 years. On the superstar ring, He Xingzhou was communicating with Su Tingbin and others. One of the major research projects of the Ring Planet Particle Collider is antimatter research. Antimatter will be produced in particle collisions. And the mass of antimatter produced by the Ring Planet Particle Collider during particle collisions is quite a lot. Antiparticles have weak magnetism. Using this property, we can use magnetic traps to achieve short-term, small mass capture. But for a long time, capturing large masses is still a problem. Su Tingbin said, try the combination of antiparticle decelerator and magnetic trap. Particle accelerators are for particle collisions. This antiparticle decelerator uses a magnetic field to cool, decelerate and accumulate high-energy antiprotons and positrons, and eventually forms a large number of antihydrogen atoms under the restraint of electromagnetic fields. The temperature of these cold antihydrogen atoms is only a few degrees higher than absolute zero, making them easier to capture. The research team began to design and manufacture antiparticle decelerators and antiparticle magnetic traps, and installed them on the Circumplanetary Particle Collider. A few months later, they began a formal experiment to capture antimatter. Particle Collider. Start. Su Tingbin started the collider, and two beams of particles passed through the accelerator surrounding the planet and approached the speed of light infinitely, and then collided with each other. They have conducted this experiment many times, and the previous ones were all for studying the God particle. This time, the antimatter produced by particle collision became their main target. Antiparticles appear in the collision, and they begin to escape rapidly. Once they encounter the corresponding positive particles, annihilation reactions will occur, converting all mass into energy and bursting out. The antiparticle decelerator begins to work. The magnetic field cools and gathers the particles, and the escape speed of the antiparticles is greatly slowed down. At the same time, the magnetic trap gathers them together and uses the vacuum magnetic field to bind them. We have captured more than 1 kilogram of antiparticles. So many, it seems that our initial plan has succeeded, Su Tingbin said happily. The energy that can be exploded by antiparticles of this mass has exceeded their space, hydrogen bombs, and other weapons. It is enough even to release the purgatory ray cannon. It is still too little. He Xingzhou is still not satisfied. Capturing antimatter is of great significance, but the mass is too small to allow the Blue Star civilization to complete the large-scale application of antimatter. The Circumplanetary Particle Collider should carry out particle collisions and antimatter collection day and night, and become an antimatter manufacturing machine. Then we need to build a special antimatter space magnetic warehouse for storage and a special antimatter transport ship for transportation, so that it can be used on a large scale. A week later, He Xingzhou ordered the construction of a larger ring-shaped antimatter production plant in outer space of Jupiter. Its mass and volume will be more than 1,000 times larger than the super ring. Only in this way can antimatter be more fully used in human society. After reaching level 2.5 civilization, various antimatter reactors, warp engines, large space megastructures, and space weapons will consume astronomical amounts of antimatter every moment. He Xingzhou planned for the future. Blue Star civilization is still facing the risk of war. If the war starts, the demand for antimatter will increase by hundreds of times. Expanding the antimatter factory is necessary, but it is not enough. This problem not only troubles them, but also troubles countless civilizations. In the trading area of Galaxy City, antimatter is the hottest transaction. It can even be used as star coins to purchase resources from other civilizations. Powerful civilizations often control their subordinate civilizations by controlling antimatter. Without stellar furnaces, antimatter will never be enough. He Xingzhou really wanted to start designing and manufacturing stellar furnaces immediately. But they don't have the technology yet. Anyway, occupy a few more star systems first. The external expansion and interstellar trade of Blue Star civilization began to accelerate. 5 years later, a human interstellar pioneer fleet arrived in the Proxima star system, the closest star system to the solar system. Captain Huang Sheng looked at the light on the screen. It was the light from Proxima Centauri. After years of sailing, this was their first close approach to a star. Compared to the Sun, its light is much dimmer. It is a red dwarf star with not much stellar energy. He looked forward to it. I don't know if there are aliens. Don't think about it. There is a high probability that there are no aliens. Tianhe civilization has already detected this star system, and there is no life. Xiongmei said. Maybe they didn't find it. Huang Sheng was very excited and ordered, send out all the reconnaissance ships, together with the scientific research ships, to detect all the large celestial bodies in the entire star system. Received. In the fleet, ships spread out one by one, searching in the star system. Like the intelligence of the Sirius civilization, there are no aliens in this star system. But there are planets that can be mined for resources. Proxima b. The mass is about 1.3 times that of the blue star, and it is 7 million kilometers away from Proxima. The ecological environment is poor. No life has been found, and it can be transformed. This is the news sent back by the pioneering fleet. Transform Proxima b into a habitable planet as our first colony in the outer star system. He Xingzhou ordered. Although Proxima is relatively scarce in resources, it is a star system after all. With the current strength of the blue star civilization, it is easy to transform a planet. The exploration of the Proxima star system is just the beginning. The commanders of the original major planetary fleets of the blue star civilization have now embarked on the journey of interstellar development. Another year later, the exploration fleet led by Meng Hai arrived at the Alpha Centauri star system, 4.4 light-years away from the solar system. There are 2 stars here, Alpha Centauri A and B. Similarly, this place has become a colony of the Blue Star civilization. Next is the Wolf Star system, 7.8 light-years away from the solar system. The Luden Star system, 8.7 light-years away from the solar system. And the Lakai Star system, 10.7 light-years away from the solar system. The expansion speed of the Blue Star civilization has made the surrounding neighbors unable to sit still. The Alpha Centauri star system. Since the failure of the expedition to the solar system, the Alpha Centauri civilization has been in a slump. The new leader Kettle has been supervising the actions of the Blue Star civilization. Seeing that the Blue Star civilization is expanding so rapidly, Kettle is completely panicked. Their scientific research fleet has encountered the fleet of Blue Star civilization several times, and the performance of the other party's ships has far exceeded theirs. They don't even have a star destroyer, and the other party has a large number of sublight speed warships. For this reason, he was worried. And the entire civilization was worried that the Blue Star civilization would attack one day. After all, they had a grudge. Kettle, together with the new leader of the Sirius civilization and members of other civilizations of the Pleiades, reported to the main civilization, hoping that the Pleiades civilization would respond to this. In the virtual universe, all members of the Pleiades gathered here. A total of 132 star systems. A total of 38 civilization leaders are discussing the behavior of the Blue Star civilization. Chapter 243 Encountering Star Pirates. There are 7 seats in the center of the conference hall, which are the 7 archons of the Pleiades civilization, and all of them are present at this meeting. Cattle, the new leader of the Nanha civilization, was the first to complain, saying, "My lords, my colleagues, the recent rapid expansion of the Blue Star civilization has seriously affected our security and interstellar trade. In the past 30 years, they have occupied the solar system and 8 nearby star systems. And the speed is still accelerating. Everyone, look at the star map." Cattle unfolded the star map, which showed that the star systems near the Blue Star civilization were either occupied by them or explored by scientific research ships sent by them. The Nanha civilization and the Tianying civilization are almost surrounded by them. Why are they expanding so fast? The representatives discussed. 8-star systems. If they are given a few hundred years, won't they occupy more than 100-star systems? We can't let them go on like this. Our civilizations are all nearby, and sooner or later we will have friction with them. The Blue Star civilization is expanding too fast, and it will also pose a threat to the main civilization. The 7 archons of the Pleiades civilization also frowned slightly, and the Blue Star civilization has indeed affected their interests. Chingu said, "You are right. It is indeed impossible to allow the Blue Star civilization to expand so quickly, and checks and balances must be implemented." Zigu said, "The Orion Royal Court intends to win over the Blue Star civilization. If we act rashly, the Marquis will certainly be dissatisfied. The Star Trade Group also has contact with them, and they may help in the war." Bai Gu said, "That's true. But the Blue Star civilization has not joined us yet. They are now wavering between us and the Star Trade Group. Just to get more benefits, we should also give them a little reminder so that they know how to choose." The other archons looked at each other and nodded. Jianggu said, "On the surface, we still don't take action. Star pirates are rampant recently. Everyone should be careful." When she said this, everyone understood. Without taking action openly, they can pretend to be star pirates to rob and attack them. Star pirates are often wandering civilizations and do not belong to any force. In this way, they can not only curb the expansion of Blue Star civilization, but also warn them to make a choice as soon as possible. "Don't let us down again on this matter, Luger," Jianggu reminded. "Don't worry, sir. I will never make a mistake this time." Luger stood up and said. After the meeting, Luger and several representatives stayed. They are all second-level civilizations in the subordinate civilizations of the Pleiades civilization, and several of them are 2.4-level civilizations. There is no civilization of 2.5 or above. The Pleiades civilization has only become a third-level civilization not long ago. Whether it is antimatter reactor technology, warp engine, antimatter weapons, and other technologies, the Pleiades civilization will naturally not open them to subordinate civilizations. They want to maintain the absolute technological lead of the main civilization. Therefore, the strongest vessel civilization among the subordinate civilizations is only a level 2.4 civilization. Ruger looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the emergence of the Blue Star civilization is a greater threat to us. The area where the Blue Star civilization is located should have been our alien colony. Now that the main civilization has instructed, the Black Sea civilization is also unable to help them. So everyone can go ahead and do it. As long as you don't attract more advanced civilizations to intervene, you can do whatever you want." Ruger is full of hatred for the Blue Star civilization. He has failed several times in his fight against the Blue Star civilization. This time he has the opportunity, and he will naturally not let it go. Everyone nodded and said, "Let's go back and prepare." Ruger reminded everyone, "Be serious and show your strength. The strength of Blue Star civilization is also very strong, and there is a super weapon in the solar system. So don't blindly enter the solar system and remove all the forces of Blue Star civilization in other star systems." "No problem. Star pirates are rampant, and it's not our fault." Everyone laughed. They were very confident. Blue Star civilization is only a second-level civilization, but it can be watched by the Orion Royal Court and has the same status as Pleiades civilization. These civilizations are very dissatisfied. They became a second-level civilization earlier, have more sublight speed warships, and more complete various scientific and technological facilities. They should be treated higher than Blue Star civilization. This opportunity is also their chance to prove themselves and strike against the Blue Star civilization. So, the 5 second-level civilizations discussed and went back to prepare their fleets, pretending to be pirates in places outside the solar system of the Blue Star civilization. Blue Star civilization. Uranus Space City. This is a sugar cube-shaped space city built entirely with a transparent protective cover, on which there is an antimatter research institute recently built by humans. He Xingzhou is here to think about the control of the antimatter reactor. The energy released by the annihilation of positive and negative particles is too terrifying. If it cannot be effectively controlled, it will cause a huge disaster. Antimatter Reactor Number 1. The 140th Annihilation Reaction Experiment. Start. Following He Xingzhou's instructions, the magnetic trap in the reactor was opened, and the antimatter quickly spread and came into contact with positive matter, annihilating each other. Energy that was countless times stronger than nuclear fusion was released and converted into heat, mechanical energy, electrical energy, etc. through the energy converter. The reaction is stable, and the quality of antimatter can be further improved next time. He Xingzhou observed the situation throughout the process. They were becoming more mature in the control of antimatter reactors. In a few years, perhaps they could manufacture antimatter reactors that could be used for military and commercial purposes. At this time, an urgent message reached He Xingzhou's ears through the subspace communicator. This is the Rikai 9352 star system, and my pioneering fleet has been attacked. I am Li Cheng, the captain of the sublight-speed battleship Saturn III. The star 9352 Rikai is the star closest to the Sun in Piscis Austrinus. It is a red dwarf star, only 10.74 light-years away from the Sun. Humanity has only been exploring the Rikai star system for a year, and has not yet fully mastered this star system. Xuanwu. Switch perspective. He Xingzhou shouted. Subspace communicator connected. Perspective switching. The Blue Star civilization purchased a large number of subspace communicators from the Order Alliance to ensure that all ships exploring abroad can contact the command center in time. At this time, He Xingzhou's perspective was the same as the monitoring perspective on Saturn III. Saturn III is sailing in the Rikai star system, and around it, there are hundreds of thousands of scientific research ships and engineering ships. They were about to go to a rocky planet in the star system for exploration and resource mining. At this time, 2 warships appeared around the rocky planet and attacked them. A large number of scientific research ships and engineering ships were destroyed in an instant. There are currently 2 known enemies, both of which are sublight-speed warships. The observer reported. Dodge. Dodge. Li Cheng asked the scientific research ship and the engineering ship to dodge, and he communicated with the other party. Warship in front. We are the pioneering fleet of the Blue Star civilization from the solar system. If this is the territory of your civilization, we have no intention of intruding. I hope we can communicate. The command center ordered the pioneering fleet not to attack other civilizations blindly, because the situation in the Orion Arm is too complicated now. If they attack someone they can't afford to offend, it will be a big trouble. The other party answered the call, and a humanoid creature said, Blue Star civilization. Listen. Your ships have been locked by us. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. We will treat the prisoners well. Who is the other party? Li Cheng was puzzled. When he explored the Rikai star system before, he did not find any civilization here. A civilization that can produce sublight-speed warships must have a prosperous main star. And there are no highly civilized planets here, which means they come from other star systems. First courtesy, then force, He Xingzhou said to him. Li Cheng. Communicate with them one last time. If communication fails, start a war or evacuate. Received. Li Cheng communicated with the other party again and said, We have no intention of starting a war. Which civilization's fleet are you from? These guys. Why don't you take action? While they were communicating, 2 sublight-speed warships were rapidly approaching Saturn III. On the warships were Commanders Bell and Valen from the affiliated civilization of the Pleiades. The captain of the Blue Star civilization has no sense of vigilance at all. Haven't they encountered star pirates? Bell laughed. This is normal, Valen said. These bumpkins have only been out of the solar system for 30 years. You still don't know how dangerous the universe is. They are completely within our attack range. At this distance, our weapons are enough to destroy them, Bell said proudly. That guy Luger has failed several times against a Blue Star civilization. It still depends on us. Attack. First destroy one of their sublight-speed warships, and teach them a lesson. Valen has already ordered. Attack immediately. Destroy all enemy targets. And don't let a single scientific research ship escape. Regular troops become star pirates. How can you stop them? Bell also ordered an attack. The main guns of the 2 warships were opened at the same time. One of the main guns is a sublight-speed electromagnetic gun, and the other is a subatomic ray gun. The enemy has begun to attack. On the Saturn III, when the enemy's main gun opened, the crew was ready. Energy shield activated. Phase ray main gun activated. Crystal core kinetic energy gun ready. The crystal core kinetic energy gun is a kinetic energy weapon developed by them from studying the crystal core of the planet Devourer. The density of its projectile is the same as that of the core material of the white dwarf. It is combined with strong force. The surface is absolutely smooth and resistant to high temperature. It can reflect 99.9% of lasers, and is immune to plasma weapons of a certain intensity. Its kinetic energy can reach 99% of the speed of light. The phase ray and crystal core kinetic energy gun were fired at an enemy warship respectively. The enemy warship was well prepared, and the energy shield was already propped up, because they were very close. The weapons attacked at the speed of light and sublight respectively, so there was no time to avoid them. So this kind of battle was a competition of firepower, defense and energy intensity. At the beginning of the war, the human crew on the Saturn III felt something was wrong. Hey, why is the enemy's ray energy so weak? We can't see any reduction in our energy shield. The subatomic ray hit the energy shield first, but the energy shield was not weakened at all, and it was fully capable of dealing with it. Next, it was the sublight electromagnetic cannon. Before the electromagnetic cannon got close to their warship, it was disintegrated by the warship's weapon defense system with subatomic rays. The enemy's attack was extinguished in a matter of minutes, and their attack on the enemy warship was quite destructive. The warship where Bell was concentrated by the phase ray, and the phase ray quickly consumed the energy shield. Warning: the energy shield value is rapidly decreasing. Warning: the energy shield has been penetrated. Warning: the hull is overheated, and the hull armor has been damaged. The continuous warnings made Bell's heart confused. How can the intensity of their rays be so strong? At least 10 times stronger than ours. Defend with all your strength. Defend with all your strength, he shouted hurriedly. And his companion, Valen, was even worse. When the crystal core kinetic energy cannon's projectile opened, they tried to smash it with the weapon defense system. But the rays were reflected when they hit its surface, and the heat energy could not evaporate it. Use electromagnetic cannon to collide. Valen fired the electromagnetic cannon urgently, trying to smash the projectile. The electromagnetic cannon was indeed fired and hit the target, but the effect made him dumbfounded. The electromagnetic cannon, they made of special alloy, was smashed into powder by the crystal core kinetic cannon, while the opponent's projectile was not damaged at all, and the surface was as smooth as a mirror. The strong force still tightly combined every particle of the projectile. Valen could only watch the projectile pass through their energy shield and hit their ship armor. The terrifying energy burst out in an instant, and their ship armor was penetrated before it could last for a second. The shockwave spread and cracked the ship. The entire battleship was not just a big hole, but was directly split into two by a cannon. And then the battleship exploded violently. This is impossible. This was the last sound Valen made. And then he turned into space dust in the explosion. Valen's battleship was blown up? Seeing this scene, Bell was stunned. This is a sublight speed battleship. How could it be blown up by a cannonball? In normal combat, at least the energy should be exhausted. How can their firepower be so strong? Is this what a normal sublight speed battleship can have? Warp speed battleships are just like this. Bell no longer cared about others, because their battleships were also penetrated and severely damaged. If this continued, their battleships would also be blown up in a few minutes. This scene made Li Chung and others on Saturn III also stunned. To be honest, they were ready to evacuate when they were fighting 1 against 2. But who could have thought that the other side's warships were so vulnerable? And they won directly with a random tentative attack? Are their warships toys? The deputy captain couldn't believe it. We fought a fake war? This is unscientific. Are they too weak? Or are we too strong? It should be that our strength is stronger. He Xingzhou's voice appeared in the command room, saying, our warships are built to fight against the Zerg, regardless of defense, weapons, and endurance. In the universe, the Zerg is the #1 enemy that the Order Alliance must list. Their strength is equivalent to the top civilization. We started by fighting the strongest enemy, and we also obtained the Zerg's technology and attack methods. These ordinary civilizations, their technology and weapons have not been subjected to such cruel tests as ours. Today's incident can only prove that our strength has far exceeded that of civilizations of the same level. He Xingzhou's words made everyone smack their lips. When the Blue Star civilization walked towards the starry sky, all commanders were vigilant and uneasy, because the Zerg was too terrible, and they were worried that other alien civilizations were equally terrible. In their first encounter today, they found that, in fact, the novice village of the solar system was actually a hell-level difficulty. After leaving the novice village, we seem to be very strong? Chapter 244. You fell before I even started. On the enemy warship, Bell was in despair. The battle was about to end before it even started. He could hear the alarm. The ship's armor was seriously damaged. The airtight compartment was damaged. The power compartment was damaged. The thrusters were shut down urgently. Captain, we can't hold on. The crew members were already panicking. Some rushed to the escape pod and tried to escape on the escape ship. We're done. The enemy is too strong. Bell was full of bitterness. He originally thought he could win the first victory for the Pleiades. But he was beaten to pieces and killed in the first attack. This can no longer be described as shameful. It's simply a massacre. Stop shooting. Stop fighting. Or it will explode again. At this time, it was Li Cheng's turn to worry about his opponent. It was a pity to blow up the enemy after such a hard time. Capturing them might give us some useful intelligence. The phase ray main gun was turned off. And Saturn III stopped attacking. Bell's warship was still damaged. But the emergency system had already taken effect. So it would not explode for a while. And of course, they could not leave. Listen. Surrender immediately. And anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Li Cheng immediately dispatched a fleet of carrier-based aircraft to the other side to capture the enemy. Those who tried to escape on spacecraft were destroyed by their light-speed weapons. In front of the sublight-speed warship, the small escape ship had no possibility of escaping. The whole operation process was incredibly fast. With 0 casualties, Saturn III destroyed 2 enemy sublight-speed warships and captured about 500,000 enemy troops. Bell was not among them. He ended his life before the carrier-based aircraft arrived. In order not to reveal intelligence, he even completely destroyed his body. With the current technology of Blue Star civilization, even if the organism has been dead for a period of time, as long as the brain cells have not completely died, his memory can be read. Bell's approach did not achieve any effect, because his subordinates were not as loyal as he was. We are a fleet from the Goa civilization. Bell's adjutant Com was locked in the interrogation room, and the EG receiver was reading his brain information. He himself was also telling their origins. We are a fleet from the Goa civilization, which is a level 2.4 civilization, and one of the 4 level 2.4 civilizations affiliated with the Pleiades. So, it was the Pleiades civilization that instructed you to pretend to be pirates and attack us. He Xingzhou checked remotely through the subspace communicator. Yes. Com had no intention of hiding anything at all. Anyway, the other party could read his brain. So there was no point in deceiving. The Pleiades civilization has finally revealed its foxtail and really attacked us. At this time, other commanders had already joined the interrogation room after hearing the news. Chui Weiman said, recently, the warships in the Pleiades territory have been active frequently. And I guess they are doing this. Besides you, are there other civilizations involved? He Hongwei asked. I am just an adjutant, and I don't know the details. Com said. There should be other civilizations involved, because they said you are very strong. And you probably won't have the advantage in a single battle. Then how dare you ambush us today? He Xingzhou asked. Com was about to cry when he mentioned this, and said, we thought we were very strong. But we didn't expect you to be so strong. Your warships are comparable to warp warships in terms of defense and firepower. This time we fought 2 against 1. And we attacked first. But we didn't gain an advantage. If we had known, we would never have done this. Hearing his words, the commanders were speechless. Luan said in the private chat channel, to be honest, I was still worried when I heard that we were attacked. Who knew we would win so easily? The opponent is too weak, which makes me lose interest. Xiao Han complained. They continued to interrogate, but Com knew only a limited amount, and there was no more valuable information. In the command center, everyone discussed this matter. He Xingzhou said, the Pleiades civilization wants to warn us. They let the subordinate civilization pretend to be pirates to attack, which means that they don't want to go to war with us directly now, or they want to win us over. They are really calculating, using force to deter us from developing interstellar colonies and conducting interstellar trade. LV May said, fortunately our warships are strong enough. Otherwise we would have lost a sublight-speed warship this time alone. And the construction in the Rakai star system would also be destroyed. This is definitely not an isolated case. Chui Weiman said. They should have other warships active in other star systems. I have notified all star systems to enter a state of alert. In the future, the fleet will have at least 1 sublight-speed warship, and a star system will have at least 2 sublight-speed warships. He Xingzhou said. Then should we respond to their provocation? Luan asked. He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, not yet. After all, the Pleiades civilization is stronger than us. We don't have warp warships or antimatter weapons yet. Once the Pleiades civilization comes to deal with us, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Yes, we are still in the stage of being wooed by both sides and are still developing. There is no need to rush. He Hongwei agreed. However, He Xingzhou changed the subject and said, since the other party is a star pirate, it is understandable to eliminate the star pirate. As long as we encounter star pirates in our territory, we will eliminate them or capture them. Haha. This is interesting. Everyone laughed. As long as the Pleiades civilization does not come, no matter how many star pirates come, they will just be food for us. Today's encounter has greatly enhanced their confidence. At the beginning, everyone was very nervous when facing a strange civilization, worried that the opponent's strength was too strong. Now it is found that not all civilizations are as terrifying as the Zerg. The warships of the Goya civilization, which are also level 2.4 civilizations, are like paper in front of them and can be killed with one shot. All the colonized galaxies of the Blue Star civilization have received new instructions, requiring them to be more vigilant and actively respond to the star pirates. On the other hand, the morale of the Pleiades was frustrated. Valen and Bell, two sublight speed warships, are gone just like that. The governors of several civilizations were discussing, and the governor of the Goya civilization was even more heartbroken. This sublight speed warship is not something that can be built easily. It would be fine if it had achieved results, but within a few minutes of the war, they were reported to have been destroyed. He could not accept this loss and result. Is the Blue Star civilization really that strong? The other second-level civilization archons were also panicked. When they first discussed how to deal with the Blue Star civilization, they did not believe it. This encounter made them realize that the Blue Star civilization was really not something they could deal with. Ruger snorted coldly. I have said long ago that we should be cautious when dealing with the Blue Star civilization. This mission failed because the Goya civilization was greedy and reckless. If they had joined our fleet to attack together, they could have directly captured the Blue Star civilization's warships. Maybe they could have obtained their technology. Luger, are you trying to pass the buck now? The commander of the Goya civilization was dissatisfied and said, you also acquiesced when the attack happened. Let's forget about this. Luger simply changed the subject. If they continued to argue, they would argue for years without any result. Should we continue? Someone asked. Of course we should continue, Luger said. If we stop here, wouldn't the Blue Star civilization be unscrupulous? If they dare to attack our starships today, they will dare to attack our territory tomorrow. We must teach them a lesson. In the future, when we act, we must obey unified command and allow action only when there are at least 5 times as many warships as the enemy. It's the only way, everyone said. This action also sounded a warning to Xingzhou. Neither the Star Trade Group nor the Orion Royal Court is a good person. Once they confirm that the Blue Star civilization has joined the other side, they will attack. Warp warships, antimatter weapons, and faster. The initiation ceremony in a few decades will have these 2 things. He Xingzhou devoted himself to research and development. After repeated experiments and improvements, they have made a lot of progress in the extraction of antimatter and the control of antimatter reactors. When the antimatter factory on Jupiter is built, there should be enough antimatter raw materials for warships. Antimatter reactor. First experiment. Start. He Xingzhou has begun to test the antimatter reactor in other star systems. The star pirates of the Pleiades are also looking for opportunities. They found that the fleet of the Blue Star civilization has been very cautious and never acts alone. Each star system has a sublight speed warship. 3 years have passed, and He Xingzhou's antimatter reactor has been able to successfully release energy. But these people have not found an opportunity. This won't work. We have to do something big, Ruger said. The adults are very dissatisfied with our actions. They have been slow to achieve results. And the Blue Star civilization is getting closer and closer to the Star Trade Group. The Archon of the Pleiades civilization issued a death order to them. Within 30 years, you must teach the Blue Star civilization a painful lesson. How can we do this within 30 years? Complained a governor of a subordinate civilization. The warships of Blue Star civilization are indeed much stronger than ours. 2 years ago, our warships encountered them. It was not a sublight speed warship, but a star destroyer. We almost destroyed it with one shot. Fortunately, we had sublight speed, and they didn't catch up. Otherwise, we would definitely be destroyed. Yes, we can only dispatch 4 or 5 sublight-speed warships each. We are not sure to attack them. These are all the trump cards of our civilization. If we use them all at once and lose them, our civilization will regress for many years. For them, it is very difficult to build each sublight-speed warship, and no one is willing to lose it in battle. Don't worry, Ruger said. Aren't the warships of the Blue Star civilization stronger than ours? The adults have already said that if we are able to capture their warships, the technology on them will be ours, and the main civilization will also reward us. After he said this, everyone took action. They have seen the warships of the Blue Star civilization, and their power is not on the same level as theirs. If they can get their warships and conduct reverse research, their technology will be greatly improved. This time, there is also the support of the main civilization, and everyone is tempted. Then what should we do? They asked Ruger. Ruger said, since we can't gain an advantage in a small-scale attack, let's do a star pirate robbery. The Great Looting? Yes, it is the Great Looting. Ruger unfolded the star map and said, according to our investigation, the Blue Star civilization has developed the Proxima star system, the most besides the solar system. They transformed Proxima B into a habitable planet, and other planets in the star system have also built planetary mines for resource mining. There are also many scientific research facilities of the Blue Star civilization there. They have invested a lot of effort there, but it is only 4.22 light-years away from the solar system, and they will be able to provide support soon, someone said. For 0.22 light-years? Ruger sneered. Have you taken too many warp ships of the main civilization? Even at the speed of light, it will take 4.22 years to support the Proxima star system from the solar system. Not to mention that they don't have warp warships yet. Do you think this war can last for 5 or 6 years? By the time their support arrives, we will have already raised their colonies. The Proxima garrison is not small. At least 3 sublight-speed warships. Another Archon reminded. Then we will send 15, Ruger said, with 5 times the force. We still can't take down a Proxima star system? 15 sublight-speed warships at a time are enough to raise a second-level civilization. After hearing his plan, several people agreed. Yes, if we act together, our chances of winning will be much higher. The Blue Star civilization would never have thought that the Star Pirates could be so powerful. Ruger even said, in this battle, our Bessel civilization will take the lead and send out 6 sublight-speed warships. The rest, you guys will do it. The Bessel civilization is the strongest civilization among the affiliated civilizations of the Pleiades civilization. Since Ruger said so, the governors of other civilizations have no objection. Well, it's decided. Let's do a big looting and loot all the resources of the Blue Star civilization in the Proxima star system. Completely scrap the Proxima B ecosystem they built, and let them know who is the boss of this star field. Let's do it on our own. The Archons returned to their own civilizations and immediately prepared resources for battle. It would take more than a decade for their civilization to reach Proxima Centauri. In the Blue Star civilization territory, He Xingzhou was already celebrating the first antimatter reactor. The energy output power of the antimatter reactor is tens of thousands times that of an ordinary nuclear fusion reactor. Even if we don't have a warp speed warship for a while, we can still build a sublight speed warship with the highest performance at 99% of the speed of light, said Xia Wu, the warship designer and commander of the ship. The sublight speed warship with the highest performance is still just sublight speed after all, said He Xingzhou. As long as we can't transcend the limit of the speed of light, we can never become a level 2.5 civilization. From now on, prepare to break through the warp engine. Chapter 245 Warp Battleship. The Academy of Sciences had a heated discussion on how to make the spacecraft reach warp speed. In the real three-dimensional space, our microscopic matter cannot exceed the speed of light. So we have to enter the subspace to achieve the purpose of crossing space. The design principles of warp engines, subspace communicators, and wormholes are similar, all of which are achieved by distorting spacetime. Strong magnetic fields can create gravitational fields. Through gravitational fields, we can distort spacetime. This will inevitably require a super strong gravitational field, like a star, to distort the surrounding spacetime. Su Tingbin said, nuclear fusion reactors cannot achieve this effect, but our antimatter reactors are enough. The energy of the antimatter reactor can indeed create a strong magnetic field and generate a gravitational field, but it cannot maintain stability, and all our energy will be used to create a magnetic field. Is the remaining energy enough to support the battleship to travel through New York time and space? Someone asked. How can the battleship move forward in the distorted space and time? Let the space push us. He Xingzhou has unlocked the relevant technology of the warp engine. He said, we can use a strong magnetic field to create a strong gravitational field. The gravitational field is in front of the battleship, causing the space to shrink, and behind the battleship, causing the space to expand. In this way, a warp bubble is formed in the distorted space and time, and the battleship is wrapped in the warp bubble. The warship itself does not need to fly. The curved warp bubble will push it forward. Everyone pondered. Then how to control the strong magnetic field and maintain a stable warp bubble is the key to the warp engine. That's right. He Xingzhou nodded. The research on the formation and control methods of the warp bubble began immediately, and the elites of the Blue Star civilization carried out research and development day and night. At this time, humans, through body transformation, can go without sleep for several months, or sleep for several months or years. In order to develop the warp engine as soon as possible, everyone chose not to rest. He Xingzhou took care of the research and development of the warp engine, while grasping the research of antimatter weapons. Compared with warp speed, primary antimatter weapons are much easier to make because their cause is the annihilation of positive and antimatter, destroying the material body, and then releasing energy to destroy the target. Simply put, you only need to make an antimatter launcher and launch the antimatter as a ray to destroy the target. Its power is more terrifying than their purgatory rays and phase rays. The most powerful thing about it is that because it is an antimatter attack, all positive matter will be annihilated, and conventional defense means are completely ineffective against it. He Xingzhou named the project Destruction Death Ray. If you use the Destruction Death Ray to attack a civilization without antimatter weapons, you can completely crush the battlefield. 10 years later, at the Jupiter Outer Space Research Institute of the Blue Star Civilization, He Xingzhou and a group of scientists gathered here, preparing to conduct experiments on the warp engine. The 9th test of the warp engine. Start. They had failed in the previous 8 tests. This technology almost crossed a level, and even with He Xingzhou's detailed information, it would be very difficult to really do it. Either the magnetic field control failed, or the warp bubble was unstable, resulting in excessive compression and expansion of space, and the carrier of the warp engine exploded directly. This time they tested a former star destroyer, the Blue Star. The Blue Star had participated in many wars, and now it could not keep up with the needs of the Blue Star civilization and was used as an experimental product. If the experiment is successful, it has a chance to be transformed into a warp warship. The warp engine has been started. In the antimatter reactor, positive and antimatter annihilate each other, and energy is continuously generated. This energy is converted into a super strong electromagnetic field through the electromagnetic converter, which then generates super strong gravity. The generation of the gravitational field causes the space in the front of the warship to begin to compress, and the space in the rear end collides, and a space warp bubble invisible to the human eye is formed. In front of everyone, the Blue Star seems to have disappeared, and it does not exist in the real space. This is actually because they have entered the distorted space, and the light is also distorted, so their eyes and detectors cannot see the position of the warship. But the mass sensor can sense the existence of the warship. The warship is already moving forward. The images of everyone appeared inside the Blue Star, which was connected to the warship information system through the subspace transmitter. No, it should be said that the warship did not move, but the space was moving. Suiting being corrected. From the perspective of the real world, the warship has always been in the same place, and the space in the same place is distorted. Just like the bubbles on the water surface are pushed far away by the waves, the warp bubble is temporarily stable. From the perspective of spatial displacement, our displacement speed has exceeded the speed of light. Everyone has arranged mass sensors along the way to know the specific location of its displacement. Finally reached the warp speed. The warship designers were overjoyed. The speed of light almost blocked the performance of the warship. The nearest star system to the solar system, Proxima Centauri, is 4 light-years away. If they cannot exceed the speed of light, the expansion of Blue Star civilization will stop quickly, because their logistics and military assistance capabilities will not be able to take care of more distant star systems. Lu Mi, calculate the warp speed, He Xingzhou ordered. Continuing the warp speed, Lu Mi was calculating the speed. The current warp speed has not yet reached the first warp speed. Do you want to speed up? Continue to speed up, He Xingzhou said. The reactor releases more energy, which will distort the space in a larger range and have a stronger effect. The first warp speed has been reached, and the reactor and the warp bubble have reached their limits, Lumi said. At this time, their speed has reached 1 times the speed of light, which is the so-called first-level warp speed. He Xingzhou has seen in the virtual universe that the Order Alliance divides the warp speed into levels 1 to 9.9999. Level 1 warp speed is 1 times the speed of light. Level 2 warp speed is 10.07 times the speed of light. Level 3 warp speed is 38.94 times the speed of light. It grows exponentially in sequence. The highest level warship of the second level civilization, the Destroyer warship, is a level 5 warp speed, 213.747 times the speed of light. And reaching level 6 warp speed belongs to the technological category of the third level civilization, known as the Star Domain warship, with a warp speed of 392.501 times. The highest level 9.9999 warp speed is 199,516 times the speed of light. The diameter of the Milky Way is about 200,000 light years. This speed is enough to cross the Milky Way within a year. Level 1 warp speed. He Xingzhou is already very satisfied with the current speed. With the first level warp speed engine, there will soon be level 2 and level 3. The emergence of the warp engine means that their warships can be upgraded to the level of warp warships. This speed will bring unexpected results to the enemy. First warp. We finally crossed the limit of light speed. The designers were excited, which means that people are heading to the starry sky faster. The warp engine technology should be promoted to be more mature. The warship should be transformed into warp engines, and the destructive death light should be installed. I have a feeling that it will not be peaceful next time, He Xingzhou said. There are less than 30 years left before the deadline for them to join the Pleiades or the Orion Royal Court. Whether it is the remaining 30 years or the days to come, the coming of war can be foreseen. The Blue Star civilization immediately stepped up the manufacture of warp engines and the upgrade of warships, and everything was in order. Another 10 years passed, and the Pleiades conference. Ruger called everyone to a meeting again. After 20 years of preparation, their warships had come from their respective star systems to the Proxima star system. Although the Blue Star civilization was also patrolling and scouting in the vast space, even 10,000 warships were as small as dust. How could they be easily found? Without subspace scanning technology, it is basically difficult for the fleet to be discovered when sailing in space. I will personally command this battle, Ruger said seriously. Only victory is allowed, not defeat. In this battle, we must let the Blue Star civilization know whose territory this star field is. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone nodded. Okay, Ruger said. According to our intelligence, there are 2 sublight speed warships in the Proxima star system, and more than 100 other warships. In addition to these warships, the targets we want to destroy include Proxima B, the stellar resource mining factory near Proxima, the resource minerals on several planets, the surrounding space cities, and the military base built by the Blue Star civilization in the Proxima star system. It will take at least 4 years for the support warships of the Blue Star civilization to arrive. So we have enough time. Seal off the entire outer periphery of the star system, and don't let anyone escape. Start the action immediately. At Ruger's command, 15 sublight speed warships from the Pleiades began to approach the Proxima star system. When they got close enough, the Space Sentry Tower of the Proxima star system discovered their traces. Warning: an unknown warship was found entering the Proxima star system. The Sentry Tower immediately reported to the Proxima star system. The commander stationed here was Dingyu, the former commander of the Venus fleet. Immediately mobilized the fleet to defend and warn, and the reconnaissance ships will search the nearby star fields with all their strength. Dingyu quickly made arrangements and contacted the Blue Star Command at the same time. For warships that do not exceed the speed of light, attacking a star system will take a long time unless they are ambushed and waiting. For example, the solar system has a diameter of 1 light year and a radius of 0.5 light years. It takes more than 6 months for a sublight speed warship to enter the core of the solar system from the outer periphery. This time, they found the enemy's position about 0.9 light years away from them. It will take more than a year for the enemy to actually reach Proxima B and Proxima C, another resource planet. Have you contacted them? He Xingzhou asked. We sent a contact signal, but the other party did not respond. Dingyu said. We have found another sublight speed warship at present. In another direction, we estimate that there are more sublight speed warships. This is probably a premeditated attack. Normal warships will communicate when entering the enemy's territory. If they don't communicate, they are enemies. The pirates have appeared again, He Xingzhou said. Organize defense immediately. Investigate the specific strength of the enemy, and the headquarters will send support. Received. Ding Yu continued to arrange. The enemy has been silent for decades. This time, it will definitely not be a small-scale battle, He Hongwei judged. As long as the warp warships are not deployed, they are within our response range. He Xingzhou thought for a while, and said, let the Blue Star go to the Proxima star system. The Blue Star was the first warship to be transformed. Now it has a warp engine and a destructive death ray. Its appearance represents that the Blue Star civilization has officially entered the realm of level 2.5 civilization. The Blue Star's warp speed can reach up to 1.35. In 1 year, it is enough to reach the Proxima star system. Blue Star. Listen to the order. Go to support immediately. Blue Star received. On the Blue Star, Captain Han Sure immediately started the warship. Warp engine started. A warp bubble formed around the Blue Star, and then it disappeared in the light. In the Proxima star system, with further exploration, they found more and more enemy warships. Half a year later, Ding Yu had already mastered the preliminary information. Currently, there are 10 sublight speed warships that have been discovered, and there may be more. Each one is of the highest level. Sublight speed warships are from 90% of the speed of light to 99.9%. And these sublight speed warships are all at the level of 99% of the speed of light. This means that the energy level on the warship is very high, and its firepower and defense will also be improved accordingly. We are at a disadvantage in numbers, so we should defend all lines and not fight blindly. Ding Yu did not take the initiative to attack. He knew very well that after the last battle, the enemy should know the performance of their warships. They dared to attack this time, so they must have been well prepared. His guess was correct. For this battle, Ruger, under the instruction of the Pleiades civilization, helped all members upgrade the sublight speed warships. Their energy shields and attack weapons have been upgraded, and are no less powerful than the warships of the Blue Star civilization. 15 against 2. Taking the initiative to attack is courting death. Sir, Proxima C is ahead, the observer reported on Ruger's warship. In front of them is one of the important planets in this star system. It is still a certain distance away from Proxima Centauri, has no atmosphere, no liquid water, and is a planet composed of ice and rock. Therefore, the Blue Star civilization regards it as a resource planet, builds planetary mines on it, and mines resources. Go forward. Flatten this planet, Ruger ordered. Together with him, there are a total of 6 top-level sublight speed warships from the Bessel civilization. They marched together to attack Proxima C. The battle ended quickly, because the Blue Star civilization had no intention of defending it. After the spaceport and the space outposts were blown up, the garrison of Proxima C immediately evacuated. They escaped. The commanders of the Pleiades were overjoyed. Ruger was even more proud and said, I don't know what those people were doing before. The combat effectiveness of the Blue Star civilization is not that strong. It took us less than a day to capture a planet, with almost 0 casualties. Your Excellency is mighty, the subordinates complimented. Keep moving forward. The opponent's main military base should be on Proxima B. Chapter 246. You are surrounded. Proxima B. In the space military base, 2 sublight speed warships, and nearly 100 warships are gathering here. Enemy warships continue to appear in various facilities where they are. The number of enemy sublight speed warships has reached 15. This is the intelligence brought by the reconnaissance ship, for which they have also lost several reconnaissance ships and countless reconnaissance satellites. 15 sublight speed warships. Ding Yu sighed. This force can destroy a civilization below level 2.5. Commander, what should we do now? Go out and fight them. Our warships can fight 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3. As long as they are dispersed and defeated 1 by 1, we still have a chance. The subordinates were eager to try. Separate the warships and hold them back. No need to take risks. Ding Yu ordered. Yes. The warships separated and rushed to various places. They only used long-range weapons to harass. The 2 sublight speed warships were temporarily stationed on Proxima B and did not go out. They have run out of tricks. Ruger and others also noticed the movements of the Blue Star civilization. They sent some planetary warships, which can't cause any harm to us. The sublight speed warships are still hiding in the space base. In that case, Ruger waved his hand and said, Go straight to Proxima B and destroy them all in one go. Yes. The warships moved together. The Pleiades warships were getting closer and closer to Proxima B. And Ding Yu had been paying attention to their distance. It's almost there. Their warships have all entered the encirclement. If we attack now, none of them will be able to escape. Ding Yu reported to the commander. Move out. Annihilate Team C first. He Xingzhou ordered. The Pleiades warships were divided into 3 teams. Team A with 6 ships. Team B with 5 ships. And Team C with 4 ships. They came from 3 directions to block the escape route of the Blue Star civilization. Yes. 2 sublight-speed warships headed in the direction of Team C. The reconnaissance ship of Team C soon noticed their actions. Sir, the Blue Star civilization warships are coming our way. They think your warships are fewer and want to break through the encirclement. Ruger thought he had the upper hand. He said, if you can destroy them, destroy them. If you can't, you have to limit them. We will be there soon. Today. This star system is their graveyard. They are already very close. And the journey is within a day. Team C's warships have also been upgraded and are no weaker than the sublight-speed warships of the Blue Star civilization. Ruger believes that there is no reason to lose with 4 against 2. Ding Yu is set off with the warships. And in less than an hour, they meet Team C. The warships on both sides have already started fighting at a distance of astronomical units. Phase Ray. Fire. Crystal Core Kinetic Energy Cannon. Give them 1 shot each. Ding Yu ordered the warship to fire at full force. The opponent was also firing. And both sides held up the energy shield at the same time. The phase ray hit the opponent's energy shield. But it did not penetrate quickly like last time. But was blocked outside and slowly consumed. Their energy shield technology has really improved. Ding Yu became alert. And their Crystal Core Kinetic Energy Cannon was also destroyed by subatomic weapons when it was about to hit the opponent. Haha. In the past few decades, our equipment has been upgraded to a higher level. And we really have to thank you. The commander of Team C was Defoe, a member of the Goya civilization. Last time, after their Goya civilization lost 2 sublight-speed warships, the Pleiades civilization sent technical officers to help them upgrade their warships, which greatly improved the strength of their civilization. On the Blue Star civilization side, the energy shield can block the opponent's attack, but they are 2 to 4, and the energy consumption rate is faster. If the fight continues like this, there is no doubt that the warships of the Blue Star civilization will be defeated. Surround them and avenge the previous shame. The Archon of the Goya civilization shouted. Surround them all and blow them up. Defoe shouted. The 4 warships began to accelerate and approached the 2 warships of the Blue Star civilization. The warships of the Blue Star civilization began to evacuate, and they were chasing them relentlessly. You want to run? It's too late. On the other side, Team A and Team B have also surrounded us. They are in a non-combat state and can run at full power, reaching 99% of the speed of light. Just 2 hours later, the 2 warships of the Blue Star civilization were trapped in their encirclement. 15 warships were in various directions in space. No matter where they ran, they would be blocked. Haha. We will win this battle today. Ruger has seen the appearance of victory. With this formation, the opponent can't escape. Listen to the warships in front. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately, and we will treat the prisoners well. This shout was not made by Ruger, but a message sent to them by the warships of the Blue Star civilization. Are they crazy? We obviously surrounded them. Defoe asked in confusion. Scout ship. Is there anything going on? Ruger asked suspiciously. We didn't find anything special. The rest of the enemy's warships seem to be surrounding us. But they are all planetary warships and pose no threat to us. The captains of the scout ships reported. That's strange. Bluffing? Ruger couldn't figure it out. So he said, ignore him. Open fire first and kill them. Yes. The warships within the attack range began to fire. At this time, the 2 warships of the Blue Star civilization had completely given up the attack and used all their energy to support the energy shield. But this situation will change within 10 minutes. Because the Pleiades warships are still approaching. When more warships reach the attack distance, their attack energy shields will definitely not be able to stop them. We warn you one last time. If you don't surrender within 1 minute, we will counterattack. Ding Yu continued to send messages to the enemy warships. It's really crazy. What can he use to fight back? Fantasy. The captains of the Pleiades laughed and continued to attack. Dingyu did not move, but looked at the timetable. Captain Han. Our safety depends on you. He communicated with Han Shi, the captain of the Blue Star. Don't worry. Our new weapons will definitely surprise them. Han Shi responded. At this time, the Blue Star was close to the battlefield, but the enemy's reconnaissance ships had not yet detected them. They were traveling in the warp bubble, and those reconnaissance ships that could not detect the subspace could not detect them. 10, 9, 8. Dingyu had already started the countdown for the other party. His confident behavior really made Ruger suspicious. Do they have any more cards? In short, a quick battle. Ruger ordered. Increase firepower. Received. Each ship increased its firepower output, and the energy shield of the Blue Star civilization warship was rapidly decreasing. If this continued, it would not last more than 3 minutes. At this time, a strange energy wave suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then, a huge warship appeared out of nowhere. Blue Star rushed to the battlefield. When it appeared, all the captains of the Pleiades fleet were shocked. Warp warship. How could a warp warship appear? Ruger was suspicious. Is it a warship of the Black Sea civilization? Or a warship of the Star Trade Group? No. We are no match for the warp warship. Sir, the enemy has a warp warship. Should we retreat? The subordinate asked. Idiot. How can we escape the warp warship with our sailing speed? Ruger cursed. There are also warships of the Blue Star civilization interfering with us. It seems that only one warp warship has appeared now. If there are no more, we still have the advantage. Be prepared to attack. At this time, Ruger could not tell which side the warp warship belonged to, so he did not attack rashly. But the other side had obviously listed them as enemies. And a ray from the warp warship hit a sublight speed warship. This was an absolutely dark ray, because no light could spread around it. It was composed of antimatter, and from an ordinary perspective, the detector could not see its existence at all. The attacked warship was originally running an energy shield, but a black hole suddenly appeared in the energy shield, and explosions continued. The destructive death ray easily broke through the energy shield composed of positive particles. When these antimatter came into contact with the battleship armor, the modified and reinforced battleship equipment, special space metals, strong force materials, etc. did not play any role and were submerged in the annihilation reaction. Then, the sublight speed battleship was quickly disintegrated and exploded into a ball of annihilation in space. Killed in one blow. The captain did not even have time to send a distress signal, and he and the battleship disappeared on the battlefield together. Antimatter weapons. Ruger recognized this attack method and was even more terrified. He always knew that antimatter weapons were fatal to sublight speed battleships. The Bessel civilization has been researching and asking the Pleiades civilization to help them develop antimatter technology. But the main civilization is always procrastinating and perfunctory, because once they have antimatter weapons, they will also have the technological means to harm the main civilization. This is something that the Pleiades civilization cannot tolerate. Therefore, in the minds of Ruger and other secondary civilizations, antimatter weapons are forbidden weapons that only the main civilization can possess. Now, the forbidden weapons are dealing with them. Attack. Attack directly. Don't worry about the two sublight speed warships. Ruger gritted his teeth and said, this warp speed warship is not very heavy. Kill it first. They turned to attack the Blue Star, which also held up the energy shield. The attacks of the 14 warships can reduce the energy shield, and the energy shield is constantly generated. In the Blue Star civilization headquarters, Lewin explained, the energy output of this antimatter reactor is so high, it can fight against 14 without any damage. This can be considered a dimensionality reduction attack. He Xingzhou commented that the difference between a 2.5 level civilization and a 2.4 level civilization is just because of an antimatter technology. It is really a world of difference. Continue to attack. On the Blue Star, Han Shi ordered to attack another target. Soon, another warship was destroyed. Ruger was terrified. He finally knew why the other party said they were surrounded just now. It turned out that it was not their 15 warships that surrounded the other side, but the other side's one warship surrounded their 15 warships. Too outrageous. This can't be the technology of Blue Star civilization. Ruger immediately contacted the governor of Pleiades civilization. Lord Chingu, an advanced civilization has taken action. We are about to be destroyed. Please help. A warp warship appeared? Chingu was very confused. We have been keeping an eye on the Black Sea civilization, and their warships have not been dispatched. Could it be that they secretly dispatched? Other civilizations are impossible. This is built by Blue Star civilization itself? Ruger was anxious. Now is not the time to consider these things. If he thinks about it for a while, they will die. Lord, help! Ruger urged again. However, Chingu was indifferent. She said, now we have not started a war with the Black Sea civilization and the Pleiades. Once we dispatch, it will inevitably trigger a war. What about us? Ruger asked. Run for your life. Remember, you are just pirates, Chingu said, and ruthlessly cut off the communication. Ruger's face was ashen. He knew that they were abandoned by the main civilization. That's right. For the main civilization, a few sublight speed warships are nothing. They have been eliminated for a long time. Let alone 15 ships. They would not feel bad even if they lost 100 ships. As for them, they are nothing more than dogs raised by the Pleiades civilization. If they die, the Pleiades civilization will immediately select new dogs from their civilization. They have become abandoned. Damn it! Ruger was very unwilling. He roared, everyone listen. The main civilization has abandoned us. We are no match for the Blue Star civilization now. In front of the warp warship, resistance and escape are meaningless. So I ordered everyone to surrender. Surrender immediately. Surrender? The captains had wanted to do this for a long time. As soon as Ruger spoke, they all sent out surrender signals. Don't fight. We are willing to surrender. Unconditional surrender. All warships sent out signals. The Blue Star paused the attack, and Honsher asked the command center for their opinions. He Xingzhou said, since they surrender, don't fight. The Pleiades civilization doesn't care about sublight speed warships. They are still very useful to us. Leave the warships. As for the prisoners, all of them will be locked up in Proxima B. Aren't they going to destroy this place? Let them work as coolies and build the Proxima star system. Is this the so-called retribution? Su Jilan laughed. Ruger and others would never have thought that they would become builders after traveling thousands of miles to the Proxima star system. Moreover, the Blue Star civilization treats such captives, except for those who have made special contributions, and does not allow them to reproduce, so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Thanks to the warp battleship, now our Blue Star civilization's position in the Orion Arm will be greatly improved. The commanders are very satisfied with the performance of the warp battleship. For the Pleiades civilization, this is very bad news. The pirates' harassment also failed, and the Blue Star civilization already has a warp battleship. Unless we go down in person, none of our subordinate civilizations can be their opponents. Chingu passed the message to other Archons, and the 7 Archons felt very headache. How did the previously inconspicuous Blue Star civilization grow so fast? It can already threaten them. Chapter 247 Joining the Club. The Blue Star civilization is growing too fast. At their speed, they may have a chance to reach the 3rd level civilization in a few hundred years. Chingu said. Our star piracy plan was destroyed this time because of the appearance of their warp speed battleship. If the Blue Star civilization cannot be loyal to the Orion Royal Court, it will be a more serious threat than the Black Sea civilization. Zigu's evaluation was already very serious. The Black Sea civilization was once one of the 3 major civilizations of the Star Trade Group. A 4th level civilization. The declining Black Sea civilization is indeed not as threatening to us as the Blue Star civilization. Jianggu agreed. I will ask Lord Yashao Marquis about this matter. If the Blue Star civilization cannot be used by us, it is better to get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid endless troubles. It should be so. Everyone agreed. Jianggu entered the virtual universe and reported the matter to Marquis Yashao. The Blue Star civilization has entered the 2.5 level civilization so quickly. Hearing this, Marquis Yashao frowned slightly and said to himself, sure enough, someone is helping them behind the scenes. Sir, Jianggu said, it is impossible for the Blue Star civilization to destroy the Zerg in the solar system. They actually did it. There must be a high-level civilization behind them. The reason why we didn't attack them directly at the beginning was also because of this consideration. We have been investigating over the years. At first we thought it was the Black Sea civilization that supported them behind the scenes. But later we found that the Black Sea civilization support for them was very limited. Not theirs. It's possible that the civilization behind them is higher than the 4th level civilization. Who is it? Marquis Yashao was also thinking. The two civilizations in charge of the Star Trade Group? It's possible. If they are supporting the Blue Star Civilization behind the scenes, they can use the Blue Star Civilization to annex the Black Sea Civilization. It may also be the civilization of other spiral arms. The other spiral arms have been unified. Those guys are eyeing the territory of the Orion arm and may intervene. Marquis Yashao thought of many possibilities, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. He said, since the attitude of the Blue Star Civilization is ambiguous, force them to express their position. You should directly notify the Blue Star Civilization and let them make a choice before the initiation ceremony begins. If they stand on the opposite side of us, even if they have someone behind them, they will have to pay the price. Yes, sir. Jianggu bowed her head respectfully. There are less than 10 years left before the Blue Star Civilization joins the Galaxy Light initiation ceremony. Jianggu directly contacted the Blue Star Civilization in the virtual universe and asked for negotiation. In the Blue Star Civilization office, the two sat opposite each other. Jianggu was dressed in red, with a face and figure as delicate and elegant as a sculpture. She sat cross-legged and said softly, Mr. He, it has been 90 years since we met above. Isn't it time to give an explanation whether the Blue Star Civilization will join the Orion Royal Court? He Xingzhou laughed and said, it has indeed been a long time. I am also anxious. There are different opinions within the civilization, and no result has been argued until now. Jianggu smiled and said, this seems to be different from what I know. As far as I know, the Blue Star Civilization is a very united civilization. As the Commander-in-Chief, Mr. He should have strong decision-making ability. Speaking of this, He Xingzhou sighed and said, that was in the past. You don't know. I strongly advocate the expansion of civilization. But over the years, our expansion has not been smooth. We can't occupy your territory. Right? We can't afford to offend the Black Sea Civilization. So we can only expand to some remote star systems. But these local stars are very rampant, causing us great losses. Because of this matter, we are in a mess. So our decision-making has also been affected. He Xingzhou deliberately reminded Jianggu about the Star Pirates. He wanted to be polite to her. But Jianggu said, Mr. He, don't beat around the bush. The so-called Star Pirates are the subordinate civilization of our Pleiades civilization. They attacked you at my instruction. Ah. This, you are really straightforward. He Xingzhou didn't expect that she didn't deny it. Thinking carefully, this is something everyone knows, and there is no point in denying it. And as the stronger party, Jianggu didn't bother to deny it. Now she just wants to use her strength to oppress He Xingzhou and force him to make a choice. Jianggu's voice was a little colder, and she said, the Blue Star Civilization wants to play both sides between the Star Trade Group and the Orion Royal Court. That is wishful thinking. You must make a choice. The geographical location of Blue Star Civilization is between our two major forces. Her eyes gradually became sharper. So, once we go to war, the fence-sitter in the middle will definitely be removed first. He Xingzhou's expression became serious, and he said, thank you for reminding me. Jianggu, we will definitely consider this issue carefully. I hope you can make a decision before the initiation ceremony begins. Otherwise, we will think that you have joined the Pleiades. Jianggu said directly. By then, everyone will be an enemy, and we can disobey all the rules now. I understand. He Xingzhou nodded. He Xingzhou specifically asked Bai Shizhao to pass on the news of his discussion with Jianggu to Huasin of Xingmao Group. As expected, a month later, Huasin asked to discuss with He Xingzhou again. In the meeting room of Xingmao Group in Galaxy City, Huasin tentatively asked, I heard that the Pleiades civilization discussed with you again? Mr. Huasin is really well informed. He Xingzhou said. Huasin thought to himself, didn't you leak this news on purpose? The reason why he took the bait was because Bai Shizhao told him that the Blue Star Civilization had broken through the 2.5 level civilization and possessed warp warships and antimatter weapons. Not to mention the Orion arm. Even if it expanded to the Milky Way, the number of 2.5 level civilizations is not large. A warp engine and an antimatter reactor are enough to kill most civilizations. The geographical location of Blue Star Civilization is important, and its status has risen again in the eyes of the Pleiades. Huasin smiled and said, Mr. He must not agree to their proposal. He Xingzhou said, they have given new conditions, which are very tempting. I am also considering it. Huasin couldn't figure it out. Did the other party really add conditions? Before he came, he was already prepared. So he said, even if they raise the conditions. I don't think Mr. He will agree. Huisin said confidently. I have learned a little about Blue Star civilization. You have come all the way by fighting against the Zerg. And you will definitely not become someone else's vassal. He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. But the other party is too powerful. If we don't agree, they will start a war. No matter what. We are only a second-level civilization. We will be destroyed if we face third-level and fourth-level civilizations. Huisin understood what he meant. He just wanted to find a reliable security barrier. He thought about it and said, Okay. Then I will show my sincerity. If the Blue Star civilization joins the Star Trade Group, in addition to the previous trade convenience, the Star Trade Group is willing to build a space outpost near the Blue Star civilization and station a star-level fleet to provide protection. Build a space outpost and a star-level fleet? He Xingzhou didn't expect him to say that. The resources invested were more than 10 times the conditions agreed before. The Star Trade Group was willing to build an outpost and station a star-level fleet for the Blue Star civilization to provide them with trade and protection. He Xingzhou thought it was unlikely. He thought about it and thought that this outpost was going to be built anyway. And the Blue Star civilization was between two major forces. So they adjusted the location of the outpost and regarded it as a benefit to the Blue Star civilization. But even so, if there is really a Star Trade Group outpost near the Blue Star civilization, plus a star-level fleet, the safety is indeed much improved. Huisin continued, once the war starts, the fleet of our outpost will definitely participate in the war of the third-level civilization or above. You can rest assured about this. He Xingzhou said, if this is true, the conditions of the Star Trade Group are indeed more attractive to us. This is what he was most worried about before. If the Yushao Marquis broke off relations and directly went to war with weapons of a higher-level civilization, they would have no power to resist. Now the Black Sea civilization is in a difficult situation. It is barely able to fight against the Pleiades civilization. But it is very difficult to fight against the forces of Marquis Yushao. Then let's talk in detail. The two sides further communicated, and He Xingzhou basically decided to join the Star Trade Group. In fact, even if the other party did not raise the conditions, he would have chosen this way. Now it would be better to ask for more benefits. After the two sides signed the agreement, the Star Trade Group immediately began to work on the space outpost. The location of the space outpost is a star system called Sirui, 50 light-years away from the solar system. Our star domain-level fleet has a speed of more than 1,000 times the speed of light. It can reach the solar system within half a month, Huisin said. This distance was the result of their negotiation. If it was too close, it would affect the expansion of Blue Star civilization. And He Xingzhou was not happy about it. If it was too far, once a war broke out, it would be too late to provide support. After the site was selected, the Pleiades began to build an outpost. A year later, in the Sirui star system, a warp fleet withdrew from the warp voyage and came here. Release mining ships, engineering ships, and space robots, and start building a space outpost. They were a fleet from the Ptolemaic civilization. The outpost was built very quickly, and the development of unfamiliar star systems was a common occurrence for the Ptolemaic civilization, which owned an entire star cluster. In just 1 year, a space outpost was quietly built. This phenomenon was eventually detected by the Orion throne. This place is in the war zone between the two forces, and there are often reconnaissance ships. The Star Trade Group has built a space outpost here, Marquis Yushao said dissatisfiedly. It seems that the rumor that the Blue Star civilization has joined the Star Trade Group is true. Both forces have spies in each other's forces, and Marquis Yushao has learned about this. In this case, we have to make them suffer a little. Next year will be the initiation ceremony of the Blue Star civilization, and this Marquis will give them a big gift. The following year, the initiation ceremony of the Blue Star civilization joining the Galaxy Light officially began. The Galaxy Light has strict requirements for recruiting members, and it often takes thousands of years for a new member to join. Level 1 civilizations are not eligible to join, and only 1% of Level 2 civilizations can join. Blue Star civilization joined Galaxy Light, and many civilizations came to celebrate. In Galaxy City, the headquarters of Galaxy Light, hundreds of members celebrated the joining of Blue Star civilization. Huisin introduced. The members who came today are all members of the Orion Arm, and the members of other spiral arms of the Milky Way did not participate. He Xingzhou nodded. Communication and trade between spiral arms are more difficult, and they belong to different forces. so they naturally will not come. Among these members who came to celebrate, almost all are members of the Star Trade Group. Congratulations, Mr. He. Blue Star Civilization has joined the Star Trade Group. We must strengthen exchanges in the future. Leaders of alien civilizations kept coming to talk to He Xingzhou. I heard that the biotechnology of Blue Star Civilization is very good. Our civilization wants to create a clone army recently. I wonder if there is a chance for cooperation. Someone asked. Of course. He Xingzhou smiled and said, we are not only good at biotechnology, but also good at interstellar construction. Bai Shirza introduced. Mr. He Xingzhou is a second-level interstellar builder. He won the rookie championship before, and built a Dyson Cloud when he was a first-level civilization. This is only part of his ability. As soon as he promoted it, everyone said, then we just need it. Various technological creations are related to the development of civilization. Dyson spheres, or other technological megastructures, each of which can make civilization advance by leaps and bounds. However, there are not many civilizations that can really build them. This feature of He Xingzhou and Blue Star Civilization has made other members more interested, and many people have come to seek cooperation. He Xingzhou was too busy to split himself. But fortunately, he brought Su Jilan and He Hongwei and other commanders to attend the meeting. Everyone was surrounded by several bigwigs from alien civilizations, discussing the possibility of cooperation. Dyson Sphere? We can build it, and we can also provide mechanical legions, sublight speed warships for sale, genetic modification, planet transformation and other services. Chui Weiman has been promoting the business scope of Blue Star Civilization. During the exchange, various orders came in, most of which were for civilizations below level 2.5. Higher-level civilizations do not yet look down on their technological creations. Even so, He Xingzhou estimated that if these transactions were completed, the resources that Blue Star Civilization could obtain would be enough to build a fleet of more than 100 warp warships. This is equivalent to the development of 10 star systems. Massive profit. He Xingzhou couldn't help but feel fortunate that the plan to establish the Interstellar Construction Department was correct. And it cultivated a lot of talents for Blue Star Civilization. And now these talents can play a role. Just as they gathered together to discuss win-win cooperation, an uninvited guest came to the hall. A flash of light appeared, and someone shouted, Galaxy Noble. Lord Yushao Marquis is here. Everyone looked towards the entrance, and saw a man riding on a luxurious floating aircraft, slowly flying in from the entrance. Around him, slaves of various races crawled on both sides to clear the way for him. Lord Yushao? Everyone was secretly shocked. What was he doing here? All the people at this gathering were members of the Star Trade Group. Chapter 248 Mechanical Planet. Marquis Yushao? Huisin went up to him and said, are you also here to attend the Blue Star Civilization's welcoming ceremony? His words were somewhat ironic, because everyone knew that Marquis Yushao was the first to win over the Blue Star Civilization, but failed. Marquis Yushao sneered twice and said, that's right, He Xingzhou. Congratulations on joining the Xingmao group. You really found a big tree for your Blue Star Civilization. He Xingzhou knew he was mocking him, but still said, thank you Marquis Yushao for your blessing. Marquis Yushao smiled and said, I see you are so happy, so I just want to give you a big gift. Come here. Present your gifts. After he shouted, a servant stepped forward and took out a crystal ball, which began to project images. In the picture, there was a young star system. Around the star system, a large number of warships were traveling back and forth, and they gathered on one of the planets. The picture was enlarged, and He Xingzhou was able to see the appearance of the planet clearly. It was a super huge mechanical planet, and the entire surface of the planet was covered with mechanical structures. According to He Xingzhou's inference, perhaps the interior of the planet was also covered. This means that this is an artificial planet. Around this mechanical planet, countless space logistics centers were built, and warships traveled back and forth here, loading goods, and it was extremely prosperous. That's Mechanical Planet 03. Huisin recognized it immediately. This planet was built by their Star Trade Group and used as a transit station for interstellar trade. What are you going to do? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Of course, it's to send gifts and celebrate. Yushao Marquis laughed. After he finished speaking, the picture changed. A fleet suddenly appeared in the star system. When they appeared, the defense force of the Star Trade Group was panicked. Warning. Enemy attack. Defense preparation. Warships also flew out around the mechanical planet. And there were also various defensive weapons. This did not stop the invasion fleet from advancing. The invasion fleet swept all the way. And all the defensive weapons were useless in front of them. Even the star-level warp warships were blown up in a few seconds. He Xingzhou noticed that the opponent's weapon attack speed had obviously exceeded the speed of light. He didn't know whether it was a warp weapon or some other weapon. Such a rapid attack had exceeded the reaction speed of the defensive fleet. Hosen and others looked serious. The attackers quickly advanced to the outside of the mechanical planet and surrounded it. The mechanical planet itself is a super-mechanical fortress. Even if it is bombed with antimatter missiles, it is estimated that it will not cause any harm to it. But the opponent's attack method also refreshed He Xingzhou's knowledge. After these warships surrounded the mechanical planet, they formed a supermagnetic field surrounding the planet. Then, the mechanical planet began to tremble. And the amplitude of the trembling became larger and larger. And the whole planet was wailing. Countless machines broke down, exploded or collapsed. Resonance weapons? He Xingzhou thought. This is probably a phenomenon caused by resonance weapons. Humans' current resonance weapons can also destroy planets. But it takes thousands of years. For the Blue Star civilization, the fastest way to destroy a planet is to use Dyson ray emitters to guide the explosion of stellar energy. And the opponent's warships can do this, under the personal witness of the leaders of hundreds of civilizations in the Star Trade Group. An interstellar logistics station of the Star Trade Group, Mechanical Planet 03, collapsed into countless fragments. The entire planet was blown into pieces, forming large pieces of space dust that flew in all directions of space. Planetary fission ray. Someone whispered. Too horrible. A planet just collapsed like this. And it's a man-made mechanical planet. This is at least the strength of a level 4 civilization. You are declaring war on us. Huisin shouted angrily. The construction of this mechanical planet is not simple. It just collapsed like this. And they suffered huge losses. Huh? Marquis Yishao pretended to be confused and said, I thought we had already started the war. You? Everyone was very angry. But the strength of the Orion Royal Court was stronger than them. And they were not confident enough. The Orion Royal Court, ruled by the Duke of Orion, has 3 marquises. And Marquis Yishao is one of them. His strength is stronger than the 3 main civilizations of the Star Trade Group. The weakening of the Black Sea civilization has put the Star Trade Group at a complete disadvantage. Bai Ningxiang sent a private letter to He Xingzhou. Mechanical Planet 03 is the interstellar logistics center closest to you. Now that it has been destroyed, your interstellar trade will be even more difficult. When she said this, He Xingzhou immediately understood that Marquis Yinxi's show of force was not only for the Star Trade Group, but also for him. Fortunately, there was a sentry tower of the Star Trade Group before. Otherwise, the planet destroyed this time would be Blue Star. He Xingzhou couldn't help but feel lucky that he had taken precautions before choosing a camp. The Xingmao group will definitely respond, Huisin retorted. Then I'm looking forward to it even more, Yushao Marquis said disdainfully. He looked down at everyone from a high place and said, the unification of the Orion arm is unstoppable. And the Galactic Empire will eventually restore its former glory. Those who go against the trend of history will inevitably perish. You can see for yourself what to do. As he said that, he looked at He Xingzhou again and emphasized, those who follow me will prosper. And those who go against me will perish. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Goodbye. I won't see you off. He Xingzhou still kept smiling. This kind of threat did not faze him. Even if the other party did not say anything harsh, they would still do this. Compared with the crises faced by mankind hundreds of years ago, the crises nowadays do not seem to be enough to scare them. As soon as Marquis Yushao left, the leaders of many civilizations in the hall became worried. The mechanical planet 03 was blown up. This is a signal of a complete war. The power of the Orion Royal Court is growing. How can we resist it? There are fewer and fewer days of peace. We must prepare for war. Alas, our civilization is only a 2.4 level civilization. In the face of such a war, we are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Let's wait and see. Huisin quickly comforted everyone and said, everyone, please rest assured that the Star Trade Group will definitely respond. We will strengthen security and patrol forces in the future. Our promise is still valid. Once an advanced civilization invades, the Star Trade Group will not sit idly by. Everyone could only respond. The welcome party ended, and the actions of Marquis Yinxiao caused a fierce reaction from both sides. A month later, The joint fleet of Ptolemy civilization and Night Owl civilization attacked and destroyed a space base in the territory of Marquesian Shao. The two sides were constantly rubbing and competing, and the civilizations under their command also began to clash fiercely. The Blue Star civilization is also having a hard time. They originally received a large number of orders, but because the nearest interstellar logistics station, Mechanical Planet 03, was destroyed, the difficulty of their interstellar trade has increased by more than 10 times. In addition, since they have become members of the Interstellar Trade Group, the Pleiades civilization has directly listed them as enemies, and their fleet is ready to move. On the Blue Star, He Xingzhou is seeing off a group of interstellar builders. They will take the warp battleship to more than a dozen civilizations to build various interstellar buildings for them. Everyone, He Xingzhou said in his speech. As interstellar builders, you are also warriors of our Blue Star civilization. Your contribution will enhance the strength of our civilization. Don't worry. No matter what grievances and injuries you have suffered in other civilizations, our Blue Star civilization will definitely get back on your side. You are the pioneers of Blue Star civilization towards the entire galaxy. I promise you that in the near future, our warp battleships will be faster. Maybe before your mission is completed, we can already fly over the star cluster, making it easier for you to go home and set off. In front of him, the interstellar builders believed in his words. It took Blue Star civilization only 50 years to break through the warp battleship, and within a few years, the warp level was improving. Now their warships have reached the second warp speed, which is 10 times the speed of light. In a few years, a higher level of warp speed will appear. Maybe it will be as easy for them to travel back and forth in the solar system on a warp warship as going to get off work on Blue Star. Dean, we promised to complete the mission and create more wealth for our civilization. Everyone swore. Okay. I look forward to your triumphant return. He Xingzhou saluted everyone. As the warp warships moved away, the first interstellar trade between Blue Star civilization and other civilizations officially began. The benefits of joining the Star Trade Group gradually emerged. The technologies of Blue Star civilization are all leading, and they have become popular in interstellar trade. In addition to interstellar construction and material trade, some technological information sold by Blue Star civilization also brought them a lot of benefits. Warp warships from the Star Trade Group continue to come to the solar system and various star systems of Blue Star civilization, bringing them resources from trade with other civilizations. In addition to the rapid expansion of the territory of Blue Star civilization in recent years, it is no problem to build a stronger warp fleet. The Star Trade Group and the Orion Royal Court have already started a war, He Xingzhou said at the Blue Star Alliance conference. The war will soon spread to us, and the Pleiades civilization is ready to attack us. So in the next stage, our plan is to maintain the stability of interstellar trade and promote its development. Build a stronger warp warship. The warp speed must be increased to level 5. Level 5 warp is the strongest star-class warship that a level 2 civilization can build. Select a site for a star furnace. A large amount of antimatter can ensure the rapid development of our civilization and the needs of trade and war. Antimatter is almost the universal currency of interstellar trade. The more antimatter available, the richer the civilization. Everyone assigned tasks to each other. He Xingzhou looked at the conference hall. The number of commanders has now increased several times. In order to facilitate management, the Blue Star Alliance command has also been reformed. The general commander is inconvenient, and the first level commander remains unchanged. The second level commanders are changed to commanders of various star systems, and they are in charge of the affairs of each star system at the same time. Next is the planetary commander. In addition, the fleet has also been reformed. The original planetary fleet has been expanded into a star system fleet. He Xingzhou's plan is that each star system has a fleet, which is directly under the command of the star system. At present, the only fleet they can call a warp fleet is the solar system fleet, and the warp warships of other star systems are still under construction. Since we have become hostile forces with the Blue Star civilization, we must not let them develop. The 7 archons of the Pleiades civilization are discussing how to deal with the Pleiades civilization. Qin Gu said, I think it is better to send out star-level warships immediately to completely eliminate the Blue Star civilization. Second. The other archons agreed. Jianggu was a little skeptical and said, the Black Sea civilization is still an ally with them. If we go out, they will go out too. Zigu said, our spy intelligence in the Black Sea civilization shows that the Black Sea civilization's intention to protect the Blue Star civilization is no longer obvious. This is a good opportunity to test the attitude of the Black Sea civilization. If they still send troops, we will restrain ourselves for the time being. If they don't send troops, we will destroy the Blue Star civilization directly. No. Jianggu still denied it and said, "Don't forget that there is a star-level fleet stationed by the Star Trade Group 50 light-years away from the solar system. Our Starfield fleet has just been formed. If we encounter them, we will suffer heavy losses. So the attack range should be controlled within the second-level civilization. Our second-level civilization is no match for the Blue Star civilization." Jianggu said that they had failed in several expeditions. Jianggu said, "Then open up the authority and allow them to obtain antimatter reactors and warp engine technology. The interstellar war in the Orion Arm has already begun. And we also need stronger fighters to fight for us. Under the current situation, we really need to make the subordinate civilization stronger." The other 6 Archons agreed. Therefore, the Pleiades civilization issued the latest regulations to its subordinate civilizations, allowing some of them to obtain antimatter reactor control technology and warp engine technology. As soon as this news came out, all its subordinate civilizations went crazy and sent scientists and military experts to the main civilization to learn related technologies. With the help of the Pleiades civilization, they quickly broke through the 2.5 level civilization and became stronger. Some low-level civilizations that originally bordered the star domain of the Blue Star civilization were also taken over by these civilizations. For example, the Tianhe civilization and the Sirius civilization. Their territories were taken over and had stronger combat power. The Pleiades civilization formed a battle line near the Blue Star civilization. These subordinate civilizations are stepping up the construction of warp warships in preparation for war. 30 years later, in the Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou is in the Interstellar Construction Department, discussing the location of the star furnace with a group of interstellar builders. Everyone has seen the design drawings of the star furnace in the past 100 years. Although there are still many technologies that have not been conquered, they have already understood the general situation. An interstellar builder said, after the construction of the star furnace, the energy of the star will be completely absorbed, and all the planets in the star system will not get the energy from the star. So the solar system and the several star systems we are building are not suitable as the location of the star furnace. Most of the stars around us are red dwarfs, which are not strong enough and not suitable. Someone else said, red dwarfs have reached the end of their lifespans, and their energy has been burned out, making them unsuitable for long-term supply of stellar furnaces. Its location should not be too far from us, because we need to provide military protection and facilitate transportation and construction. After choosing, a target appeared in their field of vision. No matter how you look at it, this star has great advantages over the surrounding stars. Chapter 249: The True Meaning of Superluminal Speed. Sirius. This star appeared in their field of vision. That is the location of the Sirius civilization, where there are 2 stars, Canis Major Alpha A and B, of which A is the bright star that people can see at night. The Sirius and look northwest. Shoot, Sirius. This is a blue dwarf. Its mass is twice that of the sun, and its heat is higher than the sun, so its energy is more abundant. And its companion star, Sirius B, is a white dwarf. Its mass is also greater than the sun, but its volume is only the size of a blue star. It has not yet completely cooled down and is still releasing energy to the outside. Sirius A is only 8.6 light-years away from us, at a moderate distance and with abundant energy. If we can build a stellar furnace there, it will be more convenient than choosing a site in the surrounding star systems. A cosmologist said, that is the territory of the Sirius civilization. They have already mastered the intelligence nearby. The area near Sirius is indeed the territory of the Sirius civilization, which probably owns 3 star systems. 200 years ago, they were only a 1.9 level civilization and sent a fleet to invade the solar system. Now, with the help of the Pleiades civilization, they should have become a 2nd level civilization. But this is not worth mentioning for the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou pondered, we have already developed all the star systems that can be developed near us. If we go further, we will inevitably go to war with the Pleiades. In that case, let's attack the Sirius civilization. Who asked them to attack us first? If you want to start a war, you must be fully prepared. He Xingzhou is not actually worried about going to war with other civilizations of the Pleiades, their strongest subordinate civilization. The Bessel civilization has been beaten to pieces by them, and other subordinate civilizations are no match for the Blue Star civilization. The key is, if the Sirius civilization attacks, how will the Pleiades civilization respond? For this reason, He Xingzhou contacted Bai Ningxiang first. You want to attack the Sirius civilization? Bai Ningxiang heard it and analyzed. If you want to develop, you really have to go to war with the Pleiades. In that case, we can send a few star-level warships to sit in. If the Pleiades civilization does not take action, we will not participate in the war. This is the tacit understanding of most civilizations in the universe. The main civilizations generally do not go to war with each other, and let the subordinate civilizations fight each other. If the main civilizations fight, the destructiveness is too high, and it is difficult for both sides to accept it. Not surprisingly, even if the Blue Star civilization conquers the Sirius star system, the Pleiades civilization will not take action. He Xingzhou is still worried and contacts the Star Trade Group again. The Star Trade Group also stated that if they start, the Star Domain level fleet stationed 50 light-years away will also keep an eye on the Pleiades civilization. In this way, the battle is guaranteed. He Xingzhou began to implement the next plan. After the last battle, the Pleiades civilization should be very clear that none of their subordinate civilizations are our opponents. Cui Weiman said, recently, we discovered from nearby reconnaissance that the warships of civilizations such as the Pleiades have been active frequently. There are even some warships that are higher than their civilization's technological strength. The Pleiades are probably intentionally raising their strength. If we rush into battle, the risk is huge. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded and said, the other side is not stupid. When they attacked us before, they deliberately transformed the Star-class sublight speed warships and reduced them to star destroyers to exploit loopholes in the rules. Now that our strength has increased, their affiliated civilizations will inevitably have warp speed warships. We need to further upgrade our existing warships and weapons. Are we going to develop warp weapons? He Hongwei asked. No. We don't have the ability to make warp weapons now. He Xingzhou denied this idea. Warp weapons are weapons with warp engines. In this way, weapons can also exceed the limit of light speed and catch the enemy off guard. The reality is that it is difficult for their warships to exceed the warp speed. Antimatter reactors are extremely large, and warp engines are also complicated. Even He Xingzhou can't push weapons to the level of warp weapons in one step. Being able to make warp weapons probably means having the strength of a third-level civilization. Without warp weapons, we have no advantage against them. Lei Yuanfeng said. Recently, they have been training in war with some civilizations above level 2.5 in the civilization arena. The Blue Star civilization has lost its previous weapon advantage over civilizations of the same level, because the warp warship is powerful in mobility. Once it is in an attacking state, the energy around the warship is unstable, and it cannot enter the warp speed. If it is a face-to-face war, the advantage of the warp speed will not be demonstrated. The next step is to fight shipborne weapons, especially antimatter. As for the research on antimatter weapons, the Blue Star civilization has only started for a few decades, so it is naturally not as good as other civilizations that have been researching for hundreds or thousands of years. What we want to study is superluminal weapons, He Xingzhou said. After communicating with other civilizations in the Star Trade Group, he also had a new understanding of the weapon system of the second-level civilization. Generally speaking, after reaching the 2.5 level civilization, most civilizations will further develop antimatter weapons and warp weapons. There are also some civilizations that do not take the usual path and further develop various laser and ray weapons. In the universe, there is no upper limit to the development of any weapon. The most basic kinetic weapons, when developed to the extreme, can destroy the universe. Thermal weapons, resonance weapons, etc., are all the same. Some civilizations studied rays and found a way to carry out superluminal strikes without warp. That's the superluminal weapon. If neither of the two fleets has a warp weapon, and one has a superluminal weapon, it will crush the other, He Xingzhou said. Superluminal weapons? How is this done? A commander asked. Isn't the speed of light the fastest speed in the universe? For macroscopic matter, the speed of light represents the upper limit of the speed of the universe, He Xingzhou explained. For microscopic matter, this is not the case. For example, neutrinos are a superluminal particle, and their flying speed is faster than photons. In addition to it, there are other superluminal particles in the universe. which are also called tachyons. If we have a superluminal perspective, we can even see a universe composed of superluminal particles. The tachyon universe. He Xingzhou continued to talk about his thoughts. In our macroscopic universe, the more energy a substance obtains, the faster it goes. And finally it is infinitely close to the speed of light. And in the tachyon universe, it has infinite speed from the beginning. The more energy they obtain, the slower they go. For example, in the solar system, you can think that tachyons can reach any corner of the solar system in an instant. Hearing his description, Luowen was shocked. Doesn't that mean that when encountering the enemy fleet, the other side will not even have time to support the energy shield, and will be penetrated by the tachyon weapon? He Xingzhou nodded and said, "That's it. Even if the enemy has an energy shield, the effect on tachyon weapons is very weak, because tachyons absorb energy, slow down their own speed, and make their speed approach the speed of light. When it hits the energy shield, it will directly absorb energy, and the energy shield is completely equivalent to nothing for it. Here, tachyons hit the target, and particles collide, which will also produce huge destructive power." Su Jilan said, "If this is the case, the second-level civilization has the lead in tachyon weapons, and can completely sweep the opponent." "Yes," He Xingzhou nodded. "If we have tachyon weapons and fight head-on, we will always be ahead of our opponents of the same level. I plan to start research on tachyons immediately. Before tachyon weapons are available, we will not launch an active attack." "Okay. Then we will wait for a while. Just in time to build a few more warp warships," said everyone. He Xingzhou immediately began the research and development of tachyon weapons. In the quantum optical computer, tachyon technology also has a corresponding branch. Spend 100,000 energy points to unlock tachyon sensor technology. Spend 150,000 energy points to unlock tachyon generation technology. Spend 200,000 energy points to unlock tachyon directional beam technology. Through these technologies, tachyons can be manufactured and controlled, and corresponding weapons can be designed. For example, upgrading the particle light spear to a tachyon light spear is also a particle beam attack. Within a certain range, it has a nearly infinite speed, exceeding the speed of light. In terms of defense, a tachyon shield system can also be created, using its superluminal speed advantage to intercept every attack in time. On the quantum optical brain, He Xingzhou also saw more advanced tachyon weapons, such as the tachyon starlight particle, which gathers a group of tachyons and has an attack distance exceeding the diameter of the Milky Way. It can directly attack the core of a star or planet, causing the core of the star or planet to be unbalanced and explode, destroy the entire star system. Such weapons, He Xingzhou estimated, can only be produced by a level 5 civilization or above. Just thinking about it, it feels extremely terrifying. When you encounter such a blow, you don't even know where the enemy is. It takes only a moment to strike at a distance of countless light years. This is simply a godlike civilization. Start with the generation and clustering of tachyons. He Xingzhou began to manufacture tachyon sensors and generators, seemingly aware of the change in the strength of the Pleiades society. The Blue Star civilization began to stop expanding and concentrate on building major star systems. Humans walked out of the solar system and were distributed in the 10 surrounding star systems. The number of humans also increased from tens of billions to more than 300 billion. For their vast territory now, these populations are still insufficient. So the policy of promoting population growth has been continuing and increasing. The Blue Star Alliance now even allows humans and friendly civilizations to intermarry. And humanoid civilizations can reproduce offspring, even if it is not a humanoid civilization. Relying on human current biotechnology, it can also give birth to offspring. The Blue Star Alliance treats these new humans equally, but requires them to accept the lessons from the Blue Star civilization and learn the culture and history of the Blue Star civilization. Inside the civilization, silicon-based life also began to increase. After the birth of the first silicon-based life Jinwu in the Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou then transformed Lumi into a silicon-based life. Now this kind of transformation is increasing. The early artificial intelligence Xuanwu has also become a silicon-based life, and some mechanical behemoths have been transformed. For silicon-based life, the Blue Star Alliance remains extremely vigilant. Once silicon-based life rebels, the destructive power it produces will be very huge. So each silicon-based life must undergo strict review and be inspected regularly. In addition, Biochemical transformation has become more common, and has been popularized from biochemical warriors to daily work in life. The current Blue Star civilization, adhering to the view of letting 100 flowers bloom, does not deliberately exclude or suppress a certain technology. As long as the military strength of the Alliance is strong enough, there will be no problem. Sirius civilization, the most prosperous space city. Sirius civilization has long been promoted to a second-level civilization. In the contest with the Blue Star civilization, the Pleiades civilization realized its special position and has built it into a bridgehead against the Blue Star civilization, forming a horn with the Tianhe civilization. Therefore, the strength of the Sirius civilization has rapidly increased, and it has also gained some warp warships and antimatter weapons that they cannot develop at all. Blue Star civilization has not taken any action for decades. A commander of the Pleiades was surprised. Are they really afraid of us and dare not attack? Naive. If they were really afraid, they would not join the Star Trade group. One person snorted coldly. He was the new military commander of the Pleiades, Dongjin. He did not come from any subordinate civilization, but from the main civilization. Therefore, everyone obeyed his words. Sir, if they don't take the initiative to attack, what should we do? Will they still develop? Of course not. Everyone knew that the development potential of Blue Star civilization was huge. Otherwise it would not be valued by the Orion King's court. Since they want to be cowards, we will take the initiative to attack and smash their shells. Attack a star system first. He set his target on the Tiansong 5 star system, which is only 11.9 light years away from the solar system and closer to Sirius. It was originally a star system that the Sirius civilization was going to occupy, but was occupied by the Blue Star civilization 40 years ago. It is easier to support the fleet when attacking there, and they will not encounter the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization at the beginning. After several failed battles against the Blue Star civilization, they have become much more cautious. If Rafar were here, he would definitely remind them that hesitating in the battle against the Blue Star civilization would lead to defeat. Unfortunately, Rafar's failure was a history of hundreds of years ago. These commanders had long forgotten about it and became as stable as he was at the beginning. Only 1 year later, Dongjin had assembled the fleet. All the warp warships that went out were above warp level 3 and had antimatter weapons. With a total of 5 ships, the number of warp warships was scarce. Under normal circumstances, 1 ship could be stationed in a star system. Sending out 5 ships was already a great honor to the Blue Star civilization. They sailed at a warp speed of 38 times the speed of light and headed straight for Tiansong V. After a boring space voyage, Tiansong V became brighter and brighter in the warship's detector. Report: we have entered the range of the Tiansong V star system. The navigator reported the situation. Is it time? The commanders had been staying in the virtual universe, and when they heard the news, they returned to reality. Chapter 250: The Enemy's Destructive Death Ray. The situation of the Tiansong pentastar system is different from that of other star systems. There are still a large number of debris disks here, and countless small celestial bodies are flying in the debris disks. Therefore, asteroid impacts often occur on the planets here. So life has not yet been born. After the Blue Star civilization occupied this place, it began to clean up the star system's debris disk and developed several planets here. We need to exit the warp drive to avoid hitting small celestial bodies. The shipboard system requests to change the navigation mode. Warp drive is a warp bubble that distorts space, and it will also be affected by space obstacles in front. Advanced warships have subspace detectors that can vaporize obstacles with warp weapons in advance, but their warships do not have this ability yet. Enter sublight speed flight mode, Dongjin said. After the ship exited the warp flight, it was exposed to the vacuum. A few days later, the human reconnaissance satellite of Tiansong V discovered them. Warning: an unknown fleet has appeared. When Shuelei, the commander of the Tiansong V star system, received the warning message, the other party was very close to them. Within a week, the other party would be able to reach the planet they were developing. Their warships are warp warships. The reconnaissance satellite has obtained some intelligence. With warp warships, it is impossible that they don't know that we are developing here, Shuelei analyzed. The other party is most likely an enemy, perhaps a fleet of the Pleiades. Since they dared to attack, they must have been sure. Recall all ships in the Tiansong 5 area. Communicate with the other party first, and send a reconnaissance ship to test it. Received. In the Tiansong 5 star system, whether it is warships, mining ships, or engineering ships. They temporarily stopped working and went to the Tiansong 5 outpost. Their reconnaissance satellite tried to contact the other party, and the other party did not refuse. This is the Tiansong 5 star system, one of the star systems within the jurisdiction of the Blue Star civilization. You have entered without permission. Please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise we will take necessary actions. Shui Lei warned the other party. Dongjin smiled and said, "Then you take action?" A commander of the Sirius civilization even cursed. "We, the Sirius civilization, explored Tiansong 5 hundreds of years ago. We have reconnaissance stations on every planet here. This should be our territory. There is no first-come first-served rule in the universe. Whoever is stronger gets it." So Shui Lei did not argue with them, and said, "We don't want to go to war with you. Please think carefully. We have thought it through. What about you? Have you decided whether to surrender or die in battle?" Dongjin mocked. "They are powerful and speak recklessly. It has come to this point. I am afraid that the problem cannot be solved without a battle." Shui Lei first reported the intelligence to the Blue Star Alliance Command, and then mobilized forces to attack the opponent. Tiansong 5 has 2 warp-speed battleships and several sublight-speed battleships. In the debris disk of Tiansong V, it is difficult for warships to travel at warp speed, so the role played by sublight warships is almost the same as that of warp warships. The 2 sublight warships launched the attack first. They hid behind a dwarf planet and carried out beyond visual range strikes. Both fired antimatter cannons. The core of the shells was loaded with a certain mass of antimatter. When they came into contact with the target, the antimatter magnetic trap was automatically damaged, and it would burst out energy thousands or tens of thousands of times that of a hydrogen bomb. As expected, the 2 antimatter cannons were intercepted by the opponent's weapon interception system before they approached the opponent and were destroyed in the vacuum. Keep moving forward. This attack was not painful, and the fleet of the Pleiades was still moving forward at high speed. The enemy has entered the attack range. Several planets of Tiansong V have entered their attack range. The reconnaissance ship can see that various buildings have been built on these planets and in the outer space near the planets. For example, planetary mines, spaceports, space cities, and the like. All targets, all destroyed. Dongjin was merciless, launching a large number of antimatter shells from their warp warships to attack the targets. The warships of the Blue Star civilization were also intercepting, and once they began to intercept, they would expose their positions. A sublight speed warship entered Dongjin's field of vision. "Destroy it. Let them see the strength of our Pleiades." Dongjin gritted his teeth. From the command ship he was on, a round of main guns quickly deployed and aimed at the sublight speed battleship. Warning: we have entered the enemy's attack range. On the sublight speed battleship, the human commander also realized the crisis. Energy shield maximized. The energy shield around the battleship was activated to the maximum. The enemy's attack also followed. It was an invisible ray. Countless antimatter condensed together to form a ray-like attack. It is the destruction death ray named by Hixingzhou. The difference from the destruction death ray of the Blue Star civilization battleship is that its attack range and antimatter mass are hundreds of times more. In terms of weapon principle, it is not more advanced than the antimatter weapon of the Blue Star civilization, but it is stronger. This warp warship is of a higher level, can control more antimatter, and is powerful in a simple and crude way. In front of this enhanced version of the destructive death ray, the energy shield of the sublight warship was pierced in an instant, and the hull armor and the warship body were annihilated by antimatter. The captain and crew inside did not even have the chance to become space dust. The positive and antimatter were annihilated, and everything returned to nothingness. This is a cruel way of death that even the wreckage and ashes were annihilated. Our warship is damaged. Seeing this scene, Shui Lei's heart sank. The highest level of their warp warship is only level 2 warp, while the opponent's is at least level 3 warp. With more than 10 ships, they only have 1 warp warship in Tiansong 5. What can they use to fight? Command: I am Shui Lei, the commander of Tiansong 5 star system. The enemy's strength far exceeds ours. We are ready to retreat. Request approval. Shui Lei knew that continuing to fight would only result in sacrifices and failure. At the Blue Star Alliance command, Hixingzhou briefly analyzed the intelligence and responded decisively, saying, "Retreat is allowed. Take away everything that can be taken away. If you can't take it away, destroy it directly." "Yes," Shui Lei immediately ordered. "Everyone, Evacuate the Tiansong 5-star system immediately, and destroy all our space bases and planetary mines. Execute immediately. Yes. Everyone was reluctant to leave. They had been developing here for decades, and thought it was their second home. Now they had to destroy their own home. So they naturally couldn't bear it. Pleiades. We will come back. The engineers saw explosions constantly appearing on the surface of the planet and in space. The engineering buildings they had worked so hard to build had all turned into space dust. The warp battleships covered the retreat of other battleships. And the Pleiades fleet in the rear was still attacking. Chase! Chase! Dongjin was excited. Finally, in the frontal battle, they gained an advantage over the Blue Star civilization. One more battleship is one more. This time we will let them know the pain. Under their pursuit, warships were constantly destroyed. In the end, all sublight warships were destroyed, leaving only one warp warship that ventured into warp navigation and escaped from here. Congratulations to Commander Dong. We won a great victory. The other commanders and captains of the Pleiades celebrated. It's so cool. So refreshing. The Blue Star civilization should now know what the gap in strength is. They are not our opponents at all. And they don't even have the courage to confront us head-on, whether it is the level or number of warp warships. They are far inferior to us. This is the foundation of the Pleiades. A Blue Star civilization, which has only been a second-level civilization for a few hundred years. There are more than 5 second-level civilizations in our Pleiades, and we control more than 100 star systems, with extremely rich resources. Even if we pile up the number of warp warships, we can still kill them. Resources determine the upper limit of the explosion of troops. Even if all the factories of the Blue Star civilization are in operation, the speed of manufacturing warships cannot catch up with them. This battle is a great victory. Dongjin laughed. Let us vent our anger and occupy the 5-star systems of Tiansong. This matter must be reported to every civilization of the Pleiades. Today's victory is just the beginning, he said with high spirits. In 50 years, I will completely conquer the Blue Star civilization and occupy all 10-star systems they control. Your Excellency is mighty. Everyone laughed. The defeat of the Tiansong 5-star system was indeed a blow to the Blue Star civilization. But it was not fatal. In this battle, we lost a star system, dozens of sublight speed warships, and millions of soldiers. At the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, the commanders analyzed the gains and losses of the war. There is good news too, He Xingzhou said. At least it shows me that the Pleiades society has not made a qualitative leap in the level of antimatter weapons, but a quantitative improvement. Their antimatter cannons, destructive death rays, and the warp speed of warp warships have only improved the quality and control of antimatter. We will catch up with these things soon. In the next few years, let them be arrogant for a while, and other star systems should prepare for defense. Tachyon weapons cannot be manufactured just by saying so. He Xingzhou estimated that it would take at least 30 years. In 30 years, unless the Pleiades civilization invades in full force, they can only lose 2 or 3 star systems at most. The conservative attitude of the Blue Star civilization made the commanders of the Pleiades society believe that the Blue Star civilization is helpless at this level. Therefore, their intention to attack is more obvious. Build a warp warship manufacturing plant and an antimatter refining plant in the Sirius civilization as a bridgehead for attacking the Blue Star civilization, and expand the warp warships in large quantities. Dongjin was in high spirits and said, the Blue Star civilization is only our first step. The next step to destroy the Blue Star civilization is to attack the Black Sea civilization. In order to complete this plan, the Pleiades civilization mobilized a large amount of resources from various subordinate civilizations to the Sirius civilization. Although the Sirius civilization is only a second-level civilization, its strength has changed dramatically, and it has become the strongest civilization among all the subordinate civilizations of the Pleiades civilization. Only 7 years have passed since they attacked the Tiansong 5-star system. The Pleiades fleet has come to the Rakai star system, where they were defeated before. Although the human fleet of the Rakai star system has made defensive preparations, it is still defeated by the Pleiades fleet due to the difference in firepower of several times, and has to give up the Rakai star system. In this battle, although the Blue Star civilization lost territory, the fleet did not suffer any losses. After initially judging that they were no match for the other side, they evacuated decisively. The second star system was successfully attacked, and the Pleiades became more arrogant, and immediately began to plot the third star system. At this time, In the solar system, He Xingzhou was stepping up the development of tachyon weapons. In the past, they have successfully discovered and produced tachyons. Now they are trying to cluster tachyons and attack targets in a targeted manner. The experimental site is set on the blue star and the moon. It takes 2.56 seconds to send a laser from the blue star to the moon. Now we send tachyons from the blue star to the moon to see how the signal is received. He Xingzhou stood on the blue star, and a tachyon detector had been placed at the location of the moon. Launch. The tachyon transmitter regularly launched tachyons to the moon. At the same time, at the receiving station on the moon, they synchronously detected the existence of tachyons. When the signal was fed back to blue star, a little more than 5 seconds had passed. But the time when the signal was received was almost the same as the time when it was launched. Master, at the distance scale between blue star and the moon, our detection equipment cannot detect the time difference between the emission and reception of tachyons at all. The robot Lumi reported the experimental results to He Xingzhou. We must at least pull the scale to the distance between blue star and Jupiter to detect a certain time difference. Then install a monitoring station on Jupiter to launch tachyons in a directional manner. Tachyons absorb energy and slow down to a speed close to the speed of light. Normally, it takes about 35 minutes for light to travel from blue planet to Jupiter. After redebugging the equipment, they set up a tachyon detector in outer space around Jupiter. After such a long distance of emission, tachyons will also disperse. So the number of tachyons that need to be emitted is sufficient and the concentration is high enough. Emit. In the second experiment, the tachyon transmitter on blue planet emitted tachyons. The observers on Jupiter used the subspace communicator to send back information immediately. Master, this time, it only took us 8.2 seconds to receive the tachyons. Lumi reported again. They repeated the experiment several times, and the time data was different. This was related to the energy intensity of the transmitter, the energy absorbed by the tachyon in the vacuum, etc. But the time was within 10 seconds. This is enough to show that they have mastered a particle that exceeds the speed of light and can strike at ultra-long distances. Tachyons are simply tachyons, He Hongwei said in surprise. If it is at this speed, within the range of the warship's ray attack, the tachyon weapon can be regarded as an instant attack. It also restrains energy shields. With tachyon weapons, the enemy has no chance to fight back, let alone defend. He Xingzhou was also satisfied. Before there were warp weapons, its speed advantage over weapons of the same level was unparalleled. Our warships are going to add new weapons, and it's time to counterattack the Pleiades.